P.S. It's very stuck, and it's not far from the pig's feet becoming the master, so I have to think about it. Reading 1, Xuanhuan S to read H, U, C, C. In the entire hall, there are nearly 1,000 god emperors. Many of these god emperors have recently broken through, that is, the group of god kings that Xuanhuan brought back from the world of 3,000 gods. These god kings come from different powers, naturally want to bring their relatives, friends, elders in the powers, etc. to Xuanhuan, but they support Han Feng, because as long as there is a precedent, they can also make various demands. The other part of the God Emperor is the Heaven and Earth God Emperor, and they firmly oppose it. All of a sudden, there were constant quarrels in the Xuanhuan meeting, but the Lord of the Flame God was sitting high, closing his eyes and meditating. Beside him was Yaqing, with a somewhat anxious expression. Seeing that the God Emperor who supported Han Feng gradually fell into a disadvantage, Yaqing looked cold, but she gritted her teeth with hatred in her heart. Although your husband is a God Emperor, his combat power is not weaker than that of a juggernaut. Isn't he qualified to enjoy the right to be a juggernaut? Does it have to be the master? Could it be that these people couldn't understand that with my husband's strength, it was appropriate to become the master in the dominator space? If not, then there would still be a compromise. Sooner or later, you have to compromise, you have to offend your husband once. But Yaqing didn't know, it wasn't that these god emperors didn't understand, but that Han Feng was a sudden rise. In the eyes of these god emperors, he was still a junior, and he was just a junior who had heard of it because of the dominance. Now this junior has suddenly grown up, fighting the power is shocking. Many god emperors have not adapted to it at all. They just feel that everything is so illusory and unreal. 1. Reading 1, K-A-N-S, who? Because they felt illusory, even if they knew Han Feng's record from the mouth of the second-generation Dragon Emperor, they didn't have too many scruples. It's like two friends separated and haven't contacted each other for many years. Even if one of the friends learns from other people how good his friend's life is, how much money he makes, what kind of luxury car he bought, he can't. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, and I always feel that everything is empty. However, when that person drives a tens of millions of luxury cars directly in front of you, the feeling is different, not empty, but shocking. At this time, these god emperors were in an empty state, and they had never seen Han Feng easily kill the ruler of the heavenly demon with their own eyes. Their attitude when talking about Han Feng was still the same as talking about the God King. For example, Gui Tiancheng and the second-generation Dragon Emperor became a little nervous after seeing Han Feng kill the Feng Master with their own eyes. Furthermore, with the record of the Lord of the Flame God also killing the Lord of the Demon, the record of these emperors against Han Feng is even more insignificant. Gui Tiancheng, the second-generation Dragon Emperor, and even Wu Wuhan, who witnessed Han Feng killing the ruler of the demon with their own eyes, are watching helplessly as the other god emperors are spitting and arguing, secretly waiting for you to see for yourself. After seeing that guy Han Feng's abnormal strength, I don't know if it will be as easy as it is now. 1 Ken, Book 1, K-A-N-S-H-U. Compared with the Lord of the Flame God who took a lot of effort to deal with the Lord of the Heavenly Demon and was still the weakest, Han Feng's direct crushing of the Lord of the Heavenly Demon was obviously more shocking. During the God Emperor meeting, the smell of gunpowder gradually became stronger. The conflict between the local God Emperor and the foreign God Emperor was completely brought to light. Many God Emperors who originally belonged to the realm of 3,000 gods wanted their relatives, friends, and powers to take refuge in Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was much safer than outside. At this time, the eyes of the Lord of the Flame God suddenly opened, and all the emperors felt a heavy oppression in an instant. Behind the Lord, there is a torrent of divine fire that turns into a sea of flames, which may blast out at any time and devour everyone. Since that Han Feng is not the master, don't bring people to Xuanhuan for the time being. Everything will be discussed after he becomes the master. The Lord of Flame God said coldly. Now Tianwei, there are 7 invincible god emperors of the 6th rank, but the Lord of the Flame God is the one who temporarily manages Tianwei, and his reputation has already been recognized by many god emperors, unlike Han Feng's weak background. Therefore, even if Han Feng killed the 3 heavenly demon masters, the Lord of the Flame God is still the number 1 in terms of the importance in the hearts of many god emperors. In the eyes of many god emperors, the Lord of the Flame God is already a half-step master. When the Dominator space descends, he will surely become the Dominator. Han style? But the god emperor who just broke through, a kid, also wants to become the master? Master. Yaqing's face changed suddenly. She looked at the Lord of Flame God in disbelief. She clearly said it well before. How could it be? The Lord of the Flame God didn't look at Yaqing. There seemed to be a flash of fire in his eyes, making people afraid to look at each other. If there is no objection to my opinion, this meeting will end. The hall was solemn, and the reputation of the Lord of the Flame God had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. In addition, the Lord of the Flame God also had a record of killing the Lord of the Heavenly Demon. Many god emperors really did not think that Han Feng could be compared with the Lord of the Flame God. Master, but 9 times out of 10 it is not in this era, but in the next era. Since the Lord of the Flame God is regarded as the master of this era, many god emperors will have no objection. The god emperor of the 3000 god realm looked aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. After the meeting was over, all the emperors went to the hall immediately. Yaqing pursed her lips, feeling a little lonely. Gue Tiancheng and the 2nd-generation Dragon Emperor looked at each other, and shook their heads with a wry smile. This little girl, Yaqing didn't understand. Ever since Han Feng showed his powerful combat power, he was destined not to be able to get along with the Lord of Flame God peacefully. Han Feng wanted to be the master, so didn't the Lord of the Flame God not? Both have the record of killing the Lord of Heavenly Demon. Han Feng and the Lord of Flame God are destined to be rivals. The Lord of the Flame God may value Yaqing as his personal disciple, but he will never give up the opportunity to become the master just because of Yaqing. The Lord of the Flame God disappeared directly from the throne, and this time he did not take Yaqing with him. Obviously, he also had opinions and barriers against Yaqing in his heart. At this moment, Yaqing also wanted to understand the whole story, and couldn't help but smile wryly. She played a bad hand. Xuanhuan, this. Gue Tiancheng and the 2nd-generation Dragon Emperor looked at Yaqing in embarrassment. They didn't do what Han Feng asked for. They were ashamed and embarrassed to face Han Feng. Yaqing's expression returned to ice cold, and she said calmly, "Seniors, stay in Tianwei, and Han Feng is there, this junior will talk about it. Then I'll leave it to Emperor Qing." Gue Tiancheng and the 2nd-generation Dragon Emperor handed each other over. After Yaqing left Tianwei, Gue Tiancheng and the 2nd-generation Dragon Emperor looked at each other and sighed. Since Tianwei rejected Han Feng's proposal, Tianwei might lose a powerful helper in the future. Then Han Feng must put the Supreme Sect first, and the Supreme Sect is safe, so it is possible to rescue Tianwei. But Han Feng is not in Tianwei. The news must not be very well informed. Sometimes even if Han Feng arrives, the daylily may be cold. The second update. When Yaqing returned to Tianyang God Realm, Han Feng had already traveled back and forth between Tianyang God Realm and Forbidden Ancient Realm several times, and brought all the Supreme Sect disciples from Forbidden Ancient Realm to Tianyang God Realm Supreme Sect. 1. Reading 1, K.A.N.S. Who? At the Supreme Gate of the Forbidden Ancient Realm, Han Feng met many strangers, as well as many acquaintances, such as Mu Hongxi, Mu Hongyua's 2 brothers and sisters, Bai Li, Gu Tiandi, Qing Yao Tiandi, etc. After personally bringing his parents, relatives of the Han family, Bai Li, and others back to the Tianyang God Realm, Han Feng suddenly remembered that besides Satan and others, there were Tiangang Fendi, Chihu Tiandi, Hei Emperor Ma Tian, Emperor Lingyu, and others. The three of Satan and Heavenly Emperor stayed in Tianyang God realm to create the Supreme Gate, but Tiangang Fendi and others did not. At that time, Tiangang Fendi and others were at the critical moment of breaking through the ancient gods and could not be disturbed. Later, after returning the Xuanhuan temple to the Suzaku clan, Han Feng only transferred Tiangang Fendi and others from the Xuanhuan temple to the Little Immortal Realm. I broke through to the God Emperor, and the Little Immortal Realm seems to have passed millions of years in a short period of time, that is to say. Han Feng's face was filled with embarrassment. Tiangang Fendi and others were ignored by him, and directly the Little Immortal Realm stayed for millions of years. With a big wave of his hand, several people appeared in front of him. They were Tiangang Fendi and others who were released by Han Feng from the Immortal Realm. Tiangang Fendi stared at Han Feng with a resentful expression on his face, and finally remembered them. God knows how they survived the millions of years in the Little Immortal Realm. 1. Reading 1, K.A.N. Shu. That was the Little Immortal Realm, the Little Immortal Realm where the Little Heavenly Tao had already been born. The cultivation system was fundamentally different. They couldn't raise their realm at all. Fortunately, before the birth of the cultivation system in the Little Immortal Realm, they had already cultivated to the half-step God King realm, otherwise they would have been unable to survive in the Little Immortal Realm. Although a large number of powerful people have been born in the Little Immortal Realm, most of them stop at the realm of Tai Tianzuan, that is, the peak of the ancient gods. If they die, they are equivalent to half-step god kings. It didn't affect them, at least they didn't become weak, they weren't bullied, and the primordial burning dragon clan led by Long Han took them over, so their life wasn't too bad. However, it is very uncomfortable for millions to stagnate. See, my lord. No matter how resentful they were, Tiangang Fendi and others knew that Han Feng was now the Emperor of God, and they had no right to criticize Han Feng, and they dared not. An invisible force supported Tiangang Fendi and others, and Han Feng sighed. It's Han's fault that you have been delayed for millions of years in the Little Immortal Realm out of thin air. In this way, Han promised that you can use the training resources of the Supreme Sect twice as much. Try to assist you in the shortest possible time to attack the King of God successfully. Thank you, my lord. Tiangang Fendi and the others were overjoyed. Han Feng waved his hand, several people retreated, and went to meet the three Satan God Kings, who arranged everything. After hearing the experience of Tiangang Fendi and the others, the Satan God King couldn't help feeling sympathetic. Fortunately, they came out in time, otherwise I'm afraid I will be trapped in the Little Immortal Realm for millions of years. That would be crazy. 1 Reading 1, K.A. Nshu. The Supreme Sect received a large number of members of the Supreme Sect from the Forbidden Ancient Realm, and it was a little chaotic for a while, but under the arrangement of the three Satan God Kings, everything quickly became orderly. The arrival of the Supreme Disciple of the Forbidden Ancient Realm also stimulated the Supreme Disciple of the Tianyang God Realm. There are really too many Tianzuan and Tiandi. Once they grow up, how can they compare? Although they are both supreme gates, they come from two places, after all. There is obviously a gap between the Supreme Gate of Tianyang God Realm and the Supreme Gate of Forbidden Ancient Realm, and there is still this rivalry. For such a situation, Han Feng has no choice but to let time deal with everything. After a long time, the two sides will naturally blend together. At this time, Yaqing came to Tianyang God Realm. Did you refuse? Han Feng seemed to have expected it, and the expression on his face did not change much. Qingshan looked on the sidelines with a look of displeasure. Those local emperors who are beyond the sky really have no eyesight. Do you really think that Han Feng in our family can't become the master? Yaqing's face darkened, and finally what made Han Feng's request fail was a word from his master, the Lord of Flame God. Han Feng saw Yaqing's loss, and comforted him. It's none of your business, and it's none of the Lord of the Flame God's business. Being a master is a very important matter. Which God Emperor would not want to be the master? If the Lord of the Flame God agrees, my request is to admit that I am not as good as me, and my majesty in the eyes of the other God Emperors will naturally be greatly reduced, and I am afraid that some who did not dare to compete with the Lord of the Flame God for the opportunity to dominate will also take action. And the Lord of the Flame God refused my request. In the eyes of many God Emperors, the Lord of the Flame God is still the most promising person to become the master in this era. Naturally, he will get the support of many God Emperors and become the master in the Dominion space. In the process of opportunity, a lot of resistance will be reduced. It's about the master. No matter how much the Lord of the Flame God thinks highly of you, he will not compromise easily, so don't be disappointed, and don't blame the Lord of the Flame God. In fact, from the very beginning, Han Feng had no hope for his request. As his strength increased to the point where he is now, he and the Lord of Flame God have inevitably entered the opposite side. There is only one master, and we must fight. If they are in the same place in Xuanhuan, when the king sees the king, they must be ranked high and low. It is okay to win, but once they lose, their prestige will definitely be greatly reduced. The emperor will definitely do his best to help win one side. The stronger the strength before becoming a master, the stronger it will be after breaking through the master. At the moment when the demons are invading, the God Emperor of Heaven Outer Heaven naturally hopes to be the strongest God Emperor breakthrough master. In a way, the Lord of the Flame God directly rejected Han Feng's request, thinking that it would be best for Han Feng to stay in the Tianyang God realm, which also showed that the Lord of the Flame God was afraid of Han Feng, and he was not sure of defeating Han Feng. Han Feng knew that his request might be rejected, and he also knew the reasons for the rejection, but he still wanted to convey his request, just because Tianwei Tianyi was indeed safer than Tianyang God realm. But since he was rejected, Han Feng just didn't care. With his current strength, sitting in the Tianyang God realm, he would not be afraid of those heavenly demons, even if the heavenly demon puppets came, unless it was the master of the heavenly demon who did it himself. However, in that way, the four masters of the Sky Mark will naturally get out of trouble. In the future, if the master of the Sky Demon wants to trap the four masters of the Sky Mark, it will not be so easy. In the days that followed, Han Feng and Qing Shan stayed directly at the Supreme Gate, and happened to be with their parents too. The days of being separated these years have been long enough. The days passed day by day, and with his parents, wife, and friends every day, Han Feng also felt warm and happy like never before. In addition, Han Feng is constantly setting up barriers around the Supreme Gate to prevent him from being attacked by heavenly demons after he enters the dominating space. Perhaps because of the fall of the three heavenly demon lords, the heavenly demon clan has been surprisingly low-key these days, and they hibernate one after another. Tianwei has not received the 3,000 God Realms request for help and the message of the heavenly demons trace for a long time. For Han Feng, there was no one to bother him. The first update. In a valley on the mountain behind the Supreme Gate, birds are singing and flowers are fragrant, and the scenery is pleasant. Next to the small river, there is a wooden house located there. Want to read? Book 1 Book K, A, Shu. Here is where Han Feng, Yiqing, and Qing Shan lived. Talk about love and love every day, feel the nature when you have nothing to do, look up at the sky, and go to the Supreme Gate to talk to your parents when you miss your mother and father. At this moment, Han Feng was lying beside the river, with his legs crossed, his arms outstretched, and two heads lying on each arm. Those celestial demons, where have they been hiding these days? They used to come out to make troubles from time to time, but now they are completely gone. Qing Shan rested her head on Han Feng's arm, her tone filled with boredom. Qing Shan is really boring. As a fourth-order invincible emperor, it is impossible for Qing Shan to make much progress in a short period of time. It is certainly satisfying to stay with Han Feng, but sometimes she also wants to find some demons to make a move. Loosen the bones. But now, the demons are all hiding. Yaching smiled slightly, and sat up. It seems that my husband's killing of the three masters has completely deterred those heavenly demons. When the masters of heavenly demons are temporarily unable to make a move, they just need to hide completely. I hope the day when the heavenly demon will take action will not be too close. Han Feng sighed quietly. Although Han Feng didn't know what the Lord of the Sky Demon wanted to do by trapping the four of them, but it was by no means a good thing. 1 Reading 1, K, N, S, H, U, C, C. If one day the Lord of the Heavenly Demon really does something, then in all likelihood, something will happen to the four masters. Without four masters to contend against the Lord of the Demon, it is impossible for this universe to contend against the Lord of the Demon. Han Feng's current combat power is astonishing. It is better than the 7th level master, but compared with the 8th level master, it is far behind. Not to mention, when the strength of the heavenly demon lord is limited, his overall strength is much higher than that of the 8th level master, and close to the 9th level master. Therefore, Han Feng hoped that the day when the Lord of Heavenly Demon could take action would be as far away as possible, preferably after he became the master. At that time as the master, even if Han Feng could not win, at least he would be able to contend, so that he would not be powerless. I don't know, what kind of expression will the God Emperor of Tianwei see when his husband frightens the demon clan with his own power? Xuanhuan suddenly gloated. Yaching's expression darkened, sandwiched between Han Feng and Xuanhuan. Yaching also felt uncomfortable. And as Xuanhuan said, the God Emperors of Tianwei were indeed shaken, and all the demons who could be intimidated hid, which was something that even the Lord of the Flame God could not do. Back then, the Lord of the Flame God killed a heavenly demon lord, but after the heavenly demon escaped to the realm of 3,000 gods, he still made trouble. Otherwise, their God Emperor would not come to the rescue frequently. But now, they seldom hear news of distress from somewhere, and many heavenly God Emperors have simply retreated to practice. 1. Reading www. 1. However, the prestige of the Lord of the Flame God is really deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and the prestige of nearly an era is really not comparable to Han Feng. Therefore, even if there is some wavering, in the eyes of these God Emperors, the Lord of the Flame God is still the first person under the Master, and he is also the most suitable God Emperor to break through the Master. Moreover, in the eyes of many God Emperors, Han Feng's request was rejected, but he didn't even come to Tianwei. He was obviously afraid of the Lord of the Flame God. Such a God Emperor is not worthy of their support. As everyone knows, the reason why Han Feng didn't come was only because of the master-student relationship between the Lord of Flame God and Yaching. If not, Han Feng would have led the Supreme Gate to Tianwei in a grand manner, and he didn't care what would happen to those local God Emperors. Time flies, more than 2,000 years have passed, and the development of the Supreme Gate of Tianyang God Realm is getting better and better. After 2,000 years, the two original Supreme Gates have completely merged together. Han Feng's name is also resounding throughout the Tianyang God Realm, and now Han Feng's prestige in the Tianyang God Realm is equivalent to the status of the Lord of the Heavenly Flame God in the hearts of those God Emperors. The title of Emperor Nine Flame spread like wildfire, spread throughout the Tianyang God Realm, and was recognized by everyone in the Tianyang God Realm. Now the level of Tianyang God Realm is very embarrassing. It is said to be Dakian God Realm, but so far, there are very few median God Kings in Tianyang God Realm, and most of them are still ancient gods. But if it is the Zhongqian God Realm, there are 3 masters of the God Emperor, Han Feng, Yaching, and Xuanhuan. In the 1,000 God Realm, it is very difficult for an invincible God Emperor to appear. But no matter what, the status of Tianyang God Realm in the 3,000 God Realm has risen sharply, and more God Kings and powerhouses are willing to settle in Tianyang God Realm. On this day, outside the wooden house by the river, a gate of light appeared in front of Han Feng, which was the gate of domination. When the master space is opened, a door of light will appear in front of all God Emperors who meet the standards, which is the gate of master. Over the years, the God Emperors have already discovered the criteria for selecting candidates to dominate the space, and the minimum is the fifth order heaven, defying God Emperor. Ordinary God Emperors are not eligible to enter the dominant space even after breaking through to the sixth level. If the legendary God Emperor and the invincible God Emperor have not broken through to the fifth level, they are also not eligible to enter the dominant space. Yaqing, Qingshan, I'm leaving, and the Supreme Gate will be handed over to you during this period. As he said, a purple flag appeared in Han Feng's hand, and said, over the years, I have set up a large formation around the Supreme Gate. This purple flag is the key to opening the big formation. Once the big formation is opened, unless it is the master of the heyday, it will not be able to break through the big formation. Even if it is the ruler in its heyday, it will take a lot of work. Well, leave it to us. I wish you success in breaking through the master. Qingshan took the purple flag and blessed Han Feng with a smile. Yaqing was still entangled in her heart. She hoped that Han Feng would become the master, but Han Feng's most favorable competitor was her master, the Lord of Flame God. Yaqing didn't worry that Han Feng would be the opponent of the Lord of Flame God after he became the master, otherwise he would have rushed to the outer sky. What Yaqing was worried about was that if her master became the master, she might not let Han Feng go. Knowing Yaqing's worries, Han Feng couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, the Lord of the Flame God and I are just competitors. Strength and character also have certain reasons. Only then did Yaqing feel relieved, and then, under the watchful eyes of Yaqing and Qingshan, Han Feng directly stepped into the gate of the master. Dragon God Realm, a certain dimensional space. The old man in green robe said in a low voice, it's time for the Azure Dragon clan to rise up. Afterwards, the old man stepped into the gate of domination. In the starry sky, on a huge meteorite in the starry sky, there was a figure surrounded by black air. Xuanhuan said slowly, this time, the opportunity to dominate must be mine. The person stood up in an instant and stepped into it. In Tianwei, all God Emperors who meet the standards will have the Gate of Dominion in front of them, but only a part of them choose to enter. Tianwei needs some high-level God Emperors to stay behind. The Lord of the Flame God also entered the Gate of Domination. Before entering, there was a murmuring sound. Listen carefully, it seems to be a name. After about a stick of incense, the Gate of Domination slowly disappeared. At this time, even if some God Emperors suddenly regretted wanting to enter the space of domination, it was too late. The second update. Crystal Beast, 3 more. Dominate the space, it is a void, and there are strange islands floating in the void. Some of these strange islands are barren, some are full of vitality, and some even have waterfalls. The water falls from the mountain peaks and falls directly into the void, and it is unknown where it will eventually flow. Han Feng appeared on a deserted sky island, and then a purple light descended from the void and engulfed Han Feng. After the purple light slowly disappeared, Han Feng looked inside, and there was an illusory purple crystal at the heart of the immortal baby. The biggest gap between the God Emperor and the Juggernaut is the purple crystal, which is the Juggernaut God Crystal. Possessing the Master God Crystal, the immortal God Baby has greatly increased spirituality, far from being comparable to the God Emperor's immortal God Baby. The God Emperor's immortal God Baby is more like an object, while the Master's immortal God Baby has spirituality, like a real baby. To dominate the space, after any high-ranking God Emperor comes here, the heavenly law will bestow a Dominator's aura, because the Dominator's aura is purple, so it is also called the Dominator's purple light. This purple ruler light will form an illusory ruler God crystal in the heart of the immortal divine infant of the God Emperor. Afterwards, it is necessary to hunt down crystal beasts to absorb the ruler purple light in the crystal beast's body, and continuously make the ruler God crystal solidify. The so-called crystal beast is a strange life in the ruler space, and the Master's purple light is contained in its body. By hunting crystal beasts, you can get the Master purple light. See, It is worth mentioning that not all crystal beasts have a master purple light in their bodies, and the existence of this master purple light is not regular, it is completely random. Some crystal beasts are powerful, but there is no master in their bodies. Ziguang. Some crystal beasts are weak, but there is a master Ziguang in their bodies. Therefore, in the space of domination, whether the emperor can become the dominator depends on both strength and luck. In addition, every time you absorb a piece of ruler's purple light, the master's crystal will be solidified by 1 point, and the strength of the god emperor will also increase by 1 point. If you absorb more purple light from the ruler, you may have the ability to be infinitely close to the ruler before you reach the realm of the ruler. Strength. Compared with the Mabai Juggernaut, whose strength is limited, he is probably stronger than him. When the Juggernaut crystal is completely condensed and the purple light permeates the entire immortal divine infant, it means that the Juggernaut crystal has achieved great success, and at this time it has the power to dominate. Of course, possessing the power of domination does not mean becoming a dominator. About 100 years after the domination space comes, there will be a supreme platform at the end of the void. There are 10 supreme platforms, and there is a supreme bridge between each one. The supreme bridge has endured various catastrophes and completely stimulated the power of the Juggernaut's divine crystal, allowing the body, soul, and immortal power to completely enter the Juggernaut's gate. This is the real Juggernaut. If you don't step into the supreme bridge, the Juggernaut crystal is virtual, not your own. Once you leave the dominant dimension, the Juggernaut will disappear. With the power of domination in the domination space, it is still the original realm of the God Emperor and the power of the God Emperor outside. There are 10 supreme terraces and 9 supreme bridges, each of which has a cycle of reincarnation, respectively testing the power, soul, and immortal power. One after another, one's body, soul, and immortal power can become the master after one catastrophe. In other words, one only needs to pass 3 supreme bridges. The next 6 supreme bridges, if you want to cross the calamity, you can cross the calamity, and you can leave if you don't, but if you succeed in crossing the calamity, yes, soul and immortal power, it will be nirvana again. Some juggernauts just entered the juggernaut realm for the first time after breaking through, some reached the middle stage of juggernaut as soon as they broke through, and some directly reached the late stage or even the peak of juggernaut, which is the difference through the supreme bridge. Passing through the 3 supreme bridges is naturally different from passing through 9. The information about the master space was naturally told to Han Feng by the 4 masters, and the 4 masters also told Han Feng that many heavenly worlds that have passed through hundreds of epochs may not really have hundreds of masters. In fact, between the God Emperor and the Juggernaut, there is still the realm of quasi-ruler. The so-called quasi-ruler means that he has passed the first supreme bridge, but not the second, third, or passed the first and second. Did not pass the 3rd supreme bridge. After such a god emperor leaves the dominator space, because he has passed through 1 or 2 supreme bridges, after the dominator god crystal disappears, there will still be some power left behind, so the strength is far greater than the god emperor, but not as good as the real master. So he is called quasi-master. Perhaps half of the heavenly Tao world of hundreds of epochs are just quasi-masters. If I set foot on the supreme platform and the supreme bridge, I must try to reach the highest point. The supreme platform is not only a place for the God Emperor to break through the juggernaut, but also a place to measure the potential after breaking through the juggernaut. According to what the 4 masters said, if you can step onto the 10th supreme platform and undergo the baptism of heaven and earth from the 10 supreme platforms, the possibility of breaking through to the supreme in the future will increase by 50% on the original basis. The 4 masters of Tianhen, except for the 6th supreme bridge, the rest of them only passed the 3rd bridge, but did not pass the 4th bridge. This is why the 3 masters of Hongda stopped at the 7th order ruler is at the peak, but the skyline ruler has broken through to the 8th order peak. However, before that, I must first completely condense the ruling crystal in my immortal baby's body. Otherwise, after the supreme platform descends, I will not be able to climb to the supreme platform, and will be forcibly repelled by the space of domination. According to the master of the Eastern Emperor, the strength of the crystal beasts varies. The low ones are roughly equivalent to the fifth order heaven, defying God Emperor, and the upper middle ones are equivalent to the sixth order invincible God Emperor. The most powerful crystal beasts are comparable to be the master. With my current strength, I am not afraid at all. The corner of Han Feng's mouth smiled. Even the strongest crystal beast that ruled the space might not be able to withstand his punch. He only hoped that his luck would not be too bad. The soul gushed out, and suddenly the void seemed to be oppressed by a vast force, overwhelming, endless. Suppressing the soul. Han Feng was thoughtful. In this dominant space, the power of the soul can at most cover a sky island, and it is impossible to extend it outward. It seems that we can only find them one by one. Han Feng immediately flew up and flew towards the nearest sky island. Dominating the space is almost infinite, and the total area of the 3,000 gods is far inferior. After flying for half a month and searching for half a month, Han Feng only saw 2 crystal beasts. After being killed by Han Feng with 2 punches, there was no crystal beast. The beast exposes the dominant purple light. It seems, the crystal beast is harder to find than I imagined. Han Feng scratched his head, but no matter how hard it is to find, in order to break through the master, he must find it. This search took a whole year. Perhaps it was because of too much room for domination, Han Feng did not meet the second God Emperor, besides him. In the past few years, Han Feng probably killed dozens of crystal beasts, but only 3 of them burst out with purple light. After absorbing the 3 purple lights of rulers, Han Feng looked inside at the immortal baby in his body. The god crystals of rulers were still incorporeal, not much changed from the beginning. The third update. According to this situation, there are no 10 ways to rule the purple light, so it is impossible to have a big change, and it is not impossible to transform from illusory to solid, at least 100 or more, hundreds of ways. The Supreme Terrace will come in 100 years, and only one person will be allowed to enter the Supreme Terrace. The time is too short. Han Feng felt a toothache for his luck. He has the strength, but his luck is too bad. However, unless you don't want to be the master, then no matter how unlucky you are, you still have to find the crystal beast. 10 years later, a cloud-shrouded sky island. A huge pitch-black goose sprayed black mist from its mouth, and the black mist contained toxicity, sweeping out. But at this moment, a flame of purple gold rushed into the black mist. A single spark of fire could start a prairie fire. The purple flame of purple gold, which was originally the size of a fist, appeared to swallow the sky in an instant, turning into a sea of flames and swallowing the black mist completely. In the sea of flames, a figure suddenly sprang out, with 2 fingers together, a sword energy pierced through the space, piercing Hey Goose's head instantly, and a master purple light burst out from Hey Goose's body and merged into the figure's body. This figure is naturally Han Feng. 10 years later, Han Feng's luck was a little bit better, and he got a total of 20 mastering purple lights. The 20 mastering purple lights made the mastering crystal in Han Feng's immortal baby slightly solidified. At the same time, Han Feng also felt that his strength has increased a lot. Unspecified currency, by Chinese website swastika -, If it was said that Han Feng's combat power was only slightly stronger than that of the 7th Order Master in the past, then it is at least 2 chips stronger now. But compared to the 8th Order Master, it is still far behind. If there are no exceptions, that is, without the help of half-step supreme supernatural powers, unique skills, etc., the 9th level Master can completely crush the 8th level Master, and the 8th level Master can crush the 7th level Master. The gap between each rank is huge. Across. Therefore, even though Han Feng has now strengthened a lot of power by relying on the Master God Crystal, it is still far inferior to the 8th Order Master. After killing the black goose, Han Feng instantly turned into a golden light and flew out roaring. Half-year later, Han Feng, who turned into a sword light, was looking for Tian Dao, which dominates the space, and happened to encounter a burst of blue light. The figure inside this blue light obviously also spotted Han Feng. Han Feng didn't want to pay attention to this blue light, but who would have thought that this blue light would come straight to Han Feng? Looking for death. Han Feng was furious. Did Qingguang think he was easy to bully? Boom. Han Feng punched out instantly, and the void trembled like a meteorite. The blue light instantly became radiant, and the dazzling blue light covered the sky and the sun, swallowing Han Feng's punch in an instant. However, Qingguang obviously underestimated the strength of Han Feng's punch, and Han Feng's punch quickly rushed out of a large area of Qingguang, and blasted into the place where the figure in Qingguang was. A muffled hum sounded, the blue light collapsed, and an old man wearing a green robe and a crown kept backing away. His blood surged up, and he finally suppressed it. He stared at Han Feng in horror, never expecting that he was just looking for someone to snatch it, and he kicked the iron plate. When did this character appear in this universe? As everyone knows, Han Feng was also a little surprised at this time. Although it was only a small confrontation, Han Feng already felt that the opponent should be the 6th level Invincible Emperor. Tian Weishan did not have this old man. At the same time, the strength of this old man just now was obviously stronger. It exceeded the limit that the 6th Order Invincible God Emperor should have, that is to say, it exceeded the limit of the God Emperor. This old guy, he must have obtained a lot of Master Ziguang, otherwise his strength would not exceed the limit of the God Emperor, and he would almost catch up with the restricted Heiyong Master. Although he was a little surprised, it was just that, even if he had the power to truly dominate, he would not be his opponent at this time. Since you made the first move, then don't blame Han for snatching Ziguang, your master. Han Feng said coldly, and put his fingers together in the next instant. Expanding the sword demon form, a sword energy seems to split the sky, and cut towards the old man in the green robe and crown. Qinglong Divine Fist. The old man in the green robe and crown roared angrily. He punched through the air, and the roar of the dragon behind him was earth-shattering. The blue light burst out from the fist of the old man in the blue robe and crown in an instant. The blue light was like a green dragon, exuding endless majesty. Puff. The Tsungling sword was as powerful as a bamboo, easily cutting through the blue light, and then stabbed the old man in the green robe and crown unabated. The old man in the green robe and crown hurriedly backed away, but he couldn't dodge the stab. His shoulder was directly pierced by the sword energy of Tsungling. Blood flew out from the sword. Qinglong Xuanhuan? Qinglong? Qinglong clan? Han Feng immediately understood the other party's identity. The Qinglong clan also hides from the world in the Dragon God realm. The family refused. Like the Qinglong clan, there are many forces that reject it, such as the Dian Palace in the Yenshan realm. In Tian Weishan, Han Feng did not see Di Zidong and Di Yonghao brothers and sisters. I heard that the Qinglong clan, the Xuanwu clan, the Baihu clan, and the Suzaku clan have long since fallen, but I didn't expect that there would be a 6th level invincible emperor like you in your Qinglong clan. Han Feng said lightly. The 6th level invincible emperor is also a respected existence in Tian Weishan, and there are not many 6th level invincible emperors in the outer sky today. Don't compare Xuanwu and Baihu with my Qinglong clan. How can Xuanwu and Baihu have the glory of their ancestors now? One joined the Su family and became the watchdog of the Su family, and the other joined the Ghost family and became a retainer of the Ghost family. The Suzaku clan did not humiliate their ancestors. Even if they fell, they did not surrender to any force. But my Qinglong clan not only did not surrender to any force, but now there is an old man who has broken through to become the 6th level invincible emperor. As long as he is promoted to master, the Qinglong clan will definitely be able to recover. Glory to the ancestors. The old man in green robe and crown snorted coldly. His words were full of contempt for the Xuanhuan clan and the Baihu clan. Become the master? If you don't provoke Han, then as long as you collect enough master purple light and be the first to step into the supreme platform, you may really succeed. But since you provoke Han, you will hand over all the master purple light. Come out. Han Feng smiled lightly. Arrogance. The old man in the green robe and crown, no, it should be said that the Azure Dragon Emperor was furious. He seemed to know that Han Feng was not easy to mess with. I'm afraid that just seeing the body of the Azure Dragon Emperor will make him tremble. The Qinglong Emperor's body is huge, but his flexibility does not match his huge body at all. He does not hesitate at all, but is extremely agile. The Azure Dragon Emperor turned around and formed a circle to enclose Han Feng in this circle. The next moment, the dragon claws in the Azure Dragon Emperor's body grabbed Han Feng one after another. Break! Han Feng condensed the Zongling sword energy into the Zongling sword, and suddenly flew upwards. With a swipe of the Zongling sword in his hand, the captured dragon claws were cut off one after another, blood flowed, and the Azure Dragon Emperor also there was a roar of pain that shook the sky. The first update. How is it possible? The Azure Dragon Emperor roared in his heart. 2. Reading 1, K, a bookend, Shu. The strongest part of the Azure Dragon clan is the Dragon Claw, reaching the level of the Azure Dragon God Emperor. If the Dragon Claw meets the middle and low-level immortal artifact head-on, the Azure Dragon God Emperor will not be the one who suffers. But now, his Dragon Claw was cut off easily. If it was relying on a powerful artifact, such as a top-notch immortal artifact, the Azure Dragon Emperor might feel better, but the Azure Dragon Emperor could see clearly that the opponent was nothing more than a sword of energy condensed from sword energy. How strong the energy sword is depends on the power of the God Emperor who condensed the energy sword, so the Azure Dragon God Emperor will be extremely shocked. This shows that the strength of the opponent is far above him. The same God Emperor realm, how can the gap be so big? Could it be that the opponent's combat power has been raised to the master level? This is impossible, unless it has absorbed a lot of master purple light, but now it has only been in the master space for more than 10 years, unless you are lucky when it explodes. It is only possible that all the killed crystal beasts can burst out the dominant purple light, but is this possible? The Azure Dragon God Emperor was full of puzzles, but it did not hinder the Azure Dragon God Emperor's perception of Han Feng's strength. Knowing that Han Feng was strong, the Qinglong Emperor turned into a human body and kept retreating. The Azure Dragon God Emperor, who had turned into a human body, could see his 10 fingers, some of which were broken. But the Azure Dragon God Emperor quickly took out a wooden staff, on which green light flowed, revealing a strong vitality. 1. Reading 1, K, A, N, S, Who. When this green light was attached to the hands of the Azure Dragon Emperor, a shocking scene happened. The severed finger of the Azure Dragon Emperor quickly grew back. Although the regrown fingers were not very flexible, they were better than broken ones. That wooden stick is a divine weapon. Han Feng's pupils shrank when he saw this scene. The God Emperor does have an unimaginably powerful vitality. Many fatal injuries to the God King. As long as the God Emperor's injuries do not deteriorate and are controlled, they will slowly recover, but even so, they cannot be stopped in a short time. Limb rebirth. Not to mention the Emperor, even the ruler is the same. However, the Qinglong Emperor had a broken limb and rebirth. All of this, plus the scene where the wooden staff released green light, as long as the brain is normal, they will understand that the Qinglong Xuanhuan severed limb rebirth, and the wooden staff related. It is indeed a powerful artifact, second only to me, and it is a half-step, supreme artifact. Xiaopeng's voice came into Han Feng's ears. Han Feng was shocked. The half-step supreme artifact, second only to the supreme artifact, looking at the endless void, this is also the top artifact among the top. 1. Read. Book, Luke 1, K, A, N, S, H, U endless void. The rarity of supreme artifacts is no less than that of supreme powerhouses. In the hands of the Azure Dragon God Emperor, or the Azure Dragon clan, there is a half-step supreme level artifact, which is unbelievable. The Azure Dragon clan is the earliest race when this universe was born. When the Azure Dragon clan was at its peak, the Skyline Lord was still a young boy. With such a long history and heritage, it is not impossible for the Azure Dragon clan to cultivate a half-step supreme level artifact, but the Azure Dragon clan must have paid a lot for this. Avoiding the world is probably to prevent outsiders from seeing the reality of the Azure Dragon clan. Xiaoping said lightly, and then said, Han Feng, don't be too afraid of that half-step supreme artifacts, those are only auxiliary artifacts, not attack ones. If I guessed correctly, they should have healing attributes, so the attack power will not be too strong. Even so, as a half-step supreme artifact, its attack power will not be comparable to that of a top-level immortal artifact. Han Feng smiled wryly. No wonder the Azure Dragon God Emperor would grab anyone he saw, so he had such a trump card. Back then when the heavenly demons invaded, if the Azure Dragon God Emperor had taken action, I am afraid that there would not be a single heavenly demon lord who fell back then. The Azure Dragon God Emperor recovered his hands, held a green wooden staff, and looked gloomy. I didn't expect that after a long time, a strong man like you would appear in the world. I thought that the Lord of the Flame God could force the old man to such a degree. I underestimated you. People of the world. However, since the old man has been forced to such a point, don't blame the old man for using all his strength to meet the enemy. For the sake of the demon invasion, the old man will save your life and leave a strong man for this world. Boom boom boom. The Azure Dragon God Emperor held up the green wooden staff, and in an instant the green wooden staff blasted out a series of terrifying auras, sweeping across the sky. The green stick is indeed an artifact that is not good at attacking. Its main function is recovery, but no matter how bad it is at attacking, it is still a half-step supreme artifact, and its attack power is still far beyond the limit of an immortal artifact. It can be said that with the green wooden staff and the boost of the Juggernaut God Crystal, the strength of the Azure Dragon God Emperor is now stronger than that of the real 7th Order Juggernaut. The Azure Dragon Emperor looked excited. In order to cultivate this half-step supreme artifact, the Azure Dragon clan really paid too much, and how many Azure Dragon clans were willing to sacrifice their lives for this? The Azure Dragon God Emperor could have appeared earlier, and with the green wooden stick, he could have a status not weaker than the Master in an instant, and his prestige would have greatly increased, but the Azure Dragon God Emperor disdains this. He, to truly become the Master after dominating the space, has to rely on his own cultivation to obtain the status of the Master, and then rely on the green wooden stick to dare to fight against the Master of the Sky Mark. Since the Qinglong family wants to appear in the world, they must appear in the most high-profile situation. What could be more high-profile than defeating the Skyline Master, just after becoming the Master? What the Azure Dragon clan wants is nothing but a blockbuster. Although the green wooden staff was used earlier, it was a bit different from the original expectation, but the first time the green wooden staff was used against the enemy, it also made the Azure Dragon Emperor feel unspeakable excitement in his heart. A thick blush flashed across some old faces. The next moment, the Azure Dragon God Emperor suddenly waved his wooden stick in the void, and the next moment green rays of light gushed out like a tsunami. These green rays of light turned into oceans, and vines burst out from the green ocean. Slash! Han Feng used the sword demon form this time, and what he condensed was no longer a single Songling sword energy, but densely packed Songling sword energy, which slashed out like a storm. In an instant, the sword energy and the green light collided fiercely, and the green vines were constantly cut off, but also a lot of sword energy were swallowed by the green vines. The green ocean kept rolling, and suddenly it seemed to turn into a ferocious monster, setting off shocking waves and engulfing Han Feng. This time, Han Feng's direct state was fully activated, and the sword demon form, immortal sun body, immortal body, and Hong Meng's supreme body were displayed together. In the next moment, Han Feng's figure continued to flash, avoiding the engulfment of the green waves again and again. Strange. While dodging, Han Feng also had a question mark in his heart. This attack power seems not as high as he imagined. And Fatty, at this time, spoke and answered Han Feng's question. The second update. C_T, this should be an incomplete half-step supreme artifact. I am afraid that the Qinglong clan raised the wooden stick to the half-step supreme level through some special method, so it seems to have reached the half-step supreme level, but only the real half-step supreme level 2/3, or even less than the power of the supreme artifact. Read the full text of the latest chapter, 79, please search for the most complete. The fastest updated novel. In addition, I didn't feel the mark of the spirit on this wooden staff. That is to say, the spirit of this wooden staff may have long since fallen. Lungtong Institute. At the level of the immortal artifact, the artifact spirit will have two choices, one is to remain with the artifact, and the other is to separate itself to form an individual, which can be regarded as an alternative transformation, but this transformation needs to be cultivated from scratch. Although separated, the spirit of the weapon will still leave a mark in the artifact, and because of this mark, when the body of the spirit of the weapon and the artifact are fused again, it will explode with extremely strong power, far better than others. Power. There is only one possibility without the imprint, and the spirit of Qi has long since fallen. And when the weapon spirit falls, unless a new weapon spirit is born from the artifact, the level will not be raised again, so Xiaopeng judged that this wooden stick must have been promoted by the Azure Dragon clan through other means, and this method is very irregular. As a result, the half-step supreme artifact cultivated is defective. Has the spirit of the weapon fallen? This wooden staff has not fallen level? Han Feng was surprised. If the spirit of the weapon is not separated, it is natural that the spirit of the weapon has fallen, and the level of the artifact has plummeted. Otherwise, why do you think that the spirit of the artifact would choose to separate itself from the artifact after the artifact was promoted to immortality? It is for this reason. If it is separated from the artifact, even the artifact is destroyed, and the artifact spirit is only subjected to some backlash from the source, and at most it will be more difficult to cultivate in the future. If you do not choose to separate, then the artifact will be fatally damaged, and the artifact spirit will fall on the spot. Xiaopeng explained. But at this moment when Xiaopeng was explaining, the Azure Dragon Emperor saw that the force that urged the wooden stick could not stop Han Feng. His expression sank suddenly, and the previous excitement was no longer there. The first time he urged the power of the wooden stick to meet the enemy, he encountered setbacks, and the Azure Dragon Emperor was also very depressed. When did such a perverted God Emperor appear? He would have sent someone to investigate the situation before he entered the Dominator space. If he could have investigated earlier, he would not have acted rashly before, and ended up kicking the iron plate. After a little hesitation, the Azure Dragon God Emperor gritted his teeth, and urged the green wooden stick with all his strength. Before that, the Azure Dragon God Emperor didn't use his full strength at all. After all, the half-step supreme artifact, even if it is a defective half-step supreme artifact, is not now the realm of the God Emperor can be easily grasped. Pushing it with all its strength was a lot of pressure for the Azure Dragon God Emperor, but in order to defeat Han Feng, he had to do so. In the past, I just felt that the Lord of the Flame God was a threat to the old man. Now that this sun is added, it is best to force this sun out of the Dominator space, so that the old man will have fewer obstacles to break through the Dominator. After pushing the green stick with all his strength, the Azure Dragon Emperor's face turned pale for a moment, but the green light gushing out from the green stick became stronger and stronger, and Han, who was dodging, Feng also discovered at this moment that the offensive of the green waves became more and more fierce. Not only that, these green energy also turned into various weapons and beasts, besieging Han Feng. Xuanhuan doesn't have enmity, Chamo Lung Fangu. However, Han Feng's strength is also not bad, surpassing the 7th Order Master by more than a step, but he can handle it with ease. If it were before absorbing the Juggernaut's purple light, that is, when he first entered the Juggernaut space, Han Feng might be in a hurry for a while. The old man, do you have endless energy stones in your body? After dodging for a while, Han Feng found that the attack of the green wooden staff had no tendency to weaken at all, and he couldn't help but wonder. According to the logic, the half-step supreme artifact should be activated. The immortal power consumed is definitely a very terrifying figure, but the 6th level invincible emperor should not persist for so long. Don't forget, the most important ability of that green wooden staff is healing and recovery. It's not just the injury that can be recovered, but also other things. The voice of Xiaopeng sounded faintly. Han Feng's expression froze. I almost forgot this point. It's true that not only the injury is recovered, but also the immortal power consumed in the body. The other party has a green wooden staff, and I will fight to consume it. Even if I am the Supreme Foundation, I can't fight, so I have to control the enemy with one move and defeat the opponent. Thinking of this, Han Feng's eyes narrowed suddenly, and the monster sword intent poured out like mountains and seas. In the next moment, Han Feng and the Yanma Songling sword directly merged into one sword, displaying Songling Rui. At an incredible speed, Han Feng charged directly at the Azure Dragon God Emperor. Wherever he passed, all the blocking green vines were cut off, all kinds of weapons and beasts were bombarded and killed, and the green waves was also split directly from the very center. The Azure Dragon Emperor's face changed suddenly, and while he retreated rapidly, the green wooden stick in his hand was a little bit in the void, and the green circular shield immediately protected the Azure Dragon Emperor within it. Boom! The sword, after the combination of the human and the sword, with shocking power, split on the green protective shield in an instant, and the roar of the sky was rumbling, and a nearby sky island was affected, and it directly turned into a flying ash. The green protective cover was not broken, and it was chopped far away with the Azure Dragon Emperor. What a powerful defensive ability! Han Feng withdrew his human sword fusion state. His face was unimaginable. The previous green ocean was easily cut by him, but this green rain cover withstood his full strength hit. It didn't hurt at all. Xiaopeng saw this scene, thought for a while, and then gave the answer. It seems that this green wooden staff is still an all-round support, which can heal injuries, restore energy, and has strong defense power. No wonder the previous attack was so weak. Even if it is flawed, it is too weak, and it is not like the power that a half-step supreme artifact should have. Enemies and enemies are not ghosts. Han Feng, I have to say that you are very lucky. If the complete half-step supreme artifact is an attack type, and the opponent can display 100% of its power, even if it is a 6th level invincible emperor, it is not difficult to kill the master. 8th level, if the Juggernaut doesn't have a stronghold card, he will still be beheaded reeds. This is the power of the half-step supreme artifact that specializes in attacks. What should we do now? We can't break through his defense. Han Feng frowned and looked at the green protective shield in the distance. Twice is not enough once. Since it is an omnipotent auxiliary half-step supreme artifact, it is obvious that the power consumed by mobilizing the green wooden staff to assist is far stronger than when mobilizing the green wooden staff to attack. Powerful, it's impossible for the holder's energy to always be more than enough, at most it's just to increase the stamina. Xiaopeng gave a solution, and then he said unwillingly, it's a pity that your 9 flames and different fire art has not been cultivated to the 10th level. The 2nd stage of the 1st floor, otherwise, once I come out of the Skyfire Tower, what is the green wooden stick? The 9 Flame Skyfire Pagoda is a true supreme divine artifact. It only needs to be unsealed to the late stage of the 2nd stage of the 10th floor. No, it only needs to reach the middle stage of the 2nd stage, and the green wooden staff is far inferior. The 3rd update. This book is from L/10/10390/. Don't worry, if you can climb to the supreme platform, with the baptism of heaven and earth from the supreme platform, the 9 flames and different fire Jew will definitely be able to break through to the second stage of the 10th floor. See Han Feng comforted Xiaopeng. In the early stage of the second stage of the 10th floor of the 9 flames and different fire art, the level of unsealing of the Skyfire Tower is probably at the level of the top immortal artifact, but the Skyfire Tower itself is at the supreme level. Even if it is only unsealed to the level of the top immortal artifact, it is far from the top level of immortality artifacts are comparable. In the middle of the second stage, the degree of unsealing can be compared with ordinary half-step supreme artifacts. Of course, due to the fact that the Skyfire Tower itself is a supreme artifact, it is naturally stronger than ordinary half-step supreme artifacts. In the later stage of the second stage, the degree of unsealing can be compared with the top half-step supreme artifact, and its power is stronger than the top half-step supreme artifact, second only to the supreme artifact. In the third stage, that is, the supreme level, the Skyfire Tower will truly return to the supreme level. While comforting Fatty, Han Feng united his sword and man once again, using Tsung Gui, and slashed away. Boom boom boom. Slashing on the green protective circle time and time again, no matter how good the defense ability of the green wooden stick is, it can't help but keep making cracking noises. In the protective circle, in order to maintain the defense, the Azure Dragon God Emperor continued to pour immortal power into the green wooden staff. The consumption of a large amount of immortal power made the Azure Dragon God Emperor gradually unable to make ends meet. According to this situation, the situation is not good for the old man. Are you going to use that now? The Azure Dragon Emperor's expression fluctuated. It was originally the whole card he used to prepare for the battle with the Skyline Lord after he was going to be promoted to the Master. It was a consumable whole card. It was used this time. The next improvement will definitely not be as obvious as the first time. After 3 or 4 times, basically there will be no improvement. But looking at the menacing Han Feng and the crumbling protective cover, the Azure Dragon God Emperor took a deep breath. This guy will take revenge. From the moment this old man hits him, this guy will not let this old man go easily, so just I can fight. At this moment, the Azure Dragon God Emperor was full of regrets. If he had known earlier that he would encounter such a difficult character, he would have said nothing before and would have just turned into a blue light and fled away. But now, regretting is useless, and we can only fight with all our strength. Inside the green protective cover, the Azure Dragon God Emperor suddenly let out a roar, and the green robe on his body was instantly torn apart, revealing his naked upper body. In a thin body. But it contains extremely terrifying power, which is the power of the 6th Order Invincible Emperor. And on that thin body, there are dense green dragon tattoos, which are lifelike. From a distance, it seems that hundreds or thousands of green dragons gather on the body of the Azure Dragon Emperor, releasing endless majesty. Han Feng, who slashed at the green protective shield with the sword of the righteous man, was also affected in an instant. He seemed to have suddenly come to a strange space, and hundreds of thousands of green dragons were staring at him coldly in the entire void. Let Han Feng feel cold for a moment. Look. What exactly is the green dragon tattoo? Han Feng stared at the green dragon tattoo on the body of the Azure Dragon God Emperor in amazement. At this moment, the illusion disappeared, and the feeling of chill that brought Han Feng before disappeared, but Han Feng knew that the chill was definitely not his illusion. It must be the green dragon tattoo on the opponent's body that gave him an extremely dangerous feeling at that moment, which made him feel cold for a moment. The soul of the Azure Dragon, unite my body. The Azure Dragon Emperor roared, and in an instant, the Azure Dragon tattoos on the Azure Dragon Emperor's upper body surged one by one, as if they had really returned from death and turned into living Azure Dragons. Phantoms of blue dragons roared out, surrounding the Emperor of the Azure Dragon, and on each of the phantoms of blue dragons, there were fluctuations of stronger or weaker power. Some power fluctuations have probably reached the level of a god emperor, while others are only at the level of a god king. These blue dragon souls are the blue dragons that fell from the last era and this era. They did not reincarnate after their fall, but gave up the chance of reincarnation, and used the secret method of the Blue Dragon clan to turn their souls into the seal of the Blue Dragon soul on the Azure Dragon Emperor. When the Azure Dragon God Emperor activates the secret technique, he can condense the soul of the Azure Dragon in his body and forcibly enhance his own strength. This secret method is very cruel. When every blue dragon turns his soul into the soul of the blue dragon and seals it on the body of the Azure Dragon God Emperor, he will suffer unspeakable pain. It is torture at the soul level. Willingness to suffer torture. The pain can be imagined. However, in order for the Azure Dragon clan to rise again one day and give birth to a true master who can lead the Azure Dragon clan beyond the ancestors, these strong members of the Azure Dragon clan would rather endure the torture of inhuman souls and use secret techniques to turn their souls into Azure Dragons. The soul is sealed in the body of the Azure Dragon Emperor. At this moment, the soul of the Azure Dragon was condensed on the Azure Dragon God Emperor, and the Azure Dragon God Emperor's aura surged again and again. In the beginning, the Azure Dragon God Emperor was the general 6th level invincible God Emperor level. He has absorbed a lot of purple light from the ruler in the past few years in the Dominator space, and his strength has surpassed the limit of the God Emperor, and he is close to the Master. Huge. But at this time, under the agglomeration of the Azure Dragon soul, the Azure Dragon God Emperor continued to roar, and the aura on his body jumped to the real level of 7th order dominance, and the upward trend still did not stop. In a short while, it was completely stabilized at the initial stage of the 7th Order Master, and directly past the stage of stabilization after the initial promotion to the Master. Not good. Han Feng's expression turned gloomy in an instant, and he went all out to attack the green protective shield. If this continues, God knows what level it will rise to. The Azure Dragon God Emperor has underestimated Han Feng from the very beginning. So why is Han Feng not like this? After killing the 3 heavenly demon masters, Han Feng no longer takes the God Emperor seriously, even if it is the Lord of the Flame God. Han Feng does not think so. I will lose. In the whole world, I am afraid that only Master Tianhen can crush him, and Master Hongda may not be able to win against him for sure. But now, Han Feng knows that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond people. The Azure Dragon Emperor has no supreme foundation, but has the background of the Qinglong family. Now with the help of this background, the Azure Dragon Emperor has brought great oppression to Han Feng. Click. Click. The green protective cover is getting weaker and weaker, and it is on the verge of breaking, but the aura of the Azure Dragon Emperor inside the protective cover has been raised to another level. From the early stage of the 7th Order Master to the middle stage, and then the later stage. The moment the green shield was completely shattered, the aura of the Azure Dragon God soared directly to the peak of the 7th Order ruler under the double blessing of the Azure Dragon Soul and the ruler Divine Crystal. In terms of momentum alone, Han Feng certainly still had the upper hand, surpassing the 7th Order ruler by more than a notch. And the Azure Dragon God Emperor was only promoted to the peak of the 7th Order ruler, which was comparable to the Eastern Emperor's ruler. However, in the hands of the Azure Dragon God Emperor, there is a half-step supreme artifact, and Han Feng's advantage immediately becomes a little insignificant. Han Feng's scalp felt a little numb all of a sudden. How terrifying is it for a peak 7th Order Master to hold a half-step supreme artifact? 2. Reading 1, K, a bookend, Shu. As the Master of the Eastern Emperor, it would not be a problem to easily kill the Master of Skyline. If it is controlled by the Master of the Sky Mark, the Master of the Demon with limited strength may not be able to defeat the Master of the Sky Mark, or even if he can win, he will pay a huge price. If there are other Masters to assist him, the Master of the Demon will fight. Bad things will be left forever. The gap between masters gets bigger the further you go, and the gap between the 8th and 9th ranks is ridiculously large. Even if the 8th rank masters master half-step supreme artifacts, they can't help the 9th rank masters. In the endless void, there are many 7th order masters, but after several epochs in a decent world of heaven, a 7th order master will be born, but the 8th order masters are much less. 9th order masters, look at those powerful heavens that have been developed for hundreds of epochs. The world is also an extremely rare existence that stands at the top of the world of heaven. Half-step supreme, let alone its rarity. The gap between the 9th level master and the half-step supreme can only be narrowed by relying on the supreme supernatural power, and the half-step supreme supernatural power is no longer very useful. However, Han Feng is still only the God Emperor. Even if he has a lot of masters who are stronger than the 7th rank because of the Supreme Foundation and the 9-turn God Emperor art, he can't take much advantage of the Azure Dragon God Emperor, who has a half-step supreme artifact at this moment. The advantage, after all, the difference between the two of them is not the difference between the 8th level master and the 9th level master. The Azure Dragon God Emperor grinned ferociously, and with a wave of the wooden stick in his hand, it seemed as if tens of thousands of giant mountains were pressing away. 1 Ken, Book 1, K, A, N, S, H, U. The spirit is like one. Han Feng combined his sword with man, but this time, he failed to break through like a bamboo, and was forced to stop after killing half of the bombardment. The Azure Dragon God Emperor waved the wooden staff again, and the green light turned into a monstrous sea, sweeping across the entire void, submerging many heavenly islands along the way. At this moment, for Han Feng, it seemed that the whole sky was pressing down on him. Han Feng has already used all kinds of augmentation methods, but in terms of dominating combat power, the immortal great sun god physique, immortal physique, sword demon form, and primordial origin physique, which are equivalent to high-level immortal god physiques, have improved very little. Han Feng's strength is already capable of instantly killing an ordinary 7th level master, but it is far behind an 8th level master. The strength of the Azure Dragon God Emperor has been raised to the peak of the 7th order master, and the green wooden stick is activated. Its strength is no less than that of an ordinary 8th order master. Even if it is not, it is infinitely close, and Han Feng is no match. Puff. Han Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. A huge mountain turned into a green on blasted fiercely on Han Feng's body, knocking Han Feng into the air. The Azure Dragon God Emperor's upper body continuously emitted the Azure Dragon roar, casting the Azure Dragon soul and condensing it in his body, which also put a lot of pressure on the Azure Dragon God Emperor. Read the book 1, Ka, and Shu. And the longer the casting time, the weaker the effect. At this time, the Azure Dragon God Emperor endured the torture of himself after casting the secret method, and urged the green wooden staff with all his strength, trying in vain to get rid of it in a short time. Get rid of Han Feng. Suddenly, various weapons, vines, and giant beasts condensed in the green energy waves. The Tsongling Pendant. Tsongling Pa. Immortal Great Sun Sword. Hongmeng Supreme Fist. Han Feng completely fused the Hongmeng Supreme Fire and the Immortal Great Sun Divine Flame. His strength increased again, and he used all the moves, but he was still unable to catch up. A green sword aimed at the gap, and instantly slashed at Han Feng's body. If it hadn't been blocked by the primordial supreme armor, the sword might have penetrated directly through the heart. The green vine swept towards him like a flood dragon. After Han Feng dodged a few times, his wrists, legs, and neck were tied up one after another. The Azure Dragon Emperor, which is almost equivalent to the 8th order level, completely crushes the current Han Feng. Hand over Ziguang, the master, and I will spare you. Azure Dragon God Emperor retaliated because of the secret method. His face was grim, and his veins were protruding. Han Feng had already seen that the Azure Dragon Emperor would not be able to persist in using the secret technique for long, so naturally he would not hand over the ruler Ziguang. As long as he persisted, when the time for the secret technique was over, the Azure Dragon God Emperor would definitely not be his opponent even if he had a half-step supreme artifact. The Emperor Qinglong's expression became sharp. I really think that I dare not kill you? After saying that, the Emperor Qinglong formed a spell with his left hand, and the green light of the green wooden stick in his right hand was even brighter, almost like the sun, illuminating the ruler the entire void of space, but this brightness is green. In the green waves, there was a faint roaring sound, and then with the roar of the sky-shaking dragon, green dragons formed of green energy roared out. Han Feng's face changed slightly. This kind of momentum was no longer something he could compete with. But at this time, the Azure Dragon God Emperor's face was already a little blue, obviously urging the green wooden staff to condense these green dragons, which consumed a lot of Qinglong's mind and energy. Go! The Azure Dragon God Emperor let out a low voice, and all of a sudden, those green dragons roared and rushed towards Han Feng. The power of each green dragon was comparable to that of the early-stage 7th Order ruler, and it was extremely terrifying. Han Feng took a deep breath. If green dragons of this strength devoured him one by one, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. Just at this moment, a purple-gold light burst out from Han Feng's body, and a purple-gold pagoda appeared above Han Feng's head. Little fatty! A trace of surprise flashed in Han Feng's eyes. The Heavenly Fire Tower was not summoned by Han Feng, but Xiaopeng flew out with his own strength. As soon as the Skyfire Pagoda came out, overwhelming power surged in all directions, and that power was even stronger than the green wooden staff. Wherever the purple-gold light passed, the green glow seemed to have encountered a natural enemy, or it could be said that the courtiers faced the surrender of the king. In short, the green ocean instantly retracted. The Azure Dragon condensed with green energy stagnated in midair for an instant after touching the purple light, then shattered and disappeared completely. What? The Azure Dragon God Emperor roared in disbelief. He had already paid so much, even used up his consumable whole cards, unexpectedly. The other party also has a half-step supreme artifact. How is it possible? This universe has only been born for a few epochs. How could it be possible to have a half-step supreme artifact? My family has spent such a high price to cultivate a half-step supreme artifact. This kid, why do you have it? The Azure Dragon Emperor roared in his heart, roaring. What angered the Azure Dragon Emperor the most was, since he had a half-step supreme artifact, why did he take it out in the first place? If he had known that the opponent had a half-step supreme artifact, he would not have fought until now. Han Feng took a deep look at the Skyfire Tower. The 9 flames and different fire art is only the first stage of the 10th floor. The Skyfire Tower should not have such power, but now that it suddenly exploded, how could Han Feng not guess that it must be the little one? What price did Fatty pay to make the Skyfire Pagoda unleash a half-step, supreme artifact level power in a short period of time? Realizing that Fatty might have paid a relatively high price, Han Feng shouted, "The Azure Dragon Emperor, since neither of us can do anything to each other, why don't we each take a step back?" The second update. Take a step back each? It has to be said that the Azure Dragon God Emperor's heart is moved. At this moment, the matter is obvious, and he can't do anything to the other party. The Azure Dragon God Emperor is not stupid. He complained about why Han Feng didn't take out the half-step supreme artifact earlier, but now he understands that the opponent's half-step supreme artifact should have various restrictions and cannot be used easily. In other words, unless the other party is willing to pay some price, there is nothing he can do about it. Since no one can do anything to anyone, it is better to take a step back and leave one after another. When he thought that he had paid such a high price and got nothing, the Azure Dragon Emperor felt a pain in his heart. Quickly take back the secret method. The lifelike soul of the green dragon is transformed into a normal green dragon tattoo. The Emperor of the Blue Dragon sensed it, and next time he urges the soul of the green dragon to condense his body, the improvement will definitely not be as much as it is now. unless he gets a lot of tattoos. Ruler Ziguang strengthens his strength, otherwise he will reach the mid to late stage of the 7th order ruler or even lower, and it is impossible to reach the peak of the 7th order ruler. This guy. Qinglong Xuanhuan looked at Han Feng bitterly. It was this kid who made him lose so much, but unfortunately he couldn't help him. Humph, the old man is gone. See you next time. The old man won't be as strong as today. The Azure Dragon God Emperor put away his wooden staff, turned into a blue light and fled cleanly, already planning to absorb more masters in his heart. Ziguang, it would be the best if Ziguang can be raised to a level comparable to a 7th order ruler by relying on his dominance. Then he can use the Qinglong soul to condense in his body, maybe he can still reach the peak of the 7th order ruler, or even surpass the 7th order. Dominate the limit. As soon as the Azure Dragon God Emperor left, Han Feng immediately merged his sword with his body, fled to the other side, and at the same time quickly retracted the Skyfire Pagoda. Well done. Xiaopeng's tired voice came to Han Feng's ears. Xiaopeng was really afraid that Han Feng would go to fight the Azure Dragon God Emperor immediately after seeing the Skyfire Tower's power increase. What are the sequelae? Han Feng knew what Xiaopeng must have used, so he directly asked about the consequences. Forcibly unblocking, and now I have been backlashed. I will probably sleep for a while, and the origin of the Skyfire Tower has also been affected a little. You must step on the supreme platform, otherwise the original source of this loss is not so easy to recover. If you can't recover, it will have a great influence on your breakthrough to the 3rd stage of the 10th layer of the 9 flames and different fires. Ju. Fortunately, you didn't really do anything. It won't last long if you forcefully unblock it, and it will be revealed soon. At that time, it will be really difficult for you to escape. And the one who forcibly unblocks it will cause more damage to the origin of the Skyfire Tower. Big. Xiaopeng's tone became more and more tired. Obviously, the forcible unblocking not only damaged some of the origin of the Skyfire Tower, Xiaopeng himself, as a weapon spirit, still forcibly unblocked himself, and the backlash also made Xiaopeng uncomfortable. Han Feng said distressedly, "Take a good rest, I will definitely ascend to the supreme stage, use the baptism of heaven and earth to help you recover, and make the 9 flames and different fire art go further. I'll leave it to you." After Xiaopeng finished speaking, he fell into a deep sleep. The Skyfire Pagoda was originally only unsealed to the high-level immortality level. Even if the power is far higher than the high-level immortality, the unsealed level cannot become higher-level immortality. Forcibly unblocking, jumping directly from high-level immortality to half-step supreme, this span is huge, so even though it only takes a short time from unblocking to the end, in fact, the loss to Xiaopeng is very large. Seeing Xiaopeng sleeping soundly, Han Feng sighed deeply, and his belief in climbing to the supreme stage became stronger. This was not only for his own breakthrough to dominate, but also for the recovery of Xiaopeng and the Skyfire Pagoda. Time flies, decades have passed. As the arrival of the Supreme Terrace got closer, Han Feng's immortal divine infant's dominant divine crystal had solidified by half. With the increase of the dominant divine crystal, Han Feng's strength had already infinitely approached the 8th order dominant level. Right now, Han Feng doesn't need to use the Skyfire Tower at all, and his strength is no less than that of the Azure Dragon God Emperor who activated the half-step supreme artifact decades ago. Now facing the Azure Dragon God Emperor, the Azure Dragon God Emperor will be vulnerable. After all, what the Azure Dragon God Emperor used was a secret method, and he couldn't last long, but Han Feng was serious. Of course, the premise is that the Azure Dragon God Emperor has not made much progress in these years. Over the years, Han Feng has also met other God Emperors, among them the 2nd-generation Dragon Emperor. Most of the people who can come in and rule the space are the heavenly God Emperors. Naturally, these God Emperors have heard of Han Feng. His attitude can't be said to be too respectful, not as good as the Lord of Flame God. But these god emperors are not stupid. Although their ideas haven't changed too much, their rationality tells them that they are not Han Feng's opponents. Therefore, once they encounter Han Feng, these god emperors immediately turn around and avoid Han Feng face to face. After the second dragon emperor met Han Feng, he transferred Ziguang, his ruler, to Han Feng. The second dragon emperor understood that it would be difficult to be promoted to the master this time with his strength. If it was said that before, he would fully support the Lord of the Flame God, but now the second-generation dragon emperor obviously supports Han Feng. As for Gui Tiancheng, he sits in Tianweishan and has not entered the dominant space. The second-generation dragon emperor even told Han Feng that there were many god emperors from Tianweishan to help, and now the master of the flame god is no weaker than the real master with the help of the master god crystal, so let Han Feng be careful. Han Feng just smiled and didn't care. After seeing the power of the Azure Dragon God Emperor, the Lord of the Flame God is really nothing, unless the Lord of the Flame God can fuse his 9 great divine fires and soar to the level of the half-step Supreme Divine Fire. The fusion of the 9 high-level immortal fires may be stronger than the top-level immortal fires, but it is still far away from the half-step Supreme Fire. Han Feng estimates that the current fighting power of the Lord of the Flame God must have surpassed the limit of the 7th Order ruler, that is, he was about the same as he was decades ago, and he was still far from the 8th Order master. Dominating the space, the pitch-black void, the Lord of the Flame God killed a crystal beast, and burst out a dominating purple light. Absorbing the ruler's purple light, the Lord of the Flame God sensed the more solidified ruler god crystal in his body, and couldn't help but smile slightly. With the help of many gods and emperors in the sky, how can this seat be weaker than that person? Today's seat, in the presence of the ruler god under the increase of the crystal, it is comparable to the master, and under the full strength of the battle, with the fusion of the gods and fire, the combat power exceeds the limit of the 7th rank. Master, this seat is bound to win. As if thinking of someone, the Lord of the Flame God's face was a bit ugly. Because of someone, he had a gap with a personal disciple he had finally accepted. Forget it, after I become the master, I will make up for that woman, she always turns her elbows outward. The Lord of the Flame God sighed and gritted his teeth. A few years ago, the Lord of the Flame God really loved Yaqing as his personal disciple and daughter, but suddenly Han Feng appeared and snatched away his dear female disciple. How could the Lord of the Flame God not hate it? Suddenly, the face of the Lord of the Flame God changed, his figure disappeared in a flash, and a black light blasted towards his original position. Sneak attack? The eyes of the Lord of Flame God became sharp in an instant, and he stared at somewhere in the void. Since your excellency is here, why do you sneak around? Don't you dare to show up. The third update. The void that the Lord of the Flame God was staring at suddenly distorted for a while. And then a large amount of black air roared out, the black air billowed, and a figure stepped out of the black air. Read a book? www.1KNSHU? You are Long Lilua from the Heavenly Dragon clan of the Eastern Emperor. The Flame God Lord looked at him in surprise. When the Lord of the Flame God was young, although the Eastern Emperor Tianlong clan was forced by the Eastern Emperor and had to hide from the world, the reputation of the Eastern Emperor Tianlong clan had not completely dissipated at that time, and it was still great. As the patriarch of the Eastern Emperor Tianlong clan, the 6th-level invincible emperor also had a great reputation at that time. Although the Lord of the Flame God had never seen Long Lilua, he knew what Long Lilua looked like. At that time, Long Lilua was still a strong man that everyone talked about. Unlike today, the Eastern Emperor's Tianlong clan is almost forgotten, and Long Lilua has no prestige in the current younger generation, and they don't even know who Long Lilua is. However, the Lord of the Flame God sensed the aura emanating from Long Lilua, but he felt a little suspicious in his heart. Although the aura of this body has the fluctuation of dragon essence, and the blood of the Eastern Emperor's Tianlong clan is also in the blood, most of the aura is full of evil and darkness, just like a demon descending into the world. Could it be the heavenly demon seal? The Eastern Emperor's heavenly dragon clan has already taken refuge in the heavenly demon clan. It is not impossible to be planted by the heavenly demon seal. With the help of the heavenly demon seal, Long Lilua's strength will be even stronger. Or, Long Lilua has already been killed with the help of the secret method of the heavenly demon family, the lord of the heavenly demon completely transformed into a heavenly demon? No, that's not right. If you completely transform into a demon, you won't be able to enter and dominate the space at all. Reading 1. K. Wanson, S. To read H. U. C. C. The Lord of the Flame God stared at the other party, making various guesses in his mind. Black air surged all over Long Lilua's body, even in this pitch-black void. The black air was still extremely conspicuous, like tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, trying to devour the world. Oh? With the help of the power of the God of Dominion, have you temporarily possessed the power of dominion? You are worthy of being the Lord of the Flame God, but let's leave the God of Domination to me today. Long Lilua sneered. Immediately, his figure rushed towards the Lord of the Flame God like a dream, and after-images appeared one by one. Fire! The face of the Lord of the Flame God remained unchanged, and with a sound of fire, all the divine fires awakened by the Lord of the Flame God spewed out and quickly merged together. The overwhelming flame swept out, covering the sky and the sun in an instant. Long Lilua didn't dodge at all, and rushed in. He grabbed his palm and then let go. Black air exploded in the center of the palm. A large amount of black air billowed out, filling the sky. Xuanhuan couldn't get close to Long Lilua. How could it be? The face of the Lord of the Flame God changed slightly. Even if he could rely on the power of the demon in the demon seal to increase his strength, the power of the demon would never be so strong. This guy, what the hell is going on? The Lord of the Flame God was still puzzled. Long Lilua's figure was already approaching the Lord of the Flame God. His eyes sharpened, and the monstrous flame turned into a huge fire cauldron and fell from the sky, hitting Long Lilua fiercely. Boundless dark night. In an instant, it seemed that thousands of miles around came to an inexplicable space. This space was really dark, and nothing could be seen. Look at a book. 1 K A N S Book H U. The darkness that dominates the space is just the darkness of the void. In fact, it doesn't mean that you can't see anything. Although the soul is suppressed, it is not completely useless. But in this pitch-black space, everything is really dark, as if everything has disappeared. The flame that was originally burning was extinguished in an instant, and the fire cauldron also collapsed in an instant. The five senses, soul, etc., have all disappeared. The Lord of the Flame God thumped in his heart. This kind of ability is definitely not something that Long Lilua can display. If Long Lilua had been this strong, he would not have been robbed of the opportunity to be the ruler by the ruler of the Eastern Emperor. Who are you? You are definitely not Long Lilua. The Lord of the Flame God asked with a gloomy expression. Guess? A playful voice resounded throughout the pitch-black space. The Lord of the Flame God already had guesses in his mind, and after eliminating all kinds of impossibilities, no matter how unbelievable the remaining one was, this was the only possibility. 4 of the 5 celestial demons who invaded this time have died, so only the last one can control Long Lilua. Lord of the Demons. Your Excellency is the Lord of the Heavenly Demon. The Lord of the Flame God slowly uttered a sentence. His eyes were full of shock. He couldn't figure out when Long Lilua was taken away. If the house is seized before dominating the space, then the dominating space will definitely exclude the Lord of the Heavenly Demon from entering, and according to the information obtained, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon should still be transformed into a ceiling formation to trap the 4 Tianhen rulers. If the Lord of Heavenly Demon has already shot, what about the 4 masters? Could something have happened? This is not right. If something happens, the Lord of Heavenly Demon can directly kill Tian Weishan. Why come in to dominate the space? Then there is only one possibility left, and that is to seize Long Lilua in the dominating space, but how did he seize it? Or in other words, it's not a seizure at all. Various thoughts surfaced in the Lord of the Flame God's mind. Over there, Long Lilua, no, it should be said that the Lord of the Demon Lord Jia sneered, you guessed right, but unfortunately there is no prize. Boundless Demon Claw. In the pitch-black space, the claws of heavenly demons, densely packed in all directions, were like sharp swords, grabbing at the Lord of the Flame God one after another. However, the Lord of the Flame God really couldn't see anything here, he couldn't even discover his soul, and even when the demon's claws attacked the Lord of the Flame God, there was not even a sound of piercing through the sky. However, the Lord of the Flame God is after all a 6th-level invincible emperor, and it is not easy for a god emperor to reach this level. The eyes can't see, the ears can't hear, the soul can't perceive, so use your intuition. At the same time, the 9 divine fires in the body blasted out again. It's a pity that the flame was extinguished by the power of the dark night in this space as soon as it came out. If your divine fire fusion can reach the half-step supreme level, maybe you can resist it, but now, it can't. Although it is not the real body of this seat, the means of using this seat will be affected, and I will not be able to exert all the power, but it is by no means simple. The voice of the Lord of the Demon Lord did not know where it sounded, but it directly rang at the Lord of the Flame God. In the mind. The boundless dark night and the boundless demon claw are both the strongest supernatural powers of the Lord of heavenly demons. It can barely be regarded as the power of a half-step supreme technique. The Lord of the Flame God relied on his intuition to dodge a few times, but was still caught by the claws of the heavenly demon. More claws of the heavenly demon directly penetrated the body of the Lord of the Flame God. The Lord of the Flame God spat out blood, and his consciousness fell into the darkness. The heavenly demon's claw grabs the juggernaut crystal in the main body of the Flame God abruptly from the Flame God Lord's body, and then the heavenly demon Lord swallows the juggernaut crystal, and the solidity of the juggernaut crystal in the body instantly solidifies a lot. If it is said that the power of the heavenly demon Lord was only equivalent to the middle stage of the 7th order ruler, then it has directly reached the late stage now. The first update. The demon's claws directly penetrated the immortal baby of the Flame God Lord, and the immortal baby broke on the spot. Want to read? Book 1 Book K, A, Shu. The God Emperor, the most important thing is the immortal God Infant. If the immortal God Infant is broken, the God Emperor will suffer heavy injuries. At least, his cultivation base will fall to the God King, and he will never be able to break through again, and at worst, he will die directly. The Lord of the Flame God vomited blood on the spot, and the shattered immortal baby turned into violent immortal power, which devoured the Lord of the Flame God, destroying his meridians and mind. Until the end, the body of the Lord of Flame God was directly exploded by this violent immortal force, and then a spatial fluctuation flashed. The Lord of Heavenly Demons' eyes flashed. Is this the inner world of the Emperor? He grabbed the small world that drifted away after the death of the Emperor with a big hand. Through the small world, he seemed to see the inner world of the small world. The cultivators looked terrified. With the fall of the God Emperor, some small worlds will also collapse, and some are lucky to stay, but they continue to decline as time goes by. But no matter whether it is a direct collapse or luck is intact, when the Emperor falls, there will be huge shocks and visions in the small world. Just now, the skies of all continents in the small world of the Lord of the Flame God were stained with blood. Such an ominous scene gave many practitioners in the small world a very bad premonition. The Demon Lord grinned and shook his hand, causing the small world to collapse instantly. Thousands of practitioners in the small world, ranging from those who were at the ordinary level to those who were at the level of the 9 transformations God King, all died in an instant, without even the chance of reincarnation. Read a book, 1. I'm afraid no one would have thought that this seat would leave tricks on this trash like Long Lilua in the last era. Although this method is not as good as seizing the house immediately, but the advantage is that it does not attract people's attention. I am afraid that even the person himself will not be able to notice his strangeness. This method has lasted for an era. My soul origin is hidden in the depths of Long Lilua soul. After an era, I have already assimilated Long Lilua. It only takes one thought for me to completely wipe out Long Lilua consciousness, replacing Long Lilua. Of course, if I do this, I'm not a real celestial demon without a celestial demon body, and I can't exert my true supernatural power, but it's also because I don't have a complete celestial demon body, and because Long Lilua's body, blood, and soul all come from this in the world, this seat can directly exert the power of the seventh order ruler in the early stage. With the Dominator crystal, not weaker than the seventh order Dominator in the middle stage, plus the Dominator God crystal obtained before. Not inferior to the late seventh order ruler. I just need to get some ruler crystals, and the power of this seat will be even stronger. With my supernatural power, it is not a problem to contend with the eighth order ruler. If you can become the ruler of this world with the body of Long Lilua, and then fuse with the main body of this seat, even in this world, this seat can exert a power close to the main body. It is infinitely close to the power of the peak ninth order ruler, is enough to destroy this world and devour the heavenly way of this world. At that time, not only will I be able to easily take half a step towards the Supreme, but I will even be the Supreme in the future. Ha ha ha. The Lord of Heavenly Demon laughed wildly, with a look of madness. Look at a book, 1, K-A-N-S book H-U. The blue light transformed by the Azure Dragon God Emperor shuttled through the void, and suddenly, a black light struck. The blue light originally wanted to avoid and ignore the black light, but the black light chased after it. Looking for death. The frustration of fighting Han Feng made Xuanhuan extremely cautious now, and he didn't want to rashly become an enemy, but Haimeng's relentless pursuit angered Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's reluctance to cause trouble does not mean that Xuanhuan is afraid of trouble. Roar. The Azure Dragon God Emperor roared, and a phantom of the Qinglong appeared behind him, and then the phantom Qinglong opened its mouth, and a blue light burst out instantly. The Claw of the Demon. In the black glow, the Heavenly Demon Lord transformed into the Heavenly Demon Claw. Although it is not comparable to the Heavenly Demon Claw of the Heavenly Demon's real body, it should not be underestimated. The Azure Dragon God Emperor has also obtained a lot of Master Ziguang over the years, but the Azure Dragon God Emperor does not have as many helpers as the Lord of the Flame God to provide Master Ziguang. Now the strength of the Azure Dragon God Emperor is only infinitely close to the 7th level. Using the soul of the Green Dragon, at most it can reach the middle and late stages of the 7th order ruler. Therefore, the Lord of Heavenly Demon can easily tear Qinguang's claws into pieces. The Claw of the Heavenly Demon? You are the Heavenly Demon. The Azure Dragon God Emperor gasped, and the ruler of the space was sneaked in by the Heavenly Demon. Realizing the identity of the Lord of the Heavenly Demon, the Azure Dragon Emperor was so angry that his murderous intent blasted out like mountains and seas. The Qinglong ancestors were killed by the Lord of the Heavenly Demon in the First Era. The Qinglong Emperor's hatred for the Heavenly Demon is the hatred of the entire Qinglong clan for the Heavenly Demon. Death. The Azure Dragon Emperor turned into his real body without even thinking about it, and his huge body moved away flexibly. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon smiled contemptuously, boundless demon claws. Puff puff. Before the Azure Dragon Emperor got close to the Lord of the Heavenly Demon, his scales were torn apart by the endless claws of the Heavenly Demon, leaving bloody scars. What? The Azure Dragon Emperor turned pale in shock. What kind of supernatural power is this? He was almost torn into pieces. This is no ordinary demon. You are the Lord of the Heavenly Demon. The Azure Dragon Emperor roared. Since you know it's me, then accept your fate. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon laughed wildly. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon had never heard of the Azure Dragon Emperor in these years, so he didn't take the Azure Dragon Emperor seriously at all. The Sixth Order Invincible Emperor. Therefore, when the Qinglong Emperor turned into a human body and took out the wooden staff, the expression of the Lord of Heavenly Demons suddenly changed. Half-step supreme artifact. The Azure Dragon God Emperor immediately urged the green wooden stick, and the green energy surged out, sweeping the surroundings like a tsunami. In an instant, various weapons, giant beasts, and green vines surged out of the violent green energy to trap the enemy. And the place that was scratched by the demon's claw before is also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the green ocean, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon used the claws of the Heavenly Demon to smash each attack, but the endless attacks of green energy forced the Lord of the Heavenly Demon to use the unique skill of Boundless Demon Claw. The Lord of Heavenly Demon doesn't want to use the strong technique many times. After all, this body is Long Li Lua, not a real heavenly demon. If you use it too many times, it will inevitably cause damage to this body. The body was shattered. Boundless Dark Night. The Dark Night realm immediately engulfed the Heavenly Demon Lord and the Azure Dragon Emperor, and the energy released by the wooden staff was instantly suppressed. The fire of the Lord of the Flame God was annihilated by the power of the night. However, the green wooden staff is a half-step supreme artifact. Although it will be affected by the power of the Dark Night and its power will be weakened, it will not be directly extinguished like the fire of the Lord of the Flame God. I have underestimated you, an old man. Seeing this scene, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon's face darkened, and his voice rang directly in the mind of the Azure Dragon Emperor. The second update. The Emperor Qinglong couldn't see, perceive, or hear anything at this moment. The voice of the Lord of the Heavenly Demon rang directly in his mind, and the Emperor Qinglong immediately roared, "Lord of the Heavenly Demon, come out if you have the ability." The Lord of Heavenly Demon sneered, "Dream, die. Boundless Demon Claw." It seemed that even the attack of the wooden staff couldn't detect the claws of the demons attacking from all directions. The Azure Dragon God Emperor escaped some of them with his dangerous intuition, but some still caught on the Azure Dragon God Emperor. It almost penetrated the heart of the Azure Dragon Emperor. C.O.M. The Azure Dragon Emperor was shocked, and immediately urged the wooden staff to release the protective shield. Afterwards, the Azure Dragon God Emperor continuously poured the immortal power in his body into the wooden stick, and the attack blasted out of the green waves blasted in all directions. Since you can't see the opponent, then attack everywhere. I don't believe that the opponent can dodge this way. No matter how bad it is, it would be fine to smash this Dark Night realm directly. I didn't expect this old thing to have a half-step, supreme artifact. It's not easy to handle it now. Unless this body is in danger of collapsing and releases more demonic power, it really won't be able to break through the tortoise shell of this old thing. The true body of the Heavenly Demon. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon no longer had any scruples, and used a secret method to forcibly transform the bodies of the Eastern Emperor's Tianlong clan into those of the Heavenly Demon temporarily. Boundless Demon Claw. Click. Kacha kacha. The protective cover cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye, forcibly transforming the body of the dragon into the real body of the demon. The two supernatural powers of Boundless Dark Night and Boundless Demon Claw are enough to exert 70% to 80% of their power in a short period of time. It's just 70% to 80% of the power, which is comparable to the general half-step supreme supernatural power, and that level of power is earth-shattering. It can be said that after casting the Heavenly Demon realm under the boost of the Juggernaut Crystal, the current Heavenly Demon Lord is not weaker than the Seventh Order Ruler Peak, and 2.5 steps of supreme supernatural powers are enough for the Heavenly Demon Lord to kill ordinary 8th-level masters. Juggernaut, even if it is the peak of the 8th-rank Juggernaut, as long as there is no half-step supreme artifact or unique knowledge or blood, it will fall in all likelihood. In a moment, the shield almost fell apart. So strong. The Azure Dragon Emperor was shocked. A sudden thought of retreat rose in his heart. It doesn't matter if he dies, but if he dies, the Azure Dragon clan will really have no chance of rising. In other words, even if he dies, the wooden staff in his hand must be returned to the Azure Dragon clan, no matter what. Yes, that's right, the old man can't die now. The Azure Dragon clan hasn't risen yet, so I can't easily die here. The soul of the green dragon, condense my body. The scene of fighting against Han Feng took place at this moment. All the blue dragon tattoos turned into the soul of the blue dragon, roared to the sky, and finally gathered in the body of the Azure Dragon God Emperor, turning into the power of the Azure Dragon God Emperor. WWW. In an instant, the strength of the Azure Dragon God Emperor went from being infinitely close to the level of the Seventh Order Master to the middle stage of the Seventh Order Master, and infinitely close to the late Seventh Order Master. Compared with the original soaring directly to the peak of the Seventh Order ruler, it is not a star and a half. Just relying on the strength of the mid-level Seventh Order Master and the green wooden staff, it is still impossible to be the opponent of the Lord of Heavenly Demon. After all, the green wooden staff is not a half-step supreme artifact with the main attack attribute. The Azure Dragon God Emperor also understood this, so after using the Azure Dragon Soul to increase his strength, the Azure Dragon God Emperor urged the wooden staff with all his strength. The wooden staff burst into endless green light, turned into an endless flying sword, and slashed towards a certain place. Rumble. A gap was opened in the Dark Night realm, and the heavenly demon lord's boundless demon claw also caught on the Qinglong Divine Emperor in an instant. The heavenly demon's claw broke through the Qinglong Divine Emperor's defense and pierced into the Qinglong Divine Emperor's body, causing blood to flow in an instant. At the same time, the heavenly demon Qi, belonging to the heavenly demon true body, instantly poured into the body of the Azure Dragon God Emperor. The Azure Dragon God Emperor endured the pain, not to mention the corrosion of the demonic energy. He instantly transformed into the real body of the Azure Dragon, and flew towards the hole that had been broken. Where to escape? Seeing this scene, the Lord of Heavenly Demon didn't know what the Azure Dragon God Emperor's plan was, and he wanted to stop him with a flash of his figure. At this moment, dragon chants resounded through the dark night domain in the green waves, and green dragons roared out, blasting towards the Lord of the Heavenly Demon. At the moment when a hole was opened in the Dark Night realm, the supernatural power of boundless Dark Night was abolished, and the Azure Dragon Emperor would naturally know the location of the Demon Lord. All the green dragons exuded a power not weaker than that of the Master, and they all blasted at the Master of the Demon. After the Heavenly Demon Lord tore apart the green dragons, the Azure Dragon God Emperor had already fled. Miscalculated, I didn't expect that there would be a half-step supreme artifact in this world, and it was still in the hands of the God Emperor. The face of the Demon Lord was as dark as ink, and he was about to pursue him, but suddenly there were signs of collapse in his body. You can't chase the Azure Dragon God Emperor, so you have to disperse the real body of the demon immediately. Let this old thing go for a while, and wait for the supreme platform to come. As long as this old thing wants to be promoted to the Master, he will definitely go to the supreme platform and kill him at that time. Playing the Azure Dragon Soul is a consumable whole card. The Azure Dragon Soul will be weakened once, and the Azure Dragon Soul will disappear completely after a few times. The next time we meet again, the Azure Dragon Emperor will only be weaker. If not. The demon's eyes narrowed slightly. After I become the Master and merge with the main body, the old man will still be unable to escape. The next moment, the Master of the Demon turned into a black light and attacked the next target. In just over 10 years, many God Emperors fell into the Dominion space. After a long time, some God Emperors finally noticed something strange, and immediately became cautious. There is a lot of space for the Master, and the soul cannot be released too far. Some God Emperors deliberately hide it, and it is difficult for the Master of the Demon to appear. Even so, there are quite a few God Emperors who have been killed by the Lord of Heavenly Demons in the past 10 years. It is a pity that most of the god emperors do not have many masters of Ziguang at all, and most of them are from the outer heavens. Lord. Today, the strength of the Lord of Heavenly Demon, with the increase of the ruler crystal and the improvement of the possessed dragon Li Luo's body, is roughly equivalent to the peak 7th order ruler. With 2.5 steps of supreme supernatural powers, he can kill the 8th order ruler. At the same time, Han Feng and Xuanhuan met again. No, rather than meeting each other, it is better to say that the Azure Dragon God Emperor deliberately found Han Feng. Xuanhuan, you. Han Feng looked at Xuanhuan in surprise. Although Xuanhuan escaped from the claws of the Lord of Heavenly Demon, he was also eroded by the Chi of Heavenly Demon. This is the true body of the Lord of Heavenly Demon. Heavenly Demon. The Heavenly Demon Chi is far incomparable to other Heavenly Demon Chi. The erosion of the Heavenly Devil's aura made the Azure Dragon God Emperor helpless. The pain of being tortured for these years not only did not increase the aura, but it continued to weaken. This is not because the growth rate of the dominant divine crystal is weakening, but because the Azure Dragon Emperor's own strength is weakening. If the dominant divine crystal maintains its original growth rate, the overall power will naturally also weaken. Han Feng has personally experienced the strength of the Azure Dragon God Emperor. He really can't figure out who made the Azure Dragon God Emperor look like this. Han Feng is also curious. Why did the Azure Dragon God Emperor seek him? Help? The third update. P.S. My head is a little dizzy. I can't think of anything after staring at the computer for a long time. I'm afraid there are only 2 updates today. 1 reading www. 1. Finally found you. The Azure Dragon God Emperor found Han Feng and heaved a sigh of relief. He took out the green wooden stick and said solemnly, "Little friend, although I don't know what to call you now, but now, the old man doesn't know who should I look for, I can only look for you. I lent you this Xuanhuan true dragon staff for the time being. Our heavenly world is very dangerous now. I hope you can use the power of this Xuanhuan true dragon staff to destroy the plot of the demon lord." Lord of the demon? Han Feng's expression changed suddenly. Only then did the Azure Dragon God Emperor tell Han Feng about his experience in the past few years, and then said in a deep voice, "Actually, many God Emperors have behaved differently in recent years. If the old man guessed correctly, many of his fellow God Emperors should have been killed. The Demon Lord obviously intends not only to seize our opportunity to become a ruler, but also wants to wipe out all the God Emperors of our world in the ruler space." Han Feng looked horrified. "You mean, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon has come to dominate the space? How is this possible? The Heavenly Demon has the energy and body of the Heavenly Demon, and the Lord of the Heavenly Demon will not allow them to enter." The Azure Dragon God Emperor was also a little puzzled. He didn't recognize the identity of Long Li Lua, the patriarch of the Heavenly Dragon clan of the Eastern Emperor, but he also guessed that it might not be the real body of the Lord of Heavenly Demon. The Azure Dragon God Emperor conjectured, and Han Feng also said, "It should be so. As the 9th level peak ruler, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon has the strength of a far 8th level ruler even when suppressed in our world. It cannot be just as you said. Some strength." 1. Read a book www. 1. With that kind of strength, the Azure Dragon God Emperor has no possibility of escaping. Xuanhuan Qinglong, are you not afraid that Han will take the Xuanhuan true dragon staff for himself? After a long silence, Han Feng asked again. "I'm afraid, of course I'm afraid. This is the basis for our clan's rise. With this Xuanhuan true dragon staff, our clan is equivalent to having a 7th level master. Honestly, if it wasn't the demon who wanted to be the master this time, this old man would never have made such a decision. You and the old man can't say that there is no grudge, but the old man can still tell the difference between right and wrong. If the demon swallowed us the way of heaven, this world is broken, and all of us will die. Rather than letting the heavenly demon become the master, it is better to let you be the master. The Azure Dragon God Emperor really thinks highly of Han. What if Han can't stop the plot of the Demon Lord? Han Feng sighed. Then everyone can only wait to die. The Azure Dragon Emperor said lightly. Han Feng closed his eyes, and then exhaled. His eyes were stern. Don't worry, the Azure Dragon Emperor, when he leaves the dominating space, Han will return the Xuanhuan True Dragon Staff to the Azure Dragon clan. Han can swear to heaven. With this oath, the last trace of hesitation in the Azure Dragon Emperor's heart was thrown away. Looking at the book, 1, K.A.N.'s book H, you at their level, in fact, every word and deed is seen by Tiandao, and they swear to Tiandao but repent, Tiandao will not let it go easily. Our world is handed over to you. The Azure Dragon God Emperor sighed, and handed the Xuanhuan True Dragon Staff to Han Feng. Han Feng took over Han Feng, and immediately felt an astonishing force pouring into his body, which also contained a huge vitality, which made Han Feng's expression startled, and he felt that all the fatigue had disappeared. It's just that compared to other immortal artifacts, Han Feng also clearly felt that the core of the vast vitality of the Xuanhuan True Dragon Staff was lifeless, spiritual, and lifeless. This is a half-step, supreme artifact, without an artifact spirit. There is also the Master Ziguan that I have obtained over the years, and I have also given it to my little friend. After decades of hard work, once he returned to the pre-liberation, the Azure Dragon Emperor had regrets in his heart, but the Azure Dragon Emperor was not out of his mind. Man of. He also wanted to go to the Lord of the Flame God, but according to his judgment over the years, the Lord of the Flame God may have been killed, so the only one who can stop the plot of the Demon Lord is Han Feng. Only when Han Feng successfully stops the Lord of the Demon, can the world be saved and the Qinglong clan continue to survive. The Azure Dragon God Emperor took out the ruling crystal from his body, and in an instant, streaks of purple light surged out of the ruling crystal, rushing towards Han Feng, and soon engulfed Han Feng, and Han Feng's body was filled with bright purple light. The purple light gradually poured into Han Feng's body, and the Master God Crystal in Han Feng's body instantly filled up and continued to solidify. The aura of the Korean style is also constantly rising. Although the realm is still the peak of the 6th Order God Emperor, the aura is so strong that it is constantly approaching the 8th Order level. This scene was seen by the Azure Dragon God Emperor, and he just felt incredible. Normally, even if the ruler crystal is completely solidified, it shouldn't have such a strong aura. It will reach the peak at the beginning of the 7th Order ruler. If you can reach the peak of the 7th Order Dominator or even surpass the 7th Order Dominator only by the increase of the Dominator's God Crystal, then after passing the Supreme Bridge, you can completely become the Dominator, but it is only the 7th level dominance in the early and mid-term, is just a breakthrough to the peak of the 7th Order dominance. After passing the Supreme Bridge and becoming the Master, it is not as powerful as the Master of the Space. Is this possible? If it is impossible, then how is this going on? In fact, this is also very easy to explain. After the Juggernaut Divine Crystal is completely condensed, the level of the 6th level Invincible Emperor remains unchanged, but it has the aura and power comparable to the early stage of the 7th level domination, but the premise is that the power base is the level of the 6th level Invincible Emperor. However, even if Han Feng does not have the boost of the God Crystal of Domination, even though he is a God Emperor, his aura and power have already surpassed the 7th Order Master. Done what should be done. Under the same increase, the stronger the original strength, the stronger after the increase. For example, if the increase is also doubled, after a 100 combat power increase, it will be 200, with a difference of 100 in the middle, but after a 200 combat power increase, it will be 400, with a difference of 200 in the middle. The completely condensed Juggernaut God Crystal can allow the peak of the 6th level Invincible Emperor to have the initial power of the 7th level dominance, so if it is placed on Han Feng, whose original strength is even higher than the 7th level dominance, it will only be more terrifying after the increase. In the same way, the Lord of Heavenly Demon is the same. After assimilating Long Li Lua, the strength of the Heavenly Demon Lord is equivalent to that of the Seventh Order ruler at the beginning, and the increase after the Master's crystal is completely solidified is enough to allow the Heavenly Demon Lord to have the power of a Seventh Order ruler. After stepping on the Supreme Bridge, passing through the Supreme Bridge, and Han Feng truly breaking through the Master, then even though his realm is a Seventh Order Master, Han Feng's own strength may be comparable to the peak Eighth Order Master. It will not cause Han Feng to weaken after breaking through the Master and leaving the Master space. After completely absorbing the ruler's purple light, Han Feng's realm is still at the peak of the 6th level God Emperor, but his aura and strength have been further enhanced, infinitely close to the 8th level Master, only missing the last layer of film. The body dominates the divine crystal, the distance is completely solidified, and it is only the last half a foot away. The first update. At the moment when the Master God Crystal was only one step away from being completely solidified, Han Feng's consciousness suddenly seemed to pass through layers of space, and came to the void of the Master Space who was not known how far away from the main body. Need to read? Book, www. 1. There, Han Feng felt the existence of a certain person, the Master God Crystal in a certain person's body, which was only one layer away from being completely solidified, and the consciousness of a certain person met Han Feng's consciousness in an instant. Human boy, wait to die. A gloomy killing intent came from someone's consciousness. Han will accompany you to the end. Han Feng's consciousness also recovered coldly. The next moment, Han Feng's consciousness came back instantly, as if all the previous perceptions were illusions, but Han Feng knew that it was all true. At the same time, Han Feng also understood that even though he was only a thin film away from the complete solidification of the Juggernaut crystal in his body, this thin film was like a sky, and it couldn't be solved by one or two dominant purple lights. Only by devouring another identical Juggernaut crystal can the Juggernaut crystal be completely condensed and set foot on the supreme stage. That person is the Lord of the Demon. Han Feng narrowed his eyes and murmured, he was indeed a difficult opponent. It was just a confrontation of consciousness, and Han Feng already felt the strength of the other party. Even if it wasn't the main body of the Lord of Heavenly Demon, its strength was far beyond the 7th Order Master level under the current increase of the Master God Crystal. 1 Reading 1, K, N, S, H, U, C, C. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon must have powerful supernatural powers in his hands. The Azure Dragon God Emperor said the same thing about those supernatural powers before. If the Azure Dragon God Emperor didn't give the Qianquan True Dragon Staff, this battle would really be difficult to fight. In Han Feng's eyes, a strong fighting spirit flashed. It has been so many years since the Heavenly Demon invaded, and this is probably the first time he has confronted the Lord of the Heavenly Demon. Although the aura has surpassed the 7th Order ruler, there are also strong and weak ones. In this regard, I have the advantage. Han Feng smiled slightly. If there is also a realm between the 7th level master and the real 8th level master, and it is called the half-step 8th, then Han Feng has already stood at the peak of the half-step 8th, and the master of the demon, it is half a step to death. In the middle of the 8th step. The breadth and strength are also higher than the 7th level master, and Han Feng is obviously closer to the 8th level master. What's wrong? Qinglong Xuanhuan couldn't help asking when he saw Han Feng's strange expression. Han Feng talked about the previous situation. The Azure Dragon God Emperor's face changed slightly. You just got the Qianquan True Dragon Staff, you should hide first, now you can't wield the full power of the Qianquan True Dragon Staff. I can't hide. Through the Juggernaut Crystal, I can feel the position of the Heavenly Demon Lord, and the Heavenly Demon Lord can also feel mine. This is probably the change that occurs after the Juggernaut God Crystal reaches a certain level. Read the book, 1. Hearing this, the Azure Dragon God Emperor's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth for the last time, forcing out a drop of blood essence, and said, "You also make a drop of blood essence. This emperor will cast a secret method, which will allow you to immediately control the Qianquan true dragon staff." Han Feng did not hesitate to force out a drop of blood. The current situation really did not allow him to think about it. Now Xiaopeng is sleeping and does not have a half-step supreme artifact. It is difficult for him to compete with the Lord of Heavenly Demon. The Azure Dragon God Emperor made a tactic with both hands, and the 2 drops of blood essence released a terrifying power fluctuation in an instant. This powerful power fluctuation organized the fusion of the 2 drops of blood essence. The blood essence of the God Emperor, even if it is just a drop, contains powerful power, and the blood essence of 2 different God Emperors are extremely repulsive to each other. It was extremely difficult for the Azure Dragon God Emperor to fuse the 2 drops of blood essence, and it also required a lot of effort. The Azure Dragon Emperor's face gradually turned pale, and the suppressed demon power in his body was ready to move, trying to devour the Azure Dragon Emperor's power again. The Azure Dragon God Emperor was originally at the peak of the 6th level, but now he is only at the middle level of the 6th level, and if he is swallowed, not only will his cultivation continue to decline, but he will become no longer pure, neither a blue dragon nor a demon. Seeing this situation, Han Feng's eyes changed slightly, and then he suddenly appeared behind Qinglong Shenhuang, put his palm on Qinglong Shenhuang's back, and shouted, "Qinglong Shenhuang, don't resist." If there is no heavenly demon lord, then Qinglong Shenhuang and Han Feng are competitors, but now that the heavenly demon lord is dominating the space, the previous grievances between Qinglong Shenhuang and Han Feng seem insignificant. Anyway, they are all like this, the creatures of the other world. Under the threat of the demon, Qinglong Shenhuang's body tensed for a moment, and then he relaxed, allowing Han Feng to pour power into his body. Qinglong Shenhuang believed that as long as Han Feng was not stupid, it would not be harmful to him. Right now, they, no, or all practitioners in this world have a common enemy, and that is the demon. Han Feng poured a steady stream of primordial supreme fire into the body of the Azure Dragon God Emperor. The supreme primordial fire is now only equivalent to the high-level immortal divine fire, and its power is limited, but the supreme primordial fire also has the ability to devour. If it was the power of the heavenly demon displayed by the heavenly demon lord during the complete period, the current primordial supreme fire would naturally not be able to swallow it. But now the power of the heavenly demon in the Qinglong Emperor's body has lost its source, and it is not the power of the heavenly demon that the Lord of Heavenly Demon displayed in his full period. Hongmeng's supreme fire devoured the power of the heavenly demon bit by bit, and the strength of the Azure Dragon God Emperor gradually recovered. He immediately poured out all the power he could call, and used a secret method to fuse the 2 drops of blood essence. This fusion lasted for half a month. The Azure Dragon God Emperor sweated profusely, gasping for breath, fused the fused blood essence into the Qianquan true dragon stick. There was the roar of Qinglong, and there was an aura that did not belong to Qinglong, but that belonged to Han Feng. Han Feng held the Qianquan true dragon stick in his hand again, and this time there was still a strong vitality pouring into Han Feng's body, but what passed to Han Feng this time was the various uses of the Qianquan true dragon stick. Huh? Han Feng suddenly gasped in surprise. One of these usages mentioned that the recovery and healing ability of the Qianquan true dragon staff is not only for practitioners, but for all things in the world, including artifacts. If I use this rich vitality to restore the Skyfire Tower, I don't know. As soon as this thought came out, it firmly occupied Han Feng's mind, and Han Feng immediately turned the vitality that had been pouring into his body to the Skyfire Tower. Then, Han Feng looked at the Azure Dragon God Emperor and said, "Qinglong God Emperor, you go first, I am here waiting for the Demon Lord. You, be careful." The Azure Dragon God Emperor opened his mouth, and finally left behind the word, "be careful," turning into a blue light and fleeing in an instant. As for Han Feng, he simply sat cross-legged, waiting for the arrival of the Lord of the Heavenly Demon, while using the recovery ability of the Qianquan True Dragon Staff to heal Xiaopeng, and at the same time mastered and practiced various attack methods of the Qianquan True Dragon Staff. A month later, even in the dim void, one could feel the monstrous power of the pitch-black demon, which was exploding like a flood. The Lord of Demons is here. The second update. The destructive black cloud surged in, and the Lord of Heavenly Demons stood on top of the black cloud, staring at Han Feng coldly. For Han Feng, the Lord of Heavenly Demon is no stranger. Of the 4 Lords of Heavenly Demon he invited, 3 of them fell into the hands of Han Feng. Because of this, the puppet controlled by his soul source has been hiding in Tibet all these years. Dare not take the lead easily. The majestic 9th level peak master was forced to hide completely, and the demon master felt extremely humiliated. To be honest, this time the Lord of Heavenly Demon enters the Dominion space, Han Feng is the one he fears the most, so he will choose to attack Han Feng at the last moment, when his various states have reached a peak and there is no way to advance. Boy, die! The Heavenly Demon Lord roared, and the sound was rolling, like a stormy wave rushing towards the surroundings. A heavenly island closest to the Heavenly Demon Lord collapsed and fell apart under the sound. The black cloud rolled and turned into a big hand and grabbed Han Feng directly. The monstrous demonic aura released an extremely evil aura. Scatter! With a wave of Han Feng's sleeve robe, the powerful aura immediately dissipated, and the aura that was infinitely close to the 8th Order Master broke through the big black hand in an instant, causing the big black hand to disappear in smoke. In terms of aura, Han Feng is not afraid of the Lord of Heavenly Demon at all. Humph. The Lord of Heavenly Demon snorted coldly, and didn't care. He could kill 3 Heavenly Demon Lords before entering the space of Dominion. Naturally, he should have the combat power of the Dominator level. Now he has the boost of the God Crystal of Domination. If it is too weak, that doesn't make sense at all. The Lord of Heavenly Demon clapped his palm down, and the black cloud continued to roll. Immediately after, the Eastern Emperor dragons transformed from heavenly demonic chi exuded boundless coercion, and instantly attacked Han Feng. There are no ghosts and enemies who hate you and make Sun Gigi. Before the dragon arrives, a strong wind blows, blowing Han Feng fluttering. The Lord of the Demons should not use this kind of little trick. Han Feng's face was still pale, and with just a wave of his sleeves, invisible forces hit the Donghuang Tianlong formed by the aura of the demons. In the next second, these Eastern Emperor heavenly dragons dissipated like cooking smoke. Good method. The Lord of Heavenly Demons' tone was cold, and his eyes were more cautious. As a master, he is still an existence that has slowly climbed from the early 7th level master to the 9th level peak master. The Lord of Heavenly Demon knows how big the gap between each small stage of each level of master is. They are both beyond the 7th step, but they are only half a chip above and infinitely close to the 8th step. The gap between them is so big that it is jaw-dropping. Fortunately, this seat can possess powerful supernatural powers. It is worthy of being the supreme heavenly Tao world. However, such a genius has been born in just a few epochs. If this world is allowed to develop, I am afraid that in the next era, this seat will break through halfway. Xuanhuan, I'm afraid I can't do anything about this world anymore. In this era, we must destroy this world, devour the supreme level of heaven, and break through the supreme. A strong murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the Lord of the Heavenly Demon, and the human boy on the opposite side must not stay. Boundless Demon Claw. In an instant, dense claw shadows formed in all directions, grabbing at Han Feng one after another. Every claw shadow contained terrifying fluctuations in power. An ordinary high-ranking emperor would be torn apart with just one claw, or severely injured. Sun, Ku Yuan Enmity Feng Chuanqiu, Cold Enemy. Han Feng's eyes froze, and the monstrous Hongmeng Supreme Fire surged out like a rising wave. Immediately, the immortal Sun Divine Flame spewed out from Han Feng's body, and even merged with the primordial supreme fire immediately. The divine fire gushing out like a flood instantly turned into a wall of fire, and then those dense claw shadows bombarded the wall of fire one after another. The collision of divine fire and demonic energy made a chi-chi sound. Immortal Sun Divine Physique, open. Hongmeng Supreme Body, Ning. Sword Demon Form. Immortal Physique. Melt. All the means of amplification, this matter was all gushed out by Han Feng. The flame after the fusion of Immortal Sun God Flame and Hongmeng Supreme Fire was integrated into the Immortal Sun Divine Body, Hongmeng Supreme Body, and Immortal Physique, one of the three divine bodies. The strength soared in an instant. Even if it was not as good as the top immortal body, it was not much different. The power increase of the three majors is not weaker than that of the top immortal god body, and may be far less than the power of the half-step supreme god body, but it still has 1/7 or 1/8 of the power. If it is said that although Han Feng was a god emperor before, his aura and power were infinitely close to the 8th order ruler, then now Han Feng's aura and power have truly entered the initial stage of the 8th order. Jiakusol hatred is shown coldly by cold inspection. Light of the immortal sun. The dazzling sun disk, emerging from Han Feng's back, suddenly emitted dense light waves, perhaps because of the fusion of divine fire. These light waves are not pure white, but three kinds of light: purple, gold, and cypress. The three kinds of light are combined into one, and the power is stronger. Boom boom boom. The sound of rumbling in the void is endless, and the shadows of claws are annihilated under the light waves. However, although the number of light waves is also large, compared to the claw shadow, they are pale in appearance. More and more demon claws passed through the firewall and approached Han Feng. Han Feng dodged these demonic claws, and with a thought, that Songling sword energy around him either turned into a storm, or turned into a giant sword, or turned into something else, and slashed towards the demonic claws one after another. In the end, Han Feng even combined his sword and man to perform his unique skill, to smash all the devil's claws that had penetrated into the wall of fire. Sun Tong. Sure enough, my suspicion is not wrong. This guy's foundation is likely to surpass the Emperor of Heaven. The Lord of Heavenly Demon looked gloomy, as if he remembered the legend of Endless Void. In the Endless Void, there are many heavenly worlds. According to legend, some supreme heavenly worlds that have lasted for hundreds, thousands, or even longer have a foundation that is stronger than the foundation of the Emperor of Heaven. As the supreme foundation, those who have the supreme foundation cannot be said to be able to become the supreme in the future, but compared with other masters, the master with the supreme foundation is more likely to become the supreme, several times or even 10 times as much as the other masters. As a heavenly demon, I naturally don't have the so-called foundation of these heavenly worlds, but if I can directly swallow this person, it is not impossible to get benefits. Maybe even if I don't swallow this heavenly world, I can directly break through to half-step supreme. This sun is not only going to die, but also be swallowed up by this seat. The Lord of Heavenly Demons' gaze gradually turned from Xuanhuan to fiery, looking at Han Feng as if he was looking at a delicious food. At this time, Han Feng used Songling Grui to almost break the supernatural power of the boundless magic claw, but Han Feng's surroundings were already shrouded in layers of heavenly demon energy. From a distance, it looked like a cloud of heavenly demonic energy, swallowing Han Feng into it. Sure enough, the opponent should not be the main body. Although this supernatural power is strong, it definitely has not reached the half-step supreme level. Han Feng recalled the battle process mentioned by the Azure Dragon God Emperor, and made a judgment on the current situation. Knowing that the Demon Lord hadn't exerted his full strength, Han Feng didn't dare to be careless, his expression was tense, and he stared at the Demon Lord. The first update. This book comes from Enable New URL. Coming, 2 more. P.S. There is a third update, it may be a little later. Please read the most complete. Enemy is not Kiki Cool Enemy Ball Battle. After a long time, faraway ghosts learn to meet the lone enemy, the loneliest. Boy, this seat sees that you have good talent. If you are willing to be transformed into a demon by this seat promises that you can become the second person in this seat's celestial demon clan, and your position in the clan is second only to this seat. How about it? The voice of the Lord of Heavenly Demons seemed to have some kind of magical power, trying to seduce Han Feng. Enemies and enemies far away. This is the instinctive supernatural power of the Heavenly Demon clan, the Heavenly Demon sound. The Heavenly Demon clan can lure so many people to fall, and they are willing to be set with the Heavenly Demon seal or simply transformed into a Heavenly Demon because of the supernatural power of the Heavenly Demon sound. Of course, the celestial sounds produced by different celestial demons are naturally different. I don't hate the independence of the family, learn to fight against me, the independence. The Heavenly Demon sound cast by the Lord of Heavenly Demon is naturally very powerful. Possessing the Supreme Foundation, to be precise, the Supreme Foundation, Han Feng's soul is no longer comparable to the God Emperor. If the main body of the Demon Master here is not sure, it can affect Han Feng a little. Just assimilate Long Li Lua, use Long Li, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon who acted in Luo's body. The sound of the Heavenly Demon is not enough. What's more, when Han Feng was the ruler of the soul in Heiyong, he naturally knew the ruling method of the ruler of the demon, and he would never allow a second master to be born in the clan, unless the master of the demon, as the leader, reached the half-step supreme or the real master. Supreme level. Therefore, Han Feng's expression didn't change even the slightest, and he simply refused. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon narrowed his eyes. It's really ignorant to dare to reject my kindness, so I have to kill you. In his heart, there was a little regret. More. The secret of the knot and the hatred complex. Boundless dark night. Han Feng's senses disappeared immediately, and his soul lost its effect, as if he had come to a world without light or darkness, which was completely chaotic. Here, there is no north, south, east, west, no direction at all, or no direction at all. Human boy, if I only have one half-step supreme supernatural power, I may not be able to take you down, but I have two half-step supreme supernatural powers. Feel the helplessness and despair in this dark night domain, ha ha ha. The arrogant voice of the Lord of Heavenly Demon rang directly in Han Feng's mind. Sun Choka Yuan, cool enemy, Cha Zhan Yang Yang, early learning. At this moment, Han Feng felt a wave of crisis coming towards him. He couldn't see anything, couldn't feel anything, but the instinctive reaction of his body made Han Feng dodge subconsciously. Qiankuan defense. Han Feng suddenly took out the Qiankuan True Dragon Staff, a faint dragon chant came out, and then the green rain cover suddenly condensed out to protect Han Feng inside. The same artifact, in the hands of different people, has different effects. The Azure Dragon God Emperor used the Azure Dragon Soul to improve his strength at the beginning, and it was true that the Qiankuan True Dragon Staff had exerted a very strong power, but that was the improvement of the Azure Dragon God Emperor through the secret method, and the Azure Dragon God Emperor's own strength was only average. So the Azure Dragon God Emperor really, the power exerted is only 70% to 80% of the Qiankuan True Dragon Staff. This is because the Azure Dragon God Emperor is from the Qinglong family, and the Qiankuan True Dragon Staff is the reason why the Qinglong family has been promoted through secret methods. For an ordinary God Emperor, even if it is a sixth-order invincible God Emperor, even if he has a half-step supreme artifact, it is already against the sky to be able to exert 50% of its power. Although Han Feng is said to be in the realm of the Emperor, his own power exceeds the seventh-order ruler because of his supreme foundation, and he can exert a lot of power as soon as he gets started. With the connection of the stick, the power that Han Feng can exert at this moment is infinitely close to 100%. The shield that protects Han Feng is stronger than the shield that protected the Azure Dragon God Emperor back then. The endless claws hit the protective cover, but they couldn't break it no matter what. Maybe sometimes there would be a lot of cracks, but the green light flashed on the protective cover, and the strong recovery ability of the Xuanhuan True Dragon Staff directly broke the protective cover. Those cracks are back to normal. In order to completely break through the protective shield, the Lord of Heavenly Demon must blast out more powerful damage, so that the recovery of the protective shield cannot keep up with the destruction. This wooden staff. The Lord of Heavenly Demon stared at the Xuanhuan True Dragon Staff, and he remembered what this wooden staff was. This is the wooden stick in the old man's hand. The Lord of Heavenly Demon recognized the wooden stick and took a slight breath. Han Feng is not weak at all, and if he is half a step of the supreme artifact to help him, what's the deal? The universe is angry. Han Feng shouted angrily, and the green energy bombarded out, turning into a vast green ocean. The green ocean continued to rise, and instantly turned into an ocean. The center of the ocean was Han Feng. Han Feng couldn't perceive the specific direction, so he urged the Xuanhuan True Dragon Staff with all his strength. Sooner or later, the energy transformed by the Xuanhuan True Dragon Staff would reach the limit of the Dark Night Realm, and that time would be the time to break the Dark Night Realm. Unscrupulously cool the enemy, hate the battle, test the promise. Damn it, how could this kid have that old man's half-step, supreme artifact? Could it be that this kid killed that old man? This kid is really lucky. The Lord of Heavenly Demon was furious, and the energy of Heavenly Demon in his body gushed out continuously, turned into more devil claws, tore open a lot of space, and ruthlessly blasted on the protective cover. Boom boom boom. Under the continuous bombardment of the Lord of the Demon, the green shield kept making loud noises and trembling. With every impact, Han Feng needs to consume more immortal power to send it into the Xuanhuan True Dragon Staff. Fortunately, Han Feng is the supreme foundation, and has the power to increase the dominance of the God Crystal. The immortal power contained in his body is far from the original Azure Dragon God. The Emperor is comparable. No, 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 hate. No, 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 cool, and later hate for the landlord of Suusuo Boundless Dark Night. If it was the Azure Dragon God Emperor back then, he might not be able to hold on at this moment, and the protective shield would be broken. It's the limit. Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Through the true Xuanhuan Dragon Staff, Han Feng felt that the power released by the Xuanhuan True Dragon Staff was blocked by some barrier, which should be the boundary of the Dark Night domain. Break! Han Feng roared, and the immortal power in his body was crazily injected into the Xuanhuan True Dragon Stick. The green energy continued to rise, and soon the Dark Night Realm was like a balloon filled with water. The water rushed like a torrent. The potential is strong, and the balloon will be blown up very quickly. Not good. At this time, the Lord of Heavenly Demon didn't care about attacking the protective shield, but instead turned to maintain the Dark Night domain displayed by the supernatural power of the boundless Dark Night. However, it is not the Lord of the Heavenly Demon whose body is here, and his strength is limited. This Dark Night domain is like a water polo that has been stretched to the limit, and finally bursts, and a large amount of green energy blasts out. Han Feng's 5 senses and soul returned to normal. The fury of the Xuanhuan True Dragon. Han Feng also began to amplify his moves. The most powerful attack method of the Xuanhuan True Dragon Staff was cast in Han Feng's hands at this time. Han Feng held up the Xuanhuan True Dragon Staff, behind him was violently turbulent green waves, and in the turbulent waves, 10,000 Zhang green dragons broke through the sea with boundless power and roared loudly. Bringing their anger, Qinglong charged into the billowing black cloud. In an instant, it seemed as if thunder condensed in the black cloud, making a deafening sound. The second update. This book comes from Enable New URL. Coming. Not long after, the black cloud was dispersed, and the angry roar of the Lord of Heavenly Demon was also heard. 1 Reading WWW 1. The real body of the demon. The Lord of the Demon has never been so aggrieved. He is obviously very powerful, but because he is not the real body, he is not as good as a God Emperor. Even if the God Emperor's combat power has reached the initial level of the Eighth Order ruler, it is still unbearable for the Lord of Heavenly Demon. Therefore, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon did not hesitate to display the true body of the Heavenly Demon, and forcibly transformed the body of the Eastern Emperor Tianlong into the body of the Heavenly Demon. The power of the demon. The real power of Heavenly Demon, whether it is the boundless Dark Night or the boundless Devil's Claw, will exert 10 to 10% of its power. Naturally, doing so puts a lot of pressure on the original body, and it won't last long, but now, the Lord of Heavenly Demon can no longer control so much. Boundless Demon Claw. Swipe. A streak of pitch-black light fell on the body of the green dragon condensed by the power of the Qianquan True Dragon Staff. Each of the green dragons was covered with scars, and some of the green dragons were torn to pieces by the claws of the demon. Han Feng's Supreme Fist. Han Feng took the initiative to attack, and punched out like a star. Read a book, W, 1K, A, Nshu. Heavenly Demon Remnant Shadow Fist. The Lord of Heavenly Demon also waved his fist to resist. This fist transformed into a Taoist afterimage, which directly escaped Han Feng's punch and landed on Han Feng's body. Puff. Han Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Fortunately, he was resisted by the primordial supreme armor. Although Han Feng vomited blood, the impact he received was actually not that great. The Heavenly Demon Remnant Shadow Fist is not a half-step supreme supernatural power, but a top-notch immortal technique. For dominating combat power, this punch has limited power. Han Feng's punch also fell on the Lord of the Heavenly Demon, but the defensive ability of the Heavenly Demon's real body was not weaker than that of the Dragon Clan, even the Azure Dragon Clan. Therefore, Han Feng's punch also slightly injured the Demon Lord. Die. The Heavenly Demon Lord's expression was ruthless, and the violent power of the Heavenly Demon covered the sky and the sun. Every attack by the Heavenly Demon Lord carried a powerful force, which was enough for an ordinary 7th-level ruler to tremble. Facing the state fully open. The Heavenly Demon Lord with the body of the Heavenly Demon, Han Feng, is quite difficult to resist. The Guardian of the Universe will be shattered in a short time, and the green dragon blasted out by the real Dragon of the Universe will not last long under the claws of the Heavenly Demon Lord, and will be torn apart, cracked, shattered. Several times, the Heavenly Demon Lord's Heavenly Demon Claws had already caught Han Feng. Even with the Supreme Primitive Armor, and the Supreme Primordial Flame incorporated into the Supreme Primordial Armor, it was difficult to resist. Look at the book WWW 1, K, Awant N Book S, H, Yu Hongmeng's Supreme Armor is full of damage caused by paw prints, tattered and tattered, as if it will collapse at any time. Han Feng's injury was getting worse, but Han Feng's eyes were getting brighter and brighter, and he didn't feel any fear or even retreat because of his injury. Han Feng has already felt that the peak power of the Demon Lord is gradually weakening. If the Lord of the Heavenly Demon can tear the green dragon into pieces with a few claws, and break the Guardian of the Universe with a few strokes, what is needed now? The number of times is several times more than the initial one. Sure enough, this body is possessed by the Lord of the Heavenly Demon through some means. Once the power of the Heavenly Demon's real body descends, this body will bear great pressure. After reaching a certain level, this body will burst. This Demon Lord will definitely not last long. The Lord of Heaven Demon also saw Han Feng's plan. His eyes were filled with madness and anger. After breaking through the green shield again, he slammed his claws on Han Feng again. This time, the primordial supreme armor on Han Feng's chest was completely shattered, revealing the bloody chest that had been caught. Obviously, this heavenly demon claw caused Han Feng a lot of damage. The scars caused by this claw can be seen deep into the bones, and the power of the heavenly demon poured into Han Feng's body along the wound, swallowing silkworms and corroding everything. Even with the recovery ability of the Xuanhuan True Dragon Staff, it will not be able to recover in a short while. Deported. The power of the heavenly demon, especially the real power of the heavenly demon, is definitely not so easy to resist and get rid of, otherwise the Azure Dragon God Emperor would not have been tortured like that by the power of the heavenly demon that invaded his body. However, the recovery ability of the Xuanhuan True Dragon Staff is still strong in other aspects, which makes Han Feng an unbeatable Xiaoqiang. No matter how crazy the Lord of Heavenly Demon is, Han Feng will not die. Han Feng should have been embarrassed, but Han Feng's expression was rather smug, and he looked at the Demon Lord with a provocative gaze. This appearance made the Demon Lord almost jump his feet in anger. Han Feng has not been dealt with for a long time. The arrival of the real body of the heavenly demon finally made the endurance of Donghuang Tianlong's body reach the limit. When he made another shot, the body possessed by the Lord of Heavenly Demon showed cracks like ceramics. Blood spewed out. Suddenly, the body of the Lord of Heavenly Demon froze, and there was a flaw. Good opportunity. Han Feng's expression froze, and he let out a long roar in an instant. The purple and gold light enveloped Han Feng, and a purple and gold pagoda was suspended above Han Feng's head in an instant, and smashed hard at the Lord of the Demon. This purple-gold pagoda is the Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda. In the previous month, Han Feng used the majestic vitality of the Xuanhuan True Dragon Stick to continuously treat Xiaopeng. After more than 20 days, Xiaopeng woke up, and the lost source of the Skyfire Tower also recovered a little. The recovery ability of the Xuanhuan True Dragon Staff can make the injuries of the 7th Order Dominance level recover in a short time, but it took more than 20 days for Xiaopeng to wake up. How terrible. For the rest of the day, Xiaopeng accumulated a lot of vitality, enough to exchange for a chance to make a move from the Skyfire Pagoda, and he made a move at the half-step Supreme Artifact level. With only one blow, Han Feng couldn't be more cautious, so despite the danger before, Han Feng still endured it, causing his chest to be almost scratched. Now it is proved that Han Feng's forbearance is correct. Grasping the flaw left by the Lord of Heavenly Demon at that moment, the Skyfire Pagoda instantly turned into a purple-gold light, like an ancient sacred mountain, and left in a mighty way. Almost instantly, the Skyfire Pagoda turned into a giant tower and fell from the sky. It's another half-step Supreme Artifact. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon shrank his pupils and turned pale in shock. It is also a blow from a half-step Supreme Artifact. The attack power of the Skyfire Tower is stronger than that of the Xuanhuan True Dragon Staff, not only because the Skyfire Tower itself is a Supreme Artifact, but also because the Xuanhuan True Dragon Staff has flaws. There is a gap in the half-step Supreme Artifact. The body possessed by the Heavenly Demon Lord had already reached the limit of endurance, and his body was about to collapse. After being hit by the Skyfire Tower, Long Lilua's Eastern Emperor Heavenly Dragon body was directly shattered, like glass shattered thoroughly. Little fatty, grab a part of the soul origin of the Demon Lord. Han Feng said urgently. The third update. Descends, one more. P.S. It was only discovered this morning that the chapter title of the previous chapter was missing, and it has been added now. 1. Reading 1. Leave it to me. Xiaopeng said in a deep voice. After the Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda shattered the possessed body of the Demon Lord, the purple gold rays of light spread out like a huge net covering the sky and covering the sky. That part of the soul of the Demon Lord originally turned into a ball of light, rampaging, trying to break out of the Zijin net. Dream. Xiaopeng sneered coldly, but it was just a part of the original soul, and wanted to escape from him? At this time, there is still some residual power after the blow from the Skyfire Tower, which is enough to deal with part of the soul origin of the Lord of Heavenly Demon, After all, 90% of the soul of the Lord of the Demon is in the main body, and a part of the soul is used to control the puppets of the demon, and the last part of the soul is in this body, and the power is not strong. The purple gold net was quickly closed, trapping part of the soul of the Lord of Heavenly Demon in it, and then the purple gold net turned into a beam of light and poured into the Skyfire Tower in an instant. The next moment, the Skyfire Pagoda turned into a purple gold light, submerged into Han Feng's Tianling cap, and returned to Han Feng's body. Little fatty, pull out the memory of the 4 people who ruled the skyline. 1 read? Book 1, K, A, N, S, H, U. Yes, but it will take some time. The soul source of the Lord of the Demon Lord has transformed to the 9th level, and it is not comparable to the 7th level of the Lord Heiyong. Xiaopeng hesitated and said. Han Feng paused and said, "Don't worry, take your time and recover yourself first." Afterwards, Han Feng also sat cross-legged in the void, holding the Qianquan True Dragon Staff in his hand, using the vitality in the Qianquan True Dragon Staff to recover from his injuries. At the same time, the primordial supreme fire circulated in Han Feng's body, devouring the power of the heavenly demon that poured into his body. The injury is easy to recover, and the majestic vitality of the Qianquan True Dragon Staff can regenerate even a broken arm, not to mention that Han Feng's injury has not yet reached the point of breaking his arm. However, the power of the heavenly demon pouring into the body is not so easy to expel. About half a day later, Han Feng's eyes opened instantly, and the flash of sharpness in those eyes immediately suppressed a blue light bursting from afar. The blue light faded away, revealing the figure of the Azure Dragon Emperor. The Azure Dragon Emperor has a complicated face. It showed even more hesitation. "Do you want to do it?" Han Feng said lightly. The body possessed by the Demon Lord collapsed, and his soul was imprisoned by the Skyfire Tower. The Azure Dragon Emperor and Han Feng naturally returned to become competitors. Whoever can step on the supreme platform may become the master. 1, Reading 1, K, A, N, Shu. As for the Qianquan True Dragon Staff, Han Feng believed that since the Azure Dragon God Emperor had a secret method that allowed him to control the Qianquan True Dragon Staff in the shortest possible time, then the Azure Dragon God Emperor naturally also had a secret method that would allow him to immediately lose control of the Qianquan True Dragon Staff. When the immortal power poured into the Qianquan True Dragon Staff before, Han Feng discovered that although he could wield infinitely close to 100% of the power, but after all, there was a small part that he did not control, and that was probably the backhand of the Azure Dragon God Emperor. Therefore, if you want to deal with the Azure Dragon Emperor, the Qianquan True Dragon Staff is not reliable. As for the Skyfire Tower, it only has the power of 1 blow, and now it has returned to the level of a high-level immortal artifact. Even if its power is much stronger than that of a high-level immortal artifact, it is still far from the power of a half-step supreme artifact. In other words, if the Azure Dragon God Emperor really makes a move at this moment, what Han Feng will face is a 6th-order invincible God Emperor who can control a half-step supreme artifact. Whether he can win the fight, given the current state of his injured body, Han Feng is not very sure. The half-step supreme artifact has a great influence on the Emperor and the masters of the 7th and 8th ranks. But even so, Han Feng still stared at the Azure Dragon God Emperor with a cold light in his eyes. If the Azure Dragon God Emperor really made a move, then he would not care about the easing relationship between the two before, and would not show mercy. There is no room for half-heartedness in the battle to dominate the opportunity. Han Feng believes that he is more sure of winning. In Xiaopeng's words, the big deal is that he unblocks early again and suffers the force of backlash and falls into a coma. The Azure Dragon Emperor's expression fluctuated, and finally heaved a long sigh. Forget it, this time the old man who dominates the opportunity has given up. In the end, the Azure Dragon Emperor still did not choose to do it. Capture the Master God Crystal in Han Feng's body. Without the completely condensed Juggernaut Crystal, even if the supreme terrace came down, he would not be able to climb it. As soon as the Azure Dragon Emperor beckoned, the Qianquan True Dragon Staff flew out of Han Feng's hand and fell into the hands of the Azure Dragon Emperor. Regarding this scene, Han Feng's expression did not change. Obviously he had expected it long ago, and fortunately he did not rely on the Qianquan True Dragon Staff, otherwise he would be embarrassed if the Qianquan True Dragon Staff suddenly turned against him in a real fight. Seeing this scene, the Azure Dragon Emperor was even more afraid of Han Feng. Han Feng's calm expression, in the eyes of the Azure Dragon Emperor, was a fearless look. Thinking that Han Feng also had a half-step supreme artifact, the Azure Dragon Emperor seems to understand something. The Azure Dragon Emperor never imagined that unless Xiaopeng was willing to bear the huge backlash force again, Han Feng would never be able to use the Skyfire Tower to release a blow no less than half a step from the supreme artifact. In the end, the Azure Dragon God Emperor left, and Han Feng waited quietly for the arrival of the supreme platform while expelling the power of the heavenly demon in the body. At this time, the ruling crystal in Han Feng's body, after absorbing the ruling crystal in the body of the Lord of the Demon, has been completely solidified, waving a dazzling purple halo. However, this Juggernaut Divine Crystal has no spirituality, and the immortal Divine Infant still looks lifeless, which shows that the Juggernaut Divine Crystal has not been completely stimulated, it is just false. The baby disappeared. Only after stepping on the supreme platform and honed by the 3 supreme bridges, will the Juggernaut Divine Crystal be completely stimulated, and be regarded as the real Juggernaut from then on. Time passed by quietly, and the day when the supreme terrace came was getting closer and closer. At the same time, Xiaopeng finally pulled out the memory of the 4 people who ruled the skyline. It turns out that it is really not easy to be able to absorb the source of power of the 4 masters. The ceiling formation transformed by the Demon Master is really not simple. The method of breaking the ceiling formation requires internal and external cooperation. It seems that I am the only one who has become the leader. Only if it is the master, it is possible that Skyline rules the 4 seniors. After breaking through to become a real master, my strength should be stronger than the ordinary 8th Order master. Having obtained these memories, Han Feng closed his eyes tightly and waited quietly for the arrival of the supreme platform. Since entering the dominating space, 100 years has passed, and at the moment when the 100-year period arrives, the dominating space suddenly bursts with purple light, filling the entire space, and an unprecedented coercion descends on each God Emperor. These emperors, including Han Feng, felt a vast, ancient, and shocking aura. That is, the aura of Supreme Terrace. The first update. C_T, in Han Feng's site, there seemed to be a shocking scene. Read the full text of the latest chapter, visit the latest chapter. Please search to see the most complete. The fastest updated novel. A long-distance feud. A big hole was suddenly torn open in the entire void, wisps of purple mist filled the air, and then huge purple round platforms descended from the sky, located somewhere in the void. There are 10 round platforms in total, the first one is the lowest, and the 10th one is only a few meters away from the purple mist vortex that splits open in the void. There is a supreme bridge connecting each supreme platform. At this moment, except for the first round platform which was shining with a dazzling purple light, the rest of the round platform and the supreme bridge all showed a faint purple color. Then, the 10 supreme platforms gradually disappeared, and Han Feng still saw the starry sky that dominated the space. Han Feng knew that what he had seen before was not an illusion, but a scene that was passed on to everyone when the supreme platform descended. Chou Yuanka ghost enemy hates Mo Yang, can't take over. At the same time, the dominant divine crystal in Han Feng immortal divine infant was beating like a heart, and in a certain direction, there seemed to be something that strongly attracted the dominant divine crystal. Han Feng knew that that was where the supreme terrace was located. Hugo's cool not hates the month refers to the test. According to the feeling that Juggernaut Shinjing gave him, Han Feng merged with man and sword, turned into a startling rainbow, and rushed away. The Dominator space is so huge, it is said that 3,000 God-world planes combine to form the ancient continent, and its area is not as large as the Dominator space. Today's Han Feng's comprehensive strength is comparable to that of the 8th Order Early Master, and it took more than a month to reach the position of the Supreme Platform. As for the rest of the God Emperors, the moment Han Feng stepped onto the Supreme Platform, the Gate of Dominance appeared beside them, and the Gate of Domination released a suction force that they could not resist at all, sucking them into the gate, was thrown out by the dominant space. The enemy is not the only enemy in the future, learn from Moyan Yuan Gang. In the 3,000 Gods realm, somewhere in the endless starry sky, monstrous demonic energy suddenly rolled out, and the huge demonic vortex sucked in all the giant beasts in the nearby starry sky. It was a rare god-level starry sky behemoth, extremely powerful. But in the face of the demon vortex, this giant starry sky beast is like a weak kitten and puppy facing a fierce lion, powerless to resist. In an instant, this giant starry sky beast was sucked in, and its flesh and blood were swallowed up in an instant, leaving only the bones, and soon the huge bones were also shattered in an instant. Enemy is not cool. Human boy. I will definitely not spare you. In the vortex of the demon, there was a faint roar that shook the sky. Not long after, a figure suddenly appeared, and disappeared within a few flashes, and the demon vortex where it was originally located also gradually dissipated. This figure is obviously a puppet controlled by a part of the soul of the Lord of the Heavenly Demon. At the moment when another part of the soul of the Demon Lord had an accident, the main body of the Lord of the Heavenly Demon sensed it, but that part of the soul of the Lord has been imprisoned by Xiaopeng. Apart from knowing that part of his soul origin was imprisoned by Han Feng and that Han Feng had destroyed his plan, the main body didn't know much about the rest. But there is one thing the Lord of Heavenly Demon knows clearly, that is that human boy, he must have known his hiding place, so the Lord of Heavenly Demon let the Heavenly Demon puppet swallow the ceiling formation into his stomach, took him away from here, and found another place to hide again. Hide. Just wait, it won't take long for my main body to be free. At that time I will definitely avenge the loss of part of my soul source. Dominate the space, on the supreme stage. The moment Han Feng stepped onto the supreme platform, the rich purple light instantly engulfed Han Feng, and a large amount of purple light flowed along Han Feng's body and poured into the Master God Crystal in Han Feng's body. The Master God Crystal shone and gradually diffused out of a spiritual sex. This spirituality is very weak, but it has already made the Master God in the body very different from before. At the same time, Han Feng absorbed the purple light, and also felt that he was about to burst out in all aspects. Enemies are not sympathetic, sun hate meets the moon and dominates. The divine soul, divine body, and immortal power, including the divine body power of the immortal great sun divine body, are all boiling, as if they are about to evolve towards a higher level, but every time they spurt out, they are blocked by something. A force of heaven and earth enveloped the first supreme platform, and various understandings emerged in Han Feng's heart. On the first supreme stage, Han Feng stayed for a full month, and then the purple light gradually became weaker and finally disappeared without a trace. Han Feng stood on the supreme stage, he was still the same person, but it seemed to be different. Sun Qiu is not far away, the queen hates Mousua and does not hate. The soul, body, and immortal power are still at the original level, but there are some differences. The biggest change is probably the immortal baby in Han Feng's body. The immortal baby, whose eyes were originally closed, seems to have opened a small gap at this time. A wave of spirituality and vitality emanated from the immortal baby. The first supreme tower has limited benefits for me. Even the original source of the loss of the Skyfire Tower has only recovered a little bit. Sure enough, starting from the fourth supreme platform is the real creation. Thinking of this, Han Feng stepped onto the first supreme bridge, connecting the first supreme platform and the second supreme platform without hesitation. The first supreme bridge was 1,000 meters away. When Han Feng stepped into the supreme bridge, purple flames burst out from under the supreme bridge, and the purple flames rushed towards Han Feng. Han Feng wanted to resist, but found that he couldn't use any moves at the moment. He could only watch the purple flame penetrate into his flesh and blood, roasting his flesh and blood, can't even take a step. Boom boom boom. There were constant bangs in Han Feng's body, and the pain of being roasted made Han Feng growl uncontrollably. Strangely, the purple flame did not harm any other parts of Han Feng. At this moment, the immortal power flowing in Han Feng's body was still flowing slowly or rapidly. The purple flame continuously burned Han Feng's flesh and blood. Gradually, Han Feng's flesh and blood was scorched black, but when he reached out and touched it, the scorched skin was wiped off, revealing what comes out as flesh and blood that contains more powerful power. The purple flame of the first pass is the tempering of the divine body. Only after this tempering of the divine body can the divine body complete its transformation, stepping from the emperor level to the master level. With the transformation of flesh and blood, Han Feng was able to lift his feet and walk forward step by step. Now Han Feng understands that the supreme bridge is not something you can walk around if you want, it's just a kilometer. For the emperor, it's just a distance you can cross in the blink of an eye. But on the supreme bridge, this 1,000-meter distance also means that the purple flame is sharpening the god's body. Only the more flesh and blood is tempered by the purple flame, can a person take a step forward. Xuanhuan is cool and hates war and is cool and cool. As the supreme foundation, it is not difficult for Han Feng's body to withstand the sharpening of the purple flame, he just needs to endure the pain. God emperors with weaker foundations sometimes fail not because they can't bear the pain, but because their gods are too weak, so that their flesh and blood are not further strengthened by purple flames, but directly by purple flames. The flames burn to ashes. In just a few days, Han Feng's flesh and blood had almost been tempered, and the power of dominance was contained in the flesh and blood. At this time, Han Feng had already traveled 1/3 of the distance. The second update. This book is from L/10/10390/. After 1/3 of the journey, the tempering of Han Feng by the purple flame was no longer aimed at the flesh and blood, but at the meridians. The meridians were tempered by purple flames, and the pain seemed to be more painful than flesh and blood being tempered. Han Feng's face was distorted, and cold sweat kept breaking out, which was directly evaporated. This time, Han Feng walked a little slower. Even if Han Feng had the supreme foundation, he did not dare to speed up the process. He had to adapt to it for a while, before continuing to move forward after the tempering was completed. Take a step forward. In the second stage, after Han Feng walked for almost half a month, the meridians of his body had only completed a tempering. Compared with before, the meridians were tougher and softer, and could withstand more and higher quality power. In the meridians, there is also the dominance divinity. Han Feng walked 2/3 of the first supreme bridge, and the last third was the tempering of the bones of the whole body. This step didn't dare to be careless. The tempering of the bones, the kind of pain that pierced into the bone marrow, made Han Feng almost faint for a while. At the beginning, the senior said that he stayed on the supreme bridge for a long time. Now I know why. I have to get used to the pain. Otherwise, if I walk too fast, the pain will continue to intensify, and I may faint from the pain, which is equivalent to failure. Han Feng murmured. Even the 4 seniors who ruled the Eastern Emperor walked very slowly at the beginning. He, Han Feng, a junior, even if he is the supreme foundation, why should he walk so fast? In the third stage, Han Feng walked for more than a month, and when he finally passed the first supreme bridge, Han Feng wished he could lie down and sleep for a few days and nights to recover. With the passage of the first supreme bridge, Han Feng's body has been thoroughly sharpened and tempered, and the divinity of the ruler is pervasive. Han Feng's body has completely stepped into the ruler level from the emperor level. My foundation is the supreme foundation. No, according to the memory of the soul source of the Lord of the Demon, this foundation is also a legendary existence in the endless void. It is extremely rare and is called the Supreme Foundation. With the Supreme Foundation, my body at the God Emperor level, its strength and contained power have already surpassed the general 7th Order Master. And now my body has stepped into the Master class from the God Emperor class, and it is not worse than the ordinary 8th Order Master. Next step, go to the Second Supreme Bridge. Stepping into the Second Supreme Platform, Han Feng accepted the baptism of heaven and earth from the Second Supreme Platform. The immortal Sun Divine Body was about to move, and the 9 flames and different fire art was also rapidly operating. Even so, there is still no breakthrough. Stepping over the Third Supreme Bridge. It can be regarded as truly reaching the master level. For the first 3 supreme platforms, Han Feng didn't have much hope. The Second Supreme Bridge is the surge of purple thunder. This purple thunder swallows Han Feng, and Han Feng is surrounded by purple thunder, making a terrifying rumbling sound. Strangely, the purple thunder did not cause too much damage to Han Feng, because the purple thunder was aimed at the soul. In the world of spirits and souls, the sky is covered with dark clouds, and streaks of purple thunder are like dragons, shuttling through the dark clouds. In the next second, as if destroying the sky and destroying the earth, thunderbolts crashed down, bombarding the world of spirit and soul. Han Feng's complexion was pale, and the tempering of the soul was more uncomfortable than the pain, which made Han Feng dare not be careless. Han Feng didn't want to accidentally get injured, even if he didn't become an idiot. The source of the soul was seriously injured. Not only will it be difficult to make further progress in the future, but even longevity will be affected. The God Emperor and the Juggernaut are theoretically immortal beings. If the Tao of Heaven is immortal, the God Emperor and the Juggernaut will live forever, but the Juggernaut is lucky to say that the God Emperor really can't live that long. Because the God Emperor was in the battle, some soul sources were damaged, which directly caused the lifespan from immortality to drop to only tens of millions or even millions of years left. In the world of hundreds of epochs, the more masters there are, the more masters will fall. The importance of the origin of the soul is self-evident. Han Feng walked on the Second Supreme Bridge for more than half a year. After crossing the Second Supreme Bridge, Han Feng's spirit world also undergone earth-shaking changes, stepping from a god-level spirit to a master-level spirit. So far, Han Feng's road to dominance has gone through 2/3, and only the last third is left. Stepping on the Third Supreme Platform, accepting the baptism of heaven and earth again, at the same time a large amount of purple energy poured into Han Feng's body, Han Feng already felt that the immortal Sun Divine Body was only one layer away from being promoted to the next level. The same is true for Hongmeng's Supreme Physique and Immortal Physique. Even the 9 flames and different fire art is only one step away from breaking through to the second stage of the 10th floor. The 4th Supreme Platform must have a complete breakthrough. Afterwards, Han Feng's expression became serious, and he stepped onto the Third Supreme Bridge. The Third Supreme Bridge is filled with purple gusts, which constantly bombard Han Feng's body. It seems to be an attack on Han Feng's flesh and blood, but it is actually a tempering of the immortal power in Han Feng's body. The tempering of the power of immortality seems easy, without suffering any pain, but it is also the most difficult. If the tempering of the soul and flesh and blood is more about the ability to endure, than the tempering of the power of immortality, it really depends on the foundation. The stronger the foundation, the higher the quality of the immortal power, and it is naturally easier to step into the master level. From a certain point of view, the quality of Han Feng's immortal power itself is infinitely close to or comparable to the master-level immortal power, so this tempering can easily make Han Feng's immortal power go a step further, stepping into the supreme class. Since the quality of immortal power has reached the supreme level, there is no difficulty in tempering it afterwards. When Han Feng passed the Third Supreme Bridge and completely set foot on the Fourth Supreme Platform, Han Feng's aura instantly surged, and the endless power was released, stirring the void. At this moment, Han Feng's soul, body and immortal power stepped into the master level one after another. Han Feng himself was promoted from the 6th level God Emperor to the master level, and the 7th level master. The power belonging to the master erupted from Han Feng's body, and that power was earth-shattering and heart-shattering. My current realm is the early 7th order master, but... Han Feng's eyes brightened, and he smiled. My aura and strength are already comparable to the peak 8th order master, or even surpassed. Skyline dominates the seniors, so he may not be able to take me down at this time. Breaking through from the God Emperor to the God Emperor, Han Feng ascended to the sky in one step and directly broke through to the 6th order God Emperor, possessing the power to dominate the battle. Now from breaking through from the Emperor to the Master, Han Feng has grown by leaps and bounds again. If breaking through from the God King to the God Emperor just made Han Feng completely stand at the pinnacle of this world, then breaking through from the God Emperor to the Master meant that Han Feng completely stood at the position of the number one person in this world. Unless the ruler of Skyline has half-step supreme magical powers or half-step supreme artifacts, or the bloodline divine body has reached the half-step supreme level, otherwise the chance of winning against Han Feng at this time is only 40%. And now Han Feng has just passed the 3 supreme bridges, and has just set foot on the 4th supreme platform. Han Feng still has a lot of room to grow. The 3rd update. More. P.S. The closer it is to the end, the more stuck it will be. Another big dungeon will almost be over. I have to think about it again. Today is the 2nd update. 1 Ken, Book 1, K-A-N-S-H-U. Han Feng accepted the baptism of heaven and earth, and all kinds of enlightenment emerged in his heart. His understanding of martial arts, which was a little confusing at first, became instantly clear at this moment. At the same time, a large amount of purple energy also poured into Han Feng's body, enhancing Han Feng's divine power. These purple chi cannot be regarded as dominating purple light, but they also have some characteristics of dominating purple light. Therefore, after absorbing a large amount of purple chi, Han Feng's immortal sun divine body finally broke through, stepping from the advanced immortal level to the top immortal level. With the help of the baptism of heaven and earth, the comprehension of the unique knowledge also made the immortal physique go a step further, from the peak of the immortal physique to the realm of Dzogchen, or the limit of the immortal physique. At this point, the immortal physique has reached a limit, which is equivalent to the power of the top immortal physique. Han Feng guessed that if the immortal physique wants to go further, the only way is to completely evolve to a higher level, which is a level corresponding to the supreme level. Obviously, the baptism of heaven and earth in the 4th supreme platform was not enough for Han Feng to comprehend the next step of the immortal physique. The 9 flames and different fire art was running crazily, and the vast purple energy was absorbed by the 9 flames and different fire art. Suddenly, Han Feng's body shook, and the Hongmeng supreme fire involuntarily swept out centered on Han Feng, and the Zijing divine fire was powerful. 1. Reading 1, K-A-N-S, Who. After absorbing a large amount of purple energy, the 9 flames and different fire art finally broke through the 1st stage of the 10th floor and reached the early stage of the 2nd stage. With the breakthrough of the 9 flames different fire Ju, the primordial supreme fire also broke through from the sub-level supreme primordial fire to the true supreme primal primordial fire. Although it is only the early stage of the true level, it is not inferior to the top-level Xuanhuan. Perhaps it was because Han Feng's strength was too strong, or perhaps it was because of the baptism of heaven and earth, Han Feng naturally refused the primordial supreme fire and the immortal great sun divine flame. It should be noted that with the breakthrough of the immortal sun divine flame, it has also reached the top immortal divine fire level. The fusion of 2 top immortal divine fires is by no means easy, and it is by no means without a little bit of danger. After all, Han Feng is not a Yin clan. And even for the Yen clan, it is by no means easy to fuse the two top immortal divine fires. But Han Feng did it. Gradually, Han Feng's rising momentum gradually subsided, and finally returned to calm. Feeling the power flowing in his body, the corner of Han Feng's mouth slightly lifted. Smile. Han Feng raised his head and looked at the fourth supreme bridge. Stepping on this supreme bridge meant that he would undergo the second tempering of the master. In fact, Han Feng can choose to refuse now and leave the supreme platform, but with Han Feng's character, how could he just stop like this? Possessing the supreme foundation and practicing the 9-turn God Emperor art, the power of the foundation is much stronger than the ordinary supreme foundation. With such a trump card, it would be too much to not go to the higher level supreme bridge and supreme platform. I'm sorry for my roots. Read a book? www.1knshu. So, Han Feng took a step resolutely and came to the fourth supreme bridge. The first supreme bridge to the third supreme bridge is a reincarnation, the fourth to sixth supreme bridge is a reincarnation, and the seventh to ninth supreme bridge is also a reincarnation. The first supreme bridge, the fourth supreme bridge, and the seventh supreme bridge are actually a tempering of flesh and blood or the body of God. The difference is that the first supreme bridge gushes out with purple flames, and the fourth supreme bridge is a purple thunderstorm descending from the sky. The thunderstorm washed down, and Han Feng's divine body felt the severe pain again. Han Feng's complexion was distorted in pain, and he walked more slowly. These thunderstorm forces impacted Han Feng's divine body, and a lot of flesh and blood were torn apart by the thunderstorm force, but when the flesh and blood recovered, the strength went further. The fourth supreme bridge also experienced the tempering of flesh, meridians, and bones. When Han Feng stepped on the fifth supreme platform, it took a full year to step on the fourth supreme bridge. Taking a breath, Han Feng sat cross-legged. The next moment the power of heaven and earth descended from the fifth supreme platform, and a large amount of purple energy rolled and rushed towards Han Feng. Han Feng absorbed these purple chi, and operated his unique skills such as Hongmeng Supreme Body. With the help of a large amount of purple energy and the power of heaven and earth, the unique skills such as Grand Mist Supreme Body, Hongmeng Supreme Fist, Hongmeng Supreme Seal, and Hongmeng Supreme Armor have also stepped into the true level, which is the so-called early stage of true level. Afterwards, Han Feng set foot on the fifth supreme bridge. The fifth supreme bridge, the sixth supreme platform, the sixth supreme bridge, the seventh supreme platform. Han Feng kept climbing up, crossing more and more supreme bridges and supreme platforms. When Han Feng passed the sixth supreme bridge, his breath was shaken again, and he had already reached the middle stage of the seventh order master. Among them, the fifth supreme bridge took Han Feng nearly 10 years, and the sixth supreme bridge took Han Feng nearly 100 years. Coupled with the sixth supreme tower and the seventh supreme tower, Han Feng consumed even more time. However, the baptism of heaven and earth and the purple energy of the sixth and seventh supreme towers and the seventh supreme tower have allowed the flame demon Songling sword to go one step further, containing 12 layers of seals. In the top immortal artifact, the sword demon form is the 12th level, and its power is equivalent to that of the top immortal god body, and the most powerful inheritance, Songling Gruyi. The power has far exceeded the immortal level, and is extremely close to the half-step supreme level. As his cultivation level got higher and higher, especially after breaking through to master, Han Feng felt that the little immortal realm had also undergone tremendous changes. The little heaven was getting stronger and stronger, and the world level was getting higher and higher. In the past, when it was only in the realm of the God Emperor, the strongest level in the little immortal realm was the great Luo God. Only Long Han reached this level, and he was still a relatively low-level Luo God. In the world of small immortals, there are only 4 small realms of virtual immortals: heavenly immortals, true immortals, mysterious immortals, golden immortals, and Tai Tianzuan in the world of small immortals, but the Deluo gods are divided into 9 levels. Zun, equivalent to the 9 changes God King. Originally, the highest level allowed by the Little Immortal Realm was the 9th rank Deluo God Venerable. But now that Han Feng has broken through to the Master, and later reached the middle stage of the 7th Order Master, the Little Immortal Realm can already allow the birth of a level above the Deluo God. Immortal Emperor. Now Han Feng is only the ruler of the 7th rank, and the Immortal Emperor of the Little Immortal Realm can only reach the 2nd rank at most. It is worth mentioning that even if the 9th rank Deluo God Venerable in the Little Immortal Realm breaks through, it is only the 1st rank Immortal Sovereign, not like the 3000 God Realm, who can reach the 2nd, 3rd or even 4th rank as soon as he breaks through. Feeling the changes in the small fairy world in his body, Han Feng took a deep breath, his expression became much more cautious, and he stepped on the 7th Supreme Bridge. It was still the tempering of the divine body, but this tempering tortured Han Feng like never before. That feeling, as if the body is about to burst open at any time. In fact, it was also the case. If Han Feng still had time to observe himself now, he would find that he was like a porcelain vase, with cracks cracking open with cracking sounds. The first update. But the strange thing was that there were cracks on Han Feng's body, but no blood flowed out. If you have the Qianquan True Dragon Stick in your hand, maybe the situation will be much better. Han Feng, who has experienced the recovery ability of the Qianquan True Dragon Stick, can't help but miss the Qianquan True Dragon Stick. It's a pity that the Qianquan True Dragon Staff has been taken away by the Azure Dragon God Emperor. But at this moment, the Skyfire Pagoda suddenly floated above Han Feng's head, and the purple gold light shone down, covering Han Feng. Pang, you. Han Feng was surprised that Pang would make a sudden move. Thanks to the 7 supreme towers in front, I have already fully recovered, and the lost source of the Skyfire Tower has also been restored. Now the 9 flames and different fire art has reached the 2nd stage of the 10th floor, and the power of the Skyfire Tower has surpassed immortal artifact level. Other Skyfire Pagodas may not be able to do it now, but it is still possible to block the tempering of your divine body by the 7th Supreme Bridge for a short period of time. However, the Skyfire Tower will not persist for too long. During this time, you have to let your divine body return to its original state as soon as possible. Han Feng took a deep breath, his face froze, and the immortal power in his body suddenly began to circulate rapidly. As the immortal power circulated in his body, a faint purple gold halo appeared on Han Feng's skin. Under this purple gold halo, Han Feng's divine body is gradually recovering. This is the Master's own recovery ability. Under conscious control, the recovery ability will be accelerated. If the Qianquan True Dragon Stick is here, relying on the recovery power of the Qianquan True Dragon Stick, Han Feng's divine body will return to its original state in just a few breaths. With the help of the Skyfire Pagoda, Han Feng gradually survived. It took hundreds of years for Han Feng to walk through the short kilometer. Almost every step he took, Han Feng had to stop in place for a long time to adapt, while waiting for the divine body to be tempered, while restoring the damaged place of the divine body. After stepping onto the 8th Supreme Platform, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. If there is no Skyfire Tower, maybe I can still pass the 7th Supreme Bridge, but it will definitely be much more miserable than now. The probability of passing the 8th Supreme Bridge may be extremely low, and the probability of passing the 9th Supreme Bridge is close to none. Han Feng murmured. However, I must step into the 10th Supreme Platform. The 10th Supreme Platform will give the ruler the greatest fortune, which can increase the chance of breaking through the Supreme. I already have the foundation of the Supreme. If I can get that good luck, even if the chances of breaking through to the Supreme in the future are not as high as 90% or 100%, there is still a possibility of 70% to 80% or 60%. Only by becoming supreme can one be truly detached, able to exist independently from the world of heaven, and roam in the endless void. Even, you can explore more secrets about the Supreme, and even the path above the Supreme. Firm belief flashed in Han Feng's eyes, and then Han Feng sat cross-legged, ready to accept the baptism of heaven and earth from the eighth Supreme platform. Time passed by quietly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 2,000 years passed like this. The outside world, Tianwei, with the passage of time, they gradually lost their attention to the space that dominates the space. It has been nearly 3,000 years, and the person they were looking forward to has not returned yet, which disappointed Tianwei and the God Kings. The emperor who ruled the space more than 2,000 years ago suspected that the Lord of the Flame God had fallen, which made all the emperors who stayed in Tianwei feel unbelievable and unbelievable. To dominate the space, who will be the opponent of the Lord of Flame God? Could it be the Nine Flame God Emperor who was rumored to have killed the 3 heavenly demon lords? The Emperor of 9 Flames is naturally Han Feng's respectful name for Han Feng in the Tianyang God realm. When it comes to Han Feng's name, except for people who know Han Feng in Tianwei, the other God Emperors may have forgotten it long ago. What I remember is only the title of 9 Flames God Emperor. When the news came from the Flame God Valley that the Lord of the Flame God had indeed fallen, there was an uproar in Tianwei. Even if they didn't believe it anymore, they still had to believe in the fact that the Lord of Flame God had fallen. Suddenly, the news that the 9 Flames God Emperor had killed the Flame God Lord spread throughout the 3,000 God realm. This is the first time Tianwei realized the strength of Han Feng, and began to look at Han Feng with a correct attitude. At this time, many God Emperors were annoyed at rejecting Han Feng's proposal. If Han Feng really returned as the master, what would they do? All of a sudden, the God Emperor of Tianwei became anxious. Of course, no matter how anxious they were, they also hoped that Han Feng would return as a master. Only a master can Wang Jiayushenhen rule, the 4 of them. However, there has been no news after so many years, and many God Emperors think that Han Feng may have fallen on the supreme platform. While incredible, it's not impossible. To say that the one who doesn't want Han Feng to return is probably only Yanqin Valley. Yanqin Valley hated Han Feng unprecedentedly, and the Lord of Yanqin was their hope. If the Lord of Yanqin could become the master, the status of Yanqin Valley would be immediately elevated to the top power in this world, which was not weaker than huge monsters of the Su family and the Ghost family, but now, everything has been destroyed. Yaqing is caught in a dilemma. One is her husband, the other is her mentor. No matter what she chooses, she will definitely hurt the other, so Yaqing is silent, but judging from the situation that Yaqing has been staying at the Supreme Gate, she seems to be standing Korean side. Naturally, Yan Shenga secretly hated her and scolded Yaqing for being a white-eyed wolf, but there was nothing she could do. Yaqing, who is already a 4th-tier invincible emperor, is no longer something they can handle in Yanshengu. At this time, the heavenly demon suddenly launched an attack, and many forces did not react at all, and fell immediately. This time, the heavenly demon seems to be coming for real. Many forces were directly wiped out of their minds by the heavenly demon family with cruel methods, and were forcibly transformed into heavenly demons. However, this heavenly demon has no sense at all, just like a beast. There are fierce beasts in many places in the 3,000 God realm. When Han Feng first ascended to the God realm, he encountered fierce beasts. After being forcibly transformed by the heavenly demon clan, the heavenly demon has completely lost its mind, and its descendants are fierce beasts. This is the source of the beast. The heavenly demon army led the fake heavenly demons to attack all forces aggressively. When Tianwei reacted, more forces had already fallen. Part of the heavenly demon army came to the Tianyang God realm, and the Tianyang God realm was devastated in the blink of an eye. The sweep of the army was only hindered by the Supreme Gate. Yaqing and Qingshan opened the barrier left by Han Feng back then. Only the real 7th-level ruler expended a lot of effort to break the barrier. The Supreme Gate seems to be safe, but after the appearance of the heavenly demon puppet, the crisis of the Supreme Gate comes again. The demon puppet is controlled by a part of the soul of the master of the demon, and the strength it can display is no less than that of the real Seventh Order ruler in the early stage. If this level of strength attacks the barrier with all its strength, the barrier will be broken in 10.5 months. When Tian Weishan learned about the situation of the Supreme Sect, he fell silent immediately. Even if they wanted to rescue them, how could they be the opponents of that day's puppet? Inside the Supreme Gate also fell into despair. However, just when the heavenly demon puppet was about to break through the barrier, the Azure Dragon God Emperor appeared. Relying on the Qianquan True Dragon Stick, the Azure Dragon God Emperor and the heavenly demon puppet fought hard, and the Azure Dragon God Emperor had the Qianquan True Dragon Stick to recover from his injuries, can fight for a long time, but the demon puppet can't. After all, a puppet is just a puppet, without the breath of life, and it is impossible to recover from injuries in time. Strictly speaking, the strength of the heavenly demon puppet is not as strong as the Lord of Heavenly Demon who dominates space and possesses Long Li Lua. The heavenly demon puppet secretly hated the Azure Dragon God Emperor for being troublesome, but had no choice but to retreat. With the retreat of the heavenly demon army, the Azure Dragon God Emperor became famous immediately, and the Azure Dragon clan also appeared in the sight of many powerful people again. The second update. Thank you for the rescue, Senior. After the Qinglong God Emperor managed to repel the demon army, Qingshan and Yaqing immediately flew out, bowing and saluting. Want to read? Book 1 Book K, A, Shu. Although they also saw that the Azure Dragon God Emperor mainly relied on the half-step Supreme Artifact to have such strong strength, but since he was the owner of the half-step Supreme Artifact, he naturally had to take the half-step Supreme Artifact into consideration. Therefore, Qingshan and Yaqing's attitude towards Qinglong Shenhuang is like a master. The Azure Dragon God Emperor showed a tired look on his face, and it was not so easy to repel the demon puppet of that day. If it hadn't been for casting the Azure Dragon soul once, the result would be hard to say. Rubbing his forehead tiredly, Qinglong Shenhuang said lightly, "This old man and Jiuyan Shenhuang are old, and the Supreme Family is in trouble." This old man is obliged. After leaving the dominating space, Qinglong Shenhuang naturally wanted to investigate Han Feng carefully, and the result was nothing we all know. For Han Feng, the Azure Dragon God Emperor still admired him, even though they had fought a fierce battle. Now, Han Feng is about to have a great fortune, so the Azure Dragon God Emperor will give a helping hand to the Supreme Sect, and it will be good for friendship in the future. The Qinglong family has been passed down for a long time, and Han Feng has not returned from the dominating space for such a long time. Perhaps most of the God Emperors thought that something happened to Han Feng, but the Qinglong God Emperor didn't think so. Master Hongda, Master Lin Yun and Master Dong Huan did not take long to come back, but according to the records in the clan, Master Tianhen spent several times as much time in the ruling space as Master Hongda. To read a book 1. Afterwards, the ruler of Skyline sang all the way until he reached the peak of the 8th Order ruler, while the other 3 masters were still stuck at the peak of the 7th Order. If it is said that the master of the Eastern Emperor could not break through the 8th rank within a short training time, then it is okay to say, then the Master Lin Yun has already broken through 2 epochs, and the Master Hongda has passed 3 epochs since he broke through the master, but he is still trapped at the peak of the 7th rank. It should be known that at the beginning, the ruler of Tianhen reached the 8th level in just over 1 era, and now he has practiced for 4 eras, and he has already stood at the peak of the 8th level. According to various records in the clan, the Azure Dragon God Emperor confirmed that there may indeed be a crisis on the supreme stage, but the longer you stay, it may not necessarily cause an accident. On the contrary, you may get more fortune. It is about potential, whether it can go further on the road of domination. The more creations you get, it may mean that Han Feng's potential is greater. In the future, not only the 9th rank, but also the half-step supreme is expected. The Azure Dragon God Emperor is not stupid, and he has a good relationship with the future 9th rank master or half-step supreme. There are only benefits and no harm, even if it pays for it, it is worth it. Are you old with Han Feng? Yaqing and Qing Shan looked at each other in blank dismay. They had never heard of the senior in front of them from Han Feng. However, the two daughters saw that the Azure Dragon God Emperor had consumed a lot, so they didn't dare to ask too many questions. After returning to the Supreme Gate with the Azure Dragon God Emperor, they arranged a place for the Azure Dragon God Emperor to rest and recover. The Qinglong Emperor's injury and exhausted physical strength are not a big problem. With the Qiankuan True Dragon Staff, he recovered quickly, but after fighting the Heavenly Demon Puppet, some power of the Heavenly Demon poured into the Qinglong Emperor's body. Fortunately, the Heavenly Demon Puppet's Heavenly Demon Power, the power is not as pure and powerful as the Lord of Heavenly Demon, so it is not helpless, but it still takes time to expel, so the Azure Dragon God Emperor did not refuse, and immediately went to the place arranged by the second daughter to retreat and recover. Look at a book, 1, K.A.N.S. Book H.U. As for the second daughter's doubts about him and Han Feng's acquaintance, the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor intends to recover first. After the woman finishes speaking once, she has to talk to other people again, so it's better to talk together after all the people arrive. After leaving the place, Qing Shan showed worry. That guy Han Feng never said that he knew that senior. What if that senior deceived us? Yaqing sighed slightly. I am also a little worried, but since that senior is helping our supreme sect so desperately, at least he has no malicious intentions towards our supreme sect. Even if there is malicious intent, the other party has a half-step supreme divine artifact, and his combat power is not strong at all. Weaker than the 7th Order ruler, or even stronger, the barrier Han Feng set up can't stop it at all, so it's better to take a gamble than to be vigilant. When Han Feng was mentioned, the two women felt a little depressed. Although they did not believe that Han Feng would fall, the long absence of Han Feng and the speculations of many god emperors in Tianwei made the two women feel uneasy. Han Feng spent too long in the Juggernaut space. While the two daughters were worried about Han Feng, the god emperors from Tianwei arrived, led by 6 invincible god emperors of the 6th rank, including Gui Tiancheng and the 2nd-generation Dragon Emperor, and many god emperors came to the Supreme Gate. Facing a senior who is very likely to be the master, they dare not neglect. Now that the 4 masters in this world are trapped, they always feel a bit unconfident without a master standing behind them. Now a master suddenly appears, even if it is only as strong as the master. It is also a great blessing that the realm is still the God Emperor. At least they have more confidence in the face of the demon army. However, the Azure Dragon God Emperor is still in seclusion, expelling the demonic energy in his body, and he can't come out to meet him for the time being, so Gui Tiancheng and the 2nd-generation Dragon Emperors only need to ask Yaqing and Qing Shan, but unfortunately, the two daughters are also helpless. I don't know, I only know that the other party claims to know Han Feng. At most, according to the scene of the battle, it is speculated that the opponent should be from the Azure Dragon clan. The Azure Dragon clan? Emperor Qing, please restore the scene of the battle. Gui Tiancheng thought for a while and said in a deep voice. Okay. With a wave of Yakinjiu's hand, balls of flame suddenly exploded in the air, and a layer of flame light curtain appeared in the exploded flames. In the flame light curtain, a scene of the battle between the Azure Dragon God Emperor and the demon puppet appeared. It's him? There was an exclamation from the crowd, and the 2nd-generation Dragon Emperor looked in surprise. Wu Yuan Xuanhuan, do you know this person? God Emperor Wu Yuan came out and said respectfully, well, back then, this junior went to the Dragon God realm to look for Tianjiao and went to Tianwei to train him. He once visited the Qinglong clan, but was rejected by the Qinglong clan. It was this person who rejected the junior at the beginning. This person is known as the Azure Dragon God Emperor in the Azure Dragon clan. the Azure Dragon God Emperor? Named directly after the Azure Dragon, this lord seems to have a certain status in the Azure Dragon clan. That's right, having the power to dominate the battle is also inevitable. However, my lord, how did he meet the Nine Flames God Emperor? This was not only the confusion of the second-generation Dragon Emperor, but also the confusion of the other God Emperors. But even if the second daughter doesn't know, these God Emperors don't even know. Emperor Linyang smiled wryly. It seems that we can only ask after that adult has left the customs. Dominate space, end of the Ninth Supreme Bridge. With Han Feng as the center, the tsunami of flames poured into Han Feng's body crazily. The power of the torrential flame continuously burned the immortal power in Han Feng's body. It is a more refined energy. Those so-called residues are already extremely inconceivable high-quality immortal powers to ordinary emperors, but to today's Han Feng, they are residues. Han Feng's face was distorted, and sweat was pouring down like rain, but Han Feng smiled, and this smile appeared very distorted in the distorted face. It's coming soon, the 10th Supreme Platform is just around the corner. Han Feng murmured. The first update. P.S. There is a third update. 1. Reading 1, K.A.N. Shu. From the 7th Supreme Bridge to the 9th Supreme Bridge, in a short period of 3 kilometers, Han Feng has experienced pain and torture that no one else could imagine. In a short distance of 3 kilometers, it took Han Feng 2,000 years to reach the end. In the middle, he was not so good and even faced the crisis of mental collapse. Fortunately, Xiaopeng helped him in time and slowed him down. If there is no Skyfire Tower, Han Feng feels that he would never dare to try to set foot on the 9th Supreme Bridge. Even if his foundation is the Supreme Foundation, theoretically it is easier to temper the power of immortality, but on the 9th Supreme Bridge, the so-called easy does not exist at all. For the 9th Supreme Bridge, he not only tempered his immortal power, but also his whole body. He seemed to bring a qualitative change to Han Feng from beginning to end. The pain of life being worse than death made Han Feng almost give up several times. However, the benefits are also huge. Han Feng has now felt the terrifying power surging in his body, and now Han Feng believes that he can definitely kill a 7th-order peak ruler like the Eastern Emperor ruler with one punch. And the 4 unique arts such as Hongmeng Supreme Body, as well as the 9 flames and different fire art, have all reached the middle stage of the real level. The 4 unique skills of the Hongmeng Supreme Body in the middle stage of the true level gave Han Feng 4 supernatural powers of the half-step supreme level. Although they are only relatively common magical powers in the half-step supreme level, they are still half-step supreme. 1. Reading 1. The 9 flames different fire Ju has reached the middle stage of the true level, that is, the middle stage of the second stage of the 10th floor, and the power of the primordial supreme fire has completely reached the half-step supreme divine fire level. The Hongmeng Supreme Fire is integrated into the Hongmeng Supreme Body, and the effect it produces is definitely half a step beyond the supreme level. Even the top half-step supreme supernatural powers are absolutely incomparable. Such a terrifying increase gave Han Feng the confidence to fight even in the face of a 9th-level master. It's only the last step. Han Feng raised his foot with difficulty. At the moment Han Feng lifted his foot, the flame vortex boomed loudly, and the speed of the rotation suddenly accelerated several times, and terrifying power continued to pour into Han Feng's body. Flesh, meridians, bone marrow, viscera, soul, immortal power, etc., Han Feng's whole body seemed to be being destroyed and revived constantly. Han Feng wanted to drop that kick, but he had an intuition telling Han Feng that if he really dropped that kick, the power of the flame vortex would increase several times in an instant. At that time, he will definitely be blasted directly. Maintaining the state of the golden rooster, Han Feng adapted to the impact of the flame vortex on him. This wait is several years. Tianyang God Realm, Supreme Gate. Read a book? WWW1KNSHU. After a long wait, Gui Tiancheng and the second-generation Dragon Emperors finally waited until the Azure Dragon Emperor came out of the customs. The second-generation Dragon Emperor couldn't wait to ask about the identity of the Azure Dragon God Emperor. Even if there was an unfavorable God Emperor to testify, they still needed the Azure Dragon God Emperor to admit it. Yes, the old man is indeed from the Qinglong family. You can call me the Qinglong God Emperor. As for the adults, don't mention it. The old man is just the God Emperor now, not the ruler. Qinglong God Emperor stroked his beard. The people present were all human spirits. How could it be seen that the Azure Dragon God Emperor said no, but actually being called adult by them one by one? I don't know how cool it is. If the Lord of the Flame God is still there, Lin Yang and others may not be willing to call it that, but the Lord of the Flame God has already fallen, and now Tian Weishan needs a high-end power to sit in the city. Host. For this reason, what's the harm in calling out, my lord? Among the God Emperors, some of the God Emperors from the Suzaku, Xuanhuan, and White Tiger clans have complicated eyes. They are all ancient clans with a long history. I thought that was the case for the 4 clans, but I didn't expect the Qinglong clan to rise suddenly now. Senior, I wonder how you met Han Feng? Qin Shan asked suddenly. Let's talk about space domination. Azure Dragon Emperor sighed. Afterwards, the Azure Dragon God Emperor roughly explained the matter, and many God Emperors were all shocked, horrified, terrified, and fortunate. They never expected that the Lord of the Flame God did not fall into the hands of the Nine Flames God Emperor, but fell into the hands of the Lord of the Heavenly Demon. The Lord of the Demon that day was able to possess the body of the Emperor, replacing the Emperor as the demon. If it weren't for the Nine Flames God Emperor, their world would be in danger. Thinking of the body possessed by the Lord of the Heavenly Demon becoming the master, and then merging with the Lord of the Heavenly Demon's body, the consequences would be chilling. Thinking of this, Gui Tiancheng and the second-generation Dragon Emperor shuddered. Fortunately, all the plots of the Demon Lord were stopped by Han Feng. So, the Emperor Nine Flames has not fallen? But why hasn't he returned from the dominant space for so many years? Could it be that something happened at the Supreme Terrace? All kinds of questions emerged from the mind of the Divine Emperor. That's not necessarily the case. Qinglong Shenhuang said, seeing that many gods looked at him because of his words. Qinglong Shenhuang continued, if the old man guessed correctly, Jiuyan Shenhuang should want to get more good fortune, so it takes more time. Many God Emperors were puzzled. For these God Emperors, they only knew the Supreme Platform and the Supreme Bridge, and they didn't know much about the specifics. In their view, one can become a ruler by passing through the Supreme Bridge and the Supreme Platform. This so-called passing means passing through the 9 Supreme Bridges and 10 Supreme Platforms. It should take too much time. These God Emperors don't even know that it only needs to pass 3 Supreme Bridges to become a master, but the more Supreme Bridges passed, the higher the realm after breakthrough, and the greater the potential. The 4 Masters of Tianhen will only talk about the Supreme Platform and the Supreme Bridge to those who are expected to become masters. The other 4 Masters of the God Emperor will not talk about it. After all, it is embarrassing to pass only 3 of the 9 Supreme Bridges. Noodle. Nowadays, only the 4 rulers, Han Feng, and the Lord of the Flame God are the only ones who know the specifics of the Zhizuan Terrace and the Zhizuan Bridge. Trapped, the last one is still dominating the space. Many God Emperors were puzzled, so they naturally wanted to ask, but the Azure Dragon God Emperor didn't know too much about it, so he could only use the example of Skyline's dominance of the 4 people. Only then did these God Emperors know that the 3 Masters of Tianhen and Donghuang spent different time in the space of rulers. Many God Emperors suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the 3 Masters of Hongda were unable to break through. That is to say, the potential of the 9 Flames God Emperor will surpass the Skyline to dominate the Lord? the second-generation Dragon Emperor exclaimed. The rest of the God Emperors also showed horror. Lord Tianhen had only stayed for hundreds of years at the beginning, but the Nine Flames God Emperor had been there for almost 3,000 years. The second update. Fruit. The Emperor Qinglong smiled. If the old man is not wrong, it should be so. This is a good thing for us. The stronger the strength of the Emperor Nine Flames after being promoted to the Master, the faster the cultivation speed, and the safer our world will be. If the Emperor Nine Flames can become half-step supreme in just one era, then we no longer need to worry that our world will be invaded by demons. In the endless void, there are countless worlds of heaven and earth. Even so, it may take a long time to give birth to a true supreme being. Generally speaking, as long as there is a half-step supreme in a certain heavenly world, the demon will not choose this heavenly world to invade. Due to the character of the heavenly demon, it is destined that the heavenly demon will not choose to join forces with masters of the same level, otherwise it will be difficult to allocate afterwards. Therefore, it is impossible to break through the heavenly Tao world where the half-step supremes sit in command without the cooperation of a few half-step supreme heavenly demons. As for the supreme-level heavenly demon, let alone whether there is one, even if there is, how can it be regarded as a world of heaven with a half-step supreme? At that point, his pursuit should no longer be devouring the world of heaven, but other things, such as Xuanhuan. That's why the Azure Dragon God Emperor said that once a half-step supreme appeared in their world, it would be safe. A group of God Emperors had expectations in their hearts. Does the Nine Flames God Emperor really have the potential to become a half-step supreme? Gui Tiancheng, the second-generation Dragon Emperor, and the others looked at each other, and finally understood why the Azure Dragon God Emperor came to help the Supreme Sect. Obviously, he wanted to curry favor with the future 8th-9th level master, or even the half-step supreme. They murmured in their hearts, but the faces of the few people were still respectful. No matter how potential the Nine Flames God Emperor has, it will be in the future. Since the demon army is planning to go to war, what they need most at this time is the Azure Dragon God Emperor. Without the Azure Dragon God Emperor to fight against the heavenly demon puppet, it would be extremely difficult for their God Emperor of the heaven beyond heaven to win. Therefore, Gui Tiancheng proposed an invitation to invite the Azure Dragon God Emperor to go to Tianweishan and become a great help to Tianweishan. The Azure Dragon Emperor laughed and agreed. The reason why Qinglong Xuanhuan retreated at the Supreme Gate was precisely for this reason. After retreating from the army of demons, Qinglong Xuanhuan knew that Tianweishan Xuanhuan would definitely come to invite him, and instead of taking the initiative to go forward to Tianweishan, stay in the Supreme, the door waits for an invitation to highlight its own importance. In this way, more benefits can be obtained for the Azure Dragon clan. The resources of Tianweishan are obviously not comparable to that of the Azure Dragon clan. Soon, the Azure Dragon God Emperor and many Tianweishan God Emperors flew to Tianweishan. At the same time, all the disciples of the Supreme Sect and many important disciples of the Lin family also went to Tianweishan. Obviously, after realizing the value of Han Feng for the first time, the emperor who refused to enter the Supreme Gate and enter Tianweishan before did not dare to refuse again. With the addition of the Azure Dragon God Emperor, especially the news that the Azure Dragon God Emperor had repelled the demon puppets, the morale of the soldiers outside the sky was greatly improved. Many God Emperors are constantly supporting back and forth between the 3,000 gods, and the Azure Dragon God Emperor, as the dominant force, sits in the sky outside the sky. Sometimes there are traces of the sky demon puppet suddenly, which is when the Azure Dragon God Emperor makes a move. With the Azure Dragon God Emperor and the heavenly demon puppet contending, the battle between Tianweishan and the heavenly demon has entered a state of anxiety. Gradually, the Azure Dragon God Emperor also felt the pressure, and the increase of the Azure Dragon's soul to him became weaker and weaker. He only hoped that Han Feng would return as soon as possible, and then together with Han Feng, he would rescue the four masters of Tianhen. power, will be able to drive out the Lord of Heavenly Demon. Dominate space, on the Supreme Bridge. When Han Feng took the last step out of the Supreme Bridge and stepped onto the Supreme Terrace, the divine crystal of domination in Han Feng's immortal divine infant flickered frantically, and the purple light shone, and then centered on the divine crystal of Supreme Being. He absorbed it crazily. Energy all around. Han Feng opened his arms, revealing an orgasm-like excitement. Han Feng could feel that the energy in his body was growing at an astonishing speed, and a terrifying aura burst out, destroying all directions. The breath of Korean style is also skyrocketing. A terrifying coercion emanated from Han Feng's body. In the end, the energy in Han Feng's body stopped at a critical point, and in front of him was like an invisible giant gate, blocking the continued growth of energy. Once the gate was completely blasted, Han Feng would immediately reach another state. Peak in the late 7th stage. Han Feng felt the energy in his body, and instantly judged his own state. Each stage of the 7th, 8th, and 9th masters is divided into early, middle, and late stages, and reaching the peak of the late stage means reaching the limit of this stage. Han Feng even felt that the energy in his body was much stronger than that of the ordinary 7th order peak. Strictly speaking, Han Feng was only a step away from the 8th order master. Leaving the dominant dimension and waiting for hundreds of thousands of years to millions of years of hidden cultivation, breaking through the 8th level is only a matter of course. This is the benefit of passing through the 9th Supreme Bridge. For example, Master Hongda, Master Lin Yun, and Master Dong Huang have practiced for one era or even several eras, but they are not as profound as Han Feng is today. As for Han Feng, he only needs to retreat for hundreds of thousands of years or millions of years to make further progress. Compared with an era, hundreds of thousands of years are not even a fraction. At the same time, the baptism of heaven and earth from the 10th Supreme Platform crashed down, swallowing Han Feng. A large amount of purple air all around rushed towards Han Feng. The good fortune given by the 10th Supreme Platform allowed Han Feng's immortal Great Sun Divine Body to break through the shackles in an instant, stepping from the top immortal Divine Body to the half-step Supreme Divine Body level. The Hongmeng Supreme Body and other 4 unique arts were originally in the middle stage of the true level, but now they have gone one step further and reached the late stage. In the later stage of the true level, this means that the unique skills such as the Grandmeng Supreme Body are also among the top among the half-step Supreme Supernatural Powers. The Nine Flames Different Fire Ju has also reached the late stage of the 2nd stage of the 10th floor, and the power of the Primordial Supreme Fire has also reached the top ranks in the half-step Supreme level. But the Flame Demon Songling Sword has finally stopped stepping into the top Immortal Artifact, and has not stepped into the half-step Supreme Artifact level. In the words of the Flame Demon Songling Sword itself, it has reached its limit. Supreme Artifact level. How long has it been since birth? The Flame Demon Songling Sword has become the top divine weapon in this world. It has been too little time and its foundation is weak. Immortal Great Sun Divine Physique has stepped into the half-step Supreme level, Hongmeng Supreme Physique and other unique skills have also stepped into the half-step Supreme level, and they are still in the top ranks. Han Feng's current comprehensive strength can be said to have reached an unimaginable level. Han Feng is now fully confident in a battle with the 9th level masters, and the weaker 9th level masters may all fall into his hands. However, Han Feng's biggest achievement is not the breakthrough of Immortal Sun Divine Body and Hongmeng Supreme Body, etc., but Han Feng blushed because of excitement. Looking inside the Immortal God Infant, I saw that there was an extra fruit prototype in the head of the Immortal God Infant. That is the embryonic form of Tao fruit. Third, the fruit of the Tao is the truth of the heaven and the earth, and the fruit of the Tao that is condensed after comprehending the way of the heavens. It is the penetration and understanding of the Tao. The immortal divine infant was born in the divine emperor's body, and the divine shadow of the overlord was condensed in the immortal divine infant. As for the Supreme, it is to condense the Tao fruit in the head of the immortal divine infant. The Tao fruit in Han Feng's body is just the prototype of the Tao fruit, and there is no morality contained in it. The supreme Tao fruit condensed by the Supreme is not just the prototype of the Tao fruit, it is the real Tao fruit, which condenses the truth and power of heaven and earth. The difference between half-step Supreme and Supreme lies in the form of Tao fruit. Xuanhuan loves the enemy ball and catches Yang Jikao. The Supreme is the real Tao fruit, and the half-step Supreme is the embryonic form of the Tao fruit. In other words, although Han Feng is currently at the peak of the seventh-order ruler, he already has the prototype of the Tao fruit that can only be possessed by a half-step Supreme. The rudimentary form of Tao fruit contains some power of heaven, coupled with enough energy, it can instantly break through the shackles of the master and reach the half-step Supreme level. Compared with the prototype of the Tao fruit, the improvement of the primordial master body is nothing at all, and the prototype of the Tao fruit is Han Feng's biggest gain this time. And after the truth of the heaven and earth and the power of the heaven and the law are completely transformed into the fruit of the Tao, Han Feng will be able to break through to the Supreme as a matter of course. Gradually, all the power of good fortune of the 10th Supreme platform was absorbed by Han Feng. Han Feng stood up and clenched his fists, only feeling the power surging up and down all over his body that made him tremble. Now, even if I am facing the Lord of the Heavenly Demon in its heyday, I am afraid that I have the confidence to fight and even kill him. Han Feng's inner self-confidence surged. During this trip to the Supreme Terrace, Han Feng's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Before that, Han Feng thought that he might become very strong, but to survive is just a battle with the Ninth Order Master. But now, Han Feng discovered that the ordinary ninth-level Master would not be his opponent at all. It's time to go back, Han Feng said with a sense of loss. In this dominant space, no, strictly speaking, he really stayed on this supreme platform for a long time, and his relatives should be anxious. In the depths of the starry sky, a door of space suddenly opened, and a handsome young man walked out from it. The young man just stood there, just like a giant standing upright, overlooking the four directions. The future does not hate the distant star of the Cold War. I didn't expect that I was teleported out at random. The young man who walked out of the space gate was surprisingly Han Feng. Han Feng entered the dominant space through the dominant gate in the supreme gate of Tianyang God Realm. He thought that he would return to the supreme gate after leaving the dominant space, but found that he was just randomly teleported to the starry sky. With a wave of Han Feng's sleeve robe, a piece of jade appeared in front of him, which recorded the general position of the 3,000 gods in the starry sky, and even some lower planes were recorded. This is the starry sky roadmap obtained by Han Feng in Tianwei, and it is also the most complete starry sky roadmap, written by the Four Masters himself. The starry sky is so big, and only the Juggernaut has the ability and time to take a good look around the entire starry sky. Here is quite close to the Flame God Realm. Seeing this situation, Han Feng planned to go to the nearby Flame God Realm for a stroll, and by the way, meet the two brothers and sisters of Di Yonghao, Tianxiang God Emperor, Emperor Yan God Emperor. The Heavenly Phoenix God Empress waited for an acquaintance to ask what had happened in these years. In the next second, Han Feng's body turned into a ray of light and thundered away. Han Feng's current state is at the peak of the seventh order dominance, without the increase of the immortal Sun Divine Body and the Grand Mist Supreme Body, and his combat power under normal circumstances is far beyond the 8th level, close to the 9th level. This kind of speed can't even be compared with the Master of Tianhen, and the location where the door of space opens is not too far from the Yenshin realm, so in just half a day, Han Feng came to the outer membrane of the Yenshin realm and God realm. At this time, Han Feng's expression became completely serious, and he saw that the Flame God realm had been wrapped in thick black mist, full of evil and dark power. That is the power of the demon. The power of the demon devoured the Yenshin realm. What's going on? Han Feng was startled, and immediately rushed to the Yenshin realm. Boom! The power of the demon suddenly surged, turning into a big hand covering the sky, and slapped Han Feng fiercely. Han Feng's eyes showed disdain, and his aura suddenly bloomed. The powerful aura directly crushed the big hand that covered the sky, and then Han Feng directly passed through the aura of the sky demon and came to the Flame God realm. Flame God realm, Flame God Valley, filled with the aura of heavenly demons. These auras of heavenly demons formed a big face above Yanshan Valley. If Han Feng was here, he would find that this big face was somewhat familiar. It was a God Emperor in Yanshan Valley, Heavenly Punishment God Emperor. At the beginning, Han Feng came to Yanshan Valley with Tianxiang Shenhuang and Dian Shenhuang, and Yao Tian Shenhuang, who fought with Tianxiang Shenhuang, had the backing of Tianqing Shenhuang. The Tianjiao of the Yan clan, who was killed by Yaqing in the Divine King space, was also from the lineage of the Heavenly Punishment Divine Emperor. Heavenly Punishment God Emperor, you betrayed Yanshan Valley. Do you still have the face to face your ancestors? A fifth-rank legendary emperor of Yanshan Valley roared angrily. Jia, so what if you betrayed me? I have gained such a powerful power by relying on the Lord of the Heavenly Demon. Can this power be given to me by Outer Heaven and the Four Masters that day? Contented. The previous Heavenly Punishment God Emperor was an extremely ordinary 5th-level God Emperor, but now, the aura of the Heavenly Punishment God Emperor is several grades stronger than the 6th-level Invincible God Emperor, which is almost the same as that of the original Heiyong Master and others. As the line of the God of Punishment, Emperor Yao Tian naturally followed the line of God of Punishment and betrayed the Flame God Valley. As for the lineage of God of Punishment, except for a few who were silent, most of them also took refuge in the God of Punishment and the army of heavenly demons. No enemy, no cool, no hate. In the Flame God Valley, a group of God Emperors were extremely angry, but they had no choice but to face the existence of an invincible God Emperor whose strength was far beyond the 6th rank. The Tianjiao of the Yan clan, who was killed by Yaqing in the Divine King space, was also from the lineage of the Heavenly Punishment Divine Emperor. In the Flame God Valley, there are also powerful people such as Emperor Yan God, brother and sister Di Yonghao, and Tianxiang God Emperor. Even the God Emperors of the 3 major forces of Saint Leizong, Iron Blood Palace, and Zhixiao Mountain are also here. Enmity is not enmity. After relying on the Lord of the Heavenly Demon, and being forcibly enhanced by the Lord of the Heavenly Demon through a special secret method, the Heavenly Punishment God Emperor brought the army of the Heavenly Demon to attack the Yanshan realm. After trapping the Yanshan realm, he began to sweep. Saint Leizong, Iron Blood Palace, and Zhixiao Mountain were breached one after another. Except for a small number of emperors, most of the disciples fell in the sect. Emperor Yan Palace got the news in advance, chose to join forces with Yanshan Valley, and brought most of the troops to Yanshan Valley. Right now, the only force that the Heavenly Punishment Emperor has not broken through is the Flame God Valley. As long as the Flame God Valley is breached, the Flame God realm will fall completely and become one of the rear base camps of the Heavenly Demon Army. Before, there had been a big battle between the two sides. Although the Heavenly Punishment God Emperor was repelled, the high-ranking God Emperors in the Flame God Valley were also injured one after another. The enemy is not the only enemy. Now that the Heavenly Punishment God Emperor is attacking again, even if the Flame God Valley joins the Holy Thunder sect, the Iron Blood Palace and the God Emperor who escaped from Zhixiao Mountain, they are still at a disadvantage, and the situation is extremely unfavorable. The first update. This book comes from Enable New URL. P.S. There is no third update today. Old Ancestor, can the Elephant Emperor and that bitch be left to the younger generation? The Emperor Yao Tian still remembered the enmity at the beginning, and cast his sinister eyes on the Heavenly Elephant Emperor and the Yaoyue Empress. The enemy is not far away, the cool back ball meets the moon, the lonely love is early. The expressions of the two of them sank, and the Celestial God Emperor scolded angrily, "You despicable villain. Get lost." The Heavenly Punishment Emperor also remembered that the Yaoyue God Empress didn't give him face, so he naturally held a grudge. At this moment, his strength soared, and he immediately spit out, and in an instant, vast flames rushed over. The celestial elephant emperor immediately blocked it, but was still thrown backwards by the blow, blood spurting from his mouth. If it wasn't for Emperor Yan Xuanhuan and others seeing that the situation was not good, they immediately took action to help the celestial elephant emperor to resist. It would not be impossible for the celestial elephant emperor to be instantly killed on the spot. Between the god emperors, a difference of one level may cause a crushing trend, not to mention that the strength of the punishment god emperor surpassing the heavenly god emperor is not just one level. Tianhong. The face of the Yaohui god empress changed suddenly, and then her expression became severe, and the divine fire gushed out and turned into a huge flame octopus. The flame octopuses flung their teeth and claws at the god emperor Yao Tian. She can't do anything about the god of punishment, but she must get rid of god emperor Yao Tian. The wrists of the octopus were like chains, pulling towards Emperor Yao Tian fiercely. Emperor Yao Tian felt the power of the terrifying flames rushing towards his face, and couldn't help but panicked. Although Emperor Yao Tian followed the Emperor of Punishment and joined the Lord of the Demon Lord, he was not used by the Lord of Heaven to enhance his strength with secret methods. Naturally, it couldn't be Yao opponent of the Luna Queen. Small tricks. The heavenly punishment god emperor snorted coldly with disdain, and the huge face formed by the demonic energy sprayed again, and the overwhelming black energy engulfed the flame octopus and its wrists. The sound of Chi sounded, and the flame octopus was corroded abruptly, leaving nothing left. So strong. All the god emperors were astonished. Is this the power beyond the god emperor? Jia. Prepare to die. At that time, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon will reward the old man with more power for the sake of such a great contribution to the establishment of the old man. Even if he is the master, the old man can also achieve it. Fanaticism, eyes full of worship of power. Shoot. The god emperors understood that the matter had come to this point. They can only fight to the end. Hokuchu Yuan alone married the grandson of the Yang Zhandi. The Emperor Yan God, the Heavenly Phoenix God Empress, the Holy Thunder Sect Emperor, the Iron Blood Palace God Emperor, the Zhixiao Mountain God Emperor, and the Flame God Valley God Emperor all made their moves one after another. At this moment, they had no reservations. Unprecedented vast power exploded from the Flame God Valley. However, what they faced was the Heavenly Punishment God Emperor, who surpassed the power of the God Emperor. A group of stupid people. The power given to this old man by the Lord of Heavenly Demons is beyond your imagination. There are not many high-level god emperors, and you still want to kill this old man? All kinds of sarcasm. Rumble. The nod is far from uncool. Heavenly Demon Chi rolled out, instantly blasting together with the attacks of many god emperors. If these god emperors are all high-level god emperors, and at least they are all at the level of heaven-defying god emperors, then maybe they can really turn defeat into victory. However, the vast majority of these god emperors are only elementary god emperors, there are very few middle-level god emperors, and there are only a few high-level god emperors. Although the combined power of many god emperors is strong, it is far from surpassing the god emperors. The turbulent demonic energy poured away, instantly bombarded with the attacks of many god emperors, and made a loud bang, and the Flame God Valley was instantly collapsed, by at least a third of it by a violent force. Under such a confrontation, a terrifying aftermath bombarded out, and I don't know how many disciples of Yenshan Valley fell under this aftermath. There are members of the Yen clan living in the Yenshan Valley, and not all of these members of the Yen clan are strong. There are also true gods and ancient gods, and even some young ones who have not even reached the level of true gods. The power of this aftermath is by no means something they can contend with. Under the aftermath, too many members of the Yen clan fell, and this scene made the eyes of the emperors of the Yenshan Valley blood red, and their faces were full of distorted anger. They didn't care about it, just to kill the heavenly punishment god emperor. Old dog. You are also from the Yan clan, but you are so cruel. A Yanshanga god emperor roared angrily with tears in his eyes. The enemy doesn't arrive. It's a pity that the strength of the god of punishment today is far beyond them. No matter how hard they fight back, they can't help the god of punishment. Ha ha ha, let you look down on this old man. It's not that my life is controlled by this old man. The heavenly punishment god emperor hadn't been so invincible for a long time, and he was extremely excited. It's sad, I don't even know that I'm going to die. But at this moment, a sigh of compassion resounded from the world, and the whole world seemed to freeze in an instant. The excitement of the heavenly punishment god emperor and the anger of the flame god valley god emperor seemed to be directly frozen at this moment. They watched helplessly as a ray of light suddenly fell from the sky, directly submerged in the heavenly demon Chi, and instantly dispersed the heavenly demon Chi. The giant face of the demon Chi in the void disappeared, revealing the true face of the heavenly punishment god emperor. Who is it? The heavenly demon Chi was wiped out, everything seemed to be back on track, and the frozen space was completely restored to its original state. Seeing this scene, the heavenly punishment emperor shrank his pupils suddenly, and immediately roared. Then, the heavenly punishment emperor saw a young man slowly descending from a high altitude as if he was stepping on a ladder. It's him. The Queen Yaoyue was startled when she saw Han Feng, and then she felt happy. Back then, Han Feng was already able to kill the Lord of Heavenly Demons, but now that he returned from the space of Lord, wouldn't he be even stronger? Emperor Yan Xuanhuan and other acquaintances of Han Feng also showed joy. Even the god emperor of Yanshan Valley showed complex and joyful expressions after knowing who was coming. A few years ago, they hated each other to death, but they didn't know that the Azure Dragon God Emperor told them that Han Feng was not only not the murderer who killed the Lord of the Flame God, but also the one who avenged the Lord of the Flame God. It's this guy, the legendary Emperor Nine Flames. Emperor Yao Tian froze when he saw Han Feng. Even if the heavenly punishment god emperor didn't take Han Feng seriously before, when the rumors about the Lord of Flame God's fall and Han Feng's hands became more and more intense these years, he still knew about Han Feng. Now that Han Feng suddenly appeared, the heavenly punishment emperor suddenly felt panic in his heart for some reason. Now this old man has surpassed the Emperor of God, even the Lord of the Flame God is not afraid, mere junior. The Emperor of Heaven Punishment roared in his heart. Han Feng looked at the God of Punishment with sympathy. Although he didn't know the specific situation, Han Feng could guess the general situation. The God of Punishment who suddenly became so powerful must have something to do with the Demon Lord. Han Feng, with his master-level soul, could tell at a glance that what was condensed in the body of the heavenly punishment god emperor was the huge power of the heavenly demon, but the power of the heavenly demon did not belong to the heavenly punishment god emperor, but was forcibly entered into the body of the heavenly punishment god emperor. The secret recipe of learning war with moon strangers. Unforgiving. The sudden increase in the strength of the heavenly punishment god emperor should be related to the power of the heavenly punishment god. The longer one fights and the longer one maintains the state, the more serious the source of power will be swallowed up. If it is devoured to a certain extent, the power of the heavenly demon that does not belong to the heavenly punishment god emperor will break open the body of the heavenly punishment god emperor, and the only thing waiting for the heavenly punishment god emperor is death. The second update. This book comes from Enable New URL. Han Feng didn't know whether the heavenly Xing Xuanhuan was clear about his situation. Maybe he didn't know, or maybe he knew, but he didn't want to believe it. However, regardless of whether the heavenly punishment god emperor is clear, Han Feng does not intend to forgive the heaven punishment god emperor right now. Breaking through the heavenly demon Chi surrounding the Yenshan realm, Han Feng flew all the way and saw too many creatures being burnt. Many heavenly demons and some false heavenly demons swept the Yenshan realm, and many people in the Yenshan realm were in dire straits. Along the way, Han Feng killed at least 1 million demons and false demons. Even if it's you, I'm not afraid at all now. The heavenly punishment god emperor roared, and his combat power was directly upgraded from the original level of the ordinary 5th level god emperor to the heaven-defying 5th level god emperor, the legendary 5th level god emperor, and the invincible 5th level god emperor. At the level of the god emperor and the invincible 6th level god emperor, the heavenly punishment god emperor has long been lost by the excessively soaring power. Rationally speaking, the Emperor of Heavenly Punishment knew that the most important thing he should do at this moment was to retreat, but there was a tyranny in his heart, which made the Emperor of Heavenly Punishment dare to attack Han Feng even though he knew that Han Feng was not weak. North Korean wind shot. Facing the all-out blow from the Heavenly Punishment God Emperor, Han Feng just waved his hand casually, and the half-step supreme level Hongmeng Supreme Fire swept away. After the Sky Demon energy collided with the purple-gold-colored Hongmeng Supreme Fire, the Hongmeng Supreme Fire instantly swallowed it, inhaled the chi of the Heavenly Demon, and then rushed towards the Heavenly Punishment God Emperor one after another. The Heavenly Punishment God Emperor's expression was distorted, and the madness in his eyes was even worse. He didn't even hide, but just released his demonic power with all his strength. The result is obvious: the primordial supreme fire can be said to devour the continuous stream of demon energy, as much as the demonic energy blasted out by the god of punishment emperor. The supreme fire of primordial origin devours as much demonic energy. God Emperor Yao Tian and other god emperors who took refuge in God Emperor Tianxing trembled tremblingly. They suddenly felt that things were not good. Just when Emperor Yao Tian had the idea of running away, the primordial flames had already surged, completely engulfing God Emperor Tianxing. In the hands of a half-step supreme master, the primordial fire of the half-step supreme level is enough to easily burn a half-step supreme level master to death. The 9th level master mastered the half-step supreme god fire, which could also pose some threats to the half-step supreme masters. Although Han Feng is now at the pinnacle of the 7th order master, but with his strength, he has already surpassed the 8th order master and is approaching the 9th order master. In the hands of Han Feng, the half-step supreme divine fire can easily burn to death the 9th level ruler. The heavenly punishment god emperor's fighting power, which is still a part of the distance from the juggernaut, can't resist the primordial supreme fire, and within a few breaths after being swallowed by the supreme primordial fire, it was burned to ashes by the supreme primordial fire. The Hongmeng Supreme Fire's offensive did not stop there, but intensified, engulfing God Emperor Yao Tian and others. Emperor Yao Tian and the others fell completely before they even had time to say a word of begging for mercy. Seeing this scene, the emperors of the Yenshan Valley swallowed their mouths and spit. Such abilities are definitely masters, and the other party has indeed returned as a master. Nine Flames God Emperor. No, it should be called Nine Flames Master now. After killing Yao Tian, Xuanhuan and others, Han Feng's movements still did not stop. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and the fire of the primordial priest was surging away, blasting into the void, and soon came to the fetal membrane of the god realm, and then the primordial priest was cremated into a large piece. The sea of flames covered the sky and the sun. With Han Feng's current strength, it is not difficult to release the primordial supreme fire with all his strength to cover the entire sky of the god realm. Soon, the primordial fire covered the entire sky, and the power of the heavenly demon surrounding the fetal membrane of the god realm dissipated directly at such a temperature, and then the supreme primordial fire turned into a sea of flames, and suddenly rained flames. The torrential rain of flames fell, and the entire flame god realm seemed to be swallowed by the rain of fire at this moment. Such a scene can be called the end of the world. Under Han Feng's control, these flaming rainstorms did not harm the residents of Yenshan realm at all. Instead, the sky demons and false sky demons who were rampant in Yenshan realm were the targets of these flaming rainstorms. In an instant, the screams of heavenly demons and false heavenly demons could be heard endlessly. One by one, heavenly demons were insulting the true gods and ancient gods of the flame god realm. After a drop of rainwater from the primordial supreme fire fell on them, the rain instantly ignited, and the heavenly demons naturally also was burned to ashes. Han Feng wiped out most of the heavenly demon army raging in the flame god realm in a blink of an eye, and the rest were completely engulfed by the flames and rainstorm before escaping for a long time. Today's Han Feng, the real power has far surpassed the four masters of Tianhen, so it is not difficult to do such a thing. And the god emperors such as Yan Shenggu also once again realized the strength of Han Feng. Therefore, when Han Feng finished everything and came in front of everyone, a kind of god emperor looked odd and cautious. Even Emperor Yan Xuanhuan and Tianxiang Xuanhuan, the two elders who called Han Feng a kid at the beginning, are extremely unnatural at the moment, with evasive eyes. On the contrary, the two women, Yaoyue God Empress and Tianhuan God Empress, are better. Although the attitudes of the two brothers and sisters Di Yonghao have also changed, but not much, especially Di Zidong poked his elder brother with his arm, and the sound transmission sneered, "Brother, you said at the beginning that you wanted to compete with the human ranks, but now are you still sparring?" Di Yonghao said unhappily, "You girl, you know how to expose brother's shortcomings. Back then, it was far worse in the God King space. Now everyone is the master. Brother, I have a lot of heart to be with that brother. Let's exchange ideas." The God Emperor of Yan Shenggu wanted to greet Han Feng, but he didn't know how to greet him, so he couldn't help sending voices to the Queen Yaoyue, asking the Queen Yaoyue to come and say hello. No God Emperor knows the relationship between Yaqing and Han Feng. Queen Yaoyue rolled her eyes. When she called Yaqing a white-eyed wolf a few years ago, did she ever think that there would be today? Having said that, the God Empress Yaoyue still stood up and bowed to salute. Concubine sees Lord Nine Flames. See the Lord of Nine Flames. The rest of the emperors were stunned when they heard the title of Master of Nine Flames, and then realized that the other party was indeed the Lord, and immediately saluted Queen Yaoyue. Han Feng quickly helped up the Yaoyue God Empress, Dian God Emperor, Tianhuan God Empress, and Tianxiang God Emperor. For seniors, although Mr. Han is the master now, he is still a junior. How can he bear the salute of the four elders? The etiquette cannot be changed. My lord is now the ruler, so it is naturally different from before. The godly Empress Yaoyue looked solemn, and she didn't show off at all, because Han Feng was her disciple-in-law. Seeing this, Han Feng was a little helpless, so he just changed the subject. Senior Dian, what happened to the Xuanhuan that day? How is the situation in Outer Heaven today? Who knows, anyway, the Xuanhuan suddenly joined the Heavenly Demon clan that day, and received the power bestowed by the Lord of the Heavenly Demon, and his strength has been greatly improved. In fact, similar things happened in many god realms before that, just like there are not many heavenly punishment god emperors who have improved so much, and this time, the heavenly punishment god emperor's hand is big enough, directly using the power of heavenly demon to engulf the flame god realm, and even the news cannot be spread. It's a good thing you're here, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Thinking of this, Divine Emperor Yen was also a little scared. The first update. P.S. It's too stuck, I don't know how to code, it's a mess, I'm not sure if there will be any third shift cabbage today, I suggest you don't wait. Also, I wish you all a happy Lantern Festival. As for Tianwei, the situation is fine now. With the Azure Dragon God Emperor here, even if some people get the power of the Lord of Heavenly Demons and rise to the level of the Heavenly Punishment God Emperor, they will not be the opponent of the Azure Dragon God Emperor. With the Azure Dragon God Emperor in charge, in recent years, Tianwei has sent many emperors to kill many demons. However, these demons seem to have been ordered, and they no longer dodge like before. It's not so easy for the God Emperor of Heaven and Heaven to kill the demons. After talking about God of Punishment, God Emperor of Dian talked about the situation of Heaven and Heaven. The Azure Dragon God Emperor? Han Feng was a little surprised, but also felt that it was true. Since the Azure Dragon clan is planning to be born, it is naturally impossible for the Azure Dragon God Emperor to sit on the sidelines. However, one of the messages mentioned by Dian Xuanhuan made Han Feng's eyes tremble. Don't dodge anymore, are you going to fight to the end? It seems that the Lord of the Demon is almost absorbing the power of the four masters, and he can attack with his hands. In the master space, Han Feng naturally knew from a part of the soul of the Lord of the Demon. The Lord of the Demon turned into a sealing formation, trapping the purpose of the four lords. Before the goal is achieved, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon should mainly focus on evasion. Only when the power of the four lords is almost absorbed, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon will really make a move, destroying Tianwei with the force of thunder, and devouring the way of heaven. 2. Reading 1, K, a bookend, Shu. If it was the past, Han Feng must have been very nervous. After absorbing part of the power of the four masters, the Lord of Heavenly Demon would probably be able to exert the strength of a 9th-level master in this world, plus 2 half-step supreme supernatural powers. It can be regarded as an extremely powerful existence, and such an existence is a huge threat to this world. However, as Han Feng got a great fortune on the supreme stage, Han Feng was not so worried. Even if the Lord of the Heavenly Demon can wield the power of a 9th-level master, he is not afraid now. At the beginning, the Lord of Heavenly Demon didn't use any means to give others power, but now he did it. There must be some reason, and it must be a good thing for the Lord of Heavenly Demon, but there may be some restrictions or sequelae, so at the beginning, the Lord of Heavenly Demon didn't do that. And now that you do this, are you anxious, because of my appearance? Han Feng thought thoughtfully. At this time, Dian Xuanhuan also told Han Feng some things about Qinglong Xuanhuan, including the fact that Qinglong Xuanhuan had saved the Supreme Gate. Lord of the Heavenly Demon. Han Feng's expression suddenly turned cold. Don't think about it, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon must have hated him, so he planned to vent his anger on the Supreme Sect, but in the end he was stopped by the Azure Dragon God Emperor. To read a book 1. The Azure Dragon Emperor, so that's the case. Han Feng quickly understood the purpose of the Azure Dragon Emperor. Since the Azure Dragon Emperor did that, he had to express that the Azure Dragon clan could take care of it more in the future. The junior is worried about his 2 wives and relatives, so he won't talk about the old days with the seniors. Knowing that the Supreme Gate had almost had an accident, even though he knew that he was safe in the end, Han Feng was still worried about his wife and parents, and couldn't sit still. Dian Xuanhuan and others are not weak in emotional intelligence, so it is naturally impossible to stop them at this time, and instead they bow down one by one to give them away. Soon, Han Feng disappeared into the sky and left the Flame God realm. Here in Yanshan Valley, many people congratulated Empress Yaoyue for getting up. With such a son-in-law, Empress Yaoyue's status can be said to have risen, and she is almost the first person in Yanshan Valley. The rest of the Emperor Yan Shenggu had mixed feelings in his heart. What will happen to Yan Shenggu in the future will mostly depend on the Queen Yaoyue and that Emperor Qing. In the starry sky, Han Feng passed by like a shooting star. Han Feng soon discovered that many planes in the God realm were permeated with strong celestial demonic aura, and were being invaded by celestial demons, but it was not as serious as the Flame God realm. Obviously, the powerful power bestowed by the Lord of Demons on some people is also graded, and the power obtained by each person is not the same. A lot of God Emperors with the same combat power as the Master of Heiyang? If we kill all the God Emperors who have gained power, what harm will it do to the Lord of the Heavenly Demon? Anyway, it will not be small, then. Han Feng sneered lightly, his figure didn't even stop, he just passed by the demon who was invaded by the Heavenly Demon when in the God realm. They would point out that the primordial fire gushed away, similar to the situation in the Flame God realm. First, the God realm was wrapped up, and then a rainstorm of flames rained down to wipe out the Heavenly Demons one by one. The people who were killed were also eliminated, but for these people who were forcibly transformed into fake demon creatures, being killed may be a relief. As for those who were rampant because of the power of the Lord of the Demon, they were naturally also targeted for elimination. Passing by one God Realm was easily rescued by Han Feng, which gave Han Feng a clearer understanding of his current power. An ordinary 9th level master is nothing in front of him. Only a 9th level master who has half a step of supreme supernatural power can make him serious. In a certain dark space, in a sticky black pool, Golialu was bubbling. A deep voice suddenly came out of the pool, and more bubbles bubbled out. Damn it, many demon seeds were wiped out. How could this happen? The Heavenly Demon Seed is a more terrifying ability than the Heavenly Demon Seal, and this ability can only be mastered by the Heavenly Demon Lord. Under the Heavenly Demon Lord, most of the magical powers mastered by the Heavenly Demon Lord are the Heavenly Demon Seal. The Heavenly Demon Seed is a part of the Heavenly Demon Ruler's own power condensed, turned into a seed and planted in the body of some people. After the sprout grows, a large amount of Heavenly Demon's power can be gushed out to strengthen the opponent's strength. Due to the difference in personal physique, aptitude, and original realm strength, the power of the demon seeds that each person can stimulate is also different. The reason for the 5 or 6 invincible God Emperor level. And the person who is planted with the demon seed will exert stronger and stronger power as time goes by, and will make people rely more and more on the power of the demon seed, and the demon seed will continue to devour the power of the person who is planted source of. Because the victim is relying more and more on the power of the demon, and when the power of the demon and his own source of power are getting more and more entangled, it is difficult for the victim to realize that his source of power is being swallowed up. When it is devoured to a certain extent, the demon seed will immediately break through the body of the person being caught, return to the body of the master of the demon, and strengthen the master of the demon. The second update. Generally speaking, the rulers of the 7th and 8th ranks like this very much, but the masters of the 9th rank gradually no longer use the seeds of the demons, because the seeds of the demons can only raise people beyond the limit of the emperor. It is of little use to the 9th rank, especially the peak of the 9th rank, and it is impossible to help them break through the half-step supreme. Moreover, it is not without disadvantages that the demon seeds are planted on others. First of all, once the God Emperor implanted with the demonic seed falls, the demonic seed will also be shattered, and will never return to the body of the demon ruler, which means that the power of the demon ruler will be weakened instead. Secondly, there are many God Emperors in the world of heaven and earth, and there are many people with extraordinary talents. Source to others. In the memory of the Lord of the Demon, it seems that I have heard of a Lord of the Demon who suffered such a big loss before. I wanted to train that God Emperor to be second only to the Lord and then swallow it, but I never thought that I would eventually become the God Emperor. Instead, let the God Emperor devour the Lord of the Heavenly Demon in turn, replace the Lord of the Heavenly Demon, become a Heavenly Demon himself, and finally become a half-step Supreme. As for whether he broke through to the Supreme in the end, the Lord of Heavenly Demon doesn't know about it. For various reasons, the Lord of Heavenly Demon did not intend to condense the seeds of Heavenly Demon, otherwise he would not have specially found 4 helpers, but what the Lord of Heavenly Demon did not expect was that these 4 helpers were so useless and would be quickly killed. The Lord of Heavenly Demon has to admit that he underestimated the power of the legendary Supreme Foundation God Emperor, especially in the battle of dominating the space. The Lord of Heavenly Demon realized the horror of Supreme God Emperor even more. The threat will be enormous. The Lord of Heavenly Demon ignored the condensed seeds of Heavenly Demon, seduced some unwilling emperors, and planted the seeds of Heavenly Demon in their bodies. When the seeds of Heavenly Demon matured, he took back the seeds of Heavenly Demon and strengthened his power source, allowing him to absorb the power of the 4 masters faster. Over the years, the original plan went well, but not long ago, the Heavenly Demon Lord sensed that the Heavenly Demon seeds he had condensed were being wiped out one by one. That guy, it must be that guy, that kid has come back from the Dominion space. The Lord of Heavenly Demon murmured, He could find so many seeds of heavenly demon and kill them in such a short period of time. The Azure Dragon Emperor would do the same less than. All the demon lord could think of was Han Feng. His face was gloomy for a moment. The Lord of Heavenly Demon stayed under the black water pool, and suddenly he laughed loudly. It's a pity that I have stayed in the ruler's space for too long, and I will be done soon. Even there are many seeds of heavenly demon, it has been cultivated to a perfect level. Since you've come out, it's a big deal for me to take back the demon seeds. At most half a year, this seed will be able to return with nearly 80% of the strength in its heyday. So what about the Supreme Master? Is it possible to threaten me just now? I want to see how powerful the legendary Supreme Foundation is after breaking through to the Master. The black water pool was gurgling and bubbling, and gradually calmed down. The black water pool is calm, but many god kings and god emperors who have been planted with demon seeds in the 3000 god realm are not calm. The god kings and god emperors who can be tempted by the Lord of Heavenly Demon are basically unsuccessful in the same level, especially the god emperors. Most of them are ordinary god emperors, and some of them are not even ordinary god emperors. Moisture Emperor. These water god emperors and ordinary god emperors, in the eyes of god emperors of the three levels of heaven-defying god emperor, legendary god emperor, and invincible god emperor. It's not as good as those high-ranking god kings, who naturally get looked down upon on weekdays. Relying on the power of the celestial demon seeds, they managed to make a comeback and trampled under their feet the people they used to look up to, but now they suddenly lost their strength and panicked. However, the god king and god emperor, who were trampled under their feet, realized that their opponents had suddenly lost their strength, and immediately fought back. War broke out again in many god realms, but this time, many traitors who took refuge in the demon clan were all eliminated. Without the demon seeds, many sources of power have been lost, and some god emperors have been abolished, to the point where the foundation of the heavenly emperor has changed 5 or 6 times, and even the god kings cannot win. How could the Lord of the Heavenly Demon pay attention to the screams and growls of those wastes? And after taking back the seeds of the heavenly demon, he merged into himself. Immediately, the power of the monstrous heavenly demon permeated the whole body. That kind of powerful power made the Lord of Heavenly Demon intoxicated. Huh? No more? Han Feng was flying in the starry sky, and soon found something strange. It seemed that those who took refuge in the Lord of the Demon Lord had all been knocked down. Is it because you noticed me that you took back the power given to those people? Sure enough, these powers have a very important effect on the Lord of the Demon. Fortunately, I have wiped out a lot of them. I hope to have a relatively large impact on the Lord of the Demon. Flying all the way, after resolving many crises in the God realm at will, Han Feng finally arrived at Xuanhuan. Han Feng's return was like an atomic bomb thrown into the ocean, and immediately set off a stormy sea. Although the Azure Dragon Emperor asserted that Han Feng was absolutely fine, he hadn't returned for a long time. Many god emperors have always had doubts about whether Han Feng can come back out. But now, the other party really came back and returned as a master. No matter how much time Han Feng has practiced, no matter how low Han Feng's qualifications are, the God Emperor of Xuanhuan will not dare to underestimate Han Feng just because of his status as a ruler. The first to discover Han Feng was actually the Xuanhuan guards, who were on guard at all times. These guards generally consisted of junior or middle-level God Emperors as members, and high-level God Emperors as captains. The high-ranking emperor almost took Han Feng as an intruder, but fortunately, Wu Wuyan among the team members recognized Han Feng, thus avoiding a big battle. As soon as the news spread, Gui Tiancheng, the second-generation Dragon Emperor, Qingshan, and Yaqing immediately fled here. Qingshan and Yaqing flew behind and threw themselves into Han Feng's arms. I'm sorry to make you worry. I didn't expect it to take so long. Han Feng apologized, and said he would come back in 100 or 200 years, but he didn't return for nearly 3,000 years. I'm afraid anyone would be worried. Brother Han, you are now. The second Dragon Emperor asked hesitantly, his eyes full of anticipation. At this time, a ray of blue light rushed over, and there was a faint sound of dragon chant. The blue light dissipated, and it was the Azure Dragon God Emperor who appeared in front of everyone. Seeing Han Feng, the Azure Dragon God Emperor felt that the majesty Han Feng brought to him was even greater, and immediately became excited. Junior Qing Wulin, Sea Lord Master. With just one glance, the Azure Dragon Emperor was sure that Han Feng had truly become the master. In the space of domination, the Azure Dragon God Emperor, who once possessed the power of domination in battle, absolutely confirmed this point. The third update. C_T, King Wulin is obviously the real name of the Azure Dragon God Emperor. For more latest chapters visit www. Even the Azure Dragon God Emperor called Han Feng Master, and the second Dragon Emperor and the other God Emperors had no doubts, and immediately shouted respectfully, "See Master." This time, Han Feng didn't kindly ask the God Emperors to stand up again. Han Feng knew that his qualifications were still inexperienced. 3 Heavenly Demon Lords. The God Emperor of Tien Weishan has not reacted to his rise at all, so he has not been able to face him with a correct attitude. Many God Emperors have a contemptuous attitude towards him, and previously refused him to lead the Supreme. The door into the sky outside the sky is a very obvious performance. And now, although he is already the master, the time for his rise is still short, and it is not guaranteed that any God Emperor will not open his eyes to provoke him. Those provocative emperors were suppressed. I have to say that Han Feng's behavior is quite correct. Some God Emperors of Tien Weishan have never seen Han Feng's performance so far, and they don't have a particularly obvious understanding of Han Feng's strength. Coupled with the rise of Han Feng, the time is very short, as if it suddenly rose up in a breath, which naturally aroused the jealousy of some God Emperors. Only by showing real strength and showing a state of crushing can some God Emperors who are temporarily unconscious can fully wake up and realize the gap between the two sides. Han Feng just stood there calmly and didn't speak, but the pressure on the second-generation Dragon Emperor and the rest of the God Emperors was unprecedentedly huge, like a steady stream of turbulent waves, constantly hitting. Super many good-looking novels. In a few breaths, cold sweat gradually broke out on the foreheads of the God Emperors of Tien Weishan. At this moment, the God Emperors who had never seen Han Feng's horror before finally realized their own insignificance, and did not dare to underestimate Han Feng for a while. After a long while, Han Feng said calmly, "Get up, Senior Dragon Emperor, take me to the Hall of Domination, and notify the other God Emperors to also go to the Hall of Domination. Han has something important to announce." Sun Hen Moyue pointed at me. Yes. The second-generation Dragon Emperor dared not be negligent, and when he led Han Feng to the Palace of Domination, he also kept sending out messages. Afterwards, Tien Weishan suspended among the peaks in the air, and there were continuous bursts of sharp lights. Go out and fly to the Palace of Domination. When the 6 invincible emperors of Tier 6 from Tien Weishan gathered in the Hall of Domination, Han Feng had already arrived at the Hall of Masters under the leadership of the Emperor Qinglong and the second-generation Dragon Emperor. Looking at the familiar Dominion Hall, Han Feng sighed unceasingly, remembering that when he first came to the Hall of Masters, he was only in the realm of a God King, standing below and looking up at the 4 masters of the Hall of Masters. But now, he is already the master, sitting on the throne of the Master Hall, with Qing Shan and Yaqing sitting beside him, and further down, the emperors of the heaven and earth are looking up at him. After sighing, Han Feng quickly came back to his senses, and looked at the group of God Emperors below. As more and more God Emperors came, Han Feng gradually began to exude his own coercion. The suppression of the soul made many emperors feel as if they were in the ocean of souls, while in the high altitude, Han Feng's body continued to grow until it stood upright, like the sky. And they, like ants, are floating in the sea of souls that are constantly setting off turbulent waves, and they will be swallowed at any time. A group of god emperors were dripping with cold sweat. At this moment, they felt in a trance that their souls would be suppressed and killed in an instant. Some Tianwei god emperors, who had never seen Han Feng or the power of Han Feng, felt a burst of horror in their hearts. Set off a stormy wave. At this moment, no god emperor dared to underestimate the god emperor. Seeing this, Han Feng was quite satisfied. The only regret was that the few people who had known him before and could talk to him, such as Wu Wuyan, Gui Mietian, Zhimu Shenhuang, and Zhu Lai Shenhuang, probably would not be able to talk to him from now on. I can't face myself naturally. It can be seen from their respectful expressions now. Don't talk about Su Wuyan and others, just talk about Su Wuhan. At this moment, there is no jealousy in the past, and he has a completely docile face. A long-distance enmity with Sun Qiu from afar. Knowing that he has now stood at the pinnacle of this world and become one of the mightiest men in this world, and no one dares to ignore his words, Han Feng stood up, his momentum soaring again, with a majestic expression on his face, as if the king comes. See Master Nine Flames. The god emperors of Tianwei immediately knelt down on one knee and saluted Han Feng loudly. Including the Azure Dragon God Emperor, he also knelt down. The Azure Dragon God Emperor obviously understood that he could possess the power of a ruler only by relying on a half-step supreme artifact, and there was still a gap between him and a real master like Han Feng. The wind is stronger than that of the Eastern Emperor and the others, so this kneeling, the Qinglong Divine Emperor kneeled willingly. If it were the Eastern Emperor and the three of them, the Qinglong Divine Emperor might not be so willing. If it was the Azure Dragon God Emperor who broke through this time, the Azure Dragon God Emperor would dare to fight the Skyline Lord. This is the confidence that Half-Step Supreme bestowed upon Qinglong Shenhuang. Get up. Han Feng's stern voice resounded throughout the Dominion Palace. After the God Emperors got up one by one, Han Feng's voice reached the ears of all the God Emperors. The Azure Dragon God Emperor should have told you about the situation of the ruler space, but the Azure Dragon, perhaps there is one thing that the Divine Emperor does not know, that is, Han had trapped a part of the soul origin of the Lord of Heavenly Demon in that battle, and through soul searching, Han learned one thing. Enemy Kadi's independent knot technique, Emolung technique, Gang Tai. I think the second-generation Dragon Emperor and others also know that from the memories of the ruler of Heiyong. We learned that the Lord of the Heavenly Demon turned into a seal master and trapped the four senior rulers, but we don't know the purpose. But according to the soul search of the part of the soul of the Lord of the Demon, Han knows the purpose of the Lord of the Demon. Do not hate ghosts, and ghosts. That is, the source of the power to absorb the four masters. When absorbed to a certain extent, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon will be able to exert the strength of the ninth-level ruler in our world. What? The God Emperor's face changed in horror, absorbed the source of power of the four masters, and exerted the strength of the ninth-level master? How can this be done? Some old God Emperors who have experienced the last battle of the era have even seen the horror of the Lord of the Demon Lord. It is so terrifying to be limited to the strength of the 8th-level ruler. If it is a real 9th-level ruler, how earth-shattering it would be. The combination of the four masters is probably not low. No, there are 5 masters now, and the Azure Dragon Emperor can barely count as 6 masters, but even so, I am afraid that they are no match for the 9th-level masters. Some veteran emperors were worried, only thinking that their side of the world of heaven and earth was in danger. To dominate the 3rd level, that is really the 1st level and one world, the gap is huge. The first update. This book is from L/10/10390/. Master, you must not let the Lord of the Devil succeed. Read a book? www.1knSHU. Yes, Master, if the Lord of Heavenly Demon can exert the power of the 9th level, it will definitely be a catastrophe for our world. My lord, what should we do? The panicked god emperors were at a loss for a moment, and soon several veteran god emperors stood up. Some made suggestions, and some asked Han Feng what to do. These veteran god emperors may not be strong, but they have lived long enough. Sometimes even the second-generation dragon emperor and other sixth-level invincible god emperors have to give them a little bit of trouble. Han Feng said indifferently, naturally, we need to find the Lord of Heavenly Demon as soon as possible. If the Lord of Demon transforms into a sealing formation today to absorb the power of the 4 senior masters, as long as we stop it in time, we will not only be able to rescue the 4 senior masters, but also block the power of the 4 senior masters. The goal of the Lord of Demons has been achieved, and then we can unite the forces of the 4 masters to kill the Lord of Demons. However, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon separated a part of the soul source and controlled a heavenly demon puppet. The heavenly demon puppet has the strength of a 7th-level master. If it is blocked by the heavenly demon puppet, it may be difficult to find. A god emperor worried. The Qinglong god emperor snorted disdainfully. The strength of the 7th-level ruler is only in the early stage. How could he be the opponent of Lord Jiuyan, know everything, and save us the time to search? Read the book www.1K, A. Nshu. However, from the old man's point of view, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon probably wouldn't dare to send out the puppets of the Heavenly Demon anymore. In the battle to dominate the space, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon should understand the power of Lord Nine Flames better than anyone else. The God Emperor who raised his concerns before wanted to talk, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Hearing what the Azure Dragon God Emperor said, the strength of both sides in that battle had already reached the level of dominance, stronger than that day demon puppet, and now Jiuyan dominates. The master broke through and returned smoothly, and his strength should be stronger. It is true that the demon puppet is unlikely to be the opponent of Lord Jiuyan, but it is easy to be caught by Lord Jiuyan to search for his soul. Thinking about it this way, the emperor hoped that the demon puppet would come out and prevent them from searching for the Lord of the Demon, so that he could be caught. Just by finding the main body of the demon lord, can you save the 4 masters? Gue Tiancheng frowned, puzzled. Of course, not only that, but also need the sealing formation and the outside of the sealing formation to attack the sealing formation together. When the attacks of both sides go up to the 8th level, between the 8th and 9th level, the sealing formation can be broken. The power of the 8th level ruler? Many god emperors were startled. This is almost the strength of the Lord of Heavenly Demon after his strength is limited. Where can they find such strength? Could it be? All the emperors looked at Han Feng in disbelief, and Han Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it possible that I can't do it? Did not disappear. To see, Book 1 Ka, Shu. They believed that Han Feng must be very strong at the moment, but it would be unbelievable if his strength surpassed the 8th level of master. Han Feng snorted softly, his eyes froze suddenly, and the god emperors who ruled the palace felt cold all over the next moment, and then they discovered in horror that they seemed to be in a huge power vortex, and the vast power was ejected from the vortex to suck them all in. In a blink of an eye, the vortex disappeared, as if everything before was an illusion. They were still staying in the Dominion Hall, but the previous scene was deeply reflected in the minds of many god emperors, and their intuition told them that the vortex, like a beast, once really sucked them in and they're absolutely dead. Many god emperors felt that their backs were wet afterward. The oppression is so strong that we have that kind of illusion. It's just the oppression of strength. If we really make a move, I'm afraid that we will be killed in an instant. Lin Yangshenhuang swallowed, and his heart was shaken. The 6 invincible god emperors of the 6th rank often come into contact with the masters. They did not feel such terrible oppression from the 3 masters Hongda, Lin Yun, and Dong Huang. Even the Skymark masters did not give them such a feeling of At this time, even if the people in their hearts still have some disbelief, the sixth level invincible God Emperors believe that the newly promoted Lord Master in front of him may not be worse than Lord Skyline Master. Perhaps, the four Masters can really be rescued and prevent the Lord of Heavenly Demon from achieving his goal. The other emperors also trusted Han Feng a lot. With trust, it was easier for Han Feng to command, and soon the God Emperors of Tianwei took action. They went to the 3,000 God realm one by one, searching everywhere, looking for clues of the Lord of Heavenly Demon. However, if the Lord of the Heavenly Demon can be discovered so easily, then he is not the Lord of the Heavenly Demon. In fact, even the celestial demon puppets seldom appear, only the celestial demon still wreaks havoc in the 3,000 God realm. Without finding the Lord of the Heavenly Demons, the Heavenly God Emperor only needed to hunt and kill these heavenly demons to vent his anger. For a while, the 3,000 God realm lost many heavenly demons. However, as long as the Lord of Heavenly Demon is not found for a day, the Emperor of Tianwei will not be relieved, and as time goes by, they gradually become anxious. Only Han Feng maintained a calm expression from the beginning to the end. Qingshan asked, curiously, Han Feng, are you not worried? Han Feng smiled slightly, what are you worried about? Believe in your husband's ability. Unless the Lord of the Devil suddenly breaks through to the half-step supreme, there is nothing you can do about me. Yaqing and Qingshan naturally believed in Han Feng, and were also curious about how strong Han Feng is now. Han Feng smiled mysteriously, when I fight the Lord of the Demon, you will naturally know. In a certain dark space, in a black water pool, a ceiling formation is hidden here. In the ceiling formation, 4 figures sat cross-legged, their faces pale, as if they were enduring some pain. If someone who can see the source of power sees these 4 people, they will find that these 4 people's bodies are constantly having roots. Thin lines connect the surrounding ceiling formations. Those thin threads are the source of the power of Tianhen to dominate the 4 people, and they are being continuously absorbed by the ceiling formation. For thousands of years, the 4 masters of Skyline resisted desperately, but they still couldn't stop the flow of their own strength. Now, the power lost by the 4 people is close to 40%, and it has almost reached the limit that the Lord of Heavenly Demon can absorb. The ceiling formation transformed by the Demon Lord is not omnipotent, and it cannot be absorbed to the end without a bottom line. Suddenly, the ceiling array shattered, and the shattered ceiling array condensed together, turning into a pitch-black figure, who was the Lord of the Heavenly Demon. But the 4 Tianhen masters lost 40% of their source of strength at once, as if they were hit hard, they collapsed to the ground. What is lost is the source of strength, and it is by no means so easy to recover. It is impossible to recover without tens of millions of years. The second update. C_T, this is the power that this seat should have. Please go to the latest chapter of this book, .79xs, please search for the most complete. The fastest updated novel. Lord of Demons laughed, the billowing power in the body surged, and the terrifying aura rose to the sky. Even in the starry sky, billowing black clouds formed, filled the starry sky, and released the power of evil and darkness. The 4 masters of Tianhen fell to the ground in a slump. Seeing this scene, they showed bitter faces one after another. They have tried their best not to let their power be taken away, but after thousands of years, they can only persist so far. They only hope that a new master has been born in Tianwei, and this master can resist the Lord of Heavenly Demon for a while. The land, the enemy, the ghosts, the evil, the evil, the evil, the evil. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared beside the Lord of Heavenly Demon, which was a puppet of Heavenly Demon. The part of the soul in the puppet of Heavenly Demon that belonged to the Lord of Heavenly Demon was separated from the puppet of Heavenly Demon and merged into the main body. The soul returned to its place, and the strength of the Lord of Heavenly Demons increased again, faintly, comparable to the middle and late stages of the Ninth Order ruler. The third level of dominance has a huge gap in each level, but in the same level, the gap in the last 3 small stages of junior high school is not so big. Although the peak of the same level has an advantage in the early stage, it is definitely not as good as that between the 2 levels. As huge. The strength of the 9th level ruler in the middle and late stages is already very close to the strength of the heyday of the Lord of Heavenly Demons. Sun Keek's cold enmity with Nock. However, the Demon Lord also knows that the source of the absorbed power is not his own, and it will surely disappear a lot with the passage of time, and there are not many who can really become his power. An expert in solving this world within. At the same time, not far from the billowing black clouds, another emperor of the ghost family noticed something strange here. Sundi is not far away. What a huge black cloud, exuding such dark and evil power. Could it be that the Lord of the Heavenly Demon is nearby? Thinking of this, the Ghost Emperor's heart skipped a beat, and immediately sent the message to Han Feng, Ghost Tiancheng, the 2nd-generation Dragon Emperor, Qinglong God Emperor and others. Sundi is not far away from love and learning from war ghosts. The power of the 9th level ruler in the middle and late stages is already very close to the strength of the heyday of the Lord of Heavenly Demons. Afterwards, the Ghost Emperor retreated quickly, turned around and turned into a ray of light, about to flee. Now that the Demon Lord has been discovered, the next step is to wait for the arrival of Han Feng and Qinglong Xuanhuan. Naturally, the Ghost Emperor will not be so stupid as to fight against the Demon Lord by himself, that would be courting death. However, can the Ghost Emperor escape? Jia, I didn't expect to meet Xiao Shami just after I came out, so let's use Xiao Shami to practice my hands. In the billowing black clouds, Jia, the Lord of the Demon, sneered. As for the 4 masters of Tianhen, the master of Tianma did not kill them, but arrested them. His strength has reached a bottleneck, and there is no way to advance, but if he devours this Feng Tiandao and breaks through to the half-step supreme, then swallowing the power of the 4 masters will allow his strength to continue to rise. The half-step supreme also has strengths and weaknesses. Even the supreme, there must be specific divisions, but at that level, there is a huge difference between the current demon masters, so naturally I don't know what kind of division there will be between the supreme. Not good. Hearing the voice of the Lord of the Demon, the Ghost Emperor's heart thumped, and a chill rose all over his body. The next moment, the Ghost Emperor fled even faster. However, the Lord of the Heavenly Demons' attack was even faster, and the billowing black cloud traveled through the starry sky, almost in a breath, caught up with the Ghost Family God Emperor, and then devoured the Ghost Family God Emperor. The enemy is far and far away, and the orphan son Jihao. In the black cloud formed by the demonic energy, the screams of ghosts and gods continued to be heard. In the black cloud, there seemed to be pitch-black thunderbolts churning and rumbling. The enemy is far away, and observes Yu Gusan Jihao, not far ahead. Gui Tiancheng saw the mighty demonic energy rushing towards him. After a while, the black cloud gradually dissipated, but the Ghost Emperor had disappeared, completely swallowed by the demon energy, and turned into ashes. The enemy does not hate the land, the enemy hates the cool, the sun is too cold. The 6th level invincible God Emperor of Tianwei, since the invasion of the Heavenly Demon, the first fallen person finally appeared, that is the God Emperor of the Ghost Family. It's time to get rid of some fools who are jumping around. The figure of the Lord of Heavenly Demon distorted for a while, and appeared at the place where the Ghost Emperor was killed, and then the figure of Lord of Heavenly Demon flashed, and the billowing black clouds gathered again, blasting into the distance. Looking at that direction, it was flying in the direction of Tianwei. Jieka Yuenka's soul ship hates Mogu technology secret not. Han Feng, Qingshan, Yaqing, the 2nd-generation Dragon Emperor, Gui Tiancheng, the God Emperor of the Su family, and many other God Emperors from Tianwei all got the letter and coordinates from the Ghost God Emperor, so they flew to the Ghost family one after another. The coordinates sent by the Emperor. The 2nd Dragon Emperor even sent a letter to inquire about the specific situation, but did not receive any more news. This made the second Dragon Emperor, Gui Tiancheng, and others feel a bad premonition. Could it be? The Lord of Heavenly Demon was filled with the aura of Heavenly Demon, and he flew to the outer sky. Some of the people who received the message from the God Emperor of the Ghost family and were closer to the coordinates encountered the Lord of Heavenly Demon on the way. The result can be imagined. As more and more people lost contact, Xuanhuan immediately realized something, and immediately sent a message to make all the gods except Han Feng stop in place, or change direction and fly towards him, or Han Feng, don't go to Gijiashan again. The coordinates provided by Huang. After half a day. Hugo's remote ghost sun ball battle cold catch technique. Gui Tiancheng was flying towards Han Feng's location, when suddenly Gui Tiancheng's eyelids twitched and his expression changed. Not far ahead, Gui Tiancheng saw the mighty heavenly demon Chi rushing towards him. Chamo is lonely and cool. After the far feuding, Kukuk not surgery to meet the lonely war stranger. That is. Gui Tiancheng's pupils shrank, and he turned and fled without thinking. Jia, another sixth-rank God Emperor, die. The heavenly demon lord grasped it with a big hand, and the power of the vast heavenly demon turned into a shocking pitch-black giant claw, and grabbed Gui Tiancheng. The soul of the blue dragon. Qiankuan true dragon fury. At the critical moment, the voice of the Azure Dragon God Emperor shouted angrily, and then the Azure Dragon's chant rolled out. With the resounding of the Green Dragon's chant, a head of green dragons condensed with energy came out, overwhelmingly facing the surging demonic aura. When the Lord of the Heavenly Demon saw the densely packed green dragons, his expression suddenly darkened, which reminded him of something very bad. This old thing, if he hadn't lent the half-step supreme artifact to that kid, the soul source and body possessed by me in the dominant space would have been destroyed. Those days when I was possessed by the demon puppet, this old thing has always given me sit against each other. In that case, let's die. The Lord of the Demon sneered. Now that he is close to his heyday, is it possible that he is still afraid of the mere God Emperor? It's the same even if the Emperor holds a half-step supreme artifact. Perhaps the real supreme divine artifact would make him afraid at this moment, but is it possible that the God Emperor controls the supreme divine artifact? Roar. The heavenly demon lord let out a roar, and a majestic force rumbled out, sweeping across the green dragons. The huge body of the green dragon froze for an instant, and then collapsed one after another. The power of this sound wave rolled out, and after killing the green dragon, it didn't stop attacking, but blasted towards the Azure Dragon God Emperor and Gui Tiancheng. The faces of the two of them changed drastically. If they were involved, they would probably collapse like those green dragons. The real Lord of Heavenly Demon has such terrifying strength. The first update. This book is from L/10/10390/. Over. Guardian of the Universe. The Azure Dragon Emperor roared, and the Qiankuan True Dragon staff instantly gushed out an astonishing force, and then turned into a green protective shield, protecting the Azure Dragon Emperor and Gui Tiancheng within it. Look at a book www.1k, a want and book s.h.u. Boom boom boom. The turbulent sonic attack came rumbling, and it also made a loud bang when it hit the protective shield. Click. Kacha kacha. In a moment, the protective cover cracked endless cracks, densely packed, and then collapsed instantly. Puff puff. Gui Tiancheng and Xuanhuan vomited blood one after another. Without the defense of the Qiankuan True Dragon staff, the two of them could not resist the roar of the Demon Lord. Fortunately, there were blue dragons to resist first, and then there was the protection of the Qiankuan True Dragon staff. The sonic attack that involved the two had lost too much power. It is not directly fried into minced meat. Lord Master is here. Even though he was vomiting blood, the Azure Dragon Emperor showed joy, and a ray of light quickly came from a distance, and the light converged, revealing the figures of Han Feng, Qing Shan, and Yu Qing. The appearance of Han Feng immediately attracted the attention of the Lord of the Demon, and he no longer paid attention to the two ants, Gui Tiancheng and Qing Long Xuanhuan. In the Lord of the Demon's view, as long as Han Feng, the Supreme Master, is killed, the rest of the idiots will be defeated. It's just a small character that can be dealt with at any time, just an ant. Qing Long Shenhuang and Gui Tiancheng escaped from birth, Qing Shan and Yaqing supported them and immediately hid away, leaving the battlefield to Han Feng and the Lord of the Demon. Read a book? www.1knSHU? The four of them stared at Han Feng and the Lord of the Demon. This battle could be said to be related to whether their world could survive this crisis. Han Fengxing, all of them are safe, including this world and heaven. If Han Feng is defeated, then this world and the Tao of heaven will all be over, and no one can stop the Lord of Heavenly Demon from devouring the Tao of heaven in this universe. The peak of the 7th level can be said to have reached the quasi-8th level. You have gained a lot of good luck in the Supreme Terrace. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon said gloomily, and the killing intent in his heart was getting higher and higher. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon lives in the endless void, and his knowledge is much better than that of the Lord of Skylines and others. Naturally, he knows how perverted it is to reach the peak of the 7th order or the quasi-8th order as soon as he breaks through. Will step into the half-step Supreme Realm, and even break through the Real Supreme Realm. It is also easier than them. Such a master with a bright future, if he does not kill him at this time, what awaits him in the future will be a catastrophe. Let's do it. Han Feng glanced at the Heavenly Demon Lord lightly. In Han Feng's eyes, the current Heavenly Demon Lord is no longer as mysterious and unattainable as before. Looking for death. How could the Heavenly Demon Lord fail to notice Han Feng's gaze? Han Feng's calm gaze made the Heavenly Demon Lord instantly furious. So calm, did he really think he was determined? It's just a master who has just broken through. Ho ho! An overwhelming roar whizzed away, blasting towards Han Feng. The sound wave bombardment that was higher than the first level caused ripples in the surrounding starry sky, and some even distorted and cracked. Reading 1, K-A-N, Shu. Distorting and collapsing the space in the starry sky is much more difficult than in the 3000 God realm. Grand Mist Supreme Body. Han Feng unfolded the Grand Mist Supreme Body in an instant, and the vast power blasted out instantly, like a storm, sweeping in all directions. The mighty power instantly blasted together with the overwhelming sound waves, and in an instant endless storms raged across the starry sky. The terrifying power of the aftermath spread, and Han Feng just waved his hand, as if there was something blocking the power of the aftermath in front of him. The bombardment of the aftermath couldn't affect Han Feng at all, and he couldn't even touch Han Feng. Han Feng's aura is already close to the 9th Order Master, and when he displays the Hongmeng Supreme Body that has reached the half-step Supreme level, or the top half-step Supreme level, Han Feng's breath instantly soars to the level of the 9th level Master, and now he can only the Heavenly Demon Lord, who wielded the power of the 9th level Master in the middle and late stages, was actually defeated. What? The Demon Lord was astonished. How could he be so strong? Breaking out of the aftermath vortex, his expression became completely serious. Han Feng seemed to be stronger than he imagined. Could it be that this is the horror of the legendary Supreme Ruler? Don't think that only you have the half-step Supreme supernatural power. Boundless Dark Night. The realm of Dark Night unfolded in an instant, spreading in all directions. The supernatural power of Boundless Dark Night, displayed by the main body of the Demon Lord, is completely different from the power displayed by the possession of the Space Ruler before. The power of the supernatural power displayed by the main body has not only reached 100%, but judging by the power of its supernatural power, even if it is not top-notch at the half-step Supreme level, it is not a low-level supernatural power. Compared with the magical powers displayed by the main body at this moment, the supernatural powers displayed by the body that dominates the space are weak. Immortal Sun Divine Physique. Han Feng's expression didn't even change. Immortal Sun Divine Physique was displayed, and a dazzling flaming sun disk gradually rose behind him. The fierce flame breath directly broke the magic power of the Lord of Heavenly Demon. As soon as the two divine bodies equivalent to the half-step supreme level came out, Han Feng's aura surged again. If it was said that the ninth level master was faintly appeared before, then it is far away now. It's a pity that the gap between the Juggernaut and the half-step supreme is very large, which is several times or even 10 times the gap between the 8th and 9th ranks. Therefore, even if Han Feng's breath at the moment is far beyond the 9th rank, he is still far away from the half-step supreme level. An indescribable gap. However, even so, it is enough to deal with the Lord of Heavenly Demon. After all, the Lord of Heavenly Demon is not a half-step supreme. How is that possible? The Lord of the Heavenly Demon never expected that his trick would be broken so easily. With an expression of disbelief on his face, after he roared wildly, he once again used the half-step supernatural power of Boundless Demon Claw. Han Feng unfolded the form of the sword demon, and the sword energy of the Tsungling flew out one after another. In terms of number, it was no less than the Devil's Claw. The demonic claws were pierced by the Tsungling sword Chi one after another, and then these Tsungling sword Chi gathered together to form a Tsungling divine sword, which was directly chopped at a speed that even the Lord of the Heavenly Demon could not react. The face of the Demon Lord changed drastically, and the frightened eyes flashed away. Han Feng's combat power was completely beyond the Lord's estimation. Such strength, placed in the endless void, is also the top 9th level master. No, maybe even the top 9th level masters can't compare. The opponent's own realm is only quasi-8th level. If it breaks through to the real 8th or even 9th level, how strong will it be? When the crisis of life and death came, the Lord of Heavenly Demon only had enough time to cover one side of his body. If so, half of his body was cut off by the sword, and blood sprayed out in an instant. The Lord of Heavenly Demon was frightened at once. The power of both sides was not at the same level at all. How can we fight this? The next second, Lord of Heavenly Demon instantly turned into a black light and went straight to the world barrier of this heavenly Tao world, attempting to pass through the barrier in vain and return endless void. At this time, the Lord of Heavenly Demon completely gave up his plan to devour the heavenly way of this world, so let's save his own life first. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon looked ruthless. It's a big deal, ask your brother to help. Want to escape? Han Feng's expression was cold. If he really told the other party to escape, the God Emperor who fell into the other party's hands would have died in vain. Without further ado, Han Feng turned into a purple gold light and went straight to the Lord of the Demon. Hong Meng's Supreme Fist. The Zijin Fist blasted out in an instant, the starry sky collapsed, and the power of the 9th level master caught up with the Demon Lord in an instant, engulfing the Demon Lord. The second update. P.S. I am going to try to blow it up tomorrow. This is probably the last time that the Book of Jiuyan will be blown up, and the countdown to the end has already entered. Look at a book, 1, K-A-N-S Book H-U. The Hongmeng Supreme Fist exudes the ultimate purple gold dazzling light, filled with noble majesty. The engulfed heavenly demon lord screamed, his whole body seemed to be hit by tens of thousands of punches one after another. The sound of clicking was endless. The body of the heavenly demon lord was like a kite, it flew out weakly, and blood gushed out of its mouth. With just one punch, the Lord of Heavenly Demon was severely injured by Han Feng, dying. If you kill me, my elder brother will definitely not let you go. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon was stern, and glared at Han Feng viciously. Brother? Han Feng paused. He didn't expect the Lord of Heavenly Demon to have an elder brother. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon is already the pinnacle of the 9th level ruler, so what kind of strength will his elder brother have? Han Feng looked apprehensive. Aware of Han Feng's fear, the Lord of Heaven demon endured his physical injuries and said in a deep voice, "As long as you let me go, I can swear that I will never trouble you in this world in the future." Han Feng thought for a while, but still refused, and said coldly, "Han doesn't believe the oath of your demons. After all, you demons don't have the way of heaven to bind your oaths. You demons often do things that violate the agreement. And let you go, I'm afraid that it won't be long before the attackers will become two half-step supreme beings, so I can't let you go." Without waiting for the Lord of the Demon to say anything, Han Feng punched him again. This punch completely smashed the Lord of the Demon into scum. Read a book 1, Ka, N, Shu. The majestic master of the 9th level dominance level died in Han Feng's hands, just like that. Gui Tiancheng, the second-generation Dragon Emperor, Qingshan, and Yaqing stared at this scene in a daze, and took a deep breath, with shock on their faces, especially Gui Tiancheng and the second-generation Dragon Emperor. They never expected Han Feng has become so powerful. Thinking back to what Han Feng said when he was sitting on the throne of the Juggernaut Hall, now that he thinks about it, it's not arrogance, but humility. Very humble. Where is the power that surpasses the 8th level ruler, and the 9th level power is surpassed? A purple gold light swept out from above Han Feng's head. It was a purple gold pagoda, Skyfire Pagoda. As soon as the Skyfire Pagoda was retracted, the soul of the Lord of the Sky Demon had been imprisoned in the Tower of Skyfire, and where the Lord of the Sky Demon fell, 4 figures appeared, and it was Skyline who ruled the 4 of them. Certainly. Now Tianhen dominates the 4 of them and is in a coma. Gui Tiancheng and the second-generation Dragon Emperor flew over quickly, and carefully carried the sky mark on their backs to dominate the 4 of them. Let's go back first. Han Feng said lightly, his face did not relax. Qingshan and Yaqing naturally knew why Han Feng showed such a look. They also heard what the Lord of Heavenly Demon said before. Read a book, WWW1. The two looked at each other, and then Qingshan worried, Han Feng, is what the Lord of the Devil said true? Does he really have a half-step supreme brother? Perhaps the Lord of the Devil is lying in order to escape from Han Feng. Yaqing comforted. Han Feng let out a foul breath, then turned around and patted the second daughter's head with a smile. Don't worry, no matter it's true or not, I will protect you. As long as I go one step further, I may not be invincible in the face of the half-step supreme being. What's more, Yaqing is right, maybe the Lord of the Devil is lying. I will know everything after a soul search. Now, let's go back to the outer sky first. The Lord of the Heavenly Demons is dead, and the remaining heavenly demons are nothing to fear. It is time to release the news to let the compatriots in the 3000 God realm relax. The second daughter is still worried, but Han Feng has said so, and the second daughter can only follow Han Feng back to Tianweishan. When Han Feng and others returned to Tianweishan, many God Emperors who got the news also returned to Tianweishan, and they looked at Han Feng with fanaticism. They really didn't expect that this time Han Feng not only rescued the 4 masters, but also directly killed the Demon Master, who was a master of the 9th rank. The crowd automatically moved out of the way, and Han Feng said to Gui Tiancheng beside him, "You take care of the 4 seniors who dominate Tianhen. I will search the soul and see the specific situation." "My lord, please go ahead." Gui Tiancheng and the second-generation Dragon Emperor saw Han Feng kill the Lord of the Heavenly Demon with their own eyes. At this moment, their expressions were extremely respectful. I am afraid that neither of them had such awe when facing the 4 lords of the skyline. Han Feng just nodded slightly, and in the next second, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of many God Emperors, but these God Emperors didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction at all. Instead, they looked at the direction in which Han Feng disappeared with respect in their eyes. Han Feng didn't know, as the news of him killing the Lord of Heavenly Demons spread, Han Feng's name spread all over the 3000 Gods realm, and the title of Lord of 9 Flames is now known to everyone. Han Feng didn't know what was going on outside, and now Han Feng was waiting for Xiaopeng to separate some memories of the Demon Lord. As the ninth level dominator and peak powerhouse, the Lord of Heavenly Demon is only half a step away from the supreme level of the last layer of membrane, which is extremely powerful. In addition, the Lord of Heavenly Demon has lived for so many years, and his memory is too huge. If Xiaopeng wants to, it takes a lot of effort to separate out the more useful memories. Of course, Han Feng can also accept it completely, but in that case, Han Feng's soul will suffer a huge impact, will be affected by the soul of the Lord of Heavenly Demon, and his personality will be affected to some extent. This is also the reason why Han Feng searched for the soul, but let Xiaopeng search for useful surprises. It took several days for Xiaopeng to separate the memory that Han Feng needed. This is because the Skyfire Tower has now been unsealed to the half-step supreme level, and it is only the last step to restore the state of its heyday. If it is changed to the immortal level, I'm afraid it will take longer. After absorbing the memory, Han Feng's face suddenly became ugly. The Lord of the Devil didn't lie. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon should actually be called the Lord of Sky Yi, and his elder brother is the Lord of Ziyi. The Heavenly Demon clan doesn't really have the character of brothers and sisters. Even if most heavenly demons do have brothers and sisters, they will still go all out whenever there is a conflict, and they will never show mercy because of their blood relationship. In the history of the demon clan, it is very normal for mother and son, mother and daughter, father and son, father and daughter, brothers, brother and sisters to kill each other. But Master Tianai and his elder brother Master Zai are an exception. The relationship between the two has been very good since they were young. It is just because it is difficult for the Tianma clan to allow a master to be born after a master in a group, so Master Zai left the group. On the contrary, he created a big force in the endless void, with a great reputation, and I don't know how many worlds of heaven and earth have been conquered and swallowed. It is an extremely brutal organization force. Master Tianai is only a 9th level peak, while Master Zai is a half-step supreme peak. According to Master Tianya's memory, Master Zai has been in seclusion for a long time in order to break through to the real supreme state. Master Ziyi is more powerful than I imagined. It seems that the crisis of this world has not been overcome yet. Han Feng rubbed his eyebrows and smiled wryly. The third update. After finally destroying the Lord of the Heavenly Demon, that is, the Lord of Heaven and Night, another Lord of Zai appeared. Don't look at Han Feng's current combat power, but that's only for the 9th level. Facing the half-step supreme level, Han Feng is still extremely fragile now. Although it is said that Han Feng has the power to fight when he breaks through to the 8th level, but he is only capable of fighting. Going all out may make the half-step supreme being more serious, but if he wants to seriously injure the half-step supreme or even kill the half-step supreme, it would be impossible, not to mention, Lord Zai was still a half-step supreme at the pinnacle level in the memory of Lord Tianai, and he had already retreated to attack the real supreme realm. According to Lord Tianya's memory, Lord Zai has been in seclusion for nearly an era, and he may leave at any time, and the possibility of breaking through to the supreme is extremely high. If Lord Zai finds out that his younger brother has been killed, he will definitely come to revenge. Han Feng was even more thankful that he had killed Lord Tianai. If Lord Tianai was let go, the demons, a race that doesn't take oaths seriously, might send a letter to Lord Zai immediately, and this world would soon be destroyed. He was attacked by a half-step supreme level demon. Even if Master Tianai didn't send the message, given that Master Tianai is only one layer away from the half-step supreme, he might break through and become a half-step supreme in thousands of years. By then, this universe will still be in danger. But now that Master Tianai is dead, Master Zai at least won't get any news during the retreat. This gives Han Feng and this world a buffer time. Before retaliation, their world already had the ability to contend against Ziya's master. I thought I could practice with peace of mind in the days to come, but I didn't expect. Han Feng sighed heavily. Han Feng soon left the customs, and the situation of Master Ziyi must be notified to the four masters of Tianhen. The four masters of Tianhen had already woken up at this time, and when they learned that Han Feng had left the customs, the four came quickly laughing. Fifth brother, you really shocked Brother Wei. I didn't expect you to kill the Lord of Heavenly Demon as soon as you broke through. Master Tianhen said with joy on his face. Fifth brother? Han Feng was stunned. The ruler of the Eastern Emperor smiled and said, as long as you become the master, you can be called a brother. Fifth brother, you are the fifth to become the master, so you are the fifth brother. Come on, call the fourth brother to listen. Han Feng was dumbfounded. Haha, call me third brother. Come on, call me brother. Master Lin Yun and Master Hongda also laughed. Han Feng came back to his senses, and said helplessly, my little brother has seen the four elder brothers. Han Feng also felt at this time that even though the previous four masters were very optimistic about him, they still treated him with a kind of alienation, that is a kind of the sense of distance that is not on the same level, but now this sense of distance is completely gone. Perhaps this is the advantage of the short development time of the world of heaven. Han Feng thought to himself, now there are few masters, and there is a revolutionary feeling against heavenly demons, so the relationship is as close as brothers, and each other is like brothers. Han Feng believes that this will never be the case in the supreme heavenly Tao world, which has developed for hundreds of epochs. For brothers, I have something to tell you now. This is related to the safety of our world. Our world is not safe. Instead, it may face a more terrifying crisis. Han Feng's face turned serious, solemnly said. An even bigger crisis? Isn't the Lord of the Devil dead that day? The ruler of the East Emperor was very curious, but he also knew that Han Feng would not just talk about it. If he would say that, he was afraid that he had received some news, so the ruler of the East Emperor's expression also changed. Gradually dignified down. Master Tianhen, Master Hongda, and Master Lin Yun also tightened their expressions, and their eyes fell on Han Feng. Therefore, Han Feng told the story of Master Tianyi and Master Ziyi. It was also the first time for the four rulers to know that the real name of the Lord of Heavenly Demon is Lord of Heaven and Night. What's more frightening is that there is also a half-step Supreme Brother who is close to him. The half-step Supreme Being is sometimes called the Supreme, and the Master of Zai can also be called the Supreme of Zai. The original relaxed state of mind of the four masters of Tianhen disappeared suddenly, which is simply too bad news. Half-step Supreme, if such terrifying characters want to invade their world, they will not be suppressed by their strength at all, just because their world is a supreme-level world of heaven, but the birth time is too short. Only after 200 epochs of evolution can the foreign half-step Supreme be suppressed. A half-step Supreme with unrestricted strength invaded their world, and they had no ability to resist it, including the current Han Feng. It's all my younger brother's fault for attracting such a powerful enemy to our world. Han Feng said with shame. It's none of the fifth brother's business. If it wasn't for the fifth brother, let alone the Supreme Master Zai, even the ruler of Tianai would be enough to destroy our world. We can only say that we were too unlucky to meet a very close brother Tianma. Hong ruler Da is very depressed. The Heavenly Demon clan never takes blood relationships seriously. As long as you block your own way, it doesn't matter whether you are a father, a mother, or brothers and sisters. Yi Jizuan is an idiot, and this idiot was met by them, it's a scam. According to what the fifth brother said, the Zai Supreme is retreating to attack the Supreme Realm with all his strength, so he probably won't know about Tianya's ruler in a short period of time. During this period, we will be given a chance. As long as we improve our strength during this period, perhaps it may not be without the power to fight. The ruler of Tianhen said in a deep voice. Improve your strength. Master Hongda, Master Lin Yun, and Master Donghuang looked at each other and smiled wryly. The three of them now know that with their talents, the 7th level master may be the limit. Give them more time. Even if you die, you will reach the 8th step, and I am afraid that you will not reach the 9th step in this life. Unless their universe develops for hundreds of epochs and derives treasures that are also of great benefit to the ruler, it is a pity that the development time of their universe is too short, and the various treasures born are at most useful to the emperor. Otherwise, the 4 masters would not be able to give birth to a 9th level master in these few epochs. Their world, compared to the worlds of hundreds of epochs, is still too poor after all. Master Tianhen also thought of this situation. His face froze, he sighed, and was speechless. Since our world lacks resources, we can only go to other worlds to try our luck. Han Feng's eyes flashed, and he suddenly said, "Go to other heavenly worlds?" The 4 masters were stunned, and then Master Tianhen frowned and said, "Fifth brother, although your idea is good, it may not be useful. The endless void is vast and boundless, and the 2 adjacent heavenly worlds are both it takes a long time to arrive. It is necessary to know the route in advance, otherwise it will take longer. Moreover, the adjacent heavenly Tao world may not be the heavenly Tao world that has developed hundreds of epochs. Maybe the world level will be lower than ours. Not as good as us. Even if the supreme heavenly Tao world has only developed for a few epochs, it is not comparable to those of the middle and low heavenly Tao worlds that have developed hundreds of epochs or thousands of epochs. In those low-level heavenly worlds, hundreds of epochs may not be able to produce many masters, or even never be born. High-level emperors are the limit. The first update. The heavenly Tao world that Han Feng is in is the supreme heavenly Tao world, a heavenly Tao world that can give birth to supreme masters. For such a heavenly Tao world, those middle and low-level heavenly Tao worlds may not be able to develop for hundreds of epochs. The worlds of Han Feng can help, and the resources of those worlds may not be as rich as the world of heaven where Han Feng lives. On the other hand, the high-level heavenly Tao world has developed for hundreds of epochs, and its resources will be relatively rich. After all, the high-level heavenly Tao world is a world where 9th-level masters can be born. However, the one with the most abundant resources, and the one that allows Han Feng to break through as the master at the fastest speed is naturally the world of the Tao of Heaven, which is also the supreme level, and it is also a world of the Tao of Heaven that has developed for hundreds of epochs. Presumably there must be no shortage of masters in such a world of the Tao of Heaven, even half-step supreme, there will be several. However, in the endless void, there are countless low-level heavenly worlds, intermediate and high-level heavenly worlds have become rare, and supreme-level heavenly worlds are even rarer. If you want to find someone who has developed hundreds of epochs or thousands of epochs in the rare supreme-level heavenly worlds the world, where is it so easy to find? Even the real supreme, it is not easy to find such a world. Tianhen dominates the 4 people. Although he is moved by Han Feng's proposal, he also knows that it is basically impossible. How lucky is he to find the supreme heavenly Tao world that has developed hundreds of epochs, and he probably hasn't found it yet. Zai Supreme is coming. Of course, Han Feng also understands the scruples of the 4 masters of Tianhen, but Han Feng has a trump card that the 4 masters do not have, that is, the Skyfire Tower. Back then, the Skyfire Pagoda was able to take him to travel to this world, and now it can naturally lead him to find other worlds of supreme heaven. For the Skyfire Tower, Han Feng has not planned to tell the 4 masters all the time, but it is okay to reveal a little bit. Fifth brother has treasures that can be found in other supreme heavenly worlds? Master Tianhen was startled, and then understood, no wonder Han Feng dared to make such a suggestion. For brothers, do you know if you are willing to leave with fifth brother? This. The 4 masters had to admit that they were moved, but considering the current situation in the world, the 4 masters still refused. The ruler of the Eastern Emperor said, even if I can find it, with my talent, I'm afraid it's at the level of an 8th level ruler. I can't resist the half-step supreme, so I won't go. If the fifth brother can find a treasure that can enhance the strength of the ruler, use it on yourself. Han Feng now understands that even if he finds the supreme heavenly Tao world, it is not that simple to obtain treasures that can enhance the strength of the ruler. Will those local rulers be willing? Instead of finding the treasure and sharing it among 5 people, it is better to use it on one person. Furthermore, I'm afraid that the 4 masters still have some mistrust of the treasure in his mouth. Okay. After thinking about it, Han Feng decided to leave alone, looking for other worlds of supreme heaven. Okay, the 4 of us will not bother the 5th brother and the 2 younger brothers and sisters. Since the 5th brother intends to leave this world and go to other supreme heavenly worlds to find the era, let's spend good time with the younger brothers and sisters these days. The 4 masters came happily, go away worried. Soon, orders were issued one after another, and the emperors of Tai and Weishan became nervous again. The crisis has not been completely overcome, and a greater crisis may come in the future, and the faces of the emperors are miserable. When will this kind of day be the end? Han Feng, can't you really bring us with you? Qin Shan felt a little bit reluctant to hold Han Feng's arm when she heard that Han Feng was leaving. In her words, she wanted to leave with Han Feng. Yaqing also stared at Han Feng with piercing eyes, and Han Feng couldn't ignore the hope in her eyes even if she wanted to. Han Feng smiled bitterly, it's not that my husband doesn't want to take you with me. But powerless. It would be fine if the Zhuoyan Tianhua Pagoda returned to the supreme level. When it was only half a step into the supreme level, it could only take the master to leave the world of heaven, and it was impossible to take the emperor away. In any heavenly world, only by becoming a master can one have the capital to travel through the endless void, and the emperor has no such qualifications at all. The Skyfire Pagoda, which is only a half-step supreme artifact, cannot violate the rules of the heavenly Tao world for the time being. Another one is that Han Feng is afraid that something will happen to the second daughter. The Fourth Order Invincible Emperor seems to be very strong, but if it is really placed in those supreme heavenly worlds that have developed for hundreds of epochs, it is probably only average. If he, Han Feng, is not optimistic and causes his wife to have an accident, he has no place to regret it if he wants to. The second daughter knew that the Tianhua Pagoda could not take the ruler to leave the world of heaven, so she had to give up, but she began to pester Han Feng for a while. We'll come back, maybe the 3 of them, husband and wife, will experience the longest separation time. During the days in Tai and Weishan, Han Feng also often went to reunite with his parents. Han's father and Han's mother now also know that Han Feng has a heavy responsibility, so they can only ask Han Feng to be careful. 500 years later, Han Feng finally left their world, a world of heaven that has not yet been named. Endless void, vast and boundless, a beam of purple gold light passed through many spaces in the blink of an eye, and disappeared in the endless void in an instant. Han Feng, since you have handed over everything to the Zhuoyan Tianhua Pagoda, even if you pass through the supreme heavenly Tao world halfway, as long as the Tianhua Pagoda does not stop, then you should not stop the Tianhua Pagoda. Inside the Tianhua Pagoda, Xiaopeng stared at Han Feng. Don't worry, I know what to do. Han Feng nodded. For a supreme artifact like the Skyfire Pagoda, there will be an intuition telling it which place will be good for him. At the beginning, it was the intuition that told the Skyfire Pagoda that the world of heaven where Han Feng lives is good for his awakening and development. Only then did he travel through time and space and came to the world of heaven where Han Feng was. Today, Tianhua Pagoda will still follow his intuition to find the supreme heavenly Tao world that is likely to be beneficial to him and Han Feng. This method of relying on intuition is sometimes reliable and sometimes unreliable. Han Feng obviously chooses to trust Xiaopeng and Tianhua Tower. In fact, what else can Han Feng do besides choose to believe? The Skyfire Tower was constantly flying in the endless void, and Han Feng couldn't notice the passage of time at all. If it wasn't for Xiaopeng's reminder, Han Feng would not have noticed that 1,000 years had passed. And for these 1,000 years, there is still an endless void around, so vast that no other things can be seen, let alone the world of heaven. You know, the Skyfire Pagoda is now a half-step supreme artifact. Even in the 3,000 god realms, it only takes a few days to go back and forth between the 3,000 god realms. The vastness of the endless void is evident. Let's practice in seclusion. Han Feng understood that in a short period of time, he might not be able to discover the supreme heavenly Tao world, so he might as well practice in seclusion. The second update. Although it is said to be in retreat, Han Feng actually still set aside a part of his mind to focus on the outside. This is the Skyfire Pagoda, so there is no need to worry about being disturbed in the middle of the practice and becoming obsessed, so there is no need to enter a deep retreat. 1. Reading 1, K-A-N-S, Who. After reaching the realm of dominance, Han Feng no longer has good resources to cultivate subconsciously, and can only rely on retreat and time accumulation, so simple retreat will not significantly improve Han Feng's cultivation, so set aside a part of his mind, of course it's fine. So thousands of years later, Han Feng finally discovered a heavenly Tao world, but it was only a low-level heavenly Tao world, and it seemed that it had not been born for a long time, not even an era. For the low-level heavenly world, in less than an era, it is estimated that there may not even be a god-emperor. Tens of thousands of years later, Han Feng saw the second heavenly Tao world, but unfortunately, this heavenly Tao world is still at a low level. Time passed by eerily, and the flight of the Skyfire Pagoda took millions of years. For millions of years, Han Feng has seen many heavenly worlds. Unfortunately, most of them are low-level heavenly worlds. Many. The world of advanced heavenly Tao is one that has never been seen before. Interestingly, on the way, Han Feng saw a low-level heavenly world being invaded by a celestial demon race. The lord of the celestial demons seemed to have only stepped into the realm of the 7th-level master. To read a book 1. Su thought of the situation in his own world. When Han Feng and Xiaopeng talked about it, the Skyfire Tower instantly burst into a golden light, directly annihilating the demons. In that low-level world of heaven, they didn't know who helped them from the beginning to the end. 1,000,000 years is not a short period of time, at least for Han Feng. From the time when he was a small mortal to the current state of domination, Han Feng's practice time does not add up to 1,000,000 years. But in these millions of years, the Skyfire Pagoda still hasn't reached the supreme heavenly Tao world. Han Feng once again had a deeper understanding of the vastness of the endless void, and also had a clearer idea of the rarity of the supreme world of heaven. However, there is good news. At the beginning, Han Feng walked across the 9 supreme bridges and stepped on the 10th supreme platform, and that good fortune directly made Han Feng soar to the peak of the 7th level, or the quasi-8th level. Now that 1,000,000 years have passed, Han Feng has naturally broken through to the 8th level. Breaking through to the 8th level master, Han Feng is stronger. In terms of momentum alone, he has already surpassed the 9th level. And relying on the Hongmeng Supreme Fist and other half-step Supreme skills, it is enough to fight against the half-step Supreme in the early stage. Feeling the surging power in his body, Han Feng sighed secretly. If there is no resources to accumulate such a huge power by time alone, he really does not know when he will be able to cultivate to the peak of the 8th order. It is estimated that it will not take 1 to 2,000 or even thousands of years. Time is simply not possible. And if you want to break through from the 8th level to the 9th level, it will take roughly 1 era. 1 Reading www. 1. Standing on the 10th supreme platform, it is so difficult to cultivate with such a great fortune. No wonder the 4 brothers are improving so slowly. Han Feng shook his head, hoping that he could find a suitable supreme for his cultivation in the shortest possible time. In the world of heavenly Tao, if there are resources that are helpful to the improvement of the ruler's strength, it may be possible to shorten the time to break through to the 9th level countless times. With the strength of his Supreme Master, the 9th level is enough to compete with the half-step Supreme and even surpass it. When you reach the 8th level, the rest can only be accumulated by time. I don't know how long it will take to find the new Supreme Heavenly Tao world. It takes such a long time, so let's find something to do. Thinking of this, Han Feng stepped aside and came to the little fairyland. In the little immortal realm in an endless ocean, there is a huge island floating. This island is also well known in the little immortal realm. It is the #1 powerhouse in the little immortal realm, and it is also the residence of the only Daluo and Long Han. This island is inhabited by the primordial Fenlong clan, except for the older generation, the rest are basically of Long Han blood. In a certain valley, this is the forbidden area of Fenlong Island, because this is the training place of the most powerful person on Fenlong Island, God Venerable Long Han. Suddenly, God Venerable Long Han opened his eyes, and a fierce look flashed across. Who is it? Long Han's heart was shaken. Who was it? And came to him quietly. Afterwards, God Venerable Long Han saw a young man in a green robe, looking at him with a smile. My lord. Long Han immediately recognized Han Feng. Since the birth of the little immortal realm, although Han Feng has not been to the little immortal realm many times, he has been there several times. Naturally, Long Han has also seen Han Feng. In the entire little immortal realm, only Long Han among the natives knows the origin of the little immortal realm and the difference between the little immortal realm and the 3,000 gods outside. I have already cultivated to the 7th level of Daluo God Venerable. Not bad, not bad. Han Feng nodded in satisfaction when he saw Long Han's cultivation level. In the little immortal realm, Daluo gods are divided into 9 ranks, of which the 1st to 3rd ranks are equivalent to the heavenly kings, the 4th to 6th ranks are equivalent to the heavenly kings, and the 7th to 9th ranks are equivalent to the heavenly emperors. The 7th rank Daluo God Venerable is already equivalent to the 7 Bientian Emperor God King, and he can be regarded as a strong one in the 3,000 god realm. It is not easy to cultivate to such a level in the little immortal realm. My lord. After being praised by Han Feng, Long Han was excited, and then he said embarrassedly, this junior's strength can't be compared with that of an adult. Han Feng chuckled and didn't reply. The gap between the 7th level Daluo God Venerable and the 8th level Master is indeed huge. Afterwards, Han Feng said, Long Han, I haven't taken good care of the little immortal realm since it was born. This time, I plan to guide the martial arts experts in the entire little immortal realm. Long Han, you can spread the news. As for the guidance location, Han Feng suddenly pointed at a point in the void, and the next moment, the void not far from Fenlong Island burst into colorful light. The light condensed and quickly turned into a majestic palace surrounded by auspicious clouds, cohesive, brilliant momentum. It's right there. As he said that, Han Feng teleported and appeared directly in the palace. On the gate plaque of the palace, there appeared the 3 characters of Supreme Palace. The 3 characters of Supreme Palace contained Han Feng's own martial arts will, it also contains Han Feng's ambition for the Supreme. My lord, are you finally going to teach martial arts in the little immortal realm? Long Han also became excited. Although Long Han has already cultivated to the realm of the 7th order, Daluo God Venerable, it is because Long Han was born by Han Feng. Under the influence of this little fairy world, the heavenly Tao bestowed upon Long Han a great deal of good fortune. The innate creatures such as the first cloud, the first sea, and the first mountain, etc., did not have as many good fortunes as Long Han received. In addition, because he had met Han Feng a few times and received several teachings from Han Feng, Long Han was able to cultivate to the level of the 7th level Daluo God Venerable. At this level, Long Han already felt that his practice was getting more and more difficult. If there was no one to guide him, God knows when he would be able to cultivate to the 8th level or even the 9th level. As for the immortal emperor, he has no clue. After all, Han Feng was able to free up time to guide, How could Long Han not seize this opportunity? If it wasn't for Han Feng's famous saying that he wanted Long Han to invite the powerful people in the little immortal realm to teach and guide together, Long Han would not be willing to share such a precious opportunity with others. Share. The third update. P.S. There will be a fifth update later. Soon, the leaders of various forces in the little immortal realm or well-known masters received messages from God Venerable Long Han one after another. Immediately, this news caused shocks among many forces. Long Han is recognized as the #1 expert in the little immortal realm, and the only one in the realm of Deluo God Venerable. Powerful? Or is it all a conspiracy by Long Han? Some people with strange thoughts naturally suspected that Long Han was carrying out some kind of conspiracy, and didn't take what Long Han said seriously at all, but some leaders of forces and famous masters were thinking about it. Long Han's strength is superb. If he wants to kill some people, he doesn't need any conspiracy at all, he just fights him openly and aboveboard. That is to say, this senior expert who suddenly appeared is very likely to be real. Some masters who were trapped in the realm of Tai Tianzuan and could not break through immediately made waves, tidied up, and immediately rushed to Fanlong Island. Han Feng's original preparation was to officially open the gate of the Supreme Hall and start teaching martial arts in 300 years, so the news from Long Han was also 300 years later, but some people couldn't help but come early. Naturally, these people discovered the majestic palace near Fanlong Island, but the palace was surrounded by billowing auspicious clouds, and some Tai Tianzuan could not enter at all. This time, some Tai Tianzuan who had some doubts in their hearts got rid of those doubts. The news of a senior expert suddenly appearing in the little immortal realm, who is called a powerful person by God Venerable Long Han, quickly spread throughout the little immortal realm, and also caused a huge uproar in the little immortal realm. If the previous shock was just if it is in the hands of big forces and famous masters, then from the small fairy world to the Tianzuan down to the mere virtual fairy, it has caused a shock. More and more people came here, some of the famous Tianzuan, such as Yun Tianzuan, the first cloud in the little immortal realm, Shan Tianzuan, Hai Tianzuan, etc. 300 years later, the gate of the Supreme Hall finally opened slowly, and a 99-story ladder extended from the gate, and a majestic voice came out mightily. Those who can walk through the ladder can accept the guidance of this seat. The 99-story ladder exudes a power that makes the surrounding space tremble. Just one ladder makes some warriors who have just entered the realm of Tai Tianzuan feel trembling. The ladder seems to be constantly rising in the eyes of everyone. In the end, it stood in front of them like a giant mountain, so small compared to them. Many warriors gasped, "The first ladder alone is so strong, what about the 99th ladder?" At this moment, no one has any doubts about the mighty man in the Supreme Hall. Long Han laughed, and stepped into the ladder first. The first ladder had no effect on Long Han at all. He strode forward. The coercion from the first floor to the 99th ladder was like nothing to Long Han. In the Hall of Supreme Beings, Han Feng was unmoved by this situation. Long Han is the only Daluo god in the little immortal realm, and the ladder set up by Han Feng cannot be too strong, otherwise, none of them except Long Han would be able to pass. In the little immortal realm, there is only one Daluo god, but there are many Tai heavenly lords. Therefore, Han Feng will assess these Tai heavenly lords. Tai Tianzuan is the object of Han Feng's guidance. Even if Han Feng has nothing to do and intends to guide the warriors in the little immortal realm, he does not guide everyone. Seeing Long Han pass so quickly, some experts immediately underestimated the 99th floor of the ladder, and immediately flew away without much preparation. As a result, they only flew a few ladders before being bombarded down. Tianzuan's face turned pale these days. He was shocked by the strength of the dinosaur Han Shenzhuan. Feeling ashamed and annoyed again, to lose face in front of so many friends. In the end, those who came to the Supreme Palace through the 99-story ladder, including Yun Tianzuan, Shan Tianzuan, and Hai Tianzuan, were only a few dozen people. Among them, Yun Tianzuan arrived first. He looked up and saw the 3 characters of the Supreme Palace on the door plaque of the Supreme Hall. He only felt that there was a vast well of martial arts hidden in it, and Yin Tianzuan couldn't help being intoxicated by it, wandering in the will of martial arts. In the ocean. However, as soon as Yin Tianzuan's consciousness touched the Supreme Palace, a powerful force rushed towards him. Puff! Yin Tianzuan vomited blood violently and flew upside down. He stood up with difficulty, his expression full of shock. Immediately, Yin Tianzuan's eyes showed ecstasy, containing such a profound will of martial arts. He is indeed a powerful person, he is indeed a senior expert, and God Venerable Long Han really did not lie. Compared to being able to see a real expert, being injured and vomiting blood is nothing. Shan Tianzuan, Hai Tianzuan, and other Tai Tianzuan saw this scene and looked at each other, and they all saw the shock in each other's eyes. Yin Tianzuan is definitely the best among them, but he just glanced at the door plaque. Long Han came over at this time and smiled faintly. My lord's strength is beyond what you can imagine. Shenzuan Long Han, do you know the origin of that lord? Shan Tianzuan couldn't help asking. Many Tianzuan's eyes were bright, and everyone was not stupid. Through various things, if they couldn't see that Long Han knew that person seniors are fools. Long Han smiled mysteriously. You say. How did our world come into being? Afterwards, Long Han ignored the many celestial beings and walked into the Supreme Hall. Everyone froze for a moment, and then their faces changed drastically. They looked at each other for a moment, and there was a storm in their hearts. Could it be? Immediately, Zhong Tianzuan showed ecstasy. If it was true, then this time they really encountered a great fortune. No one knows what kind of guidance Yin Tianzuan and others received in the majestic hall in Xuanhuan. What everyone knows is that after 1,000 years, Yin Tianzuan and others have stepped into the realm of the Luo God after they returned from the palace. This caused a great uproar and shock in Little Immortal World. More than 20 great Luo gods were born at one time, so who are the seniors in the temple? For a while, these breakthrough Yin Tianzuan and others became popular, and many masters went to the place where more than 20 people lived to ask about the specific situation, but Yin Tianzuan and others kept their mouths shut. Many masters secretly hate, but they can't do anything about Yin Tianzuan and others. There is a huge gap between Tianzuan and Shenzuan. Some Tianzuan, who suspected it was a conspiracy and didn't go, beat their feet and chests with regret, but unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Therefore, when Long Han said that Han Feng would guide everyone again in 3,000 years, some old Tianzuan who were not weaker than Yin Tianzuan and others were also moved. And Han Feng, at this moment, returned to the Skyfire Pagoda, looking at the Tao fruit in the head of his immortal divine infant in amazement. It was originally just a prototype of the Tao fruit. The change. 4th update. P.S. I have been coding for several years. I am facing the computer every day, and my body is really weak. I think I used to explode 10 times before, but now I am about to stop after 5 times. My forehead hurts. What's going on here? Han Feng was a little terrified. Daogua had changed, especially the changes he didn't understand, which wasn't necessarily a good thing. Ismail said one. Little fatty, go and separate the memory of Master Tianai about Tao fruit. As a demon, Lord Tianai has devoured many heavenly worlds in the endless void, so he should have some understanding of Tao fruit. After a moment of contemplation, Han Feng quickly realized, took action. Understood. Xiaopeng was very glad that he didn't throw away the big ball of memory at the beginning, and now he really used it. When Han Feng absorbed and digested Tianai Master's memories about Daogua, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, because these are all normal changes. The Tao fruit is the existence formed by Juggernaut condensing the power of the Tao of heaven that he has realized. For Juggernaut, the small Tao of heaven born in the inner world is actually a product of Juggernaut's own understanding of the Tao of heaven. The deeper Juggernaut understands the way of heaven, the more perfect the little way of heaven in the small world in his body will be. Similarly, if the little way of heaven in the small world evolves and improves, it will also promote Juggernaut's own understanding of the way of heaven. The two are complementary. Han Feng taught martial arts in the little immortal realm, and many De Luo gods were born, making the little immortal realm more perfect. The little heavenly Tao has evolved to a certain extent, and Han Feng's Tao fruit prototype has been further perfected. If it is said that the prototype of Han Feng's Tao fruit was only equivalent to the early stage of half-step supreme, then it is now moving towards the middle stage of half-step supreme. If the prototype of the Tao fruit reached the half-step supreme peak, in the future, Han Feng only needs enough energy to rush to the half-step supreme peak in an instant. I didn't expect to teach the warriors in the small fairy world there will be such benefits. Han Feng was happy. He really did not care about it, and then he held his chin. There is no small world in the body of the demon, no wonder they improve their strength, especially breaking through half a step. The Supreme needs to devour the way of heaven. Originally, I planned to teach it a few times, but since the strength of the warriors in the little immortal realm will make the little immortal realm more perfect, and the evolution of Shao Tian Dao will be more complete, then. Han Feng smiled. In Xiaoxianji, with the approach of Han Feng's second guidance, many celestials, even the golden immortals under the celestials, gathered near the Supreme Hall. The gods gathered this time. There are quite a few powerful beings who were not weaker than Tianzuan Yun in the past. Obviously, many powerful Tianzuan did not show up last time because of various doubts. Yun Tianzuan, no, it should be called Yun Shenzuan now. Gods such as Mountain God and Sea God were also present, and the aura of Daluo God made the other gods dare not approach. Afterwards, Long Han also arrived ahead of schedule, and many heavenly venerates secretly prepared to watch the show. In the past, there was only Long Han in the little immortal realm, and he was the most powerful one. Shenzuan and others will endure not to challenge Long Han Shenzuan. But to the astonishment of many celestial venerables, these newly promoted De Luo divine venerables not only did not challenge, but were more respectful than before. What's going on? God Venerable Yun noticed the expressions of these people. He couldn't help curling his lips in secret disdain, and sneered in his heart, a group of idiots. God Venerable Daluo has a total of 9 ranks, God Venerable Long Han has reached the 7th rank, and the old man is only a mere rank 1, how can we fight? After reaching the great Luo God Venerable, the Yun God Venerable knew the huge gap between himself and Long Han. Thinking about the provocations of some people to the Long Han God Venerable before, the Yun God Venerable had to admit that the Long Han God Venerable had a big heart, otherwise some people have already been killed. Suddenly, the 99th floor ladder appeared, and an astonishing coercion waved from the 99th floor ladder. Compared with the last time, it was even stronger. This time, more than 20 great Luo gods have passed, but only a few people have passed the realm of Tianzuan. 1,000 years later, the Supreme Palace retreated again. The strength of Yun Shenzuan and others did not improve, but they accumulated a deeper foundation. The Tianzuan who passed the ladder also successfully broke through to De Luo Shenzuan. These heavenly venerables were still in a daze when they left. They never thought that the senior master was actually the creator of this world. No wonder they couldn't have the courage to resist just by looking at it. 10,000 years. 30,000 years. 100,000 years. 1,000,000 years. Time passed by, and the Hall of Supreme Beings gradually became a natural existence in the small fairy world. Han Feng was also honored as a teacher or immortal teacher by many Daluo gods. With the passage of time, Han Feng is the secret of the creator of the little immortal realm, and it has become more and more known to many warriors. In the Tianhua Pagoda, Han Feng observed his own Dao fruit prototype and smiled with satisfaction. According to Master Tianya's memory, his current Dao fruit prototype was almost equivalent to the half-step supreme mid-stage Dao fruit prototype. The changes in Daogua gave Han Feng great motivation. In the next time, Han Feng almost completely devoted his mind to cultivating the little immortal realm. There are more and more Daluo gods in the little immortal realm. If we say that the first-rate masters in the little immortal realm used to be based on Jingxian, and the top masters were based on Tianzuan, then the current levels of second-rate masters, first-rate masters, and top masters are respectively based on the first to third ranks of Daluo gods, fourth to sixth ranks of Daluo gods, and seventh to ninth ranks of Daluo gods. The immortal sovereign is the next step up. That's right, the immortal king has already been born in the little immortal realm, that is Long Han, and the rest of the gods, whether it is the god of the cloud, the god of the mountain or the god of the sea, are all inferior. Perhaps it was the reason why Han Feng broke through to the 8th level master. The limit allowed by the little immortal realm has been raised from the previous 2nd level immortal emperor to the 4th level. Thousands of years have passed since we left. Han Feng muttered to himself unknowingly, so much time had passed. For tens of thousands of years, it is not that he has encountered the supreme heavenly Tao world on the way, but the Skyfire Pagoda did not stop. Han Feng chose to believe in the Skyfire Pagoda and did not stop it. Another 2 million years passed, and the Skyfire Pagoda, which had been flying for 12 million years, finally stopped in front of a huge world of the Tao of Heaven. At this time, Han Feng's Tao fruit embryonic form is almost the same as that of the half-step supreme peak, which means that as long as the energy is sufficient, Han Feng can rush all the way to the half-step supreme peak without bottlenecks. The realm of cultivation, after such a long time accumulation, has barely reached the peak of the 8th order. Han Feng got out of the Skyfire Tower, looking up at the huge world of heaven and Tao in front of him, with a shocked expression on his face. Compared with the world of heaven in front of him, his world is like the gap between a marble and a basketball. The world of heaven in front of him is at least hundreds of times larger than the world where Han Feng lives. Xiaopeng condensed an illusory body beside the Skyfire Pagoda, and said, according to the judgment of the Skyfire Pagoda, this world of heavenly Tao should have been developed for more than 1,100 epochs, and here is a chance for you to break through to the half-step supreme. 5th update. P.S. In fact, I wanted to explode more yesterday, but my body, inspiration, and spirit are not strong enough, which is completely incomparable with a few years ago. Read a book www. 1K, a want and book S.H. I used to sleep early in the morning and wake up early the next day with energy, but now I can't. I have always been confused, since yesterday's explosion was not strong. I will make another small explosion today. More than 1,000 epochs. Han Feng was shocked, his throat moved awkwardly, and he swallowed, which was really amazing. More than 1,000 epochs, it is still the supreme heavenly Tao world. The powerhouses born in this heavenly Tao world may have reached an unimaginable level. There may even be treasures that can improve the master's cultivation level. Sure enough, I believe that the Skyfire Pagoda is correct. Han Feng murmured, the most powerful of the several supreme heavenly Tao worlds he passed through before was only experienced in tens of epochs, perhaps stronger than the world Han Feng is in. But also extremely limited. Then, it's time to get in. Han Feng's figure slowly disappeared and entered the Jiuyantianhua Pagoda. The Jiuyantianhua Pagoda also turned into a purple-gold light beam and rushed towards the huge world of heaven in an instant. Rumble. The heavenly Tao barrier is like an indestructible wall. No matter how the Skyfire Tower penetrates, it will be blocked there, indifferent. Damn it, this world of the Tao of Heaven has been developing for too long, and the Tao of Heaven has become extremely tyrannical, and it has greatly suppressed the half-step supreme. 1. Reading 1K, A.N. Shu Xiaopeng cursed secretly, this is still the Skyfire Tower body is the supreme artifact. If it is replaced by other real half-step supreme artifact, it will not compete with the barrier of heaven at this moment, but will be directly destroyed by the power of heaven in this world. Can't you get in? Han Feng's expression changed slightly. If he couldn't get in, no matter how huge the world of heaven was, no matter how many opportunities there were, it would be of no use to him. It can only be unsealed in advance, so that the Skyfire Pagoda can temporarily unleash the power of the supreme artifact. Xuanhuan said firmly. In this case, the Skyfire Tower will lose some of its origin, which will cause you to fall into a deep sleep. Han Feng worried. Don't worry, the half-step supreme level is completely different from the immortal. Although it can't be compared with the supreme, it is also close to the supreme, so unsealing to the supreme artifact level in advance will not lose too much origin, which can be ignored. Of course, the premise is that the unblocking time should not be too long. However, even if the loss of the source is negligible, the sudden power of the supreme artifact has a great impact on me. It is estimated that it will sleep for tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years. Han Feng was silent. Xuanhuan curled his lips. It's only tens of thousands of years, more than 10 million years have passed, tens of thousands of years is trivial. Han Feng sighed and said, please. Han Feng's words were full of apology. To read a book 1K, a book Nshu. What is our relationship? Don't always apologize. If you really want to feel sorry, then do your best to attack the Supreme Realm. The Supreme Realm is just the starting point of escape. Above the Supreme, there should be a more eternal escape. If you can reach that level, maybe I can also rely on you to surpass my original level and step into a higher level. Don't worry, I will work hard. Han Feng solemnly promised. In the Skyfire Pagoda, Xuanhuan held up the formula with both hands, with a solemn expression on his face. Suddenly, Xuanhuan's aura became solemn and powerful, and waves of vast power swept out. The Skyfire Tower radiated more dazzling purple-gold light, releasing even more terrifying power fluctuations. This time, the purple-gold light around the Skyfire Tower turned into a huge sword, wrapped around the Skyfire Tower, and slammed into the barrier of heaven. After a brief promotion to the Supreme Divine Artifact level, the Heavenly Tao barrier could no longer stop the Skyfire Tower. After being blocked by the Heavenly Tao barrier for a moment, the Skyfire Tower completely passed through the Heavenly Tao barrier and came to this huge and incomparably huge Heavenly Tao world. Afterwards, the Skyfire Pagoda did not stop there, but directly turned into a ray of light and fled towards the sky. A few days later, several rays of light gathered here, and they sensed the power fluctuations left nearby with solemn expressions. These figures are filled with extremely powerful aura and coercion, which belong to the aura and coercion of a half-step supreme being. Our Xuanhuan Great World has not seen outsiders for a long time. A half-step supreme being was quite surprised. Since the birth of the Digital Supreme, the defense of our Xuanhuan Great World has become stronger and stronger, and it is naturally difficult for outsiders to enter. Since this outsider can resist the rejection of our Divine Cloud Great World, he must either be a Supreme himself, or bring there are Supreme artifacts, or other extremely powerful special artifacts. The eyes of another half-step Supreme were shivering, with fear and greed in them. If it is a supreme power, they may not be able to do anything to each other, but if a master or a half-step supreme with a supreme artifact comes to their world, then... A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of many half-step supreme beings. The temptation of the supreme artifact is enough to make these half-step supreme beings tempted. In the Xuanhuan Great World, hundreds of epochs ago, there were often foreign rulers and even half-step supreme beings, because after hundreds of epochs, the Xuanhuan Great World has produced many treasures that can also improve the cultivation level of the rulers. Chance. However, as the Tao of Heaven in the Xuanhuan Great World is getting stronger and stronger, and there are fewer and fewer outsiders, the rejection of outsiders in the Xuanhuan Great World has reached an extremely terrifying level. Therefore, outsiders who can still come to the Xuanhuan Great World today must either have terrifying strength or have powerful treasures. For the current half-step supreme in the Xuanhuan Great World, such treasures are also very attractive. Powerful. I just hope that the person here is not the helper of that day's evil thoughts. A half-step supreme sighed sadly. As soon as the words heaven's evil thought came out, all the half-step supreme beings were stunned, and one of them said, then we need to find that outsider even more. If it is the helper of heaven's evil thought, we can just eradicate him. It is not the helper of the evil thoughts of the heavens, but the masters of their own strength, we can unite. If we only have powerful treasures to protect us, then we can also seize the treasures, which can just increase our bargaining chips in dealing with the evil thoughts of the heavens. The words of this half-step lord got the consent of the other half-step lords, so these half-step lords left and returned to their own gods, and issued oracles to let the masters of the major gods pay attention to the strange masters that suddenly appeared in their own gods. If you find unfamiliar masters, you must tell them these half-step masters. Not to mention the half-step supreme oracles, Han Feng is far away from the place where he came to the Xuanhuan Great World at this moment. After the Skyfire Pagoda returned to the half-step supreme level, Fatty also fell into a deep sleep. If my strength can go one step further, or if the 9 flames and different fire Ju enters the 3rd stage, Xiaopeng should wake up soon. The next step is to understand this world of heaven, and then look for opportunities to break through. At this time, Han Feng's cultivation has barely reached the peak of the 8th order master, and he is still unstable, and his background is extremely shallow. He needs to absorb more energy to stabilize his realm and accumulate his background before he can hit a higher level. Although there is basically no bottleneck in Han Feng nowadays, it is not possible to improve without any scruples. Such an improvement is a building without foundation, which is easy to collapse, even if it reaches the half-step supreme peak in a short period of time. When you break through to the supreme, you will encounter great obstacles. The first update. This heavenly world suppresses me very strongly. Novel, Han Feng stepped out of the Skyfire Pagoda, and instantly felt the suppression of this world's strength on him, directly suppressing him to the 7th order master level. Fortunately, his foundation is the supreme foundation. He also finished training the 9-turn Divine Emperor Ju, so his strength in a normal state is still far beyond that of an 8th rank master. But in Xuanhuan Great World, Han Feng believes that this strength is enough to protect himself and even become a giant, but there must be a huge gap with the top experts, and it is not very safe. That's right. Han Feng slapped his head suddenly, and then a bead appeared in his hand, which was the reincarnation bead used by Master Heiyong back then. Sundi is not cool, the enemy hates you now tech alone. The reincarnation beads released the realm of reincarnation, and Han Feng's strength returned to the peak of the 8th rank, and his combat power far surpassed that of the 9th rank master. Strange, I feel that I should be able to last longer than Master Heiyong with this reincarnation bead. Han Feng looked strange. Mo Yangji doesn't hate Sun Yuendi and the ghost behind the ball. It should be known that there is a time limit for the reincarnation bead to resist the power of heaven, to form the realm of reincarnation. The stronger the protected master is, the stronger the reincarnation bead resists the power of heaven, and the shorter the persistence time. The 8th level master, the realm of reincarnation should only last for a few minutes or even less, but Han Feng found that he could last at least 10 minutes if he urged the reincarnation beads to form the realm of reincarnation. Perhaps this is the difference between heavenly demons and heavenly Dao practitioners. Han Feng could only think so. In fact, it is true, the divine weapon was originally conceived by the Tao of heaven, it was not prepared for the heavenly demon, and in the hands of the heavenly demon, the divine weapon is not much different from scrap copper and rotten iron. The samsara orb was born in the endless void, which is different from the artifacts bred in the heavenly Tao world. This allows the heavenly demon to use some power, but it is impossible to fully exert the power of the samsara orb. Only a practitioner of the heavenly Tao can use it perfectly. Unleash the full power of the treasure. The biggest difference between the reincarnation beads bred in the endless void and the artifacts bred by the heavens is that the artifacts bred by the heavens will also be suppressed in other heavenly worlds, such as Han Feng's flame demon Sungling sword, now it can only exert the power between high-level and top-level immortal artifacts. And the reincarnation beads can be activated in any heavenly world. Since Han Feng is a practitioner of the Tao of Heaven, he can naturally use the full power of the Samsara orb. He Yang's 7th level master can only hold on to the Samsara realm for a few minutes. If Han Feng is at the 7th level, he can persist for half an hour. Although Han Feng has stepped into the 8th level now, the realm of reincarnation can still persist for more than 10 minutes. The ghost of the place of enmity, the police station, the moon is not a ghost. When I break through to the 9th level, I can only hold on for a few minutes. Han Feng thought secretly. Han Feng found a valley and began to retreat. The 8th order peak has just been broken through and needs to be stabilized. Now is not the time to go out to inquire. Hundreds of years later, after Han Feng completely stabilized the 8th order peak state, he left the customs. The mighty soul poured out, and Han Feng saw the scene in all directions. Suddenly, Han Feng's eyes froze, and at the place he sensed, a city fell into a huge crisis. Han Feng is not a meddlesome person, that huge city has nothing to do with him. Even if there is a crisis, Han Feng does not have to rescue him, but Han Feng still shot away, just because Han Feng's spirit is investigating. The monster attacking that giant city made Han Feng vaguely feel the power of heaven, but this power of heaven was full of evil and ominous feeling, which aroused Han Feng's curiosity. Xuanhuan Great World, Star Field. In the sky of a huge city, dark clouds suddenly condensed, and roars rumbled out of the dark clouds. The enemy is not alone in the enemy's land. No, it's an evil thought beast. The evil mind beast is here. Oh my God, didn't Star Master and the others search and suppress a group of evil beasts a few days ago? Why are there so many evil beasts? Open the defense. A majestic voice spread throughout the entire giant city. It was the voice of the city lord of this giant city, a 6th level god emperor. The battle of Moon Sun and Jihen. It's the city lord. With the city lord here, we must have no worries. The appearance of the city lord made the panicked warriors in the city calm down quickly. The 4 high-ranking god emperors who usually guard the 4 gates of the giant city in the east, west, north, and south immediately held up the magic formula with both hands, and then 4 beams of light suddenly blasted out from the gates of the 4 gates. The beams of light gathered towards the sky, and finally condensed into one ball. The next moment, the bright light illuminated the sky, and even the dark clouds seemed to be blown away a little. The 4 beams of light quickly formed a cone-shaped defensive barrier, protecting the giant city within. The majestic middle-aged man in purple robes breathed a sigh of relief in the city lord's mansion. This city is one of the giant cities controlled by the Starfield Star Palace. The defensive barrier is extremely powerful and should be able to stop it. The rest is to wait for the Star Palace. Experts are here to help. The best one to come is the Star Lord. With the strength of the Star Lord, he will definitely be able to wipe out this group of evil beasts. Even if it's an envoy, it's better to be a first-class envoy. The Star Palace is the most powerful force in the star field. It is composed of 9 star palaces, so there are 9 star masters in total. Star envoys are divided into 3 levels. The lowest level 3-star envoys are the heaven-defying 6th level god emperors. The 2nd level star envoys are the legendary 6th level god emperors, and the highest level 1-star envoys are the invincible 6th level god emperors. The middle-aged man in the purple robe is just the most common 6th order god emperor. A group of evil beasts emerged from the black clouds. Some were thick and tall, like a giant mountain, and some were slender, like real dragons. The enemy of the ground, and the ground. There is also a time limit for the reincarnation bead to fight against the power of heaven to form the realm of reincarnation. The stronger the power of the sheltered master, the stronger the reincarnation bead resists the power of heaven. Persevere, the time is also shorter. These evil beasts roared continuously, and the sound was rolling, and then one after another jet-black attacks sprayed out, bombarding the defensive barrier one after another, and the rumbling sound was endless. The violent vibration and the roar that resounded through the sky made many warriors in the city turn pale. The later hatred is not square, the sun hates the ghost and fights far away. There are indeed many strong people in the Xuanhuan Great World, but the God Emperor is still a watershed. The God Emperor is also a strong man in the Xuanhuan Great World. In total, there are only 200 God Emperors in this giant city. Facing the dense and countless evil beasts, 200 God Emperors are nothing at all. These thousands of evil beasts are basically at the level of the Emperor. There are so many God-level evil beasts, what did the evil thoughts think that day? The middle-aged man in the purple robe also had a miserable expression, which was very ugly. Fortunately, the defensive enchantment is powerful enough. As long as it is not a master-level evil beast, it should not be broken in a short time. The words of the middle-aged man in the purple robe stopped abruptly, because another evil beast emerged from the black cloud. This evil beast it is shaped like a unicorn, but with black wings spread out from behind, and a jet-black snake tail hundreds of feet long. Roar! The evil beast roared, and the whole sky trembled, and the sound was like a storm, rolling out wildly. Suncho fights against each other. The ground around the giant city sank in an instant. The middle-aged man in the purple robe changed his face in shock, the master-level evil thought beast. The second update. AA2705221 Baidu search, read the latest and most complete novels. My God, it turned out to be a master-level evil beast. Is this going to massacre the city? At this moment, the middle-aged Zipeo was also desperate. A master-level evil beast, the defensive barrier of the giant city can't prevent it at all, and the outcome of waiting for the giant city can be imagined. Sure enough, a black ball was spat out from the mouth of the dominant level evil mind beast, and the black ball made a roar of thunder, and the pitch-black thunder ball burst into the defensive barrier, and the defensive barrier was shaken for a while, and split in an instant lots of cracks. Judging from this, it is estimated that as long as the master-level evil beast comes a few more times, the defensive barrier will be completely broken. Involuntarily, the middle-aged man in Zipeo sent another message to Xingong. This time the message already contained information about the appearance of the master-level evil beast. The master-level evil beast should be able to attract the attention of the Star Master. As long as the Star Master takes action, it should be able to arrive in a very short time. The middle-aged man in the purple robe can only hope that the Star Master will come to rescue them. The force of the Star Palace has 9 star palaces, 8 of which are arranged in an octagonal shape, and the 9th star palace is arranged in the center of the 8 star palaces, and it is also the residence of the most powerful Star Master of the Star Palace. Near the 8 star palaces, there are dozens of giant cities. These giant cities are directly ruled by the Star Palaces. They can be said to be the confidants of the Star Palaces. Everything is based on the orders of the Star Palaces, so they are the closest to the Star Palaces. Although many forces outside the giant city are also in the star field and are ruled by the Star Palace, they may not have 2 hearts, and they may not be dominated by the Star Palace in everything. The giant city where the middle-aged Zipeo is located is one of the dozens of giant cities under the command of the 8th Star Palace. It is very close to the Star Palace. If the Star Lord makes a move, he can reach it in less than an hour. Afterwards, the hatred is not the same, and the hatred is followed by cold learning and grounding. What the middle-aged Zipeo has to do now is to delay for an hour. It's just delaying for an hour. Can it really be done? The middle-aged Zipeo felt a little uncertain. With the second bombardment of the master-level evil beast, the defensive barrier was crumbling, and the face of the middle-aged man in purple robe became more and more bleak, but something happened that surprised the middle-aged man in purple robe soon. After launching 2 consecutive attacks, the master-level evil beast stopped attacking, just flew in the air, staring coldly at the other evil beasts attacking the defensive barrier. What's going on here? The middle-aged man in the purple robe couldn't figure out what happened. Not too far from the giant city, the Star Master of the 8th Star Palace, a man honored by many emperors as the 8th Star Master, is flying towards the giant city where the middle-aged man in the purple robe is. A Dominator-level evil thought beast appeared unexpectedly. Is it revenge for the Star Master's encirclement and suppression of the evil beasts in the star field? The 8th Star Master's face was cold, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, among these evil thoughts beasts, it's nothing more than the weak ones. The evil thoughts beasts that have reached the master level have their own wisdom. There is no such act of revenge. At this time, the middle-aged man in Zipeo happened to pass on the strange behavior of the dominant level evil mind beast outside the giant city. When the 8th Star Master saw this information, he was also puzzled, but soon the 8th Star Master's face changed drastically. Revenge, not good. The main target of these evil beasts is the Star Lord. The 8th Star Master suddenly changed his face, stopping in mid-air. At this moment, the surrounding space distorted, and immediately several evil beasts crawled out of the distorted space. Each of these evil beasts stared at the 8th Star Master, coldly, the breath that fluctuated from his body. It is indeed a Dominator class. The Great Star Palace, representing the 8th Star Master's life card, was broken. This incident quickly alarmed the Great Star Master and the other 7 Star Masters. The 8 Star Masters gathered together, they looked at the cracked fate card, and their expressions were not good-looking. The Great Star Lord roared in a low voice, "This seat has already investigated the matter clearly. Those master-level evil beasts are indeed wise, and their wisdom is not low. They first sent a master-level evil beast to besiege the Tomb Sky City, leading out the 8th Star Lord, and then set up an ambush halfway, plotting against Lao Ba. The other 7 Star Masters all showed shock and anger when they heard the words. Although the 9 Star Masters of their Star Palace cannot be regarded as top masters in the Xuanhuan Great World, they are quite prestigious. The 9 master-level masters are enough to make many forces dare not snub to the Star Palace. The 9 of them have guarded the Star Palace for such a long time, and they are as close as brothers, but now the 8th child actually. "Brother, how is Mutian City?" A pale young man anxiously asked the Great Star Lord, who is the 3-Star Lord of the Star Palace. "Tomb Sky City is fine." The Great Star Lord had a strange look on his face. "Tomb Sky City is fine? With the actions of those evil beasts, how can they let the Tomb Sky City go? That Tomb Sky City doesn't have any power to resist the master-level evil beasts." The 6-Star Master looked puzzled. Enemies are far away from each other. Because suddenly there was an extra master, and the master-level evil thought beast was eliminated. The Star Master's expression became more and more strange. "Brother, what's so strange?" The 2nd Star Master couldn't help asking when he saw the big Star Master's expression. Sun Shu of Xuanhuan took over from Yanyu Institute. The 2nd Star Master reminded, and the other Star Masters soon discovered the strangeness of the big Star Master. Sun Shu of Xuanhuan took over from Yanyu Institute. The Great Star Lord said indifferently, "Take a look at this person's appearance. This is the portrait sent by the Lord of Mutian City." A picture soon appeared in front of the Great Star Lord. In the picture, the defensive barrier of Tomb Sky City was broken, many warriors looked desperate, and some fans of the God Emperor resisted, but they were swallowed by the master-level evil beast. When the beast was about to open its fangs and swallow Tomb Sky City in its entirety, a strange master suddenly appeared behind the master-level evil thought beast. This master had a handsome appearance, but the strength he displayed shocked many Star Masters. The master-level evil thought beast was wiped out in the opponent's hands without persisting in a few moves. This kind of strength is at least the 8th level master, and it is also among the best among their Star Masters. There are 8 of them, plus the fallen 8th Star Master. There are 9 people in total, and only the Great Star Master is at the 9th rank. the second and 3-star masters are at the 8th rank, and the rest are only at the 7th rank. Who is this person? It's so strange. The star masters had never seen such a master before, and they couldn't help looking at the big star master. De Xingzhu said, "Have you forgotten the order you Xuanhuan and the others gave hundreds of years ago?" The second star master froze for a moment, and immediately said in disbelief, "Could it be that this strange master is?" The great star master stroked his beard and nodded his head. 9 out of 10, it should be right. Then the elder brother wants to pass the news to Xuanhuan you? The 3-star master's eyes sparkled. The great star lord shook his head, and snorted coldly, "No, what good is it for us to report to Supreme Yu? No matter how many benefits the Supreme Yu gives, it's not as good as having one more master in our star palace." Big brother means. The second star master narrowed his eyes slightly. The elder star master looked at the second star master, smiled, and nodded. In Mutian City, Han Feng killed the master-level evil beast not long ago, and was immediately regarded as a guest of honor by the city lord of Mutian City, and he built a very luxurious residence for Han Feng. Han Feng didn't care about the residence, but what Han Feng cared about was a piece of black crystal in his hand. This is the crystal obtained by killing the master-level evil beast. It contains a trace of the power of heaven, but this power of heaven does not seem to be very authentic, full of dark power. What exactly is this crystal? Han Feng stared at the crystal with thoughtful eyes. Han Feng didn't want to reveal the fact that he was an outsider, so he didn't ask the Lord of Mutian City to avoid showing his feet. However, Han Feng didn't know that as early as hundreds of years ago, the half-step Supreme Master of Xinyun Great World had already discovered his traces. The third update. This book comes from Enable New URL. P.S. Although I still want to code some, my head is already starting to feel uncomfortable. It seems that the 4th update today is the limit, but Bai Cai will try to see if the 5th update can be coded. If there is a 5th update, it is estimated that it's late. Everyone go to bed first. Please read the most complete. Han Feng was wondering about the black crystal in his hand, and the Lord of Tomb Sky City had already said respectfully outside, "Senior, the great star lord of the Star Palace has arrived and wants to see you, Senior, but I don't know Senior." Han Feng frowned, but he was invited by the city lord to stay here for a while, and he didn't expect the Star Palace lord to come so soon. But then Han Feng was relieved. This Tomb Sky City is one of the giant cities under Xingong's command, and something happened to Tomb Sky City. Of course Xingong wanted to take a look, but what puzzled Han Feng was that the person who came was actually Xingong the Star Lord. This is the #1 expert in the Star Palace. Even if you want to take a look at the situation in Mutian City, you don't need the Star Lord to go out in person. The enemy does not hate the land, the ghost hates the cold sun Jizao. The enemy does not hate the enemy, the ghost enemy hates the cold sun Jizao. As expected of a half-step supreme, he discovered my existence so early. Han Feng was extremely wary of those half-step supremes, and then Han Feng stared at the big man with cold eyes. Star Lord, the great Star Lord is threatening Han? Han Feng's soul has reached a very high level, and his soul is all over Tomb Sky City. Through the communication of some warriors in Tomb Sky City, Han Feng naturally has a general understanding of the Star Field, Star Palace, Tomb Sky City, and the 9 Star Masters of Star Palace. But, that's all. If Han Feng's soul pays special attention to the City Lord, he will know that the object of the City Lord of Tomb Sky City's help not long ago is the 8 Star Lord, and now it is not the 8 Star Lord but the Big Star Lord. Immediately, there are some problems. It's a pity that Han Feng didn't pay much attention to the City Lord, so at the moment he heard that it was the Great Star Lord. Although he was a little confused, he didn't know what the problem was. Han Feng thought for a while, and decided to refuse. He just came here to find an opportunity to improve his strength, and he didn't want to get involved with too many masters. It was discovered that an old man had suddenly appeared outside. Judging by the fluctuation of his aura, he had already reached the 9th Order Master level. Old Master Xingong Star Master, I'm here to thank fellow Taoists for helping Mushincheng. The Great Star Master said loudly. The Great Star Lord had already come in person, so Han Feng could only receive the Great Star Lord. As for the Lord of the Tomb Sky City, he was just an ordinary emperor, so he naturally retreated obediently. Inside the hall, Han Feng said lightly, Senior came here specially, it should be more than just a simple thank you. The Great Star Master chuckled, Your Excellency is right, the main purpose of the old man's visit this time is to invite you to join my Star Palace. For this, my Star Palace is willing to pay any price. Join Xingong? Han is not interested. Sun Choka's independent queen hates the cold and the cold. De Xingong couldn't stop smiling, but a jade slip in his hand suddenly flew towards Han Feng. Han Feng caught the jade slip in an instant, swept his soul inside, and his expression suddenly changed. He saw that there were some orders issued by the half-step supreme in the jade slip, and this order was obviously looking for a strange master. This strange master, Han Feng knew that he was referring to him without guessing. As expected of a half-step supreme being, he discovered my existence so early. Han Feng was extremely wary of those half-step supreme beings, and then stared at the big star master with cold eyes. The big star master is threatening Han. Certain? Cho is far from Fang Shimo cold finger seal. A trace of murderous intent emanated from Han Feng's body, and he was suppressed at this moment. Han Feng's realm was only at the 7th level, but the coercion he possessed was far beyond the 8th level. Such coercion, the Great Star Lord could easily block it, but for some reason, a warning sign suddenly rose in the Great Star Lord's heart, as if something terrible would happen if this continued. The face of the Great Star Lord changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, Your Excellency, this old man does not mean any threat at all, but just wants to tell you that as an outsider, you are in danger of being recognized no matter where you are. As long as you are willing to join the Star Palace, the old man promises to do his best to conceal your traces, and even the Lord of the Tomb Sky City, the old man will order them to keep their mouths shut. As for the rest of the people in Tomb Sky City, I have a secret method to make them forget your appearance. They just remember that they were rescued by a mysterious strong man today. If your Excellency is still unwilling, it's a big deal. The Great Star Master gritted his teeth. This old man can pretend to be the evil emperor and slaughter the entire Tomb City. Han Feng was shocked. What's wrong with this Star Master? He was willing to slaughter a whole city just to recruit him. Enemies, ghosts far away, Sun Henmo, making enemies. Han Feng immediately understood that there was something wrong with this matter, so Han Feng stared at the Star Master, but did not give a specific answer. The Great Star Lord gave a wry smile, knowing that it was not so easy to recruit, so he had no choice but to tell the general situation of the matter. It turns out that those monsters are called evil beasts. Since the Star Lord already knew that he was an outsider, Han Feng didn't mind showing his ignorance in front of the Star Lord. From Star Master's answer, Han Feng understood the whole story. First of all, it was the evil beasts raging in the star field, which caused the big Star Master to encircle and suppress these evil beasts in the star field, and then the evil beasts' revenge led to the fall of the 8th Star Master. So the Great Star Lord judged that the evil beasts' revenge on Xingong would never stop there, so Xingong must increase its strength. If the Great Star Master told those forces about Han Feng's news, he would certainly get some rewards, but in the face of the evil beast's revenge, these rewards are useless, and those forces would never send 8th or 9th level masters to help the Star Palace. Because the evil beast is now raging not only in the star field, but also in the entire Xuanhuan world, including those forces where the half-step supreme is. Those forces are still in a hurry to deal with it, so there is no spare power to help Xingong. Therefore, if you want to increase your strength in a short period of time, the most effective way is to directly recruit a master. Among the masters, there are very few casual cultivators, almost few or almost none, and even if there are, they probably have fallen because they have no power to back them up. With the development of the Xuanhuan Great World for more than 1,000 epochs, too many masters were born, which led to disputes and disharmony with each other, so the masters who have no backing are naturally the easiest to fall. The enemy's distant enemy Sun Qiu took over Xiangqi. Juggernauts mostly have their own influence, and Xingong wanted to recruit Juggernaut, so Han Feng, an outsider, caught his eye. Moreover, if one can resist the rejection of the power of heaven in the Xuanhuan Great World and enter the Xuanhuan Great World, one's strength will definitely not be weak. You can still have such coercion after being suppressed. If you are not suppressed, I will definitely not be inferior. The Great Star Lord made a judgment in his heart. Knowing the ins and outs, Han Feng closed his eyes and meditated, tapping his fingers on his legs. Since my existence has been known by the Half-Step Supreme, I will still be found if I leave the star field and go to other places, unless I can't retreat all the time, but how can I quickly improve my strength? And Xingong needs my strength temporarily, so Xingong must do its best to cover up my existence or give me a suitable identity in order to prevent me from being discovered by those Half-Step Supreme beings. Enemy Kuqiu Qiu Du Sun Shu Shuyang Tong Shandi. Or if one day Xingong doesn't need my power, he will betray me, but as long as I hurry up to practice and break through to the 9th level, I won't be afraid even if I am a Half-Step Supreme. Of course, the premise is that Xingong has enough resources for me. Practice, otherwise joining the Star Palace will not do me much good. Thinking of this, Han Feng opened his eyes and stared at the Star Master. If Han joins the Star Palace, what benefits will the Star Master give Han? Yangnua Badminton. 4th update. This book comes from Enable New URL. 2606 Heavenly Evil Thoughts, 5th Watch. P.S. I feel like my head is a mess, and it's about to explode. Hearing Han Feng's question, the Great Star Lord secretly heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that as long as he pays the other party a satisfactory reward, then the matter will probably be settled. The Great Star Lord knew that Han Feng was an outsider, so he naturally understood the purpose of these outsiders coming to their world. After becoming a master, the treasures and resources that the world of heaven can breed have been extremely weak to the help of the master. Only the extremely powerful world of heaven has the ability to breed treasures and resources that even the master is attracted to. Therefore, some masters from the heavenly Tao world who have not developed for a long time often choose to leave their own world, look for opportunities and resources in a larger world, in order to break through to a higher level, such as the Half-Step Supreme, such as the Real Supreme. Territory. Now a total of 3 Supremes have been born in the Xuanhuan world, and the first Supreme is called the Xuanhuan Supreme, and the Xuanhuan world is famous for it. Generally, the world of heaven is named after the first one born in the world of heaven. Named Supreme. At the beginning, Xuanhuan Supreme also went to other Supreme heavenly worlds to become Supreme. At that time, Xuanhuan Great World was also a relatively weak Supreme heavenly world. Of course, the current Xuanhuan Great World has become an extremely huge Supreme heavenly Tao world, and it has been replaced by other masters who hope to come to the Xuanhuan Great World to find opportunities. The Great Star Lord took out a sacred stone emitting a strong purple light and threw it to Han Feng. This is. Han Feng was startled when he felt the terrifying immortal power contained in the God Stone. The immortal power contained in this God Stone is not only majestic, but also of extremely high quality, which is completely different from the immortal power contained in ordinary God Emperors. Different. If the immortal power in the body of an ordinary emperor is an ordinary stone, then the immortal power in Han Feng's hand is gold. This is the flawless immortal God Stone. De Xing said. Immortal God Stone? Han Feng's eyes narrowed. The heavenly Tao world he is in also has immortal God Stone. It is produced from the immortal God Mine. The conditions for the immortal God Mine to be produced are extremely harsh. Tian Weishan was born only after the 4 masters took action. I opened an immortal God Mine, and the immortal God Stone produced contains the power of immortality, but it is extremely low level. It may be slightly useful for the junior and middle-level god emperors, but it has no effect at all for the four masters. Absorbing that kind of immortal power is simply polluting the extremely pure immortal power in one's body. Howdy science does not learn from ghosts and fights with yin and yang. Ho Dike did not learn from the ghosts and observed the feelings of war. The heavenly Tao world where Brother Han is located should also have immortal stones, but if the old man's prediction is correct, it is at most low-grade or mid-grade, and there should be very few high-grade ones. The great Star Master stroked his beard and said with some pride, "This is the flawless and immortal stone that can only be produced by their Xuanhuan great world." However, Han Feng felt the immortal god stone in his hand. The degree of purity was no less than the immortal power in Juggernaut's body. Brother Han's heavenly Tao world should also have the immortal god stone, but if the old man's prediction is correct, it is at most low-grade or middle-grade, and there should be very few high-grade ones. The great Star Master stroked his beard and said with some pride, "This is the flawless immortal stone that can only be produced by their Xuanhuan great world." Sun Yuanqiu's cool ball is revealed by Yang Nua. What's the difference? Han Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. The difference is huge. The immortal god stone is divided into 5 levels, which are the low grade, middle grade, upper grade, top grade, and flawless. Some heaven-defying legends are absorbed by the invincible god emperor, while flawless is corresponding to the juggernaut. The juggernaut can only maintain the purity of the immortal power in his body by absorbing the immortal stone of flawless immortality. In the future, he will not encounter too many obstacles in breaking through the bottleneck. If the juggernaut absorbs the immortal stone of the flawless quality, it will only make his own. The power of immortality has been polluted, it has become no longer pure, and it has absorbed too much, and some masters can break through the 8th level, but they are still trapped at the peak of the 7th level throughout their lives. Han Feng's eyes lit up. The world of heavenly Tao, which has been developed for more than 1,000 epochs, has bred powerful resources. This kind of immortal god stone, I am afraid that only a few pieces are needed, which can completely make up for the lack of heritage at the peak of the 8th order, and can be qualified to hit the 9th order. Han Feng no longer has a bottleneck, he only needs enough energy to break through smoothly, and Han Feng estimated that there should be hundreds of immortal stones. I don't know how many such immortal stones can senior give to juniors? Han Feng asked, while playing with the immortal stone. The Star Master's standard is to get 1 piece every 1,000 years. Daxing Master said. Han Feng's cheeks twitched. Suddenly, $1,000? Just kidding. With a look of wind, the great Star Lord smiled wryly. Brother Han thought it was easy to produce this flawless immortal stone? The immortal god mine mastered by Xingong only condenses a few stones in an average of 1,000 years. If you can't get any of them, you need Xingong to go to other forces to buy them. And this purchase often requires a huge price, and sometimes there is no market for the price. Han Feng's face softened slightly. So that's the case, but 1,000 yuan is too little. To be honest, the junior's hometown is in trouble and urgently needs the junior to break through and go back. The journey has been delayed for too long, and I really can't delay it. If the senior can give with more flawless and immortal stones, Han can swear that as long as Han is in the Xingong, he will do his best to protect the Xingong for a day. The great Star Lord didn't expect that the heavenly Tao world where Han Feng lived would be in danger, and the one who could bring danger to the heavenly Tao world might be the heavenly demon. After contemplating for a moment, the great Star Master rolled up his sleeve robe, and dozens of flawless and immortal stones appeared in front of him, saying, I stopped absorbing the flawless and immortal stones after I broke through to the peak of the 9th order. I have accumulated a lot over the years, but everyone part of it was given to the rest of the Star Masters, leaving only a few dozen yuan, which is now handed over to Brother Han. I don't even have a single piece of the Star Palace here. But Brother Han, don't worry, the immortal stone is still in circulation on the market. I just try my best to buy it. The great Star Lord gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. I just hope Brother Han can really do his best to protect Xingong. Han has always kept his promises, seniors can rest assured, but I don't know the origin of the evil beast, which makes it difficult for all forces in this world to deal with it. Han Feng was very curious about what happened to the evil beast, and what happened to the evil beast in his hands. What is the black crystal? Previously, he was worried about being questioned, so he didn't ask the city lord of Mutian City. Now that he planned to join the Star Palace, and the Star Lord knew that he was an outsider, Han Feng no longer hesitated, and asked his doubts. The place of hatred is far and cool, and the later learned to pick up the story. When mentioning the evil thought beast, the great Star Lord had a complex expression, evil thought beast, that is a monster condensed by the evil thoughts of the heavens through special techniques. Evil thoughts in the way of heaven? Can the way of heaven produce evil thoughts? Everything has a spirit, and the way of heaven naturally has a spirit. Why can't the way of heaven produce its own consciousness and evil thoughts? The great Star Master asked back. Han Feng paused, thinking that the little ways of heaven in some small worlds of God emperors in his own world could produce his own consciousness. It is not surprising that the powerful heavenly Tao of Xuanhuan Great World has its own consciousness. When this consciousness acts evil, it will naturally become an evil thought. So, Han Feng closed his mouth and listened quietly to the Star Master to continue telling the ins and outs of the matter. Fifth update. After Xuanhuan Supreme became supreme, Xuanhuan Great World ushered in rapid development, and the way of heaven became stronger and stronger. At some point, he developed wisdom and had his own ideas. Therefore, the way of heaven is no longer fair, but has your own prejudices are very dangerous to the whole world. Please read the most carefully. The great Star Master slowly explained the matter. After Tian Dao gave birth to his own consciousness, he made the world a mess, because of his own preferences. For example, certain races may not look very good-looking, so they deliberately target them, leading to the decline or even extinction of a certain race. For example, if the consciousness of heaven prefers someone, let this person go smoothly, and you will encounter a lot of opportunities casually when you go out. As a result, you can cultivate to a high level casually, but because your mood can't keep up, you will eventually be backlashed by power and change. Get crazy. There are still many such things, and soon the Xuanhuan Great World was confused by this consciousness of the Tao of Heaven, so the second supreme of the great cloud of the Xuanhuan world rose, separated the consciousness of the Tao of Heaven, and sealed it. Hundreds of epochs later, the sealed heavenly Tao consciousness broke the seal, and the sealed resentment of hundreds of epochs caused the heavenly Tao consciousness to completely degenerate. The things they did were even more vicious than before they were sealed, and finally they wanted to take revenge on the whole world. The evil thought beast was created under such circumstances, and was controlled by the evil thoughts of the heavens to wreak havoc in the world of Xuanhuan, which almost destroyed the world of the gods. Therefore, the consciousness of the way of heaven was later called the evil thoughts of the way of heaven. If you can't get together, the enemy's police in the distance will communicate with each other. There are still many such things, and soon the Xuanhuan Great World was confused by this consciousness of the Tao of Heaven, so the second supreme of the Xuanhuan Great World rose and separated from the Tao of Heaven that consciousness, and sealed the consciousness. With the rise of the third supreme being, the evil thoughts of heaven were sealed again. Today, the evil thoughts of heaven and Tao broke through the seal again. The evil thoughts of heaven are not very powerful in themselves, but the evil thoughts of heaven can create evil beasts one by one, and hide their thoughts in the beasts, so it is difficult to find the evil thoughts of heaven. As long as the evil thoughts of heaven exist, the beasts will continue to flow. This is the reason why the forces of all parties are difficult to deal with and have headaches. For the power of the half-step supreme, it is not difficult to destroy the master-level evil thoughts, but it is difficult to find the evil thoughts of heaven. The three supreme beings can seal the evil thoughts of the heavenly way because the supreme beings are already equal to the heavenly way, and even surpass them. Seal. So that's how it is. Knowing the whole story, Han Feng thought to himself that it would be very difficult to break through the supreme beings. The Xuanhuan Great World had developed for more than 1,000 epochs, and only 3 real supreme beings were born. Half-Step Supreme has been born a lot. But with the addition of those who fell due to grievances and battles, and some who failed to attack the Supreme, there are only a dozen Half-Step Supremes in the Xuanhuan Great World. As for Masters, there are more than 200 on the surface. This kind of power, unless it is a real Supreme-level demon, who would come to provoke the other demons? Han Feng sighed secretly. If his world had such power, he would not have to come out to find opportunities. Great Star Lord, what is this? Han Feng took out the black crystal again. This is the evil thought crystal, which is the crystal left behind by the evil thought beast after the fall of the evil thought beast. It is the evil thought of the heavenly way that somehow condenses out. The core of the evil thought beast is the evil thought magic crystal. Once the evil thoughts are withdrawn, the destroyed evil thoughts beasts can be reborn, so once our ruler destroys the evil thoughts beasts, the evil thoughts will also be destroyed at the same time. Brother Han, it's better to destroy the evil thought crystal in his hand. The Star Master said solemnly. Han Feng was thoughtful. This demon crystal of evil thoughts seems to contain huge power and some power of heaven. This is natural. After all, the evil thoughts of the way of heaven were originally the way of heaven, but they were forcibly separated from the way of heaven. Even if they are not regarded as the way of heaven, they still contain the power of the way of heaven. The evil thoughts of the way of heaven use their own energy to condense the evil thoughts. Naturally, it also contains the power of heaven. The Great Star Lord smiled, then suddenly startled, and looked at Han Feng in astonishment. Brother Han, are you planning to absorb the energy and power of heaven in the evil thoughts magic crystal? Speaking of this, the Great Star Lord suddenly became anxious. Brother Han, don't be like this. There was a ruler who wanted to absorb the energy in this evil thought crystal before, but the evil thought crystal condensed by the evil thoughts of the heavens is so easy to absorb, that one still, the 9th level master failed to absorb it, but his immortal power was polluted by the evil thought crystal, and finally changed from a master to an evil thought beast abruptly. That's it. Thank you, Star Lord, for letting me know. Han Feng cupped his hands, but he didn't throw away the evil thought crystal immediately. There is the Skyfire Pagoda, there is the All Things Fusion Flame Cauldron on the first floor of the Skyfire Pagoda, and there is the Primordial Supreme Fire, which is equivalent to the Half-Step Supreme Divine Fire. It can also be refined into the purest energy in the All Things Melting Flame Cauldron. Other masters could not absorb the evil thought demon crystal, but Han Feng could absorb it. Perhaps it's not the flawless immortal stone that improved me the most, but the dominant level evil thought demon crystal. Han Feng's eyes sparkled. We talked for a while, and the rest of the conversation was mainly about how Han Feng should change his identity. In the end, the Great Star Lord decided to let Han Feng replace the 8-Star Lord. After all, only a few Star Lords knew about the fall of the 8-Star Lord. The forces outside are not clear. Sun Cha and Yang Qiu Cha Yu. Sun Cha and Yang Qiu Cha Yu. As for the masters, there are more than 200 of them on the surface. As for Tomb Sky City, the City Lord was silenced, and the rest were blurred by the Great Star Lord's secret technique to blur the memory of Han Feng. As long as Han Feng doesn't take the initiative to expose himself to the many masters, the possibility of being exposed is extremely small. Afterwards, Han Feng returned to the Star Palace with the Great Star Lord. After meeting several Star Lords, Han Feng went directly to the 8-Star Palace, and after putting on the mask, he became the 8-Star Lord. As for some envoys and disciples of the 8-Star Palace, the cronies of the former 8-Star Lord were informed of the whole story, and they were not that close to the former 8-Star Lord, so they dare not doubt it. In this way, Han Feng replaced the previous 8-Star Master and stayed in the Star Palace. Afterwards, the hatred complex from far away is caused by cold hatred. Han Feng did not intervene in some important matters in the Star Palace, and they were still handed over to some cronies of the former 8-star master. As for Han Feng, he simply retreated. Han Feng never forgot his purpose of coming to Xuanhuan Great World, which is to break through the 9th rank or even the half-step supreme. Right now, there is no time for the immortal God Stone and the demon crystal of evil thought, so why not practice in seclusion? Of course, Han Feng also kept a part of his mind out. If there was something that required him to make a move, as long as he was not at a critical moment of breakthrough, he could make a move at any time. The Great Star Lord did not breach the contract, and has indeed been using some resources in exchange for the flawless immortal God Stone from other forces over the years, but the flawless immortal God Stone is too small, even in the half-step supreme power, it is scarce, so he paid a lot. After paying the price, I didn't get a few dollars back. Han Feng knew that the Great Star Lord had done his best, so he naturally wouldn't dislike the fact that the number of flawless immortal stones was too small. At worst, he would find other resources to practice in the future. Instead of the 8-star Lord sitting in the 8-star palace, Han Feng has been sitting here for hundreds of years. The first update. This book comes from Enable New URL. P.S. There is no outbreak today, only the third watch, and the third watch should be after midnight. Over the past few hundred years, the evil mind beast has indeed been carrying out revenge against Xingong as the Great Star Lord said, but Xingong has already made preparations. The giant cities near Xingong are all trusted friends of Xingong. When the Star Masters teamed up to re-establish the defensive barrier set up by the Digital Masters, even if the master-level evil beast came in person, it would not be possible to break through it in a short time. And with Juggernaut speed, and the distance between the giant city and the Star Palace is not far, it won't take long for the Star Master to rush to the rescue. Of course, this time the Star Masters are no longer stupid, basically 2 or 3 are dispatched together, so that even if the evil beasts lie in ambush, the Star Masters can easily get out of trouble. The reason why the 8-star Lord fell last time was not only because of his low cultivation level, but also because the evil beast's ambush was too unexpected, otherwise the 8-star Lord might not have escaped. As for the other forces in the star field, the Star Palace can't control so much. The evil beasts probably also discovered this situation, so they took the initiative to attack the Star Palace, but with several Star Masters present, the attack of the evil beasts did not cause too much trouble to the Star Palace, and Han Feng also appeared this time. With his hand, he killed a 9th-level evil beast with a thunderous attack, so that the rest of the Star Masters would not dare to underestimate Han Feng. Afterwards, the Star Palace almost recovered its stability. Perhaps the evil mind beast also knew that the Star Palace had become a difficult nut to crack, so it temporarily gave up, or it was planning a more terrifying offensive, but the Great Star Lord and others were more inclined towards the evil mind beasts. Retreated. After all, the evil beast is raging in the whole big world, and the forces besieging it are not only the Star Palace. It is impossible for the evil beast to allocate too much power to attack the Star Palace. Han Feng temporarily replaced the 8-star master, so Han Feng also knew some information that the Star Master knew. For example, in the past few hundred years, several half-step supreme forces have launched several encirclement and suppression campaigns, but they have not found the evil thoughts of the heavens, or they have not sealed the evil thoughts of the heavens, and they have escaped by the evil thoughts of the heavens. Moreover, there are more and more evil beasts. Dominant-level evil beasts are not as rare as hundreds of years ago. Even half-step supreme-level evil beasts have appeared several times. The siege of half-step supreme forces may have angered the evil thoughts of heaven. The evil thoughts of heaven gathered a large number of evil beasts, among which there were more than 50 master-level evil beasts, and there were also a few half-step supreme evil beasts. They besieged Shenyanzong, which was created by Xuanhuan Supreme. The one is Yu Jizuan, who is a half-step supreme peak powerhouse. In this battle, the sky was dark and the sky was dark. The Xingyun sect lost a lot, and even lost several masters. In the end, it relied on the Supreme God statue left by the Supreme Xuanhuan to repel the evil beast. Among them, Xuanhuan fought with several half-step supreme evil beasts, destroying countless places in the surrounding area, and finally killed the evil beasts, but also returned with serious injuries. Of course, the evil beasts were not much better, except for some master-level evil beasts that escaped. Most of them were killed by the Supreme God statue. This battle, whether it is the Xuanhuan sect or the evil mind beast, has seriously hurt their vitality. The Great Star Lord thinks that the reason why the evil mind beast retreated instead of secretly accumulating strength to retaliate against Xingong is this battle. The Great Star Lord believes that the battle between the evil mind beast and the Xuanhuan sect has at least weakened the overall strength of the evil mind beast by more than 50%. So how could there be any remaining power to deal with Xingong? Not only Xingong, but other forces also thought so, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, it was too early for Xingong and the rest of the forces to breathe a sigh of relief. In just 100 years, the evil mind beast returned again, continued to wreak havoc and besieged all major forces, and acted recklessly in various god domains of the Xuanhuan Great World. Not long after that, a master who has been studying the demon crystal of evil thoughts discovered a shocking secret, the demon crystal of evil thoughts. It is very likely that the evil thoughts of the heavens are the crystals condensed after devouring a large number of strong people. That is to say, the more people the evil beasts kill, the more evil crystals the evil thoughts of the heavens can breed. There are more and more evil beasts that are getting stronger. The Great Star Master got the secret researched by the Master, suddenly realized, and murmured, "No wonder every time the evil thoughts of heaven break out, there are so few evil thoughts beasts at the beginning, but in the end there are more and more beasts." In this way, it is no wonder that the evil beasts continue to slaughter in various gods, especially like to slaughter the strong. Damn it, in this way, wouldn't it mean that the number of people in our big world is decreasing, and the evil beasts are increasing instead of decreasing? The Star Master's face turned livid in an instant. Xuanhuan Great World finally realizes that the evil thought beast cannot be dealt with by one force, and must unite together to eliminate or even seal the evil thought of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, as long as there is an evil thought beast, the evil thought of the heavenly Tao can make a comeback with this evil thought beast. There are not many other things in Xuanhuan Great World, but there are many people. A total of 3 Supremes have been born in the Xuanhuan Great World. Although the 3 Supremes have left the Xuanhuan Great World long ago, it is said that they are going to explore the path above the Supreme, but they have also left behind their inheritance. Xuanhuan Sect, Eternal Gate, Endless Mountain is the inheritance power left by the 3 Supremes, that is, Xuanhuan Supreme, Eternal Supreme, and Endless Supreme. This time the alliance is headed by the 3 major forces, and supplemented by the other forces. The 3 major forces have established ancient teleportation arrays in each of the gods, and the teleportation arrays are near each of the forces. In this way, if any force is besieged, the rest of the forces will soon feel rescued. At the same time, the 3 major forces have also established a demon-killing team, which is divided into many small teams. These teams are composed of 9 people, and the members come from the masters of various forces. Every faction will send digital masters to the 3 major factions every once in a while, and after being assigned to the demon-killing team, they will encircle and suppress the evil beasts in various parts of the world. Each team either has a number of 9th order peaks or a half-step supreme, trying to ensure the safety of each team. Now that Han Feng is the 8-star master of the Star Palace, he naturally wants to join the demon-killing team, and Han Feng didn't refuse. Anyway, he will come back after hundreds of years, and then he will be replaced by other Star Masters of the Star Palace. Every time he joins the Demon Slayer squad, Han Feng will take care of the Star Master, who is also in the Star Palace. With Han Feng taking care of him secretly, the Star Master, who joined the Demon Slayer squad at the same time as Han Feng, always returns safely to the Star Palace. Han Feng's actions undoubtedly won the gratitude of the Star Master of the Star Palace. It should be known that the Demon Slayer team seems to have a lot of strong people, but it is not 100% safe. There are still news of the Master's fall over the years. The Xuanhuan Great World formed a union, and this union lasted thousands of years. For thousands of years, the joint army, especially the Demon Squad, has killed a large number of evil beasts, including many half-level supreme-level evil beasts. How long will it be to revive again? Every few hundred years in the Star Palace, 3 Star Masters will join the demon-killing team. Hundreds of years later, the 3 will return and the other 3 will go. Back and forth, Han Feng also joined the demon-killing team several times. Strange, but with the help of other Star Masters, it did not arouse the suspicion of other forces. The Great Star Lord suddenly realized one day that he couldn't see through Han Feng. He could see some clues before, but now he only felt that Han Feng was getting deeper and deeper. The second update. P.S. The finale at the end of the 28th is officially over, and it is also the last eruption of this book. Can't see through Han Feng, it can only mean that Han Feng is getting stronger and stronger, and the Star Master is happy to hear this. The stronger Han Feng is, the stronger the strength of their Star Palace, and the safer the Star Masters who go to the Demon Squad with Han Feng. It should be noted that the last time the 3 Star Masters of the Star Palace went to the Demon Squad, when they came back, 2 were seriously injured and 1 almost fell. When Han Feng was around, their Star Masters of the Star Palace were almost intact. The Great Star Lord didn't ask about Han Feng's current strength, as long as he knew that Han Feng's strength was getting stronger and stronger. In fact, Han Feng's cultivation over the past few thousand years has indeed achieved unimaginable growth. Joining the demon-killing team, there were quite a few master-level evil beasts that fell into Han Feng's hands, and their evil thoughts crystals naturally became Han Feng's spoils of war. Even, in these years in the Demon Slayer team, Han Feng not only helped the companions of Xingong, but also rescued other team members. So when Han Feng asked for the demon crystal of evil thought, those masters who were rescued by Han Feng, I am too embarrassed to refuse. Anyway, the evil thought magic crystal is useless to them, so it would be nice to pay it back as a favor. There were also masters who reminded Han Feng not to be tempted by the energy in the evil thought demon crystal. Otherwise the 9th level master who was previously assimilated by the evil thought demon crystal into an evil thought beast would be a lesson learned from the past. After the pollution, the master who once advised him breathed a sigh of relief. With these evil thoughts and magic crystals, after being washed by the spiritual spring in the Tianhua Pagoda, all that is left is pure ability, which is turned into source liquid by the all things melting flame cauldron, and becomes a precious resource for Han Feng to improve his cultivation base. Therefore, after thousands of years, Han Feng directly broke through the shackles at an incredible speed, from the 8th level master to the 9th level master, and even rushed all the way to the 9th level peak. This kind of speed is unprecedented in the world of Xuanhuan, and it is simply horrifying. In just a few thousand years, many masters could not even achieve a stable state, but Han Feng directly broke through to the peak of the 9th order. It's a pity, because Han Feng's temporary identity is the 8-star master, so he dare not show too much power in the demon squad, so the evil spirit crystals that Han Feng got are basically 7th order and 8th order, reaching the peak of 9th order in the end. These 2 levels of evil thought demon crystal source liquid did not help Han Feng much. Even if there is no bottleneck for Han Feng from the 9th level to the half-step supreme, it is just that unless the quantity of the evil spirit crystal source liquid of the 7th and 8th levels reaches a certain level, it will be difficult to meet the huge energy required to break through from the 9th level to the half-step supreme. Among the combined army, Han Feng is probably the only one who wishes to join the Demon Slayer squad the most. After stabilizing the peak realm of the 9th order ruler, Han Feng guessed that it was his turn to join the Demon Slayer team, so he exited the level excitedly, and then Han Feng got a piece of news that stunned him. It seems that the main body of the evil thoughts of the Heavenly Way has been found. Zhizhuan Yu and more than a dozen half-step supreme beings of the Xuanhuan world have gathered a joint army and are preparing to go to the place where the evil thoughts of the heavenly ways are and seal them. Over the years, several half-step supreme beings have delved into the inheritance left by the three supreme beings, and have developed a sealing barrier that even the half-step supreme beings cannot escape. The combined efforts of more than a dozen half-step supreme beings are enough to seal the evil thoughts of heaven. Han Feng didn't know what expression to show. He said he was happy, but after the evil thoughts of heaven were completely sealed, he didn't have the powerful magic crystal of evil thoughts to practice. If he was unhappy, it was a good thing after all that the evil thoughts of heaven were sealed. Forget it. Anyway, the breakthrough is only one step away. The big deal is to look for other opportunities. Before, I never thought that I could break through from the 8th level to the 9th level in just a few thousand years. Thinking of this, Han Feng was relieved. The promotion from the 8th level to the 9th level peak in just a few thousand years is beyond the time Han Feng originally set for himself, so it is okay to delay a little bit in the process of breaking through the 9th level to the half-step supreme. Brother Han, get ready. This time to encircle and suppress the evil thoughts of the heavens, all the masters will go. Let's go to the Xuanhuan sect first. The Great Star Master saw Han Feng leaving the customs, and immediately called Han Feng to the Xuanhuan sect. This time, the 9 Star Masters, including Xingong and Han Feng, participated in the battle together for the first time. Seeing Han Feng, the rest of the Star Masters subconsciously smiled and relaxed. Although they are increasingly unable to see through Han Feng, they are sure of one thing. That is, Han Feng's strength is definitely far beyond the 9th level. The suppression of the power of heaven in the cloud world may be comparable to the half-step supreme. It is really reassuring to have such a master by his side, who can support them at any time. Today's Han Feng's realm has reached the peak of the 9th rank. If there is no suppression by the power of heaven, the aura may not even match the half-step supreme peak. With the suppression of the power of heaven, Han Feng's realm is suppressed to between the 8th and 9th ranks. The strength under normal circumstances is close to the half-step supreme. Xuanhuan, the mighty army gathered here, the master of the entire world, probably occupies 99% of the place, and roughly 300 of them. There are nearly 300 masters. This kind of power is indeed not comparable to my world. Han Feng sighed in his heart. This is because too many masters lead to fights, which in turn led to the fall of many masters. There are also 800 or 900. What a terrifying number, 800 or 900 masters. Afterwards, Han Feng raised his head slightly, and his eyes fell on more than a dozen people in front of him. These were more than a dozen powerhouses with the most top power in the Xuanhuan Great World, who had reached the half-step supreme realm. Among the more than 10 half-step supreme beings, 3 of them stood at the front, and the remaining half-step supreme beings kept a certain distance from the front 3 to show respect. These 3 people are Yu Zhizhuan from Xuanhuan sect, Tian Zhizhuan from Eternal Gate, and Emperor Zhizhuan from Endless Mountain. The 3 half-step supremes have reached the peak of this realm, and they are capable of attacking the real supreme realm at any time. However, it seems that it has the ability to attack at any time, as if it is only the last heal away from the supreme, but such a heal is enough to make 99% of the half-step supreme trapped in the half-step supreme, unable to break through, or break through it will also fail and perish. The half-step supreme seems to be similar to the supreme, but in fact there is a gap like a gap. Yu Zhizhuan, as the leader of the Alliance army, yelled loudly without hesitation, "Everyone, the hiding place of the evil thoughts of heaven is in the Sea of Death. This time we are united together, gathering everyone's strength. We must completely seal the evil thoughts of heaven. Now, let's go." Boom boom boom. More than a dozen half-step supreme beings erupted with tyrannical power in an instant, and then nearly 300 masters also released their aura with all their strength one after another. All the auras united together, like a storm rushing straight into the sky. is excited to the apex. The third update. There are more than a dozen half-step supreme beings, nearly 300 rulers, and tens of thousands of emperors, which almost condense the peak power of the Xuanhuan Great World. --1. The Alliance army marched away in mighty force, and the momentum they passed along the way was overwhelming, and the evil beasts had to back down. But even if the evil beasts retreated, the Alliance army would not let the evil beasts go. As long as the evil beasts along the way were discovered, will be beheaded. Facing the unprecedented army of the Alliance, the evil mind beast was completely invincible, like a praying mantis blocking a car, overwhelmed. Half a month later, the Alliance army came to the Dead Sea. The Sea of Death and Silence is vast and boundless, and the ocean is filled with the power of death and silence. If any living beings under the Emperor are involved in the Sea of Death and Silence, they will turn into death and disappear completely. If the God Emperor is involved in the Sea of Death, he will also be invaded by the power of death in the Sea of Death, polluting his immortal power, and if he escapes in time, he may be able to expel the power of death after a long time, but if you are trapped for too long, and the immortal power in your body is completely polluted by the power of death, you will fall down in severe cases, or lose your cultivation base in light cases. The Sea of Dead Silence can be called a forbidden place in the Xuanhuan Great World. No one thought that the evil thoughts of heaven and earth would hide in the Sea of Dead Silence. Isn't the evil thought beast not affected by the power of death? The evil thoughts of heaven, after all, are born in heaven. Maybe it is because of this that they are not affected by the Dead Sea. After learning about the horror of the Dead Sea, Han Feng murmured. The Sea of Dead Silence is not calm, and sometimes there will be turbulent waves or storms. Many warriors are involved in the Sea of Dead Silence for these reasons. Once they are involved, it will take a lot of effort to get out of the Sea of Dead Silence. Yu Zhizuan, Tian Zhizuan, and Emperor Zhizuan also know the situation of the Dead Sea, so one of the three will always lead the Alliance army to go to a further place to investigate. If there are signs of storm condensation or violent waves, they will immediately lead the Alliance army to a turn. Yuzizan, are you close to the location of the evil thoughts of the heaven? A few days later, the Tianzizan couldn't help asking. It's almost there. Zhizuan Yu replied immediately. In fact, even if Supreme Yu didn't answer, Half-Step Supreme and some sensitive 9th-level masters felt a little strange. All Han Feng felt before was the power of death and silence, but now he felt a little evil and dark to the extreme evil thoughts and a little bit of power in the power of death and silence. Evil beast. There must be evil beasts around. In other words, is it close to the hiding place of the evil thoughts of heaven? Han Feng's expression froze, and his soul was released immediately. In the Sea of Death and Silence, the sea is filled with the power of death, which is as strong as Han Feng. The depth of the soul into the ocean is a few meters. As for the God Emperors, their souls could not penetrate the Dead Sea at all. Of course, if Han Feng takes out the Samsara orb to release the realm of Samsara and exerts 100% of his strength, he will naturally explore farther than Zhizuan Yu and others may have explored, but it is obvious that Han Feng cannot do this at this time. Well, since the soul can't penetrate very deep, in order to prevent being attacked by the evil beast that suddenly jumped out of the Dead Sea, everyone flew to a higher place. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the surface of the sea exploded, and more than 100 evil beasts sprang out of the Dead Sea in an instant. Destroy. The crowd was already cautious, so these hundreds of evil beasts appeared at the first time. The Emperor gave a low shout, and the huge force was like a meat grinder, tearing away more than 100 evil beasts in an instant. Of crushing. These more than 100 heads are just the vanguard of the evil beasts, and their strength is roughly equivalent to that of junior and middle-level God Emperors. Their strength is not strong, and they are like ants to a half-step supreme peak powerhouse like Zhizuan. However, after the 100 evil beasts, the Sea of Death and Silence exploded one after another, and one after another evil beasts rushed out. These evil beasts were huge in size, and one of them had the shape of an octopus. Its purpose is obviously to flog or drag the Alliance army into the Sea of Death. The appearance of these evil beasts has indeed proved that the Sea of Death and Silence is useless to evil beasts. However, although there are many evil beasts, it is the Alliance army that attacked this time, gathering the power of all the top forces in the Xuanhuan Great World. Formed an Alliance army. Facing the powerful Alliance army, not to mention that the evil beasts attacking at this moment are not half-step supreme, even if they are, they will only be crushed. So, Han Feng was mixed among the masters, and he just shot casually, and a large number of evil beasts were killed. Han Feng only had time to recover part of the evil crystals. Seeing more and more demon crystals of evil thoughts being destroyed by the Juggernaut and the half-step supreme, Han Feng twitched in distress. There are too many precious resources, and they are just wasted. There is no evil thought beast of the half-step supreme level. The 4-star master was surprised beside Han Feng. This is not surprising. The half-step supreme evil beasts condensed by the evil thoughts of the heavens will definitely consume a lot of money, and even have to pay a big price. Therefore, there will never be many half-step supreme evil beasts, otherwise the world would have already been half evil. Step supreme evil mind beast is rampant. The half-step supreme evil beasts that occasionally appeared in the past few years were all besieged by us. It is not impossible that there will be no more evil thoughts around the sky. How could he come to confront us head-on? The current evil thoughts of heaven and earth should already be thinking about how to escape. Han Feng looked delusional into the depths of the Dead Sea, where he felt more intense evil and evil thoughts. Tian Zhizuan and Emperor Zhizuan also felt the evil thoughts that were getting closer, and then there was a commotion on the 10,000 God Emperor, and only 5 behemoths burst out from the Dead Sea, and 5 earth-shattering dark forces swept across the sky. Judging by their breath, these 5 behemoths have already reached the half-step supreme level. Tian Zhizuan said coldly, if there is no alliance, this force and any force may not be able to do anything about it. It's a pity. There are more than 10 half-step supreme beings here. In fact, Shenyanzong, Eternal Gate and Endless Mountain only occupy 11 of them. There are less than 4 forces divided equally, and the remaining half-step supreme beings are loose cultivators or other forces. Half-step supreme. The 5 half-step supreme evil beasts that appeared at this time really want to besiege a force, and there is really no force that can resist it. Perhaps only Shenyanzong, Eternal Gate and Endless Mountain can resist with the supreme statue. At this time, many masters were extremely grateful that they formed the Alliance army. The 5 half-step supreme evil beasts scanned the surroundings viciously, and immediately turned into 5 black lights, shooting in all directions. These evil beasts want to escape, quickly open the blocking barrier. Di Zhizuan yelled, and the voice rolled out. The first update. As we all know, the evil thoughts of heaven and earth are a kind of consciousness, which must rely on the evil thoughts beasts to exist. At this time, the evil thoughts of heaven and Tao must hide in one of the evil thoughts beasts, so these 5 evil thoughts beasts cannot be allowed to escape. As early as the beginning of the attack by the evil beasts, the supreme beings in charge of casting the barrier had already made their preparations. At this moment, they were standing in the void, scattered in all directions of the Alliance army, and as they pinched the magic formula, vast power gushed out from their bodies. After the study of the Supreme, the powerful sealing barrier that can seal the half-step Supreme opens instantly, covering tens of thousands of miles around. The 5 half-step Supreme evil beasts bumped into the top of the barrier, and the barrier roared, and the rebound force blasted the 5 half-step Supreme evil beasts back. At the same time, the Alliance Grand Army surrounded the 5 evil beasts with piercing eyes. Emperor Supreme said coldly, "Heavenly evil thoughts, are you being sealed now on your own initiative, or are you being sealed by us forcibly?" The 5 evil beasts roared, their gazes were cold, and after a while, a childish male voice suddenly came out of one of the evil beasts. A bunch of idiots, do you really think they're going to kill me? Do you think you can still escape? 5 half-step supreme evil beasts are strong, but we have more than 10 here, and there are more than 300 masters. The power of a single master is not strong, but 300 powers, together, they are equally terrifying. With the power of tens of thousands of god emperors gathered together, even half-step supreme beings can't be unscathed. Giggle. The immature male voice suddenly transformed into a girl's voice, giggling, and then the male and female voices sounded together. After so many years, do you really think that this seat is still the same seat as before? The evil beast suddenly howled miserably, and immediately a large amount of black mist diffused from the evil beast's body. The black mist condensed in mid-air, forming an irregular, black ball. Inside the ball, there seemed to be a very familiar crystal. This black ball fluctuates with unprecedented evil power and evil thoughts, which is a collection of evil thoughts, the evil thoughts of heaven. The external manifestation of the consciousness of evil thoughts of heaven and evil is such a black ball. Han Feng stared at the crystal inside the black ball and swallowed. If he guessed correctly, it was also the evil thought crystal, the evil thought crystal of Tian Dao evil thought himself. If such evil thought crystal was obtained by him, it would be refined and absorbed, helping him break through to the half-step supreme is absolutely easy. Heaven's evil thoughts? Humph, you dare to show your body directly in front of this deity, then you will be sealed directly. Emperor Supreme looked cold, and he stepped forward, and his figure disappeared instantly, approaching the heaven's evil thoughts. Then, an amazing scene happened. The figure of Xuanhuan was already close to the evil thoughts of heaven, as if he could hit the consciousness of evil thoughts of heaven with a punch in the next moment. But at the moment Xuanhuan prepared to punch, the whole space froze instantly, and Xuanhuan was also frozen in midair like this. The 5 evil beasts collapsed one after another, turning into waves of force and pouring into the black ball. The next moment the black ball squirmed, and then there was a clicking sound, like a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon. The black ball burst, and a person came out of it. A white-faced man in a black robe, with a demon crystal of evil thoughts on his forehead, shining with a dark and cold glow. How is it possible? This is. The evil thoughts of the heavens have possessed the human body. Consciousness can also be transformed? This scene shocked everyone. They never expected that the evil thoughts of heaven would suddenly transform from a consciousness into a human body. The original heavenly Tao evil thought was just consciousness, not strong, and could only exist by relying on the evil thought beast, but now that the heavenly Tao evil thought already has its own human body, there is no need to rely on the evil thought beast to fight. Puff. Emperor Supreme opened his mouth to spurt blood. Looking at the hand stuck in his chest in astonishment, this hand came from the evil thoughts of heaven. Good, strong. Xuanhuan said awkwardly. The speed of the evil thoughts of heaven and earth made him unable to even react. This kind of strength has basically surpassed the half-step supreme. How could it be? The expressions of the other masters and god emperors changed in astonishment. The Emperor Supreme was half a step to the peak of the Supreme, so he was instantly killed like this. Tian Dao Evil Nian stretched out his arm, which was stained with blood. As the arm stretched out, Tian Dao Evil Nian grabbed a fruit-like thing in his hand, which was the embryonic form of the Emperor Supreme. Heavenly Dao's evil thoughts swallowed up the embryonic form of the Supreme Emperor's Dao fruit. Ha ha ha, even if it's just the rudimentary form of the Dao fruit, the rudimentary form of the half-step Supreme Dao fruit is really different. As long as you swallow all your Dao fruits, I will be able to break through the Supreme Being, become the Dao of heaven again, and control this world. At this time, I will let you all ugly guys be wiped out, and give birth to new creatures. Dream. Xuanhuan cursed angrily. He squeezed the formula with both hands, and then pressed it in the air to form a huge formation. In the center of the formation, a huge statue of a god slowly appeared. That is the trump card left by the Eternal Supreme to the Eternal Gate, the Eternal God statue that contains his own supernatural power. As the whole card left by the Eternal Supreme, the Eternal God statue possesses the supreme supernatural power of the Eternal Supreme. Even though this is only the supreme divine ability sealed in the Supreme God statue, it is far from being able to compare with the power displayed by the Eternal Supreme himself, but it should not be underestimated either. Tian Dao's evil thoughts shrank his pupils, and his subconscious figure moved away like a ghost. He wanted to kill Tian Jizuan before Tian Jizuan launched an attack, or prevent Tian Jizuan from urging the Eternal Statue. Shoot! We must stop this demon, otherwise we will all die by then. The masters and the God Emperors roared and shot. The current situation is already clear, the evil thoughts of the heavens that can already be transformed. Its strength is not ordinary half-step supreme, it is a terrifying power that has surpassed the half-step supreme. If the half-step the supreme beings have all been wiped out, and they are bound to die. Instead of this, it is better to give the half-step supreme the time to launch their unique moves. In an instant, all the masters and God Emperors unfolded their divine body or blood power, took out various treasures, and attacked the evil thoughts of heaven with all kinds of attacks. The evil thoughts of heaven and Tao are indeed powerful, but the power of nearly 300 masters and nearly 10,000 God Emperors gathered together is also earth-shattering, enough to destroy the sky. The boundless power raged out, and the face of the evil thoughts of heaven changed suddenly. The strength of the evil thoughts of the heavenly way may be extraordinary, but the reason why the Eternal Supreme was killed in seconds before was mainly because the Eternal Supreme being did not react. Who would have thought that the evil thoughts of the heavenly ways that had always existed in consciousness could suddenly take shape and possess such terrifying power, which made me stunned for a moment under the evil thoughts of heaven. He caught the gap, and then he was killed by evil thoughts of heaven. If not, even if the Eternal Supreme might fall in the end, the Eternal Supreme would never die so uselessly. Half-Step Supreme's blood, supernatural powers, artifacts, and other trump cards have not even been displayed. Therefore, facing the power of the Alliance army at this moment, the expression of Tian Dao's evil thoughts also became dignified. The second update. The evil thoughts of heaven and Tao reached out and grabbed the void, the space froze, and the attacks of all the masters and God Emperors were also stagnated in midair for an instant. But with the roar of the masters and God Emperors, the frozen space was instantly broken, and the overwhelming attacks roared away. Go! Sure enough, when the attack and will are strong enough, the stagnant space of the opponent will be broken. After all, the evil thoughts of that day are not the real supreme, at most it is half a step beyond the supreme. Seeing this scene, Han Feng felt sorry for that Emperor Supreme. If he hadn't been accidentally attacked in a moment of shock, he would never have been instantly killed by the evil thoughts of the heavens, and he would have been able to fight the evil thoughts of the heavens for hundreds of rounds. Damn it! The attacks of tens of thousands of God Emperors and 300 rulers surprised Tian Dao Evil Mind a little. Tian Dao Evil Mind circulated the majestic power in his body, blasted out with a half-step supreme supernatural power, forming a giant finger to crush away. The evil thoughts of the way of heaven are also the way of heaven in the past. When the way of heaven was not separated by the Eternal Supreme, all the unique skills comprehended by the powerhouses of the Xuanhuan Great World were recorded by the way of heaven, and the evil thoughts of the way of heaven would naturally have these supernatural powers. It is a pity that there were not many strong men in the previous hundreds of epochs, and it was not the most prosperous period in the Xuanhuan Great World. Among the half-step supernatural powers that Tiandao's evil thoughts acquired, not many could be used by him. The half-step supreme supernatural power controlled by evil thoughts is still not comparable to the half-step supreme like Yu Jizuan and Tian Jizuan. For half-step supreme beings, being able to master 3 or 4 half-step supreme supernatural powers is already considered extremely remarkable. One move and one half-step supreme supernatural power was displayed, and the evil thoughts of heaven and the ruler and tens of thousands of gods fought fiercely. At the same time, the Heavenly Supreme finally summoned the Eternal Idol, and the supreme supernatural power, eternal flowing light sword, contained in the Eternal Idol is ready to go. At the same time, Yu Jizuan also summoned the Xuanhuan statue left by Xuanhuan Jizuan. The supreme magical power left by Xuanhuan Jizuan is Xuanhuan Emperor Fist. At this moment, a huge phantom appeared behind the Xuanhuan statue. It was the phantom of Supreme God Cloud, and the phantom of Supreme Xuanhuan slowly raised his fist, and as he raised his fist, a terrible storm suddenly blew up over the Dead Sea, and boundless mighty power erupted from the phantom of Supreme Xuanhuan. As the first Supreme in the Xuanhuan Great World, Xuanhuan Supreme is also the most powerful Supreme. The supreme divine ability left behind by him is considered extremely powerful among the supreme divine abilities. Seeing this scene, the masters and god emperors who were blocking the evil thoughts of the heavenly way couldn't help showing joy and sacrificed a lot of people. Finally, it was delayed until Yu Jizuan and Tian Jizuan were about to activate the power of the Supreme God statue. Even if this is just the supernatural power left in the statue of the Supreme God, it cannot be compared with the supernatural power displayed by the Supreme, but the evil thoughts of the heavens are also not the Supreme. Hit hard. At that time, with so many strong men on their own, they will surely be able to seal the evil thoughts of heaven. However, what happened next made all the masters and god emperors angry, because Yu Jizuan activated the power of the Supreme God statue, and the Xuanhuan Emperor Fist was not aimed at the evil thoughts of heaven at all, but aimed at the sky. Supreme. Unprepared, Tian Jizuan was instantly swallowed by the Xuanhuan Emperor Fist, and when he was unprepared, he was hit by the power of the Supreme, and Tian Jizuan fell on the spot. Launch out. Supreme Feather. Yu Jizuan, why is this? Yu Jizuan, you are crazy. The rest of the half-step Jizuan looked shocked, and then roared angrily, especially the side of the Eternal Gate, almost desperate to attack Yu Jizuan. Not to mention the Eternal Gate, even the half-step Supreme of the Xuanhuan sect looked at Supreme Yu with the eyes of a monster. Yu Jizuan, what exactly do you want to do? The ruler and the emperor lost their minds for a while. They dragged on for so long and paid a lot of their lives, waiting for Yu Jizuan to attack Tian Jizuan and make Tian Jizuan fall? Ha ha ha, good job. The evil thoughts of heaven and earth laughed loudly. Taking advantage of the moment when the master and the god emperor lost their minds, the evil thoughts of heaven and earth immediately set off a storm and violent waves in the Sea of Death. See. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Jizuan came to the side of Tian Dao Evil Nian, and respectfully said, "See master." Seeing this scene, there was nothing that everyone didn't understand. Jizuan Yu had betrayed them a long time ago, and turned to the evil thoughts of heaven. Thinking about it carefully, it was Jizuan Yu who found the body of the evil thoughts of the heavens, and Jizuan Yu was the one who summoned the alliance to come here. Jizuan Yu and the evil thoughts of the heavens colluded. It's hard to get you together, this time to solve it once, and then the whole world will belong to me. Tian Dao Evil Thought opened his arms, enjoying the resentment and despair of many emperors. Behind him, Supreme Yu still had a look on his face. Respectfully. Yu Jizuan, activate the supernatural power, Xuanhuan Emperor Fist. Yes. Supreme Yu immediately formed a seal, and the power in his body continuously poured into the statue of Supreme God, and the statue of Xuanhuan once again emitted a vast aura. A group of half-step Supreme Beings panicked immediately. If the magical power of Xuanhuan Emperor Fist were to hit them, the loss would definitely be heavy. Swipe. The half-step masters took action, and they attacked Yu Jizuan one by one. Even the half-step masters of Shenyanzong were completely killed at this moment. Since Yu Jizuan has betrayed, then Yu Jizuan is no longer their Shenyanzong the controller, but the enemy. With me here, are you able to get close? The strange voice of Tian Dao Evil Nian mixed with male and female voices sounded, and Tian Dao Evil Nian appeared in front of the half-step Supremes, blocking the way of the half-step Supremes. hateful, the God Cloud statue, the Eternal God statue, and the Endless God statue all need the direct bloodlines of the three supreme beings, Xuanhuan Supreme, Eternal Supreme, and Endless Supreme, to cooperate with special formulas to activate the supreme supernatural powers. The Heavenly Supreme and Emperor Supreme have fallen, and the Eternal Idol and the Endless statues don't have direct bloodlines, so even if they have magic formulas, it's useless. A master said bitterly, otherwise even if Supreme you betrayed, they still had two statues, but with the fall of Supreme and Supreme, these two statues have been reconciled. Ordinary stone statues are no different. The evil thoughts of heaven and earth blocked the half-step Supreme Being, but no one stopped the ruler and the emperor. No matter how strong the evil intentions of the heavens are, they can only compete with more than a dozen half-step Supreme Beings at most, and it will be impossible if there are more. Han Feng and the Star Masters of the Star Palace were mixed in the flow of people. Han Feng watched the Star Masters of the Star Palace exert their full strength, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't know what he was thinking. In short, he just showed a very ordinary 8th-level master power, did not show great strength. The Star Masters of the Star Palace are eager to stop Xuanhuan at this moment, so they have not noticed Han Feng's situation, or even if they have noticed, they have no position to blame Han Feng. After all, Han Feng is not from the Xuanhuan Great World. Why should Han Feng put himself in danger for the sake of Xuanhuan Great World? The third update. The evil thoughts of heaven and earth found that the master and the emperor were getting closer and closer to Xuanhuan, and his expression sank, so he slapped himself on the forehead suddenly, and another evil thoughts of heaven and evil burst out of his body instantly. The original appearance of Tiandao evil thought was somewhat androgynous, it looked like a young man, but his pale complexion tended to be soft and feminine, and the voice he spoke before was sometimes male and sometimes female, or male and female together. Now the part of the evil thoughts of the heavens and evils has a completely female appearance, while the evil thoughts of the heavens and evils are no longer feminine, and their faces are more masculine. After the evil thoughts of the heavens took shape, there were actually two parts, a man's body and a woman's body, and each part had the power of a half-step Supreme Peak. Seeing this scene, many people suddenly realized that it is no wonder that the strength of Tiandao evil thought surpasses half-step Supreme. These two bodies are combined into one, which is naturally twice the strength of half-step Supreme. The evil thoughts of heaven and earth in the female body came to stop Han Feng and others, which immediately provided an opportunity for Xuanhuan, but if he got too far behind the female body, the evil thoughts of heaven in the male body immediately fell into a disadvantage. Fighting against more than a dozen half-step Supreme Beings by one person, even if these half-step Supreme Beings are mostly in the early and middle stages, is not so easy to deal with. Fortunately, the half-step Supreme Beings controlled by the evil thoughts of the male body have a lot of supernatural powers, so they barely resisted. You have underestimated the power of these half-step Supreme Beings. The man's body was filled with hatred in his heart, and he should have prepared more days if he knew it earlier. Xuanhuan set up this conspiracy. The evil thoughts of the male body were dangerous for a while, but the evil thoughts of the goddess on the other side stopped the ruler and the emperor. The half-step Supreme still has a relatively large advantage in the face of the Juggernaut and the God Emperor. The main purpose of the evil thoughts of the female body is to prevent the Juggernaut and the God Emperor from disturbing the Xuanhuan to display the power of the Supreme Idol. The evil thoughts of the female body also possessed many half-step Supreme supernatural powers, many of which were defensive methods, so many rulers and God Emperors were blocked as it should be. Not long after, Xuanhuan had completed the process of activating the power of the Supreme God statue. Xuanhuan Emperor Fist. The phantom of Supreme Divine Cloud reappeared, and he punched out in a mighty way, and thousands of divine emperors in front of him were turned into flying ash in an instant. Such a terrifying punch moved Juggernaut and half-step Supreme. What's frightening is that the power of this fist didn't stop there, but swept out to the surroundings. It was the aftermath power caused by Xuanhuan Emperor Fist. The aftermath power is naturally not as powerful as the supreme supernatural power of Xuanhuan Emperor Fist, but it should not be underestimated, especially for the God Emperor. It is still a force that they cannot resist. Quick back! The Star Master roared. As the 9th level master, the Star Master still has some status in the Alliance army. With this roar, many God Emperors immediately scattered and fled in all directions, while the Masters displayed their unique skills one by one, urging the power of one's own divine body or blood to the extreme. Boom boom boom. The power of the aftermath was like a gust of wind, blowing the Masters to pieces. The only thing that pleased the Masters was that they survived anyway. The corner of the female body's mouth curled up. Think this will stop? Yu Zhizhuan launched the Xuanhuan Emperor Fist again. Yes. Zhizhuan, you said in a daze. Come again. Having tasted the horror of the Xuanhuan Emperor Fist, all the God Emperors turned pale and became more and more desperate. If they do it again, they will definitely die again. How should they fight? Obediently donate your strength and let me swallow it. After becoming the power of this seat will once again become the heavenly Tao to control the world. You should also feel honored. The female body Tian Dao giggled strangely. Pooh. Monster, even if I die, I won't be devoured by you. A high-level God Emperor cursed angrily. He spurted out blood, burned the blood without any scruples, and then rushed towards the evil thoughts of heaven. The evil thoughts of the female body were extremely disdainful. A mere high-ranking God Emperor wants to threaten this seat? She was about to raise her hand and pinch the high-ranking God Emperor in the air, but who knew that the high-ranking God Emperor looked ferocious and burst into red. He stared at the female body's evil thoughts, and then under the eyes of evil thoughts in heaven, the high-ranking Emperor directly blew himself up. The self-destruction of the high-level God Emperor, especially the 6th level peak, the power that erupts in an instant, is already extremely close to the 7th level master. This kind of power is still not a big problem for the evil thoughts of the female body, but the self-destruction of the high-level God Emperor reminded the other God Emperors, and soon several God Emperors rushed to the evil thoughts of the female body, and then waited. The female body was attacked by evil thoughts from heaven and earth, and she blew herself up first. 10, 20, 50, hundreds. More and more God Emperors joined the ranks of the self-destruction, and there were even masters, and the evil thoughts of heaven and earth were swallowed up by the aftermath of the self-destruction in an instant. Han Feng underestimated the determination of the Emperor of the Xuanhuan Great World and the ruler to protect his own world. For the sake of his descendants and the Xuanhuan Great World, they would rather self-destruct and completely seal or even kill the evil thoughts of heaven. Han Feng was silent. In fact, in his world, what is the difference between the 4 rulers of Skyline and these emperors and rulers? If the 4 Tianhen masters can save their world by sacrificing their lives, they must be willing to do it, so what about him? If he didn't hold the belief of saving his own world, how could he travel through the endless void for thousands of years until he came to this great world of Xuanhuan? More and more God Emperors and Masters blew themselves up. Even though their female bodies had strong evil intentions, they were seriously injured. In just a few moments, thousands of God Emperors and dozens of Masters blew themselves up. The screams of the female body's evil thoughts kept coming out, followed by waves of cursing. At this time, Yu Zhizhuan launched another Xuanhuan Emperor Fist, but this time Yu Zhizhuan's attack did not hit the Xuanhuan and the Masters, because 2 half-steps suddenly came to Yu Zhizhuan's side. One directly resisted Xuanhuan Emperor Fist. Although he didn't die, he was also severely injured, and the other half-step supreme attacked Yu Zhizhuan, directly causing Yu Zhizhuan to be injured. The strength of the male body's heavenly evil thoughts was limited, so the 2 half-step supremes escaped, and these 2 half-step supremes were half-step supremes from the Eternal Gate. They also want to pull you supreme back. You, how dare you? The evil thoughts of heaven finally gave birth to fear, he never thought that these god emperors and masters would be so crazy. Although the evil thoughts of the heavenly Tao are a ray of consciousness produced by the Tao of heaven, the consciousness is only a ray of consciousness after all. He will never be able to understand certain behaviors of the emperor and the master. This misjudgment and incomprehension have caused the embarrassing situation of the evil thoughts of the Tao today. Several star masters also wanted to blow themselves up, but were stopped by Han Feng. Is it worth it? Han Feng asked with a complicated expression. We don't know if it's worth it, but we know one thing now, that is, we don't want to let the evil thoughts of the heavens return to the heavens, regain control of the Xuanhuan world, and eventually mess up the Xuanhuan world. Destruction. Several star masters also replied with complicated expressions. Fourth update. P.S. It's a bit embarrassing. I thought that the fifth watch should be the finale, but the result is almost there, so let's continue coding. When will the finale be coded and when will you go to bed? Brother Han, I know that your strength is definitely more than what you have shown. Although I know that I don't have the position to ask you, I still hope that Brother Han can help us. Is Brother Han willing? The Star Lord looked forward to looking at Han Feng. The rest of the Star Masters were silent. They knew that this request was a bit unreasonable. That day's evil thoughts were so strong, and Han Feng was not from the Xuanhuan Great World, so why should he help them fight against such a terrifying enemy as the heaven's evil thoughts? Han Feng was also silent. These god emperors and masters were so desperate that they would rather blow themselves up than severely damage the evil thoughts of the heavenly Tao, which touched Han Feng a lot. If he is incapable, that's all. Slaughtering god emperors and rulers one after another with evil thoughts. Thinking of the cover of the Star Palace all these years, his identity as an outsider has not been revealed, and he has not been noticed in the Alliance army for such a long time as the 8-star master. If there is no Star Palace, it will be exposed before he breaks through to the 9th level. In order to fight against the evil beast, Han Feng can know what actions Shenyanzong, Eternal Gate and Endless Mountain will do. He is only at the 8th level, so he can't compete with such a huge monster. In particular, these three major forces also have 3 supreme statues. Forget it, let's do it now, don't think of profiting from the fisherman. Han Feng sighed and said, Han will definitely do his best. Star Lord and the others suddenly smiled. Although they have not been able to see Han Feng through these years, they can also judge based on clues that even if their strength is limited, they are at least close to half-step supreme strength. Since Han Feng can resist the repulsion of the power of heaven from coming to the world of Xuanhuan, then even if there is no supreme artifact, there must be a powerful artifact that is far beyond the half-step supreme artifact level. With their help, it may not be impossible to directly seal one of the evil thoughts of heaven. Now that he decided to make a move, Han Feng no longer hides, and bursts out of the realm between the 8th and 9th ranks, with limited strength. Immortal Sun God Physique. Immortal Physique. Hongmeng Supreme Body. Sword Demon Form. In an instant, Han Feng pushed his state to the extreme. The Immortal Physique and Sword Demon Form might provide weak boosts, but the Immortal Sun Divine Physique and Hongmeng Supreme Physique made Han Feng's aura instantly soar to comparable half a step to the level of the Supreme. The Purple Gold Divine Fire swept out, followed by the Immortal Great Sun Divine Flame. After the 2 great divine flames merged, they merged into the Immortal Great Sun Divine Body and the Primordial Primal Body, and Han Feng's aura surged again. If it was only comparable to the half-step Supreme before, then it is now close to the peak of the half-step Supreme. The powerful power that is not weaker than Yuzazan, Tianzazan and Dizazan immediately stunned the Star Lord and others. They knew that Han Feng was powerful, but they didn't expect Han Feng to be so powerful. This is still limited by his strength. This scene immediately attracted the attention of other emperors and rulers. They looked at Han Feng one after another. When the mask on Han Feng's face was broken, they were shocked to find that this was not the 8-star master of the Star Palace at all. What's happening here? Who is this person? How could such a master suddenly appear? Although he was puzzled, he was more delighted. Han Feng stepped on the void. The whole person burst out. Hongmeng Supreme Fist. The Hongmeng Supreme Fist that incorporates the two great divine fires, the power is not comparable to that of a half-step supreme supernatural power. With the power that is approaching the peak of the half-step supreme at this time, it immediately makes the female body feel cold all over. He looked terrified. The evil thoughts of the female body directly used half-step magical defense, but only blocked for a moment, and the defensive magical powers were instantly forced, but this time was enough for the evil thoughts of the female body to dodge. Except for being involved in the power of the aftermath and being slightly injured, there was no other damage. Injury. But behind the evil thoughts of the female body, there is a statue of Xuanhuan, which was swallowed up in an instant and finally shattered. The Supreme Idol may be powerful at the beginning, but as the power of the Supreme Idol is urged again and again, the power of the Supreme Idol is far less than that of its heyday. At this time, it is hit by a power that is far more than half a step of the Supreme. Turned into fly ash. Damn it! Without the statue of Xuanhuan, Tiandao Evil Nian immediately lost a powerful combat power, but at this moment, the female body of Tiandao Evil Nian suddenly felt a crisis coming, and before the female body of Heavenly Dao Evil Nian could react, Han Feng he had already appeared behind the female body's evil thoughts, and blasted the head of the female body's evil thoughts with a punch. The next moment, the body of the female body of the evil thoughts of the heavenly way collapsed, directly, turning into a black air current and returning to the body of the evil thoughts of the male body. Half-Step Supreme then turned his face gloomily. Who are you? At this point in the matter, a super strong man suddenly appeared, and the evil thoughts of heaven were extremely angry. Sure enough, it is the consciousness of heaven. The head of the transformed body has been blown off, but it is not dead. Han Feng stared at the evil thoughts of heaven. Half-Step Supreme. However, although they have surpassed the Half-Step Supreme, there are not many surpassed by breath. Obviously, the trauma they received before is not unaffected, but they are not dead. The other Half-Step Supremes looked at each other, and they thought of some possibility. After all, they also knew about the oracle promulgated a few years ago. They never expected that this person would rescue them, and they couldn't help feeling a little ashamed when they thought that they wanted to find this person to snatch the treasure before. Answer me, who are you? Seeing that Han Feng just stared at him and didn't answer his words, Tian Dao's evil thoughts couldn't help becoming more furious, and even a little panicked. For some reason, in Han Feng's body, the evil thoughts of heaven and earth felt danger. Forget it, even if the strength surpasses the Half-Step Supreme, it is also a comprehensive situation, and the comprehensive strength of this seed is also beyond the Half-Step Supreme. How can I be afraid of you? Tian Dao Evil Thought smiled coldly, and the power suddenly surged out. Han Feng's expression remained unchanged. If he had evil thoughts towards the heavenly Dao from the very beginning, maybe he really couldn't do anything about the evil thoughts of the heavenly Dao, even if he sacrificed the Samsara orb to display the realm of Samsara. It is also beyond the Half-Step Supreme, and the strength is also strong or weak. If the strength between the Half-Step Supreme and the Supreme is called Quasi-Supreme, just a description of the comparison, there is no such realm, and divided into 10 levels, Han Feng at this moment, the comprehensive state is about the first or second level of the Quasi-Supreme, and the power restored to the heyday is about the 5th or 6th level of the Quasi-Supreme, and there is still a huge gap from the Supreme. In the heyday of Heavenly Dao Evil Thought, there were about 4 levels of strength, and now it is at level 2 or 3. However, it is only a line stronger than Han Feng's limited strength. Therefore, Han Feng sacrificed the Samsara orb without hesitation, displayed the realm of Samsara, and his strength instantly returned to the peak of the 9th rank. The majestic momentum was like a storm, and the surging madness rolled out, instantly suppressing the evil thoughts of heaven, and the evil thoughts of heaven suddenly became ashamed. Fifth update. Impossible. This is impossible. How can you have such a strong power? Yishao said. 1-inch Tiandao evil thought felt that his breathing was tight. The vast aura spread, sweeping all directions, and everyone who was shrouded in it, whether it was the God Emperor or the Half-Step Supreme, felt a burst of chest tightness, and the God Emperor knelt down subconsciously. This kind of power is too much for the Half-Step Supreme. The realm has reached the peak of the 9th rank, possessing the legendary Supreme Foundation, and the 9-turn God Emperor art has been practiced at the 9-turn. Han Feng is actually half a step ahead of the Supreme. For comparison, it is roughly 3 or 4 quasi-Supreme level. The comprehensive strength after the increase of various whole cards is even more coercive. Such strength is stronger than the evil thoughts of heaven in its heyday. Han Feng stared at Tiandao evil thought. In fact, Han Feng did not intend to sell it from the beginning, but planned to win the evil thought demon crystal after Xuanhuan world and Tiandao evil thought fought each other. But now that he has made a move, he will not keep it. Hand. Hongmeng's supreme fist. With a flash of Han Feng's figure, he approached the evil thoughts of heaven and Tao, punched out, and fell down with boundless mighty force. With all his strength, Han Feng's speed was faster than Tiandao's evil thoughts. Before Tiandao's evil thoughts could react, Han Feng's punch had already landed. Xuanhuan Emperor Fist. Tiandao's evil thoughts roared angrily, and also punched out. Rumble. In an instant, a terrifying force swept out, and several half-step supreme beings who were closer were directly thrown out, rolled a few times in mid-air, and vomited blood. Most of the body of the evil thoughts of the heavens was destroyed, but even if the evil thoughts of the heavens were transformed, they were still the evil thoughts of the heavens. The body quickly recovered, but the breath dropped a little. Han Feng also had his blood churning for a while. The evil thoughts of the heavenly way, or the evil thoughts of the heavenly way combined with the male body and the female body, his strength should not be underestimated. Han Feng still wanted to fight again, but the evil thoughts of heaven and Tao were unwilling. If he continued to fight, he might really be sealed. After all, the opponent was not alone, and those half-step supreme beings, rulers, and God Emperors around him were still watching. He stared at Han Feng viciously. Boy, you wait. At this time, the evil thoughts of heaven and evil hated Han Feng extremely. If it wasn't for Han Feng, he would have left the Alliance army here today. Even if he was severely injured, as long as he survived and was not sealed, he would soon make a comeback, and the whole world would be his of. Unfortunately, everything was ruined by Han Feng. Even if the evil thoughts of heaven are weaker than Han Feng at this time, if he wants to escape, Han Feng can't stop him. As for the original blockade barriers around him, they are only aimed at the half-step supreme, and the strength of the evil thoughts of heaven has already surpassed the half-step supreme. Where can the evil thoughts of the heavens be trapped? The evil thoughts of the heavens will soon escape. How could you let him escape? A half-step supreme pointed at Han Feng, speechless angrily. Han can't catch up. Your Excellency thinks it's not good to let go of the evil thoughts of heaven, so let's go after him too. Han Feng said coldly. For these half-step supreme beings who once wanted to search for him and rob him of his treasures, even now, Han Feng didn't have any good impressions. The half-step supreme choked, not to mention whether he could catch up or not. Even if he could catch up, he was just going to die. The half-step supreme at the side pulled him, and the half-step supreme had to shut up. But he still muttered, if I had shot earlier, there would have been so many casualties. Although the murmur was small, it was still heard by Han Feng, who only heard Han Feng sarcastically said, if a certain Han made a move at the beginning, it would be nothing compared to the evil thoughts that day, and he still couldn't keep it. Even if he did, Han would, after being severely injured. Will your Excellency be grateful to Han? The muttering half-step supreme thought that they wanted to snatch Han Feng's treasure at the beginning, so he opened his mouth and smiled wryly. He knew what the other party said was right. At that time, they would definitely imprison him and force him to ask where the treasure was. The supreme artifact, or the endless void artifact, no less than the supreme artifact, is too tempting. The great Star Lord flew over at this time, first bowed to several half-step supreme beings, and then worriedly said, "The evil thoughts of the heavens have escaped, and I am afraid there will be disasters in the future. Don't worry, Han will be able to capture that day's evil thoughts in a short time." Han Feng's face was indifferent. Could it be? A purple-eyed half-step supreme stared at Han Feng in surprise, and Han Feng said calmly, "Yes, Han is about to break through the half-step supreme." Several half-step supremes gasped, "The ninth-level peak is so strong, if they break through to the half-step supreme." All of a sudden, the eyes of the half-step masters looking at Han Feng changed immediately. It was a look of reverence. The Alliance army returned soon. This time the Alliance army was seriously injured and needed time to recover. Fortunately, the evil thoughts of heaven and earth made be scruples about Han Feng, and they hid very deeply and did not come out to cause trouble again. A stable recovery period. Yu Jizuan, the traitor, was tied up and sent back, but Yu Jizuan who was sent back had a dull expression on his face. Han Feng checked and found that Yu Jizuan was not actually a betrayal. It can only be said that the previous Yu Jizuan did not know when. Most of the soul was wiped out by the evil thoughts of heaven, and was secretly manipulated by Yu Jizuan. Therefore, the betrayal was done by the evil thoughts of heaven secretly manipulating Yu Jizuan. Knowing the truth of the matter, Xin Yunzong was relieved. Han Feng, on the other hand, returned to the Star Palace and retreated again. This time, Han Feng got a lot of evil thought demon crystals, as well as the 9th level dominator level evil thought demon crystals, which together were enough to break through to half-step supreme. Hundreds of years later, a majestic aura rose into the sky from the Star Palace, and after hundreds of years of retreat, Han Feng managed to break through to half-step supreme. Although it is only a half-step supreme, Han Feng is already extremely close to the supreme or even comparable to the supreme in terms of strength and soul. Therefore, Xinyun Great World can no longer suppress much power against Han Feng. Han Feng circulated a divine soul, comparable to that of a supreme being, enveloping the entire Xinyun Great World. Immediately, Han Feng had a mysterious smile on his face, and murmured, "So it's hidden there." Afterwards, the whole person disappeared. The Great Star Lord looked at the direction Han Feng was leaving, and the Great Star Lord knew that if Han Feng left this time, he might never see him again in the future. A few days later, a ray of purple gold light flew out from the Xinyun Great World and shot into the endless void, not knowing where it was going. This purple gold light is exactly the Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda. Han Feng was sitting in the Skyfire Pagoda, playing with an evil thought crystal in his hand, which was an evil thought crystal taken from the evil thoughts of heaven. The half-step supreme level, and even the half-step supreme level evil spirit demon crystal faintly appeared. The majestic power contained in it was enough to make Han Feng rise from the early stage of the half-step supreme level to the peak. As for the bottleneck, Han Feng's Dao fruit form has already reached the half-step supreme peak level, so there is no bottleneck at all. 6th update. I didn't expect to break through the half-step supreme, my strength would suddenly increase so much. 1 inch Han Feng muttered. Breaking through to the half-step supreme, it is only the initial stage of the half-step supreme, and even the realm is not stable. But Han Feng is almost the same as the Real Supreme in all aspects. What a huge gap between the half-step supreme and the supreme. Han Feng thought that he had reached the level of infinitely close to the supreme, but he never thought that he could be comparable to the initial stage of the supreme. The power of the early days of the supreme being, the expression of the evil thoughts that day. Han Feng thought of this and smiled slightly. I am afraid that the evil thoughts of heaven have never thought that for hundreds of years. Han Feng has a supreme-level combat power, and he is caught by Han Feng before he has time to retaliate. The strength of the heavenly Tao evil thought is strong, it is half a step from the supreme, but it is far worse than the real supreme. Han Feng just grabs it casually, and the heavenly Tao evil thought can no longer escape. Han Feng originally wanted to eliminate the evil thoughts of the heavenly way, but it turned out that if the evil thoughts of the heavenly way were completely eliminated, it would also have an impact on the heavenly way of the Xuanhuan Great World, and immediately understood why the previous two supremes only sealed the evil thoughts of the heavenly way instead of erasing the evil thoughts of the heavenly way. So Han Feng took out the magic crystal of evil thoughts, and the evil thoughts of heavenly Tao instantly turned into a consciousness ball, which could no longer be transformed into a human form. Then Han Feng handed over the body of heavenly Tao's evil thoughts to Xuanhuan sect, Eternal Gate and Endless Mountain, and left. When I absorbed the evil thought magic crystal before, I realized that the weak power of heaven contained in it not only helps Xuanhuan's recovery, but also seems to improve the 9 flames and different fire art. Now this evil thought magic crystal not only contains majestic power, but also contains the power of heaven. I don't know if it can make my 9 flames and different fire art go further. Han Feng narrowed his eyes and guessed in his heart. Soon, Han Feng gave up guessing. Instead of guessing, it is better to absorb it neatly. If he can break through, he will know after absorbing it. I don't know if it is because Han Feng has the supreme combat power after breaking through the half-step supreme. The speed of the Skyfire Tower is faster than before. If he flew in front of the half-step supreme, I am afraid that the half-step supreme would not be able to see clearly. Purple light. Han Feng calmed down and came to practice, and time gradually disappeared on the way back to Tianhua Pagoda. Millions of years later, Tianhua Pagoda arrived in the world where Han Feng was. Han Feng's majestic soul instantly enveloped the entire heavenly world. Seeing that Ziyi Supreme seemed to have revenge in the future, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's only 20 million years before and after, then Zai Supreme should have not left the customs. In just 20 million years, he has risen from the 7th order peak when he left at the beginning to the current half-step supreme peak. This is Han Feng. Something I didn't expect at first. 20 million years, compared to an entire era, is only a fraction. Therefore, when Han Feng returned to Tianwei, he was greeted by the astonished eyes of the 4 rulers of Tianwei. They thought that Han Feng would come back at least half an era, but... Han Feng! Han Feng! Without waiting for Han Feng and the 4 masters to reminisce, Qing Shan and Yuqing, who got the news, had already arrived quickly, and immediately rushed over when they saw Han Feng. More than 10 million years of separation, this time is too long, and now the 2 women have stepped into the ranks of high-level god emperors, and have a great reputation in the world of heaven. The 2 titles of Qing Empress and Qing Emperor, even in the small thousand gods realm, are like thunder. The 4 masters joked for a while, and then gave up the space to the 3 young couples. As for Han Feng's experience over the years, it will not be too late to talk about it later. The 4 masters believe that since Han Feng is back, even if the time is surprising, it is by no means that he has come back without doing anything. Maybe Han Feng has now stepped into the 8th or even 9th order. Half-step supreme peak? Supreme combat power? After a short period of tenderness, the 2 daughters opened their mouths in astonishment when they learned of Han Feng's experience over the years and his current cultivation and combat power. Half-step sovereign, isn't that what the Lord of Demons was thinking about that day? As a result, not only did it fall into the hands of Han Feng and ended the road, but now Han Feng broke through to the half-step supreme, and suddenly reached the peak of the half-step supreme. Han Feng, hurry up and tell the news to the 4 senior masters. The 4 senior masters must be very happy. Qing Shan said quickly. Han Feng kissed Qing Shan and Yaqing, and said with a smile, okay, I'll go tell the 4 brothers now, and when Ziyi Supreme is resolved, we can live together forever in the future, and there will be no other things. Let's separate. Of course, the premise is that Supreme Ziyi really came to find trouble in our world. Han Feng smiled strangely. Today's Han Feng, even if Supreme Ziyi really breaks through Supreme, is not afraid at all. He had just broken through the half-step Supreme. Han Feng already had the initial battle strength of the Supreme, and now he has reached the half-step Supreme peak, and Han Feng's strength has already surpassed the Supreme peak. The 4 senior rulers will definitely be frightened when they know the strength of their husband today. Yaqing laughed. That's not my fault. Han Feng shrugged. It turned out that Yaqing's guess was extremely accurate, and the 4 masters were really frightened. Half-step Supreme Peak realm, stronger than Supreme Peak? Are you sure you're not making fun of them? The 4 masters looked at Han Feng with strange expressions. It was not that they did not believe in Han Feng, but that this matter was so unbelievable that no one dared to believe it. Han Feng sighed and simply took the 4 masters out of the sky. 5th brother, you are. The master Tianhen looked at Han Feng puzzled. Han Feng smiled slightly, opened his hands, and instantly the immense power was like a beam of light, breaking through the sky and breaking through the space. Boom boom boom. The powerful force made the expressions of the 4 masters change greatly, and then their pupils shrank and saw a more shocking scene. The God Sovereign of heaven and earth felt the terrifying aura that suddenly rolled out from the outside, and each of them changed their faces slightly, and ran up quickly, and then their faces were the same as the 4 masters, full of shock. This side of the world, in ancient times, was also a big 6. As a result, it was torn apart because of the battle with the demons, and it shattered into 3,000 gods and countless lower planes. But at this moment, these gods are condensing in a certain direction at an amazing speed, and many warriors and the gods are also watching this scene in horror. They don't understand why the gods suddenly move by themselves. Is there anything else? Doomsday? Han Feng's voice transmission to everyone in this world at this time, just based on this, the 4 masters can't do it, because their souls can't cover the whole world of heaven. I am the supreme being of 9 flames, don't panic about what's going on right now, just watch it. The majestic rumbling sound spread to everyone, and now Han Feng is already a half-step supreme, and can already call himself the supreme. 3,000 gods, even after more than 10 million years, they still remember the master of Jiuyan who once killed the Lord of Demons and saved their world. When he heard that it was Han Feng, he immediately felt relieved, but made them feel strange. Yes, why did the title change from the master of the 9 flames to the supreme of the 9 flames? The powerhouse who knew what the supreme being was silent for a moment, and then the 3,000 god realm suddenly burst into an uproar. Han Feng ignored the noise. Under Han Feng's hands, the planes of the gods gathered together, and finally they were perfectly inlaid. In just a few days, the 3,000 gods had merged into one and only one, becoming a vast and boundless 6. After another month, the countless lower planes scattered in the starry sky were also classified into the Big 6. At this point, the broken Big 6 in the ancient times has taken shape again. At the moment when the Big 6 was formed, the defense of the whole Big 6 was instantly improved by several grades, and the luck of the whole Big 6 was also skyrocketing. Han Feng, who has seen the great world of Xuanhuan, knows that this is the real world of heaven. The entire Big 6 warriors will usher in a period of soaring strength. In fact, at the moment when the Big 6 was completely formed, there were many warriors who were trapped in the bottleneck and could not break through instantly. These warriors knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, 9 Flames Supreme! 9 Flames Supreme! The sound formed a wave, becoming more and more spectacular, and becoming more and more powerful. Even the ruler of the sky and the emperor, it seemed that the warriors on the Great 6 were shouting 9 Flames Supreme. At this moment, Jiuyan, the prestige of the Supreme on the Big 6, has surpassed the 4 masters in one fell swoop and became the #1 person in this world. Now, are the 4 brothers still suspicious? Han Feng smiled. The four masters shook their heads again and again. How could they dare to doubt at this time? This Big Six, which was eventually named the Nine Flames Big Six, was divided into many gods. Although there are many gods, the luck is not much different. This has led to more and more masters appearing. These masters are grateful to Han Feng and more respected. Korean style. So 10 million years later, Han Feng's influence in the Nine Flames continent has reached the highest point. At this time, Han Feng's random order, I am afraid that there will be many god emperors and god kings vying to complete it. He is a fanatical fan, and does not allow anyone to speak ill of Han Feng, a proper brain fan. It is a pity that Han Feng has not appeared in front of people for nearly 10 million years. In addition to accompanying his wife and family for these 10 million years, Han Feng is trying to condense the true fruit of the Tao and be promoted to the Supreme. One by one, 10 million years have passed, and the Nine Flames have been thriving, and god kings and god emperors have emerged one after another. Gradually, although Han Feng's reputation is still shining and his prestige is still the highest, the fanatical fans have gradually calmed down. Tens of millions of years later, a demon with a terrifying aura is flying close to the world of Nine Flames. That terrifying aura is far more than half a step from the Supreme. That is the breath that the Supreme has. This heavenly demon is the Supreme Ziyi. The Ziyi Supreme who left the customs has been completely promoted to the Supreme, but the ensuing bad news made Ziyi Supreme furious. Now Ziyi Supreme came to the world of Jiuyan just to avenge his younger brother. However, before the Supreme Ziyi was close to the Nine Flames continent, flames suddenly emerged from the endless void, engulfing Ziyi Supreme with lightning speed. Supreme Divine Fire. Ziyi Supreme was shocked. Ziyi Supreme had just broken through, and his realm was still not stable. Except for his cultivation, the rest of the aspects did not keep up. The purple gold Supreme Divine Fire easily engulfed Zai Supreme, and then as a Jinbo Pagoda came to suppress it. Before Zai Supreme could beg for mercy, he was smashed into scum by the Zijinbo Pagoda. The dignified Supreme, before he made a name for himself, fell outside a world of heaven. Except for someone in the world of heaven, no one knew that there was a Supreme who wanted to take revenge. Outside the sky, in a certain palace, Han Feng smiled slightly and closed his eyes again. At the beginning of the return to the Nine Flames Continent 6, the evil thoughts magic crystal of the evil thoughts of the heavens, the power of the heavens contained in it made the Nine Flames and different fire art break through again. Reaching the limit of this technique, Han Meng's Supreme Fire broke through the true level in one fell swoop, and stepped into the No Superior. Tens of millions of years after the return, the Hongmeng Supreme Body, the Hongmeng Supreme Armor, the Hongmeng Supreme Seal, and the Hongmeng Supreme Boxing have also stepped into the Supreme level. The Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda has also been restored to the level of the Supreme Artifact, which can turn the Zai Supreme who initially broke through the Supreme into scum in one fell swoop. Due to the limit, the immortal Sun God physique can no longer be improved, but the immortal physique realized the next stage with the help of the Heavenly Fire Tower, which is comparable to the Supreme Divine Physique's Hongmeng Immortal Physique. Today's Han Feng, except for Daogua, is basically the Supreme level in other aspects. However, where is the Supreme being so easy to break through? Xingyun Supreme also used hundreds of epics at the beginning. What is heaven? What is my way? How to fully condense the fruit? All kinds of doubts filled Han Feng's heart. Time has passed, and an era has passed. Han Feng is still a half-step supreme, but the Nine Flames continent has one more master, known as the Qinglong Master. One epic, two epics, three epics. One epic after another, there are more and more masters of the Nine Flames continent. Gui Tiancheng has become the master, the second-generation Dragon Emperor has become the master, Yaqing has become the master, Qing Shan has become the master, and there are many more new ones. The face becomes the master. The name of Han Feng has gradually become a legend, and even some younger generations doubt whether it really exists. Only those who have reached the level of the Emperor or even the Master will know that the Supreme Nine Flames is not a legend, but a real existence. Han Feng and his wife spend less and less time together, because Han Feng seems to have entered a special state. Closing his eyes can last for tens of millions of years. Sitting on the ground and can stay in the era. Reading a book, looking at it, my eyes are blurred, and millions of years have not been able to wake up. Nine Flames Continent 6, as soon as 100 epochs passed away, on the day when 100 epochs passed, the sky instantly appeared with 9 colored rays of light, covering the sky and blocking the sun. Body. I am the supreme being of 9 flames, and I got off the road today, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 shook the world with laughter. At this moment, Julian continent ascended to the top and descended to the mortal level, and suddenly a man in green shirt bloomed behind his mind. In the picture of the endless light of heaven, they couldn't help kneeling on their legs, looking up in a certain direction, and congratulated respectfully from their hearts. Congratulations to the Supreme Lord Julian. Congratulations to Julian Supreme Lord for taking off. Congratulations to Julian Supreme Lord for taking off. Han Feng, from this day, truly took off and became the Supreme. 7th. It's finally over. Every time I write a book, the most tangled thing is the finale. No matter how I write it, some people will be satisfied and some will be dissatisfied. I don't know if there are many people who are satisfied or dissatisfied with this ending, but since it is uploaded, the ending that's it in the end. Maybe some people will say why there is no level above the Supreme. In fact, the level of cabbage above the Supreme is not determined at all. This book is called Nine Flame Supreme. There is no end to the practice. There will probably be an afterword tomorrow. I will probably write a few Feitian Yenshur, or I will have a testimonial to finish the book, and then the book will be completely over. See you next book. The shortcomings of this book will be corrected in the next book. On the Nine Flames continent, in the Supreme Divine Realm, stands a 10,000 zhang statue. The statue is solemn and solemn. Just standing there is a sense of majesty and majesty. All the warriors who pass by this statue will bow respectfully and salute. This is the statue of the Nine Flames, which is the supreme statue left by the Supreme Nine Flames, which has the power of the supreme divine ability of the Supreme Nine Flames. Because of the statue of the Nine Flames, the status of the Supreme God domain in the Nine Flames continent is extremely detached, and the supreme gate left by the Nine Flames Supreme has become the holy place of the Nine Flames continent. Witnessing Julian Supreme's demeanor, he will die without regrets in this life. Several epochs have passed since Han Feng attained Taoism and became the Supreme. After several epochs, the Supreme Gate has developed into a behemoth. On this day, it is also the day when the Supreme Sect recruits disciples. The Supreme Sect is in the dimension space opened up by the Nine Flames Supreme. Therefore, it is impossible to recruit disciples in the Supreme Sect, but in a holy city of 9 flames on the Nine Flames continent. The Nine Flames statue is located in this city. The crowd in the holy city of 9 flames was bustling, and a large number of young true gods were grinding their fists one by one. They planned to be a blockbuster in the competition to recruit disciples in the Supreme Sect. If they could be regarded as disciples by the emperors of the Supreme Sect and even the dominant seniors, they would immediately ascend to the sky. Although the Supreme Sect was independent from the outer world in the last few epochs, in the previous 100 epochs, many strong men were also born in the sect. Now, among the nearly 100 rulers of the Nine Flames continent, the Supreme Sect is one of its own. It occupies nearly 20 masters. The ambitious young true gods live in the inns in the holy city of 9 flames, one by one. On weekdays, the major powers who have grievances and grudges against each other are now in peace, because this is the holy city of 9 flames, and it is noisy and chaotic here. Disrespect to Julian Supreme, such consequences, no young true god dares to bear. Therefore, even if the Nine Flames holy city gathers the most elite young true gods in the entire Nine Flames continent, and they are the true gods who can be called the arrogance of the gods and various gods, they are very honest in this Nine Flames holy city. It was not until a month later that the envoy of the supreme sect who was responsible for recruiting disciples came, and the holy city of Nine Flames became noisy again. In the void of Jiuyan holy city, a beautiful woman wearing a lavender dress, stepping on auspicious clouds, came slowly. I saw that she was as stunned as a giant, as graceful as a dragon, her shoulders were cut into pieces, her waist was as plain as her waist, and her fiery red hair was hanging in the air like a red waterfall. It's the holy maiden of Nine Flames. My God. Is my goddess. It's goddess Han Yen. A group of true gods and arrogances suddenly became excited, unable to remain calm any longer, staring at the red-haired woman who was slowly descending with fiery eyes. There are many beautiful women who are beautiful in the crowd. However, even these beautiful women are dwarfed by the women in the sky. However, these beautiful women are not jealous, but look at the woman who is slowly falling from the sky with admiration. She pouted at the men around her. How could their goddess be coveted by vulgar people? That's right, these geniuses who can be called Tianjiao in all god realms, in the eyes of the female Tianjiao present, they are vulgar people. Han Yen, who are you? That is the Nine Flame Saintess of the Supreme Sect. Her mother is the master of the famous Qing Emperor, and her father is the first supreme of the Nine Flames continent, the Nine Flame Supreme. Its own cultivation base has also reached the peak of the Nine Transformations God King. It is said that the legendary Nine Transformations God Sovereign art has been cultivated to the extreme, and its strength is also outstanding at the same level. There are not only dozens of divine fires in its own hands. Nearly 10 of them have reached the level of immortal fire. The Emperor Qing once admitted the aptitude of the Nine Flame Saintess in a public occasion, even more than her. Is such a woman worthy of coveting? The hatred of the earth was investigated by Gu Ji Dike. Beside Han Yen, 2 young people were with her. The corner of Han Yan's mouth curved slightly. Uncle Yen, the next thing is up to you. The red-haired youth and the purple-haired youth smiled slightly. Miss, leave the next thing to us, you can just watch it. The red-haired youth and the purple-haired youth are the Flying Flame Lion and the Phantom Thunder Leopard. Since Han Feng became the supreme, Feitian Yanshi and other beasts have been unable to keep up with Han Feng's progress, so after Han Yen was born, several beasts turned to protect Han Yen. Feitian Yanshi and Phantom Leopard were named by Han Feng Han Yen and Han Lei. Since they were separated from the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower, Han Yen and Han Lei were naturally no longer imprisoned by the Skyfire Tower, and they were transformed into a natural form, and now they are both Sixth-order God Emperors. A month later, the competition process was over, and more than 100 Tianjiao came to the real place of the Supreme Gate with Han Yen with excitement. Just arrived at the real location of the Supreme Gate, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly changed, and the thunderous thunder rumbled, and the terrifying thundercloud engulfed the top of a mountain. That's Saint Sun Mountain? Han Yen narrowed his eyes. There are saints in the Supreme Sect, and naturally, there are also saints. The sun is the son of the master of Qingho and Jiuyan Supreme, and also the elder brother of Han Yen. He inherited the creation spirit body dominated by the Queen of Qing, but he is the creation of the master of Biqing. The world spirit body level is higher. Because of the particularity of the two people, there are a Saint Sun Mountain and a Saint Maiden Mountain in the Supreme Sect, respectively. Their cultivation environment is no less than the master of the Supreme Sect, but no one has doubts about this situation. Just because the two have a Supreme Father. This is the influence of the Supreme being in the Nine Flames continent. In addition to Han Yen and Han Lei as the guardians of Han Yen, Feitian Yanshi and other beasts, Jiutian Xianfeng Han Xian, Zhutian Yang Han Ke, etc., also served as Han Jing's guardians. Han Jing is the parent and son of Han Feng and Qing Shan, the son of 9 flames of the Supreme Sect, This is immortal tribulation. Big Brother is about to break through the Emperor. Han Yen suddenly became excited. Juandi is not subject to Feng Sun Shimoyu's cold division. Afterwards. As soon as these words came out, the newly promoted Supreme Sect disciples behind him looked at each other in dismay, and then there was an uproar. The name of the Nine Flame Saintess is known to everyone in the Nine Flames continent, and the Nine Flames Saint Sun is the same. This time it is not calm to be a female genius. They are like mortals who have not practiced to see their fans. In that way, she screamed in a low voice, her face flushed with excitement. If one day Han Jing suddenly wants to choose a concubine, it is estimated that the women in the entire Nine Flames continent will be crazy to recommend themselves. The man on the side looked sour when he saw the scene, but so what? Not to mention Han Jing's background, it is Han Jing himself, but he is also called a super genius by many rulers who has the hope of becoming a half-step supreme. They want to be jealous, but they can't. Han Yen ignored the screams of her older brother's female fans and the man's sour face. Seeing the immortal catastrophe coming, Han Yen said to herself, "My brother's 9-turn divine sovereign art has also been cultivated to the extreme. The improved Xuanhuan divine sovereign art is more perfect than the original Xuanhuan divine sovereign art. Although it can't reach the Real Supreme Foundation, it is far beyond the foundation of the Heavenly Emperor. The Fifth Order Invincible God Emperor, and soared directly to the Fifth Order peak. How can my little sister lose to my elder brother?" Han Jing's immortal catastrophe suddenly aroused Han Yan's competitive heart. She found other things in the Supreme Sect to be in charge of the new disciples, and she immediately returned to her own holy maiden mountain. "Retreat, do not usher in the immortal catastrophe, you will not be able to close." Han Yen and Han Lei looked at each other and smiled. They were indeed the sons and daughters of their masters. They were really outstanding. Maybe it won't be long before there will be 2 more masters in this continent. Amidst the clouds of the Supreme Sect, a young man in green robe embraced the 2 beauties, smiling with relief. Jinger's breakthrough this time, in all likelihood, 9 out of 10 can directly break through to the Fifth Order peak, the invincible God Emperor. Yenri Wei look, it doesn't take 10,000 years to usher in the immortal catastrophe and be promoted to the Emperor. Shaner, Chinger, the children have grown up, and it's time for us to leave this continent to look around. This young man in green robe is impressively the current number 1 supreme of the Nine Flames continent, the Nine Flames Supreme. The enemy is not the enemy is the enemy is cold, and the enemy is cold. We will work together to surpass the Supreme. In Xiaopeng's tone, it was hard to hide his excitement. Between the clouds, golden light shrouded, like a fairyland. The breeze came, and the close were hunting. Qing Shan and Yaqing leaned on Han Feng's shoulders. Seeing that their children had grown to this point, they finally put down their worries and said in unison, "Okay." So on this day, Juyan Supreme, who was rarely seen in front of others, was even more difficult to find, because he had already taken his 2 wives to travel to other heavenly worlds. There are endless voids, and there are countless worlds of heaven. Han Feng and his 2 wives have no purpose. They just fly wherever they go. Traveling through the world of heaven, Han Feng and his 2 wives have experienced different customs and conditions, and the relationship between husband and wife is even deeper. Han Feng and his 2 wives were ancestors and taught the world martial arts. The 3 of them also destroyed demons in some worlds together and became heroes in some worlds. Occasionally, the 3 of them would become masters of hermits, and they would choose some disciples who were destined to teach them unique skills. After that, these disciples all became the best in their respective worlds. When they wanted to thank the 3 of them had already left. More, the 3 of them came to some peaceful places and lived a peaceful and warm life. These days are the happiest days for the 3 of them. There is no separation, no threat, and no other compulsion. It's annoying to stay in some heavenly worlds, and the three of them occasionally enter each other's inner world to hang out. Han Feng's little immortal realm, with Han Feng's breakthrough to the Supreme Being, the highest being able to give birth to an immortal Emperor Master is equivalent to a master, and Long Han is one of them. Today's little immortal realm is thriving. In Qingshan's little spirit world, intelligent beings were born, and the chosen cultivation system was spirits, from the lowest level of first-order spiritual masters to the highest level of inextinguishable spiritual masters, which was equivalent to a god emperor. Yaqing's inner world is called the flame world, and once the monks in it are awakened, they can generate innate fire and possess various attributes. Traveling in the endless void, the three of them occasionally return to the Nine Flames continent to see their children. 1 epoch, 2 epochs, 5 epochs. Yaqing and Qingshan finally broke through to the half-step supreme, Han Jing and Han Yan also broke through to the half-step supreme, and some half-step supremes also appeared in the Nine Flames continent, including the Tianhen Supreme. It is a pity that the three masters of Hongda were limited by their achievements in the Supreme Terrace, and they were trapped in the Ninth Order and could not make an inch. This was still with the help of Han Feng, otherwise the Eighth Order would be their limit. Since Han Feng broke through to the Supreme, his cultivation base has also grown wildly. It seems that there is no limit. Even Han Feng does not know what level he has reached now, and what level of combat power he has reached. Kiki is not alone in making trouble with the Institute. Qingshan and Yaqing leaned on Han Feng's shoulders. They watched their children have grown to this point, and finally put down their worries and said in unison, "Okay." Han Feng only knows that the current self can kill the self who just broke through the Supreme with one finger. Looking inside the body, the Supreme Tao fruit and the dominant divine crystal have merged together, and terrifying energy is surging all over the body. Ho Cho Yuandi's love rival inspects Moyang's old sailing place. After dozens of epochs, Han Feng suddenly realized that this void, or the endless void that exists in countless heavenly worlds, faintly repelled him. Han Feng understood that this meant that he had reached the peak of the Supreme, reaching this endless void. Allowable limit. At the end of the endless void, Han Feng also felt that something seemed to be attracting him. In fact, Han Feng felt this attraction after breaking through Supreme, but he has never been so powerful at this moment. However, Qingshan, Yaqing, including Han Jing and Han Yan, are only half-steps to the realm of Supreme. Qingshan and Yaqing immediately understood that the day of separation was only coming. The birth of the Nine Flame Great World was still short, not even 200 epochs. The ordinary Supreme Heavenly Tao world cannot be born at this time. Husband, go and see the world after the Supreme, it must be more exciting than the current world. Yaqing said with a smile. Qinger. Han Feng was reluctant, but the endless void's rejection of him became stronger and stronger. Han Feng understood that he could not stay for long. Husband, Qinger and I have limited aptitude. Unless the Nine Flames world accumulates more background, it will be difficult to break through the Supreme. On the contrary, it is the husband who can go further above the Supreme. Maybe one day the husband returns and can help the two of us have broken through to the Supreme Being, and we can still be together at that time. Qingshan also persuaded Han Feng. Han Feng looked at the two girls deeply and said solemnly, "Don't worry, wait for me. Sooner or later, I will come back and reunite with you." Afterwards, Han Feng turned his head to look at Han Jing and Han Yan, and the two stepped forward and hugged Han Feng. "Father, take care." "Father, Mother gave it to us." The two promised. "Jinger, Yenner, I'm waiting for you, as a father." Compared with the two wives, Han Feng understands that his two sons and daughters are more qualified than the two wives, and the two wives may only rely on the world of Nine Flames to keep evolving. Only after accumulating enough information can they be qualified to attack the Supreme. Even if the two children have insufficient background in the Nine Flames Great World, as long as they go to other worlds, there is still the possibility of breaking through the Supreme. Sun Ke does not hate ghosts. Taking a deep look at his wife and children, Han Feng turned into a light and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. After Sun Ke was not hostile to the ghost, Chiao Mo made an investigation at Zhao Post. He took a deep look at his wife and children. Han Feng turned into a light and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. As for Han Feng's parents, their qualifications are limited, they have not cultivated to a very high level, and they are tired of practice, so they choose reincarnation. Han Feng respects the choice of his parents, so he just looks after his parents secretly after they are reincarnated. Now Han Feng's parents are still the continuous reincarnation of one life and one life. Every life can meet and live a peaceful and happy life for ordinary people. Therefore, when he left at this time, Han Feng secretly knew that the reincarnation of his parents had been fine, and he was relieved. Following the attraction to himself in the depths of the endless void, Han Feng flew away quickly. 1 year, 2 years, 4 years, 8 years. 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10,000,000 years. At the speed of Han Feng's current supreme peak level, he has flown for tens of millions of years before finally reaching the depths of the endless void. The enemy is far from naught, the ghost not learns to pick up the cool ship. In front of Han Feng, a red golden door appeared, with various mysterious runes engraved on the door, and each rune filled with a vast and powerful breath. Little fatty, behind this door, there may be an opportunity for you to surpass the Supreme. Han Feng smiled slightly. Let's work together to surpass the Supreme. In Xiaopeng's tone, he couldn't hide his excitement. So, Han Feng opened the door, and in a red golden light, Han Feng's figure slowly disappeared. In another world, Han Feng will usher in a new beginning. The belated postscript, please forgive the cabbage for writing it so late. After the finale was written, the cabbage only felt that all the burdens had been lifted, and suddenly became lazy, and didn't want to code at all, but today I finally wrote it, and then I am starting to prepare for a new book, and I'll get a conclusion speech tomorrow, and then I'll talk about the new book.